You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Forget it. I'm not repeating myself. Chloe purposely buried her face under Jack's armpit. Honey, please, repeat what you just said, just one more time. Jack felt an uncontrollable excitement stemming from his heart. He pulled Chloe out from under his arms and held up her beautiful face. He looked at her pleadingly. I said, let's have a baby. I don't know who I am and where I'm from, and I don't want my child to suffer as I did. I want my child to know who their mother and father are. I want to give them all the love in the world. Honey, that is the most touching sentence you've ever said in all the years I've known you. Getting emotional, Jack tightly hugged Chloe's waist. So now it's time for business, Jack said in all seriousness. Business? Chloe didn't get a chance to react before Jack quickly slid his hand into her shirt. What are you doing? Chloe's body froze. Honey, I'm indisposed right now. Do you want to be on top? Get lost. To Chloe's surprise, Jack turned a serious topic into an ever-so-dirty one. I'm being serious here. Don't joke around with me. I'm not. I was trying to collaborate with you. Didn't you say that you wanted a baby? Won't we have to frequently make love then? Jack asked innocently. Chloe. The two were fooling around when they heard someone knocking on the door. Jack pulled a long face. He had previously told the doctor to only check on him at dinner time, so they wouldn't disturb him during the day. Come in. Sir, I have an emergent document for you to sign. Mark came in timidly. Chloe's face turned crimson immediately, and she began straightening out the collar of her shirt. Mark ruined an incredibly intimate scene. He had a feeling that he was going to be in trouble. Hi, young Madame Dawson. Mark immediately smiled in a kiss-ass manner when Chloe passed by him. I'll be in the bathroom. You guys go on. Chloe left, awkwardly. After Chloe left, Jack grimly took the documents from Mark. After a quick glance, he signed them. No month-end bonus for you this month, Jack suddenly said. Mark looked like he was about to cry. Sir, please don't do that. I didn't do it on purpose. Yes, you did. I really didn't. Let the heavens and earth bear witness. How would I know that you guys would be doing that in broad daylight? Mark barely finished his sentence when he realized that he misspoke. Doing that in broad daylight? Jack continued to say with a grim face. No month-end bonus for you next month, too. The corners of Mark's mouth twitched, and he felt like he was about to vomit white foam. It wasn't at all easy, being the assistant to GK's president. After he walked out of the room, Mark saw Chloe return. Mrs. Dawson. Yeah? Chloe nodded. Please, save me, Mrs. Dawson. I am willing to do anything. Please say some good things for me in front of the president. What happened? Chloe was confused. Upon hearing what Mark had just gone through, Chloe smiled. Don't worry, he's just trying to scare you. He won't actually do that. But what if he was being serious? If he were, then I'll give you your bonus from my own pocket. Don't worry about it. Mrs. Dawson, you're the reincarnation of an angel, Yang exclaimed. Okay then, go back to the company. After she sent off Mark, she heard someone call her name, just as she was about to go back into Jack's room. Director Richard. Chloe was surprised by who she saw. I heard that Dr. Dawson was hospitalized, so I came to check up on him. Director Richard was wearing a white lab coat. Behind him was his male assistant. Please, come in. Chloe had a feeling that Director Richard knew about her relationship with Jack, even though they never actually talked about it. When Director Richard went in to visit Jack, Chloe, out of inconvenience, decided to go upstairs to see how her mother was doing. She had been super busy recently, but the good news was there were enough people working at Southside. Or else, she would not have been able to take such a long vacation. After having lunch with Thomas, Chloe went downstairs to look for Amelia and the others. However, she saw Lisa, who she hadn't seen in days. She was obviously happy to see Chloe. "Chloe, why are you here? Aren't you on vacation?" Chloe remembered that Lisa wasn't feeling well and was supposed to be resting at home. "I came back from Capital City already. My baby is fine. The doctor said that the mass on my baby's head will be absorbed, and it won't affect her." "That's great. Now you can relax." "Yeah, let's go. I want to treat you to lunch." Then, Lisa grabbed Chloe. "Hey, it's okay. I just had lunch. My mom is hospitalized upstairs, and I had some cold noodles just now with my brother, so I'm not hungry." "Oh, I see. I don't see you that often and wanted to take you out." "No worries. We can hang out any other time." Chloe was happy to see Lisa's complete transformation. Her temper sucked, but she was a good person, and she would never stab other people in the back. Unlike Jenny. "I'm going to go get an ultrasound now. I'll talk to you soon." Lisa left after saying goodbye to Chloe. Dumbfounded, Amelia looked at Chloe. "Chloe, what is going on? Is Lisa in a trance? She stopped hating me ever since I saved her last time. Humph, at least she's still got a heart. But this woman sure went through a lot. I can't believe that this happened right after they got married. Simon is a cheat. You were right to break up with him." Chloe smiled, but made no response. "Chloe, did you know that Simon is fooling around with Jenny again? Lisa might not know yet, or else she would have gone crazy. One of the nurses from the other departments told me about it. She's close with Jenny and saw Simon's car frequently parked below her apartment building. Those sons of a witch. Technically, Simon is having an affair. If the Lisa found out, do you think he'll still be able to work here at this hospital?" Amelia droned on, but Chloe wasn't interested in what she was saying. She felt absolutely nothing towards Simon. After 5 days at the hospital, Jack was discharged. He was supposed to stay for a couple more days, but things got too busy, forcing him to leave early. After Jack's discharge, Chloe also went back to work at Southside. After her mother was discharged, she went home to rest up. Chloe occasionally brought food and other things over to her house. She treated Chloe with indifference, but Chloe was okay with it, because she originally thought that her mother was going to cut off all ties with her. What Thomas said the other day must have worked. After lunch, Chloe went back to her office. She took out her phone and casually scrolled through her Snap friend circle. Then, she saw Thomas's newest post. He wrote, "In the past, time passed by slowly. Cars, horses, and mail were all slow. A single greeting took many days to arrive. In the past, love passed by slowly as well. So slow that we would wait our entire lives to be with someone. So slow that we could only love one person in our lifetime." Under the paragraph was a photo of model. It all looked very artistic. It wasn't actually a big deal, but the problem was, Thomas never posted anything about love and relationships. He usually posted chicken soup for the soul stuff, either encouraging words or super funny tidbits. Sometimes he would voice his anger towards unjust things happening around him, but would never randomly speak of cheesy stuff like this. Before Chloe wrapped her head around the situation, she saw Amelia like Thomas's post. A second later, she disliked it. Liking the post was fine, but disliking it afterward? That was a little weird. After a moment of thought, Chloe sent Thomas a message. "Where are you with Amelia?" "Nowhere, sis. We're just friends. Why would you ask that?" Truth be told, Chloe wasn't happy with Thomas's reply, because she didn't think he was telling her the truth. She noticed how flirty Amelia was towards Thomas. Amelia was 21 years old, and Thomas, 19. She wasn't much older than he was, but he was still a student, and she had already gotten a taste of society. This made things difficult. Moreover, Chloe didn't want Thomas to date at such an early age. He was a man and was yet to have a stable income. How could he speak of love? "No reason. I just wanted to tell you that. You haven't graduated, and you don't know what the future holds for you. If you date at such a young age, it might not be a stable relationship. In the end, you'll be hurt for no good reason. Sis, I understand what you mean." Good. After some more convincing, Chloe stopped. After all, Thomas was capable of making his own decisions. Plus, if he really did fall for Amelia, Chloe wouldn't be able to talk him out of it. Amelia wasn't a bad girl. She was nice, passionate, and innocent. However, Chloe wondered if two innocent people would be able to brave this harsh society together. After all, love wasn't a fairy tale, and reality was brutal. Inside the office of GK's president, Jack hadn't been back to the manor in days and didn't even call his mother. Most of the time, he ignored his mother's calls because he knew what his mother wanted to say. That left Mrs. Dawson with no other choice but to ask the driver to take her to GK headquarters. "Sir, the chairman's wife is here," Mark notified his boss. "I got it," Jack replied as he looked at the documents on his table. "Jack, why aren't you answering my calls?" she interrogated her son as soon as she came in. "I've been busy." "Pfft, I don't believe you. That little vixen must have been with you, and she told you not to pick up my calls, right?" Jack looked up helplessly at his mother. "Mom, stop blaming everything on Chloe. All this time, it was me who has been chasing after her. You are such a good-for-nothing. Where do you get the audacity to say something like this? You're so outstanding. You can get whoever you want." "All I want is Chloe," Jack declared with determination. "I won't allow it." Mrs. Dawson was also determined. "I wasn't asking for your permission. After a few exchanges, Mrs. Dawson's face turned pale in fury. "Jack, I found a lawyer for you. Let's sue for divorce right away, okay? I will find you a girl who's 100 times better and 1,000 times prettier than her. I'm not divorcing her. Don't even think about it. Mom, stop interfering with my personal life, or Chloe and I will immigrate to another country, and you will never see me again." "Are you threatening me?" Mrs. Dawson stared at her son, her eyes open wide with bewilderment. All these years, no matter how unreasonable she was, her son had never said anything that was directly against her words. After all, she was his mother. But what his mother did to Chloe and her mother this time really angered Jack. "Think what you want. Oh, and it's best if you accept Chloe, because soon she may be giving you your first grandchild." "What?" Mrs. Dawson felt a rush of blood surge up to her brain, causing her to feel dizzy. Is she trying to leverage power in our family by giving birth to your child? Does she want to use her child to take our money? "She doesn't need to take anything. I will give everything I have to her," Jack answered in all seriousness. "Oh my God, are you crazy? Are you completely insane? What kind of love potion did that woman use on you? How can you be so head over heels for her? Mom, I'm incredibly conscious. It's you who is being overly biased." "Jack, don't push me, or else I will make sure that woman disappears from this earth. Do you understand?" Mrs. Dawson used her last resort, punching Jack where it hurts. Jack's expression changed slightly upon hearing what his mother said. "Mom, if you have to do things that way, then let me tell you, if anything were to happen to Chloe, I will disappear along with her, and you will lose me forever." Mrs. Dawson was shocked by how love-struck her son was. "Jack, do you know what you're saying right now?" Mrs. Dawson cried hysterically. "Yes, I do." "You are actually willing to die for a woman?" "Yes, I am. If you don't believe, try me." "Oh my God. I raised my son for more than 20 years just to hear him say that he's willing to die for a woman." Mrs. Dawson felt like the entire world was crashing down around her. "Stop picking on Chloe. I will never leave her side, for as long as I'm alive. Mom, consider this my last warning." Upon finishing his sentence, Jack pressed a button on his landline. Assistant Mark opened the door and walked in. "Sir, how can I help? Please escort Mrs. Dawson out." "Okay. Oh, and she's not feeling well, so don't let her come into my office anymore. The environment is too stressful for her." Okay. Mark understood that the president had just ordered him to ban his own mother from the office. He was surprised, but he still nodded obediently. Mrs. Dawson's expression was ugly beyond description. As she was walking out of GK, Mrs. Dawson bumped into Jennifer. The truth was, it wasn't always a chance encounter. It was Jennifer who set it up after hearing that the chairman's wife was here at the company. She did this so that she would be able to create more opportunities for herself with Jack later on. She couldn't get the president to pay attention to her, but she could win over his mother first. "Mrs. Dawson, when did you get here? Have you eaten?" Jennifer asked with an annoying, high-pitched voice. Mrs. Dawson was furious, and she became even more agitated at the sight of Jennifer. "You're such a useless woman. I thought you knew what you were doing, but you're just another good-for-nothing." "Mrs. Dawson," Jennifer froze in the face of the unexpected scolding. She wasn't sure what she did wrong. "Did you also know about my son and that woman? Were you keeping it a secret from me?" "No, I wasn't." Jennifer immediately denied it, worried that Mrs. Dawson's impression of her may falter. "So, you also have no idea that they were married?" Mrs. Dawson demanded icily. "What?" Jennifer was now completely dumbfounded. "I'm shocked at how useless you are. My information is more up-to-date than yours. I must have been blind to choose you." Then Mrs. Dawson walked out of GK, completely ignoring Jennifer's presence. She originally thought that Jennifer was a smart girl, whom she could hone to become her spy and her son's future wife. However, she was no more than an empty vase. She had no tricks up her sleeves, and Mrs. Dawson failed to even obtain a speck of information from her. Jennifer's brain shut down upon hearing that Jack was married to that woman. It was like the sky had suddenly fallen down, and she could no longer keep her cool. Someone like Jack would never hastily get married. If he did, then it just showed how important that woman was to him. Jennifer felt like all the hard work and effort she put in over the last few years were all for nothing. After Mrs. Dawson's failed attempt at coercing her son, she was still pissed off and didn't head straight home. Instead, she went to Southside Recuperation Center. Chloe was about to get off work and had just come out of the changing room when she saw Mrs. Dawson standing outside her office. She had originally planned to walk right past her without engaging in conversation. "Stop right there!" Mrs. Dawson shouted sternly. "Are you talking to me?" "Who else would I be talking to, you uneducated little brat? You sure have nerves." Mrs. Dawson gritted her teeth as she spat at Chloe. "I'm sorry. My name isn't uneducated little brat. If you're talking to me, then call me Mrs. Dawson. After all, Jack and I are legally married." Chloe gave her a little smile. Mrs. Dawson's expression changed dramatically for the worse upon hearing what Chloe said. "What? If you're Mrs. Dawson, then what am I?" "You're Mrs. Dawson as well. You're just the older one." She emphasized older, enraging Mrs. Dawson so much that her face turned green. "You're such an undereducated brat. Everything that comes out of your mouth is low level." Chloe refuted coldly. People who are well educated will never say that others are undereducated. Between the two of us, it's obvious who's the undereducated one. "What do you mean by that?" "Take it literally. Watch me rip apart your mouth." Mrs. Dawson growled viciously. Then she lunged at Chloe, but Chloe dodged her. The bodyguard behind her was ready to take action. "Don't you dare touch me. I'm Jack's wife," Chloe said with an icy expression, and of course the bodyguard knew who Jack was. He wasn't about to get involved in their family conflict. "Don't be afraid of her. Hit her," Mrs. Dawson ordered him. The tall and wide bodyguard immediately walked towards Chloe, forcing her to retreat. She knew that it was this tall, stupid bodyguard who pushed her mother last time. He was like Mrs. Dawson's dog. If she told him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. As the bodyguard was closing in on her, Chloe suddenly lifted her foot and kicked him in the crotch. He wasn't prepared to defend himself, and Chloe kicked him with great speed. Therefore, Chloe hit the bullseye. The dumb, stupid bodyguard covered his crotch as his face filled with agony. "This is for my mother. If I see you bullying older women again, I will make sure you could never stand up again." Then, Chloe wiped her hands, turned on her heel, and left, completely ignoring Mrs. Dawson and her attempt to wreak havoc. Now, not only did Chloe hate Jack's mother, she also thought that she was a mentally challenged old lady. Mothers-in-law never got along well with daughters-in-law. After all, they loved the same man, so jealousy was unavoidable. However, their hatred for each other was a little overboard. When Chloe arrived home, Jack had already made dinner. He made her black pepper steak pasta, one of her favorite dishes. On the table was also a fruit salad, some fries, and a bottle of champagne. "Did you make all of this?" "Yeah, I mixed the dressing for the salad myself. The ones they sell at supermarkets aren't authentic enough. Try it." Jack smiled as he took Chloe's bag for her. He then placed her slippers on the floor for her to change into. "Thanks for everything, honey. Don't mention it. After all, my wife is getting ready to have a baby." Chloe was immediately speechless. She really regretted telling Jack that she wanted a kid. This dude had been talking about it ever since. After she changed into casual clothes, she came downstairs and sat across from Jack on the dining table. "Your mom came looking for me at Southside today," Chloe said calmly. "To cause a scene?" "Yeah, but she failed, and I pissed her off half to death. Not a lot of people can take advantage of you." Jack laughed. "Exactly. I also kicked that tall, stupid bodyguard in the groin for my mom. Next time, let me deal with the men for you." "No, it's fine. I can handle it," Chloe said, as she took a small sip of champagne. "Wow, this is really good champagne. What's the brand?" "It's not a big brand, so you might not know it. It's my personal favorite flavor of champagne." "So, Mr. Dawson, you've prepared pasta, salad, and champagne. Do you plan on asking me a favor? Like they say, those who appear nice for no reason are always looking for something in return." Chloe smiled as she asked her husband. "If you have to put it that way, then I have to admit, I was hoping that we can consume enough calories and energy to make a baby after dinner." Chloe was speechless at how Jack was able to say what he said so shamelessly. "Jack, why do you have to be this dirty-minded?" "Weren't you the one who brought this up, honey?" Jack looked back at her innocently. "So, you plan on latching onto this topic forever, huh? At least until the birth of our first child." Chloe. "Fine, you win." Jack's scoundrel-like but cute remarks left her at a loss for words. After dinner, it was still Jack that washed the dishes. Chloe seriously felt like she wasn't good at house chores anymore. At least, not in front of Jack. He moped the floor faster than she did, and he washed the dishes cleaner than she did. Even the food he made was tastier. Western food, at least. Therefore, Mr. Dawson was an all-purpose, high-quality husband. He could make money and cook her delicious meals. After Jack finished cleaning up, he sat by Chloe and proceeded to watch boring cartoons with her. The two of them chit-chatted while eating chips. "Do you think your mom will hate me forever?" "What makes you think that?" Jack looked down and asked her gently. "I read on the internet that mothers-in-law are mortal enemies with their daughters-in-law. It's as if the mother-in-law played the same video game on the same account for a really long time and bought a bunch of level-up items to one day find that her account was hacked by someone named daughter-in-law. How do you think she would feel?" Honey, where do you hear stuff like this?" Jack asked in shock. "On the internet. Also, do you know why the paternal grandmother usually likes her granddaughter-in-law?" "I don't." Jack shook his head. Chloe finished chewing the chips in her mouth and slowly said, "That's because the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Okay, honey, you win this time." Jack was once again impressed by the existence that is the internet. Although Chloe's words were funny, she did have a point. The two of them randomly chatted until a little over 9 p.m., when Chloe's eyelids turned heavy. Jack Princess carried her all the way to the second-floor bedroom. After filling up the tub with water, Jack came out to call Chloe. "Honey, the water is ready. You can wash up now." "Okay." Chloe walked in sleepily. Before she could react, Jack pushed her right into the bathtub. They both still had their bathrobes on and were instantly drenched by the water. "Ah, you..." Before Chloe could say anything, Jack's slightly cold lips covered hers. He kissed her hard. Chloe's entire body turned into silly putty, and she felt like she was about to melt. Jack had previously made sure that the bath water was 45 degrees Celsius, the perfect temperature for a bath. Plus, their bathtub was slightly bigger, so it didn't feel so crammed, even with both of them inside it. Chloe closed her eyes as she took in the warmth and gentleness that Jack showered her with. She didn't even realize it when Jack took off her wet robe. In the water, Chloe's body was pearly and jade-like. The lights in their bathroom were dimly lit. It felt warm and cozy, making their surrounding even more romantic. Jack left a trail of kisses all the way down to her neck, and then even lower. Chloe felt like countless little bugs were crawling over wherever Jack touched her. She couldn't explain that feeling, but knew she wanted more. Their bodies intertwined inside the bathtub, and along with Jack's gentle movements, created little waves of pleasure. He didn't want to go too fast. He wanted to fully feel the limitless satisfaction that Chloe's body gave him. "Chloe, open your eyes. Look at me," Jack whispered next to her ear, sending her into a trance. Chloe opened her clear, beautiful eyes slowly, speck of gentleness pouring out from them. She would only ever reveal her womanly side to Jack, and no one else. How many people on this earth were lucky enough to grow old with the person they loved? She had made a wish to the shooting star, that starry night on the mountain. When Jack asked her what she wished for, she didn't answer, because to her, everything used to be just no more than an enchanting dream. Torn between dream and reality, Chloe's body was light as if she was a floating cloud. In the end, she could no longer tell the difference between real life and fantasy. Exhausted, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, it was already 7 a.m. when Chloe woke up. After washing up, she went downstairs. Jack had already made breakfast and was watching financial news on his phone. "Morning. How did you sleep last night?" Jack immediately put down his phone upon hearing Chloe's voice and asked her gently. "Pretty good." Chloe nodded, somewhat shy. "Last night, in the bathtub. Never mind. It was too dirty to bring up something like this in the morning." "You made Chinese?" Chloe was surprised to see Chinese dishes placed on the dining table. Jack rarely made Chinese food. Even if he did, he only made fried eggs or veggie noodles. However, today he made congee with pork and preserved egg, as well as pumpkin patties. Gosh, pumpkin patties. The pumpkin patties weren't that round and were even a little burnt. The congee was easy to make, but the pumpkin patties weren't. I timed it wrong and kind of burned them. Not at all. They looked delicious. Then Chloe placed a patty in her bowl and took a small bite. "How is it?" Jack asked nervously. "It's delicious and sweet. Did you steam the pumpkin first before mixing it with flour?" Jack nodded. "Genius," Chloe exclaimed. Pumpkin patties were hard to make. Although Chloe loved them, she was always too lazy to make them from scratch. Usually, she bought semi-finished patties from the supermarket, which she then fried at home. This was her first time eating pumpkin patties that were made from scratch. They didn't look that good, but they sure tasted delicious. With a hearty appetite, Chloe had 3 pumpkin patties and 2 bowls of pork and preserved egg congee. After breakfast, the couple went downstairs together to go to work. "Honey." "Yeah?" "There's a charity auction tonight to raise funds for the Chloe Foundation. It starts at 7 p.m., so come straight to GK after you get off work. The ball gown I picked out for you is at my office. We'll attend it together," Jack said. "Okay." Chloe was interested in everything that was related to the Chloe Foundation. While they were at the mountain, she and Jack experienced the lives of those living in poverty-stricken villages. The children there were all jaundiced and seemed to be malnourished. Some of them could only afford pickled radish for lunch. What Chloe saw made her incredibly sad. To her, the charity wasn't for the sake of big love for the world. Rather, she just wanted to help out as many people as she could within her ability. At least, seeing those children live better lives because of something she did would make her feel much better. As the saying goes, a bit of fragrance will linger on the hand that gave out roses. After driving to South Side, Chloe began her day's work. Head nurse, the new patient admitted to room 7 last night won't cooperate with our treatment. What was he admitted for? Chloe asked as she looked at the patient's chart on her computer. Mania. Are you kidding me? Aren't mania patients supposed to be admitted into psych? Why was he sent to the ortho department? Chloe looked at the nurse in surprise. Psych's rooms were all full, and since we had a lot of empty beds, What nonsense! Let's go. I want to check him out. Then, Chloe and the nurse went to room 7. As soon as she opened the door to the patient's room, a pillow came flying at her, almost hitting her in the face. The good thing was that Chloe had fast reflexes and avoided the pillow. Get out of here, all of you! I don't want to be here! I want to go out! I want to play games! Chloe followed the patient's agitated roar to find a young man, only 17 or 18 years old, lying on the bed. He was skinny, his skin was yellowish, and there were dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he lacked sleep. Chloe looked at the boy's chart. Juan Kingston, male, 17 years old, is in grade 10, class 9 of second high school. Due to mania, he had violated school policy many times and was forced to drop out. His parents were the owners of a local supermarket conglomerate. He was their only child and lived an abundant lifestyle. With the information she had in hand, Chloe was almost certain of what was causing his symptoms. Therefore, she walked up to the boy. Head nurse, don't go over there. It's dangerous, the nurse behind her warned her, in fear that Chloe would get hurt. Are you Juan Kingston? Who are you? Let me go at once, or else I will trash your hospital. Don't you believe that I can do it? The young man said rebelliously. Chloe smiled. What are you smiling at? You don't think I can do it? The young man shouted in fury. Chloe shook her head. I believe you. I'm laughing because I see some of you in myself. Back then, when I was about your age, I was really rebellious as well. Once, the principal at second high school caught me as I was climbing up the walls of our school to skip class. You went to second high too? The young man seemed excited. Chloe nodded. The education quality at second high is really good, but there is just too much homework and tests. I didn't like to study back then and often skipped classes. Me neither. I don't like our teacher. He has a depressed-looking face, the young man immediately said in agreement. You like playing online games? Yeah, my favorite is League of Legends. What a coincidence, me too. My favorite character is the Scarecrow. What about you? Chloe asked with a smile on her face. Fiddlesticks? Little mobility, but he's got sick AoE and support potential. I like Annie. The young man smiled. His animosity towards Chloe had disappeared. Annie? That really cute girl, with a teddy bear in her hands, right? Chloe smiled back. The young man said excitedly, Yeah, that bear is really powerful. My chances of winning become very high when I use Annie. As long as you don't get those good-for-nothing teammates, Chloe added. Haha, exactly. It looks like we have a lot in common. Can you ask the hospital if they can lend me a laptop? It's so boring here. I'd love to play a few matches, the young man pleaded Chloe. That's not a problem, but only on a few conditions. What condition? You can only play for an hour a day, and once you're done, you have to let our nurses draw your blood and administer your IV. You also need to take your medicine on time. Deal? The young man was unwilling. It's okay if you don't want to take the deal. I'll be going now, Chloe said as she turned around to leave. No, wait, I agree. Then you have to be a good kid. No more shouting and yelling. It'll affect the patients in the other rooms, okay? Once you recover, you'll be able to go home. Chloe comforted him. Okay. The young man nodded, his head obediently. After exiting the room, Chloe reminded the nurse, You can give him my laptop to play with every day at 9:30 a.m. and take it back at 10:30 a.m. Then, give him his injections and meds. Head nurse, is that okay? What if the higher-ups find out? The nurse voiced her concern. I'll take the blame if they do. Back to work now. Okay. From her conversation with the young man just now, Chloe was almost certain that he had lacked company since he was young. Even when playing games, he would pick the girl with the teddy bear. This just shows how insecure he felt all the time. As people's standards of living improved, many parents began neglecting their children so they could earn more money, ultimately resulting in their kids having psychological issues. Chloe sighed. If she were to have a baby, she would never be like that. She didn't mind making less money, but her child needed someone by their side, especially during the first couple of years. Once they grew up, they would no longer need their parents' protection. After a busy day at the hospital, Andrew suddenly came, right before Chloe was about to get off work. He knocked on Chloe's office door. Hey. Chloe looked up with an indifferent expression on her face. What do you want? I just came back from a business trip to Japan and brought you 2 bags. Then Andrew walked up and put 2 giant shopping bags on Chloe's desk. The brand, Hermes, was printed on the shopping bags. Chloe knew that this was an expensive luxury brand. Jack had bought her a bunch, but they were all sitting in her wardrobe. She didn't use them because they were too flashy. No thanks. Don't overthink it. I didn't buy it just for you. I bought some for the women that I'm dating and had a few left over. I bought these on sale too. If you don't like them, you can give it to other people or throw it away. Whatever you want. Then Andrew turned around to leave. Hey. He left before she could say anything. Chloe looked hopelessly at the 2 luxury bags in the shopping bags. Was Andrew out of his mind? Why would he buy her bags? Even if he didn't buy them especially for her, they weren't close enough for him to give her expensive bags. However, ever since she found out that she wasn't actually Timothy's daughter, Chloe realized that she no longer despised Andrew as much as she used to. She wasn't even from the Green family. Therefore, she had to talk to Andrew about resigning from being the chairman of the Green Foundation. After all, she didn't want to take advantage of them. If her last name wasn't Green, then what was it? Chloe was quite curious. After work, she remembered what Jack told her in the morning and drove straight to GK. To ensure that she arrived on the top floor without a hitch, Mark came downstairs to greet her. Young Madame Dawson. Mark quickly said hello. Chloe smiled and she followed Mark up to the top floor. Jack was still in the conference room. Mark poured Chloe a cup of coffee and said, Young Madame Dawson, please have some coffee first. The stylist will be here shortly. The president said for you to get ready here, and you guys will be heading directly to the hotel later. Okay, thanks for your hard work. No, not at all. I actually have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the president would have deducted my salary. Mark liked the president's wife. She wasn't haughty and was easy to get along with. 3 minutes later, 2 women came in. They were the stylists. 40 minutes later, when Jack came out from the conference room and into his office, he was completely stunned by Chloe, who was completely dressed up. She was wearing an eggshell yellow V-neck ball gown with diamonds around the collar. The ball gown was long, but there was a slit down one side, showing her leg. It was sexy and elegant. Her hair was put up in a bun, with a fresh gardenia pinned to one side, making her seem like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. On her feet were a pair of white high heels with diamonds lining the back. It was extremely extravagant. On her neck, ears, and wrist were luxurious jewels. Chloe didn't like them because she thought they were overly lavish. However, one of the stylists said that this was GK's newest line of jewelry, and if she wore it, it would be like promoting their own brand. Therefore, in the end, Chloe agreed to wear them. She was holding a rectangle purse with white tassels. It was a Chanel limited edition, simple but classic. Chloe glanced at her attire. It cost at least a couple $100,000. To begin with, there were diamonds everywhere. Her estimate was probably too conservative. The truth was, her outfit and accessories were worth more than $8 million, because the set of jewels she was wearing alone cost $5 million. When Jack came in, Chloe was standing by the window, looking down at the streets below her. When she heard footsteps, she turned around to face him. His heart almost stopped. Today, he finally understood the meaning of a verse from a famous poem. Turning her head, she smiled so sweet and was full of grace that she outshone the 6 palaces of beauty. In Jack's eyes, Chloe was the most beautiful woman in this whole wide world. "Hey, pretty lady, have you seen my wife, Chloe?" Jack asked with a smile on his face. "Who's Chloe?" Chloe asked on purpose. Jack walked up to her and picked her up by the waist. Chloe shrieked in surprise. "What are you doing? Put me down!" Jack spun her around a few times before finally putting her down. Then, he pecked her lightly on the lips. "You're the most beautiful woman tonight." "Don't kid me." Chloe smiled faintly. "I'm being serious. Come on." Then, Jack held onto Chloe's hand as the pair left the company, side by side. This was the first time the two of them appeared together, in a high-profile setting, while GK employees were all leaving work. The good thing was, Jack held onto her hand the whole time. The two of them walked out of the lobby together and got onto his Maybach. "Oh my God, is the president holding a woman's hand?" "Of course she's a woman. Did you think she was a man?" "She's so pretty. Is he making his relationship public? I wonder which rich family she's from." "Yeah, the president finally got himself a girlfriend. I'm sad. We don't have a chance anymore." The female employees gossiped amongst themselves as Jennifer walked out of the elevator with a grim expression on her face. Tonight was the company's charity auction event. She was invited as well, and she even bought herself a ball gown. Originally, she wanted to wear the set of jewelry that was worth $5 million so she could attract the president's attention. However, she was told that the president had taken the set earlier. Just now, when she saw that woman wearing the jewels, she became depressed. She was involved with the design of the set of jewels, but in the end, it was given to someone else. In the past, she used to be the one who wore the company's newest line of jewelry to showcase the products. "Director Jennifer, should we still go to the charity banquet?" her assistant asked her carefully. "Of course we are. Why wouldn't we? I contributed a lot of time and energy into the design of those jewels." Then, Jennifer walked out with an icy expression on her face, got onto her BMW, and drove away. This was Chloe's first time attending a charity auction dinner, and she wasn't used to it. A lot of people were there, and most attendees were of the upper class. As she looked around in a daze, she saw a familiar face in the crowd. Justin was here as well. "President Dawson's here," someone from the crowd suddenly said. People's gaze immediately shot towards them. Jack was wearing a custom-made black suit, and Chloe was standing beside him, her arm linked with his. The two slowly walked in as everyone stared at them. Justin's expression became complicated and ineffable. "Oh hey, isn't that Chloe? Wow, she's pretty tonight. I almost got blinded by her incomparable beauty," Brenton laughed and said as he picked up a glass of wine. Justin didn't say anything, but his gaze never once left Chloe. "President Dawson, please sit up here." The hotel representative carefully guided Jack and Chloe to their seats. They sat down at the most eye-catching table in the first row. The air conditioner in the ballroom was on high, so Jack took off his suit and placed it on Chloe's shoulders. This small gesture caused quite a stir amongst people in the room. "Is that President Dawson's girlfriend? Why hasn't there been reports about her?" "Yeah, I thought that the president just came back to the country. Is that his date for tonight? Or just a female employee at GK?" "I don't think she's an employee. They look like they're dating." Many socialites discussed amongst themselves. They had all originally wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Jack, but were met with disappointment. Jack had brought along a date, and he was treating her like a queen. "Tsk, tsk. Look at that. Look at that. Look at how attentive he is." She didn't even have to say that she was cold for him to give her his suit jacket. "I can see that Jack loves her very much," Brenton exclaimed. "Why is it that every time you speak I want to throw up?" Justin said, with a grim expression on his face. "Oh, you already had enough? What would happen if their PDAs gets even more intense later on? I told you not to come, but you were the one who insisted on coming. You're basically spending money to be tortured," Brenton mumbled. Many rich and famous people were invited to GK's charity dinner. Whether you received an invitation depended on how successful you were. The point of this dinner was obvious. GK auctioned things, and you pay for them in the name of charity. The reason why so many people were willing to attend was so that they could suck up to GK and its new president, in hope of future collaborations. Justin, on the other hand, didn't have to come at all. He was in the entertainment industry, and GK had yet to invest in this area. He came because the name of GK's foundation was the Chloe Foundation. Justin knew that it was named after Chloe Green, so he had to come, and he dragged Brenton along with him. "You can start now," Jack ordered. Then, the MC walked to the center of the stage and began his opening remarks. The first item we have is a white sandalwood fan from the early Han period. It's a part of GK's chairman's collection. We'll be starting the bid at $300,000. $300,000. $350,000. $450,000. The rich businessmen began bidding against each other. In the end, the sandalwood fan was sold for a sky-high price of $600,000. Chloe looked from below the stage. She was happy because she knew that all the funds they collected tonight would go to the Chloe Foundation. Then, the money would be used to build schools and provide food for the children living in the poverty-stricken mountain area. An hour had passed, and the items were slowly auctioned off. "Are you hungry?" Jack whispered by her ear. "A little." "It'll just be a while longer. We'll go get dinner once this is over." "Okay," Chloe nodded. Their fingers interlocked as they sat in the front row and watched the auction go on. Finally, the MC announced, "Now, I would like to show everyone here our last item up for bid. It is GK's newest line of jewelry, co-designed by the company's 7 renowned designers. Its name is Prosperous Adolescence." Then, the MC began introducing the composition, style, and design concept of the jewelry on the overhead projector. Chloe didn't realize that the jewels she was wearing were worth as much as $5 million until she heard the MC's introduction. In the end, the MC announced, "Now, let's welcome Miss Green onto the stage to showcase this set of jewelry." "Go on, don't be nervous," Jack consoled. Chloe nodded. Then she got up to slowly walk onto the stage, standing right under the spotlight. On her face was a warm, sweet smile. She looked beautiful. Justin couldn't take his eyes off of her. "Hey, stop staring at her. Your eyes might get stuck if you stare for too long," Brenton joked. "The starting price of Prosperous Youth will be $5 million. Any takers?" $5 million, someone shouted. $6.8 million. $8.8 million. $10.5 million. This was a limited edition set that GK only produced one of. Therefore, many wealthy men wanted to buy it, either for their wife, their daughter, or their lover. Anyways, the auction went off with a great start, and the price climbed very steeply and very fast. $18 million. Jack raised his card. Did he actually want to spend that much money to buy it for himself? Nope. He just wanted to raise the price and gather more funds for the Chloe Foundation. After Jack entered the bid, the competition grew even fiercer. $19.9 million. Someone raised their card. $30 million. This time, Jack increased the number by another $10 million. The others fell silent. $30 million was too much for them. $30 million once? $30 million twice? $30 million. Before the MC could finish speaking, a low voice sounded from the seats towards the end of the room. $50 million. The crowd went wild upon hearing this number. Chloe was also slightly surprised. She stood in the middle of the stage and tried to see who the person holding up their card was. It was Justin. Everyone's shock turned into the "oh, of course" expression when they realized that Justin was the one who placed that last bid. This young master's biggest hobby in life was to burn money. Young Master Cooper was the one who made the bid. No wonder. I was just wondering who was so generous. Yeah, perhaps young Master wants to gift the jewelry to a close lady friend. She's so lucky, haha. Maybe it's Zoe. Isn't she one of his favorites these days? I wouldn't be so sure. I thought he has been ignoring her and found someone new. Some of the socialites discussed amongst themselves. The MC was excited. President Cooper of Imperial Star Entertainment just placed a bid of $50 million. Any other takers? The entire room fell silent. 50 million once. 50 million twice. 50 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, President Cooper of Imperial Star Entertainment. The entire ballroom erupted into applause after the MC finished his sentence. Jack didn't say anything, but the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. This set of jewelry was worth $5 million, but was sold for $50 million. Not a bad day's work. You are burning money. It's only worth $5 million. You're really brown-nosing. GK. Oh, no, you're sucking up to Chloe. Even Brenton felt bad for Justin's wallet. President Cooper, please come up to take your jewelry set. The MC smiled. Justin stood up, adjusted the collar of his suit, and walked up to the center of the stage. 2 hostesses carefully took the jewelry off Chloe. Earrings, necklace, and bracelet. They then put them on a tray and handed the tray to Chloe. Chloe placed the tray in Justin's hands. Congratulations. Justin took the jewelry in his hands silently. Then, he looked around and said, Since I bought this set of jewelry at such a high price, can I make a small request? Of course, President Cooper, the MC immediately replied. I'd like a photo with Ms. Green. Everyone in the ballroom was flabbergasted by what he just said. Was Justin actually asking the model who showcased the jewelry for a photo? Wow, he was still as perverted as ever. Chloe was a little surprised. She never thought that Justin would make such a request. Embarrassed, she looked at Jack. Jack, on the other hand, didn't seem to oppose it. After all, they were in public. That is not a problem here, Miss Green. Stand here. The MC wasn't aware of Chloe and Jack's relationship. Therefore, he agreed to Justin's request on behalf of Chloe. Just then, Jack slowly walked up to the stage. President Cooper spent so much money. This is such a nice gesture to me and to GK. As a thank you, I would also like to take a photo with him. Then he walked up and stood between Justin and Chloe. Oh, Jack is awful. Brenton watched as he burst into laughter. Justin's expression was grim as hell, but he had no choice but to take this incredibly weird photo with the 2 of them. This was also the only time in this lifetime that the 3 of them would ever be in the same frame. Chloe knew that Jack wasn't going to let Justin get so close to her. She almost burst into laughter when she saw Jack walk up and stand between her and Justin, but she successfully suppressed her urge. After the MC took a photo of the 3 of them, he handed it to Justin. President Cooper, here's your photo. Justin took the photo with an icy expression on his face. He didn't say anything. The sale of the last jewelry set marked the end of the charity dinner. Jack held on to Chloe's hand as they walked out together. What do you want to eat? Let me think. I want hot pot. I'm craving spicy food all of a sudden. Chloe smiled. Okay. Jack nodded his head gently, and the pair headed towards the entrance. Justin was standing by the entrance. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Upon seeing Chloe approach, Justin walked up to her. Here, this is for you. Chloe looked at the set of jewelry Justin was holding in shock. President Cooper, you should save something this expensive for yourself. If my wife likes it, I can ask my department to design another one, just for her. Jack smiled. This is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. Chloe, take it. Justin forcibly stuffed the jewelry box into Chloe's hands. I don't want it. Chloe immediately returned the jewelry back to Justin, and she moved very quickly without hesitation. Why? Because it's too expensive. I don't think it's expensive, just keep it. You've taken great care of me at the recuperation center. So, just take this gift as my thanks to you. Justin awkwardly made up an excuse. Chloe still shook her head. I'm an employee at Southside, and I was just doing my job. Thank you, though. Then, Chloe wrapped her arm around Jack's. Honey, let's go eat. Okay. Jack nodded, and then the two drove away in the Maybach. Justin stood there unmovingly with the jewelry set in his hands, as he upsettingly watched the two of them leave. He had never envied anyone his whole life, because he was born with everything anyone could ever want. However, today, he truly envied Jack, because Chloe stood beside him and gently smiled at him. I told you not to come. You're paying money to get tortured. Brenton got out of the car and pulled Justin into it. Jack and Chloe then drove to a Sichuan-style spicy hot pot restaurant. The restaurant wasn't big, but there were plenty of people. Jack wanted to change a place because there weren't any private rooms inside, but Chloe thought that it was too troublesome. So the two sat in the hall of the first floor. The hall was very big, with 30 or so tables, and the overall atmosphere was quite nice. Chloe and Jack found a two-person table and sat down. Then, Chloe picked up the pencil on the table and writing down the orders. Jack took out his phone to look at the company's summary of the charity banquet. We received 230 million in donations. Not bad. Jack nodded. That much? Chloe felt somewhat surprised. It's not that much. Justin bought a $50 million piece of jewelry himself. Jack smiled. Upon hearing Justin's name, Chloe uncomfortably explained, Honey, Justin and I actually... I know, you don't have to explain. I know your personality. Jack dotingly touched Chloe's hand that was holding the pencil. Chloe suddenly brightened up by quite a lot. She was really worried that Jack would be mad at her because of that. Luckily, Jack wasn't the jealous type and could understand her situation. An 8-person table was next to Chloe and Jack, and it seated 6 or 7 men. They talked very loudly and were very rowdy. The waitress asked them several times to calm down, but it was of no use. Just then, a tall, beautiful woman walked in the door. She was approximately 170 centimeters tall, with long legs and white skin. She looked stunning. She seemed only 20 or so years old and was quite stylish. Even though it was fall, she only wore jean shorts, a loose white t-shirt, and carried an LV handbag. She sat not far across from Chloe and the others. The men at the neighboring table occasionally looked at her, and then they purposely said loudly, Nowadays, do you know how young girls are able to wear name brands? Sugar, daddy, duh, ha, ha. She calls him daddy during the day, and daddy gets his sugar in bed at night. Vulgar words came out of their mouths just like that. Chloe couldn't bear hearing it. She really despised men that gossiped. Why couldn't they just eat their meal properly? How could they say such vulgar and repulsive things? That girl clearly heard it too and looked over. Those men became ruder, and some even whistled at her. They were clearly teasing her. The girl's expression changed again and again. Then, she walked over to the washroom, and she took out her phone to make a call. Dad, get some of your men over here and take care of a few things for me. As she passed by Chloe, Chloe happened to overhear what she said. Whoa, someone's in trouble. Chloe looked at those vulgar men, eating and drinking as if she was about to witness some neat drama. 10 minutes later, 6 Mercedes-Benz 600 parked outside the hot pot restaurant, and a dozen or so muscular men in black t-shirts stepped out the cars. Each and every one of them had a baseball bat in their hands, and after they went in, without a single word, they directly rushed over to the table of men and proceeded to beat them up brutally. Immediately, beer bottles flew into the air, and screams filled the space. The other customers were so scared that they began screaming, and Jack immediately pulled Chloe to the side, worried that she would get hurt. A few minutes later, those men all fell to the floor with blood all over their faces. The scene was truly gruesome. The tall, beautiful woman then slowly walked towards them in her high heels. Then the beauty stepped on one of the men's hands and slowly said, "Didn't you all want to know who I rely on? I'll tell you. I don't need to rely on a sugar daddy, because I can rely on my actual daddy. Having such a filthy mouth doesn't get you anywhere. Don't let me see your face again, or else I'll have you beaten up every time I see you." After the beautiful woman spoke, she turned around to leave with her group, and didn't even eat the hot pot. The restaurant owner was so scared that he didn't dare to stop them. Someone even called the cops, but after they arrived, the police only asked procedural questions. "Were you scared?" Jack asked as he hugged Chloe. "No, it's pretty satisfying. After everything they said, they had it coming. It's disgusting for those men to gossip like that, and even insult that poor girl. It's good that they were beaten up." Chloe smiled. Let's go to another restaurant." Before the two even had a few bites, this incident happened. And so, they couldn't eat here anymore. They passed by a McDonald's on the way back, and Chloe said that it's been a while since she last had a hamburger, so the two went inside for fast food. Inside some high-end club. Justin felt very upset, and after 2 bottles of liquor, he became tipsy. "Stop drinking. You've already drank more than enough." Brenton tried to convince him as he looked at the empty bottles. Justin didn't say anything, but his expression was quite melancholic. He took out his phone and flipped through Weibo, but Chloe hadn't updated in quite a while. He wanted to talk to her, but he didn't know how to contact her. Even though he had her number, he couldn't bring himself to call. Justin still had a lot of dignity, and it wouldn't be okay for him to cling on to her. It wasn't his style. "Brenton, do you think that I still have a chance?" Justin asked as he sighed. "You want me to tell you the truth or lie?" "The truth, of course." Justin rolled his eyes. "From your current scenario, I think there's a very small and unlikely chance that would get her. Besides, you met Chloe not too long ago, but I heard that Jack has known her for many years, and they were high school classmates. They are childhood sweethearts." "Then you might as well lie to me." Justin immediately changed his mind. The lie is, if you're really shameless, then it shouldn't be impossible. Even though being the third wheel is shameful, there's nothing immoral with true love. Ha 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 ha." Why did Justin feel more melancholic after hearing this? Was he really going to be the third man? After all, he was the Cooper family's legitimate heir. You could always wait around until Chloe gets divorced, Brenton added. "What if she never gets divorced? Am I supposed to be a monk then?" Justin retorted upsettingly. "Then if she doesn't get a divorce, you'll have to think of a way to get her to divorce." "Justin, I can't believe you would say that. You're pushing your luck." "Ha, but the important thing is that I've spoken the truth," laughed Brenton teasingly. A short moment later, he held up an empty wine bottle and heavily tossed it onto the floor. With a smash, the bottle broke. The sudden movement scared everyone in the room as all their movements came to a halt. "What's wrong with young Master Cooper?" asked a few wealthy heirs. Justin slowly got up and forcefully tore at his tie. "I hate childhood sweethearts." After he spoke, he slammed the door and left. To Justin, God was being really unfair. Why didn't he meet Chloe first? Why did it have to be Jack? Why wasn't Chloe his high school classmate? The issue was, Justin went to the army before he could even attend high school, and he basically missed out on those years. Justin stepped into his black Sixth Element Lamborghini and sped away. The black Lamborghini sped through the night like the wind, loud enough to wake the dead. Justin was a racer who was skilled in stunt performances as well as techniques. It took him no more than 8 minutes to speed from the club to his private mansion. And probably no one else other than him could have done this. After he stepped out, he saw a small figure that stood by the door. After he saw who the person was, he slightly frowned. "Why are you here?" Justin lived in a well-known wealthy district, and those who didn't own property here wouldn't even be able to get in. However, Zoe was a celebrity and was once Justin's woman, so the guard naturally didn't stop her even when he saw her car. Chloe refused to accept the pink Lamborghini Justin gave her last time, so it ended up in Zoe's hands. Today, Zoe didn't bring her agent along. Plus, she arrived in the middle of the night to wait for Justin. Anyone would know what was going on in her head. I've been waiting for an hour. Zoe could only wait outside the door because she didn't have the keys to the mansion. However, she knew that Justin wouldn't stay overnight anywhere else. Even when they were together, the two would get a hotel room, and then he would return to his own mansion afterward. Justin bought this mansion for over $50 million, and then used another $50 million to decorate it luxuriously. So the cost was already over $100 million. It once shocked all of the local wealthy people. The private garden in the back was 400 square meters, more than enough to demonstrate how luxurious this place was. Ever since he came back from the army, Justin rarely went back to the Cooper family mansion, and he had become quite accustomed to living alone. Zoe had been here quite a few times, but she had never stayed overnight. Justin seemed to be very much against letting women stay here overnight, since this was his real home. "Come in." Justin pressed a remote control, along with his fingerprints and iris recognition, unlocking the layers of security within the mansion. Zoe wore a white dress, making her look innocent and sweet. She followed behind him and quietly walked in. "What do you want to drink?" Justin asked as he walked up to the fridge. "Coke." Justin took out a can of beer and a can of Coke. He handed the Coke to Zoe, and then he sat down on his sofa. There was a central control system by the edge of the sofa, and he lightly pressed it to activate the air conditioning, TV, air purifier, and luxurious fish tank nightlight inside the living room. Suddenly, lights filled up the entire mansion. Brenton had once said that Justin seemed like he wanted to turn his home into an aquarium. The walls and ceiling in the living room were all made of tempered glass, and all sorts of tropical fishes were swimming around. There were seaweed, a coral reef, and even white whales and sharks. But of course, they all lived in different areas of the house. Last time, Brenton asked him jokingly if he wanted to get some penguins and polar bears too. Justin replied in all seriousness that he'll take the time to consider it. Brenton nearly spat out the food in his mouth. With this sort of luxurious mansion, even if it weren't Justin, anyone who came back home to be surrounded by the sea would be very happy and relaxed. "Why did you want to see me?" Justin apathetically asked as he sat on the sofa across from Zoe. "Nothing. I'm just not feeling well recently, and I wanted to come and see you." "You're not filming?" Justin asked indifferently. "I didn't let my agent arrange much work for me recently, and my body isn't in such a great shape this year. Last time I fell from the suspension cord, I injured my hip, and a lot of fighting scenes were cut. Take a break if you're not feeling well. You should take some time off to rest, go abroad or something." Zoe's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "President Cooper, are you free recently? Let's head to New Zealand for a few days. How's that?" "I don't have much time. The company keeps me very busy." Justin immediately refused. Zoe was slightly disappointed. "Is there anything else you wanted to talk to me about?" Justin was already a bit dizzy from the alcohol and didn't have much patience to continue talking with Zoe. He wanted to go to bed. Zoe slowly walked over after she heard his question, and she sat next to Justin. Her white hands slid down Justin's chest. "President Cooper, I want to stay here with you tonight." This was the first time Zoe seduced him this bluntly. In the past, she would always play a little bit of hard to get to lead Justin on. Upon hearing what she said, Justin glanced at the woman beside him with narrowed eyes. Zoe saw that Justin didn't respond, so she decided to continue moving her hands down his body. She believed that her passion would spark Justin's interest. Perhaps she was too confident in herself, so she was somewhat dumbfounded when Justin pushed her away. "I'm not in the mood. If you want to stay the night, there's a guest room on the first floor. If you don't want to stay over, then you should drive back to your place." Justin got up and walked towards the upstairs bedroom after he spoke. Zoe felt humiliated. This was the first time she took the lead, but she was rejected. She was almost certain that Justin was no longer interested in her. Could he have fallen for someone else? She originally thought that Justin liked Chloe, but she ordered someone to follow her recently. That woman would only go to work and then head home. She barely had any contact with Justin, and they would only occasionally come across each other at the company. Justin also didn't seem to care about her, as if he had forgotten who Chloe was. If it wasn't a new star in the company, then could it be someone from the socialite circle or someone who wasn't in their industry? Zoe was confused. Did she want to stay over? Of course not. What would be the point of staying over in the guest room? It didn't make any sense. Just as she got up and prepared to leave, she suddenly saw Justin's phone light up. Someone just sent him a message. She looked at the notification, and she saw that it was from Brenton. Then she suddenly noticed something crucial. Justin's phone's background was a photo of a woman. This had never happened before. She had known Justin for many years, and Justin's screen background had always been of scenery, or occasionally of his beloved car, but he had never used a woman as his screen background. However now, although the screen only flashed for a short instant, Zoe still managed to recognize who it was. Wasn't that woman the little nurse from Southside? She was the one who looked fresh-faced and minimal, and didn't stand out at all. She was the kind of woman that one would forget after one look. Did she really manage to seduce Justin? Wasn't it just a temporary fling? Zoe was hurt. Back then, when she heard that Justin was interested in a nurse, she thought that he was just feeling lonely in recovery and wanted to fool around with someone new. However, to her surprise, Justin still kept in contact with her after all this time. Plus, he even used that woman's photo as his phone background. This was major news. Justin searched for his phone after he got upstairs, and he suddenly remembered that he left it downstairs, so he turned around to head back down. "You still haven't left yet?" he coldly asked when he saw that Zoe was still standing in the living room. "I'm leaving right now." "President Cooper, did you fall for another woman?" Zoe sadly asked as she bit down on her lips. Justin raised his sword-like eyebrows. "Do I have to report to you about who I like?" "No, I didn't mean it like that. I only wanted to say that if you really fell for another woman, then I'll give you my blessing." "Thanks for your blessing." Then, Justin took his phone and headed back upstairs. A dispirited Zoe then left Justin's private mansion. Upstairs, Justin lied on his massive bed, turned on his phone, and quietly stared at his screen for a few seconds. Even though he sneakily took this picture, he liked it more the more he looked at it and wouldn't let it go. Suddenly, he thought of something. Then, he got up and took out a picture from today's auction from his bag. He took out scissors from the drawer and forcefully cut away Jack and tossed it into the trash. Only he and Chloe were left in the photo, without any obstruction. He liked the photo much better. He then found some glue and glued the picture together. Oddly enough, it looked quite harmonious. Finally, Justin was satisfied, and he took a picture of the new photo with his phone. After some next-level photoshopping, he fixed the crack and light between them. Then, he sent it to Brenton. "Dude, what happened?" Brenton immediately responded when he saw the photo. "What do you think happened? You're looking right at it," Justin responded proudly. "Don't BS me. I asked what's with this photo. Wasn't there someone in the middle? I cut him out, glued it back together, and then used Photoshop. Ha ha ha. I always thought that you were a genius." Brenton only finished half of his sentence. "And now?" "Now I realize that you're a freaking genius. You must have been a tailor in your previous life. How could you think of this?" Brenton burst out laughing. Justin proudly responded, "Only I am capable of coming up with such a great idea. Is it really good for you to dream like this? It still doesn't beat the real thing. You should still put in more effort and sleep with the real thing one day." "Go, go, go! That's too dirty. I can't talk to you. Go to sleep." "Whoa! You're pretending to be all innocent with me. You're really like a puppy now." Justin seemed to have found the feeling he had at his first love. Although his feelings for Chloe were not returned, he always acted mysteriously. Brenton was speechless. It was already very late once Chloe and Jack returned home. The two showered and then got into bed. Chloe wore a white lace nightgown, and she lied in Jack's arms as she played with her phone. She was flipping through her Snap friend circle when she noticed something sensitive. Thomas posted a picture of a restaurant specializing in spicy duck head at Wanda Square before noon, and Amelia also posted one at night. That was fine. Maybe they went by themselves, and it was just a coincidence. But Chloe had a feeling that they ate together. Plus, Thomas's recent posts in his friend circle were all clearly filled with happiness. Amelia also seemed to be acting shy, like a little girl. This kid really doesn't listen to me, Chloe sighed. What happened? Jack asked as he tilted his head. Chloe told Jack about Thomas and Amelia. Jack didn't respond too dramatically after he heard everything. It's very normal for young people to fall in love. That's fine, and I don't want to stop Thomas from dating. It's just that he and Amelia are both innocent. If their relationship doesn't go well and something bad happens, they'll both be heartbroken. I think you're overthinking it. It's normal to be hurt in love. Thomas is a man. You can't always worry about him getting hurt. The more you care, the harder it is for him to become independent. Jack voiced his opinion. Maybe men and women thought differently. Chloe wanted to protect her brother and thought it was normal for her to be worried. Jack was also right. Everyone dated, and it was perfectly normal for relationships to end up in a breakup. Plus, the two were still in their honeymoon phase and was nowhere near breaking up. Chloe was getting ahead of herself by overthinking it. You have a point. So don't dwell on it, or else your little head might get tired from all that thinking. Jack adoringly flicked Chloe's forehead. Chloe immediately closed her eyes. Then let's go to sleep. I'm sleepy. You're going to sleep already? We still got things to do. You're so perverted. Chloe immediately covered her face with both her hands. Honey, I meant that we haven't said goodnight to each other before bed. What did you think I was referring to? Chloe now felt terribly awkward, and she immediately pulled up the blanket, hiding inside. Jack also went under the covers. Ah, don't touch me. It tickles. They began fooling around under the covers. The next day, Chloe was working the night shift, so she went home in the morning and bought plenty of things. Sandra was still upset. She didn't talk to Chloe or help her with any of the stuff. Mom, take care of yourself. I'm leaving now, Chloe said as she left. Sandra still didn't say anything to her, but Chloe felt like what Thomas said last time really worked, because her mom didn't chase her away and didn't threaten to disown her. Around 5 or so at night, Chloe drove to Southside Recuperation Center, and after she ate the staff meal, she went into a meeting. Just as she came out and was about to go on rounds, her phone began to ring. Am I talking to Chloe Green? You are? Chloe was confused when she saw that it was an unfamiliar number. I'm Zoe. I'm on the rooftop terrace of your hospital right now. Can we talk? Miss Zoe, I don't think I know you very well. I have something to talk to you about. That's it. Zoe hung up before Chloe could say anything else. Chloe felt speechless, but she knew that Zoe was a well-known celebrity. When she was free at home, she would occasionally watch a historical TV drama that Zoe starred in, and she thought that her acting was pretty good. However, she really didn't want to interact with her in private, ever since Zoe tossed her that bag. Chloe didn't like Zoe because she didn't seem friendly. But since there wasn't anything going on with her and Justin, she didn't pay much attention to Zoe. However, if she was trying to steal Jack from her, then she would have to teach her a lesson. After some thought, she decided to go up to the terrace. If she didn't go, then Zoe might continue to bug her. 5 minutes later, on the rooftop of Southside, Zoe's agent and bodyguard waited 1 floor down, while Zoe waited on the rooftop in a black tracksuit, a black baseball cap, and a white mask that covered her face. Chloe wore her work uniform, the white lab coat. You're here. Zoe turned around when she heard the footsteps. I don't know why you wanted to see me. If it's business, then I suggest that you talk about it in my office. If it's private matters, then I don't think I know you well enough, so there's nothing private we need to talk about. My time is very precious, so I'm not going to go around in circles with you. I'll get straight to the point. When did you start seducing young Master Cooper? Young Master Cooper? You mean Justin? Chloe slightly frowned. Don't play dumb with me. Zoe took off her mask and stared coldly at Chloe. There's nothing going on between me and Justin. So what do you mean by seduce? Have you been acting too much that your imagination has taken over, and you've begun hallucinating? Chloe broke out into laughter. Zoe's expression slightly changed, as her eyes grew angry. Don't say stupid things like that to me. I saw your photo on young Master Cooper's phone last night. My photo? Chloe slightly froze. Yes, and he used it as his screen background, but now you're telling me that there's nothing between you guys? Are you kidding me? Or do you think I'm a idiot? Zoe's face turned hideous when she swore, completely different from what people see on TV. If her fans saw her like this, they would definitely be frightened. Are you sure you saw correctly? Of course, replied Zoe. Just like that, the smart Chloe fell silent as well. Since when did Justin have a photo of her? She doesn't remember giving him one. Oh, I remember now. Was it from the charity banquet? She thought it was that photo they took together. However, before she could finish, Zoe interrupted her. There's no need for you to explain that to me. I'm not interested in your life. I don't care about the banquet. I've come to see you this time to tell you to back down because you don't stand a chance. You and young Master Cooper aren't compatible. You should really know yourself and your status better, and leave him alone as soon as possible. There are tons of women around him, and each and every one of them is better than you, but they still haven't lasted very long. He only likes you for the time being, so you better stop before things end badly. I bet he gave you a lot of money and gifts already, so stop yourself before things get ugly. My gosh, then who are you to say these things to me, Miss Zoe? If I remembered correctly, Justin never recognized you as his girlfriend, and he never gave you a status of any kind. At most, you're a celebrity at his company. Yet you came all the way here to lecture and threaten me? How ridiculous are you? I've been with young Master Cooper for 3 years now, and am the woman who spent the most time by his side. I won't leave him, and I won't let any other women enter his life. It's fine if it's just fooling around, but don't blame me for being cruel afterward. You're only a nurse at a tiny hospital, so don't be so arrogant, and don't think that just because young Master Cooper is on your side, you can do whatever you want. If you keep being like this, then I can destroy you in a matter of seconds. I'm not trying to scare you, but I'll give you 3 days to end things with Mr. Cooper, or else. Zoe didn't finish her sentence, but Chloe knew clearly what she was about to say. There was nothing going on between her and Justin. It was just that Justin loved her, but she didn't return his feelings. But Zoe was now being absolutely despicable. Chloe was also infuriated. If tigers didn't show their fury, then they would be treated like sick cats. I will do what I like. If you dare do anything to me, then you're doomed. I might be an average little nurse, but you're no better. I'm being nice by calling you a celebrity, but you're no more than a show freak. Don't push others around. We're all earning money with our own abilities. Are you officially declaring war against me? Zoe was now completely infuriated. I wouldn't have even come up here if I knew that you would say all these and absurd words to me. What a waste of my time. Plus, I do have to warn you, if you can't keep your man, then it's your fault. Don't come here threatening me. There's no point. You should look for Justin instead. Are you afraid of him? If you're such a chicken and don't have the guts to go looking for him, then don't come looking for me and say all that bull crap. Let me tell you, I'm scarier than Justin. And I'm not your mom, so I won't let you get away with this. Chloe turned around to leave after she spoke. Very well, you filthy woman. Just you wait. Zoe hatefully gripped her mask and tossed it on the ground. After Chloe sent away that crazy Zoe, she immediately went on rounds. Along the way, Milana reported to her, the mood of the patient in room 7 has gotten much better recently, and he's no longer ill-tempered. I followed your orders and gave him an hour of gaming time, and he seemed to have been much happier. He would even occasionally talk with us nurses. The psychiatric department said that since he's been feeling better here, then he should stay here for now and not be transferred back and forth so much. They're scared that he would be troubled by the unfamiliar environment and refuse unfamiliar nurses. His family, however, seems to be very busy. His mother visited 2 days ago and left after she deposited a few $100,000 in the hospital accounts, and she said that he would continue to stay here. No one knows when this will end. Parents like that are really irresponsible. They're destroying that poor child. Chloe slightly sighed. Parents who solved problems using money will only raise children that lack love. Chloe felt bad for that young man when she arrived at room 7. She saw a nurse administering an IV for the boy, yet he was very quiet and didn't move at all. He appeared to be somewhat excited when he saw Chloe come in. "Hey, big sis, you're here. How are you feeling today?" smiled Chloe. "Much better, feeling pretty chill, and I'm not so rattled up anymore." "That's good. You need to learn to control your mood. The medicine we've given you is like a Band-Aid that helps you on your way to recovery, but it won't eradicate the root of the problem, so your emotions and mood are what matters." "Yes. I'll follow your orders. I'm not even that angry after I lose a game. If I get killed, then I'll just kill them back next time." Chloe nodded. "That's a good way of thinking. Take care of yourself if you need anything. Just let the nurses know." "Okay, I know. You can finish your IV injection, and I'll head over to the other rooms first." Just as Chloe was about to leave, the youth suddenly opened his mouth. "Hey, big sis. Can I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" Chloe asked. "Can you help me play a ranked game tomorrow? I want to see how good you are." "Sure, no problem. But after the game, you have to go out with me and walk around in the sun." "Deal." The young brat brightly smiled. Juan was a total geek. He didn't like any kinds of sports. And more so, he didn't like being in the sun. Chloe also hoped that he would slowly adjust his mood. And so to help him recover, she even had to play games with him. After she walked out of the room, Milana smiled. "Head nurse, you sure get along well with others. You can handle any type of patient. Learning to get along with others is crucial. You should treat your patients like they're your friends. If you're honest and genuine with them, then they'll naturally return the favor." Seems like I've learned quite a lot, once again. Milana initially antagonized Chloe with Ella, but they've been through quite a lot, and now she admired Chloe. Nowadays, Chloe was quite well known at Southside, and even doctors from other departments often came to ask her about patients or get her to help with treatment plans. Some patients even gave her gifts, but she would never accept them unless they were smaller items. After work, Chloe went looking for Sarah, and the two went to a Taiwanese restaurant. Chloe passed over a shopping bag. "This is for you." "Whoa, Hermes bag, the newest edition, and 2 of them? You must have spent a fortune on this." "Did you want me to do something for you?" asked Sarah with a smile on her face. "Nope. Then why are you giving me gifts for no reason?" Sarah thought it was odd. "Andrew gave me these. I can't take it back and don't want it anyways. It'd be a pity if I threw them away, so I thought it would be best that you have them." "Why would you throw them out? They're too expensive. It's right for you to give them to me." Sarah really liked luxurious items, and she was filled with joy when she saw these 2 bags. "How are things with you and Noah recently?" Chloe asked nonchalantly as she ate. "Ahem. What do you mean? You make it sound like there's something going on between us." "Of course there's something going on. A lot of things, actually." "Don't lie like that, or else I'll glue your mouth together." Sarah laughed as she teased Chloe. Chloe liked hanging out with Sarah because she always felt so relaxed around her. They would talk when they had things to say, but the two wouldn't feel awkward even if they had nothing to say, and just enjoyed the silence. This was much better than those close friends who were nice to each other on the surface, but secretly plotted and fought against each other. "Oh, right. Linda got engaged. Did you know?" "Huh? When was this?" Chloe was a bit shocked. "Right. You left the group chat and didn't see the notification. It happened just a few days ago. She sent a notification in the group chat, and many of our classmates went to her engagement party. She's pretty wealthy, so she didn't accept gifts. I hear her fiancé is a wealthy heir that came back from abroad and is pretty good looking. I want to tell you something, but don't get mad, okay? Why would I be mad? Chloe lowered her head and took a bite of the pork ribs. I saw a picture of that fiancé of hers in the group. He looks a bit like Jack. Oh, really? Yes, just a tiny bit like him. Maybe that was why Linda fell for him. She knew she couldn't get Jack, so she found a replacement. To be honest, what she did was a little crazy. Sarah sighed. I think it's good that she knows what she wants. For example, she doesn't hide the fact that she likes Jack and doesn't go all crazy when she's rejected. She even finds someone who looks like Jack to get married to. A person like her sure is determined. Haha, you're right, but this is great. Now you've got one less enemy. Sarah laughed. Yeah, right. What kind of enemy was she? Our Master Dawson doesn't even talk to her at all. She's in a single-sided relationship at most, okay? Chloe had already grown accustomed to Linda's persistence after Jack, ever since high school. Besides, Chloe knew all too well what sort of person Jack was. At the Cooper family manor, Justin drove back home and stayed for dinner. His parents and Grandpa were all at home, and the whole family happily gathered together. Mom, this set of jewelry is for you. Justin took out the jewelry he bought at the auction several days ago and handed it to Mrs. Cooper. Whoa, it isn't a holiday or my birthday. Why are you giving me jewelry? Mrs. Cooper seemed very happy. She opened the box, took out the bracelet, and placed it on her wrist to look at it. I finally did some good at the GK charity banquet a few days ago. I donated money to buy this. Justin spoke truthfully as he touched the bridge of his nose. Grandpa Cooper was clearly in a great mood, and he laughed and said, Justin, you've done well. Once you have the ability, you should think about doing good for society. This is called take from the people and use it on the people. His grandpa was an old army commander and often liked to use old sayings, so Justin had grown accustomed to it. He walked over to his grandpa's side and sat down beside him as he poured himself a little cup of wine. Grandpa, let me drink with you today. Sure, you little brat. It's rare to see you in such a good mood. Your grandpa has high blood sugar. Don't drink so much with him, warned Justin's dad with a grim face. Hey, it's fine. Justin is rarely in such a good mood. It makes me happy too. His grandpa smiled. Oh, right, Cooper. When I went to inspect the army this time, I saw a granddaughter of an old subordinate. This child is also in military school, and she's really pretty and smart. She is now a troop commander located right on the mountain north of us. It's not far, so you two should meet up when you're free. Young people should have a lot to talk about. Grandpa, I'm not short of women. You don't need to go through so much trouble to find girls for me, Justin replied, as he drank a small sip of wine. Justin's father said upsettingly, Your women aren't qualified to become a part of our family. Your grandpa said that actresses can't marry into the Cooper family, so don't even think about it. Look at you. Why are you saying things like that while we're enjoying such a nice dinner? Cooper knows what's right and what's wrong. He's not one to be unreasonable. Justin's mother immediately protected her son. Don't worry, Dad. I won't marry female entertainers. Justin, however, didn't talk back to his dad. Justin's father fell silent, but he seemed to be satisfied with his son's response. Justin, you're not that young anymore. You don't have to get married, but you should at least get engaged first. Those old friends of mine all have grandchildren. I'm not asking for grandchildren, but you should at least let me see my granddaughter-in-law before I die. Haha, it'll be a pity if I died before I get to meet her. Grandpa, you won't die. You'll live for 100 years. Don't kiss my ass, you little brat. Your grandpa is a normal person, and I'll be 70 in a few years, and will have 10 years to live at most. Don't make me wait for too long, Grandpa Cooper instructed with a profound voice. Justin's mother suddenly thought of something, and she asked, Hey, son, last time you told me about a girl you liked. How is it going? Anything new to tell? No, I'm still in a one-sided relationship, Justin spoke truthfully. One-sided relationship, don't be such a coward. Why don't you confess your feelings to her? Grandpa Cooper became impatient when he heard Justin say this. Justin scratched the back of his head. I did, but she rejected me. Coward, if she refuses once, then try again. If that doesn't work, then try for a third time. There's a nice saying that goes, your absolute sincerity will move a heart of stone. You have to be patient, Grandpa Cooper advised. I didn't give up. I'm just waiting for a good opportunity, explained Justin. What kind of girl is she? What does her family do? Asked Justin's father under his breath. She's a nurse at a hospital and is from a very average household. Her mother seems to own a convenience store, and her little brother is still in school. That's too normal. Justin's father was clearly unsatisfied. Grandpa Cooper immediately interrupted. Hey, it's fine as long as Justin's likes her. Don't be so picky. Remember what I said. It's fine as long as she's a good kid, has a good personality, a kind heart, and is filial. She fits all of your standards, Grandpa. Okay, then good. Continue courting her. Try to bring her to meet Grandpa soon. Yes, dear. I'm becoming impatient as well, Justin's mother added. I'll do my best. Truth be told, Justin wasn't confident. He used to be. But when he found out that Chloe was already married to Jack, he felt quite a blow. Plus, Chloe never even treated him like a friend. She had been very cold to him, making it impossible for him to approach her. After Chloe and Sarah ate, Sarah asked if she wanted to go to the mall. When they walked into a brand-named watch store, Chloe had a coincidental encounter with Mrs. Dawson, who was there with a few middle-aged, wealthy ladies. Hey, that seems to be Jack's mom, Sarah quietly said as she pointed to a woman. Why don't we go somewhere else? Sarah proposed when she saw the change in Chloe's expression. Chloe nodded. Truth be told, she was very upset when she saw Mrs. Dawson, because she really didn't like her. Maybe it was because the conflict and hate between them were already so deep that it could not be easily alleviated. Just as they were about to leave, Mrs. Dawson suddenly turned around and saw Chloe. She immediately walked over and stopped her. Why are you running away from me? Are you scared of me? You're such an uneducated brat. I can't believe my own bad luck, running into you at a place like this. You're funny. Sometimes I avoid someone not because I'm scared, but because I just don't like that person. For example, if I see a pile of shit on the street, would I step into it? Of course not. I'll dodge it, because it's too disgusting. Chloe smiled calmly. Are you calling me disgusting? Mrs. Dawson raised her voice, and the wealthy ladies around her all came up to watch. Your words, not mine. Mrs. Dawson, who is this? The other few wealthy ladies all walked up to them as they witnessed the drama. They looked at Chloe like she was an animal in a zoo. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Just a filthy thing my son played with 7 years ago. Mrs. Dawson didn't leave Chloe with a shred of dignity. Plus, she didn't even control her choice of words at a public space like this. Perhaps her hate for Chloe trumped everything else. Auntie Dawson, that's taking it too far. Sarah helped out Chloe because she couldn't stand it anymore. Stop pretending to know me. I'm not your auntie. Do I know you? Don't think that wearing brand name bags and clothes makes you a socialite. Such blind imitation. You obviously don't look like you're from a wealthy family, so why try? That's what poor people do. You are all scheming things, each and every one of you. I hate people like you who pretend to be all pitiful to gain others' sympathy. Mrs. Dawson said poor again and again. Clearly, she was biased against those without money. The other wealthy ladies all began talking amongst themselves upon hearing what Mrs. Dawson said. Yay, I agree with you. I despise poor people as well. Despite their poor looks, they still have to wear brand names to doll themselves up, but they don't realize that they'll always be pretending. They'll never be rich. Even if you wear a crown, you still won't be a queen. Heh. Yeah, this girl really doesn't know how to treasure herself. How old was she 7 years ago to have given herself to a man? It's definitely because your son is too attractive. Their words grew more and more despicable. But Chloe didn't seem mad at all. Instead, she smiled. What are you laughing at? Those who are innately ugly will always think that others are ugly. She hates everything, so she believes that the world owes her. Yet, she never realizes that it's her own problem. What a pity. Chloe didn't curse like them because she thought that it was too degrading. However, Mrs. Dawson immediately became angry after she realized what Chloe meant. Don't think that just because you cut around the corners to curse at me, I wouldn't be able to understand it. Let me tell you, you will never come into the Dawson family as long as I'm alive. Oh, really? I must come in then and take a good look at where your front door opens to. How dare you? I'll definitely throw you out. Sure, then throw out your son as well. It's best for me if he stops going home. Oops, my bad. I don't have time to talk with you anymore. I'll see you next week when I visit you and your husband. Remember to cook a nice dinner and wait for us. After Chloe spoke, she smiled sweetly and waved goodbye at Mrs. Dawson. Mrs. Dawson was so furious that her eyes rolled over her head. Luckily, she had a strong heart, or else she would have fainted on the spot. Compared to devious curses, sometimes smiling was the most terrifying weapon. After they walked out of the shopping mall, Sarah gave her a thumbs up. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Ha ha ha. You should have seen Jack's mother's face. It basically turned green. I was already quite polite to her. I didn't even go after her for what she did to my mom, Chloe coldly said. So, are you planning to fight against his mom for the long term? Sarah was worried about this mother-in-law situation. Chloe nodded. What if Jack found out that you were fighting his mom like this? How would he react? If this feud continues, will it affect your relationship with Jack? Even if his mom is terrible, she's still his mother, asked Sarah worryingly. I used to think too much about things that didn't really matter. I was always anxious about what the next thing will be, and that in turn had caused me to miss out on a lot of things. I felt like a lost soul in the 7 years that I have been apart from Jack. Now that he's back, I can feel myself awakened and living again. Thomas was right. Life is short. I really shouldn't be thinking so much and worrying myself silly. I should take things one step at a time. The fact that I am with Jack right now makes me very happy, Chloe said slowly. Damn, girl. Good for you for thinking like that. It's true. Everyone has their own way of living. We really shouldn't make our lives so complicated. Jack is Jack, and his mother is his mother. In the end, you married him, not his parents. You know, despite his age, that Thomas kiddo is pretty philosophical. I should really go to him for guidance if I ever feel down. Ha ha. Sarah let out a breath. She was glad Chloe stopped thinking so much and was less sensitive. Or else, she and Noah would have both been exhausted just by watching them. After shopping, the girls went their separate ways. Chloe purchased quite a bit of veggie and meat to fill their fridge with. She took out her phone, carefully took a photo, and updated her Snap status. Seeing my fridge stuffed with food makes me overflow with happiness. This fridge is too ugly. We'll swap it out tomorrow, Jack replied immediately. How can you be jealous of a fridge? Are you really a man? Shouldn't you know whether I am a man? Chloe didn't know what to say. Come and take a look, everyone. Look at this couple talking dirty in broad daylight. It's damn blinding, Noah replied underneath. Has the city been too peaceful? You seem like you have nothing better to do. Jack's tone was quite frosty. The bunch of them were having way too much fun in the comment section. All right, that's enough talk about my fridge. It will feel bad, Chloe replied to everyone at once, put down her phone, and walked to the dining room. By the time Jack got off work, She had made 4 dishes and a bowl of soup. Chloe was a woman with high standards for living quality. She ate well and slept well. She would never mistreat herself. Some women, on the other hand, were very stingy to themselves. They would never treat themselves to anything and saved everything for their sons and husbands. But in the end, the husband would cheat and find himself a lover, because men do not like women who were yellow-faced and battered-looking. So, Chloe thought, not only was she going to feed herself well, but she was also going to feed Jack well. Maybe even to the point where he gains some weight, so he can stop being so dazzling. Time to eat! Chloe clapped her hands as she watched Jack walk in. That's a lot of delicious food. Jack glanced at the dining table full of dishes. Yep, I went shopping with Sarah, but there wasn't much to buy, so I bought a bunch of groceries. Hurry up and try it. I tried making fish fillets in hot chili oil. It's my first time making such a difficult Sichuan dish. Jack took off his jacket, washed his hands, and saw that there was big metal bowl covered in red-hot chili peppers. Looks good. Let's eat. It will get cold soon. Other than the fish fillets in hot chili oil, there were also 3 other stir-fried veggie dishes. They both ate happily. Chloe was rather talented when it came to cooking. After all, she was a genius. She was a fast learner for most things. Oftentimes, skills that required 10 years to grasp for others would only take her less than half a year to master. Despite making fish fillets in hot chili oil for the first time, it still tasted delicious, which explained why Jack was busy eating the whole time and barely looked up. Chloe felt rather proud. Honey? Huh? I bumped into your mother while shopping today. I had an argument with her. Chloe put down her chopsticks and confessed. Okay, and then? Who won? Jack asked casually. Well, I won. I think I made your mom very upset. Chloe thought Jack was going to advise her otherwise when it came to arguing with his mother, but instead he said, Good job, honey. But isn't she your mother? Chloe asked awkwardly. Yeah, and you are my wife, Jack answered matter-of-factly. So the saying, men forget their mothers as soon as they have a wife, is true then? Chloe said half-jokingly. Of course not. You have to stick to the issue at hand. I would let you know if you were being insensible and deliberately trying to make trouble out of nothing. However, I know exactly the type of person my mother is. She likes to stir up trouble and speak ill of people. You, on the other hand, are someone who tries to stay clear of trouble. I don't even need to think to know who started the fight. Someone tough really ought to tame her temper, or else my father and I will live the rest of our lives restlessly. You are kind of making sense. Jack was someone who had a clear distinction between what was right and what was wrong. He knew Chloe's personality, so he would never blame her, even though Chloe had a fight with his mother. He knew Chloe was someone who knew where to draw the line, and she would never randomly pick a fight with his mother. The next morning, Chloe's day was free, as she was scheduled to work the night shift. After finishing breakfast, Jack suggested that she stop by GK. Maybe not. What am I supposed to do when you're in a meeting? You can read in my office. I have hundreds of thousands of books in my office. You can read whatever you like. Okay then. In the end, Chloe was successfully convinced by Jack. She sat in his car and the pair headed toward GK headquarters. Jack was never a person who was fond of being late, so he always arrived at work during peak employee arrival times. Many of GK's employees had heard of the president's so-called girlfriend. However, they've never seen Chloe in the flesh. Chloe wore a slim-fit blazer and a pair of black wide-legged pants, looking very much like a senior executive. Her presence was extremely confident and graceful as she walked beside Jack, not being overshadowed by him at all. Chloe didn't think she would see the IT guy on the very first floor. He was that reckless guy who had tried to hit on her at Seductive Fox. He didn't think he was ever going to be able to see her here either, and he almost peed his pants. She was holding the president's arm. It was true. She was really the president's woman. Chloe recognized him the moment she saw him. However, she didn't bother wasting her time with him. Instead, she pretended to have forgotten about the incident and ignored him. He was scared half to death and was glad that she didn't recognize him. Or else, if she were to tell the president, he would surely be fired. "Director, what's wrong? You don't look so well," a coworker asked. "Oh, nothing. Is that woman the president's girlfriend?" he asked nervously. "Yeah, everyone's seen her already. Perhaps you weren't paying attention. The president hasn't formally introduced her to everyone yet, but she's for sure the boss lady. After all, the president had never treated any other woman this kind before. Even Assistant Mark speaks to her with the utmost respect." "Oh, I see." The IT director was so scared that he was sweating buckets. He didn't dare to use the elevator and climbed 7 flights of stairs to the IT department. He then proceeded to stay inside the department for the whole day to avoid Chloe, in case she recognized him. Inside the president's office, when Jack left for his morning meeting, Chloe sat alone on the sofa and was reading The Ordinary World. Assistant Mark poured her a coffee and ordered people from the secretary's office to bring in morning tea, providing the best service possible. Chloe looked up and glanced over at Jack's desk. To her surprise, there was a delicate picture frame with a picture of her from 7 years ago. In the picture, she had her hair up in a ponytail and was smiling happily without a care in the world. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. "What are you staring at?" Jack walked through the door and noticed Chloe standing in front of his desk. "I'm looking at this. Why do you still have this? It's so ugly." Chloe pointed to the picture and giggled. "Says who? I actually think that's when you looked the most beautiful." "Are you saying I'm no longer beautiful now?" "Of course not. I just want to hold on to the beautiful memories. Whenever I have time, I would look at it and reminiscence the past that had flown by. This is a very important photo to me." The photo was the only thing that kept Jack going in the 7 years that he was in the United States. It was this photo that got him through the empty days, nights, and seasons. But that was left unsaid. However, Chloe read it in his eyes. "It's not a good photo, and it's been so many years. Let's go take our wedding photos when you have time." Chloe wrapped her arms around Jack's neck. "We're going to the Maldives for our wedding photos. It will be well executed." Jack planted a kiss on her cheek affectionately. "How was your morning meeting? Was it okay?" Same old," Jack said, as he sat back down on his chair, turned on his laptop, and opened up the stock index for the day. "Honey, I want to tell you something." "Yes?" "I want to take a drive to Towtown this afternoon." "Towtown? To investigate?" Jack looked Chloe in the eye. Chloe nodded silently. "You don't have to go. I've already sent people to investigate for you." "What? You did? When?" Chloe was rather surprised. "I just got the report yesterday." "But you never mentioned anything to me," Chloe complained slightly. After all, it was a big deal to her. Jack was silent for a couple of seconds before he passed Chloe a brown envelope in his drawer. "It's all in here. You can read it yourself. There wasn't any good news, so I wasn't in a hurry to tell you." Chloe could hardly wait as she took the brown envelope. However, her face became more grave as she read on. "Dr. Perry was the doctor that helped Sandra deliver you. She and her entire family moved away when you were 3 years old, and no one knows where they went, not even their close friends and relatives. The workers at the health center were all gone too, and the previous health center director died of cerebral infarction the year before. Despite all that, the last piece of information was the most bizarre. The room where they stored the documents strangely caught on fire the year Dr. Perry moved away, and it destroyed a lot of the birth documents. The children born in those years have all lost the hospital copy of their birth certificates. That is terribly strange." Chloe felt a gush of coldness rush over her. "Yes, I thought it was rather odd too. But all of this could only mean one thing. Someone is trying to hide something, and maybe it's got something to do with your identity. But the threads we found that could lead to my identity are all broken," Chloe said, as she slumped. She originally thought she would be able to find her biological parents in no time, but now she had nothing to work with. "Don't worry. Regardless of how perfect a cover-up is, it's still a cover-up. We'll be able to find a loophole eventually. But I also have a rather daring guess. Jack didn't know whether he should continue. What is it? Chloe looked up and stared at him in confusion. I think maybe your identity is rather unordinary. Maybe your parents' identities are special. Why else would the men behind the scenes go through so much effort in trying to cover up where you came from? Chloe replied with silence. But she had a feeling that Jack was probably onto something. If she was merely mistaken as another baby, why would everything become so complicated? The bizarre incidents would never have followed. Dr. Perry's whole family went missing. The health center caught on fire, and everyone associated with the incident was nowhere to be found. The only person that would know anything was Uncle James, and he was dead. Not only that, he had said nothing regarding this matter prior to his death. Everything was just too odd. Don't worry, I will keep investigating this issue for you. I won't give up in finding your biological parents. Jack wrapped an arm around Chloe and comforted her. I have a feeling that they're still alive, and they're still somewhere in this world, Chloe slowly said. Are you planning to tell this to your mother and Thomas? Jack asked. Chloe shook her head. No, my mom is suffering from poor health, so she won't be able to take the hit. I don't think she knows. She's been thinking that I'm her biological daughter this whole time. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle the truth. I'm not planning to tell Thomas either. I'm afraid it will ruin our relationship, and we would never be able to go back. Besides, I haven't found my biological parents yet. I'd rather tell them when the time comes. Sounds like a plan. Honey, I still want to visit Tao Tuan when I have time just to see if I can find any more clues, and take a look at the small town that I was born in. I still want to go check it out myself. Sure, I will go with you in a couple of days. If you want, we can even stay there for a few days. Chloe nodded. At around noon, Chloe stayed at GK and ate lunch with Jack. In the afternoon, Jack left the company for an off-site visit. Chloe took a cab home. Since she didn't have work, she was thinking about cleaning their condo. But, to her surprise, she received a call from Evelyn. Chloe, let's meet. I need to talk to you about something, Evelyn said sweetly. Chloe thought about it for a moment and decided to meet her. After all, if she didn't, then they might come looking for her at Southside. It would be even more terrible if they were to disrupt her at work. Chloe walked into a luxurious coffee shop located downtown. She saw Brenny and Evelyn the moment she walked in. Evelyn was in a pale white chapao, and with her well-kept skin, she looked rather young for her age. Brenny, on the other hand, wore a flaming red puffy dress with her hair in big curls, looking glamorous and flirtatious. What did you want to talk to me about? Chloe walked over and asked directly. Chloe, come and sit. Waiter, get her a glass of orange juice, please. Evelyn ordered for Chloe. No, thank you. Water is fine. Okay, waiter. Get her a glass of water. Evelyn smiled as she observed Chloe. You've grown to be so beautiful. For the first time, she complimented Chloe. The weasel goes to pay his respect to the hen, not with the best intentions, Chloe thought to herself. I don't like to go around in circles. Just tell me what you want. Consider yourself lucky that my mother wants to speak to you. Just shut up and listen. Brenny glared at Chloe grumpily. Brenny was never in agreement when her mother proposed that they should speak to Chloe. But, given the tight circumstances, Evelyn had no other choice but to hope that she could find a breakthrough with her. Chloe, I might have done wrong in the past. I hope you don't mind. Brenny is younger than you and is technically your little sister, so you don't have to stoop down to her level. She's got a very straightforward personality, so please excuse her. Being direct and speaking ill are two different things. I don't think I need to pardon her. After all, there's not many fellowships to speak of. I don't need you to pardon me. Who the hell do you think you are? Brenny said angrily. Evelyn immediately pressed her down before she could go off. Brenny, sit. What did I tell you when we got here? I told you to get along with your big sister, right? Evelyn pretended to snap at Brenny. Brenny angrily turned her head to the side. Evelyn then smiled and said, Chloe, I came looking for you because I'm out of options. I really hope that you can help us. Andrew's been attacking us quite frequently recently, and he already forced Liam to the Philippines. The environment there is tough, and a kid like him has never lived like that. He can't possibly take it. Your father can't do much to transfer him back since he's limited by the board of directors, and there are just too many interests involved. What's worse is that Andrew has been bringing his own people into the company. So, what can I do? Chloe took a sip of water and asked, I'm hoping you can come back to the Green Corporation and become a board member, which will naturally make you one of the inheritors. By then, you would play a decisive role, and your father would have to take your words and demands into consideration. Me, on the other hand, I'm not hoping for much. I just wanted you to help me transfer Liam back from the Philippines. Sorry, I won't be able to help much. Of course, I wouldn't ask you to help us for free. I will give you $1 million after our plan proves to be successful. To Evelyn, it was a big investment indeed. Evelyn pulled out a brocade box from her bag before Chloe had a chance to say anything. What is this? Chloe questioned. It's an Omega watch, the latest ladies' model. I'm giving you this watch as a sincere gesture. It's worth $188,000. Evelyn pushed the brocade box towards Chloe. Chloe sneered. Looks like the mother and daughter were putting down huge investments with the money and watch. It certainly seemed like Andrew had been playing with them too hard, forcing them into a corner. Excuse me, but I really can't help you guys. You should remember that I've already publicly announced that I would never return to the Green family. That's not a problem at all. Your father doesn't mind that sort of thing. After all, your kinship is bound by blood. For a moment, Chloe was about to spill the truth. She was not Timothy's daughter. But of course, now was not the time. The truth was often involved with many other interests. It doesn't matter if he doesn't mind, because I mind. I do not want to return, so I can't help you. My apologies. Upon saying the last word, Chloe stood up to leave, never once glancing at the watch. Evelyn's complexion became wary. It took her by surprise that Chloe rejected her so directly, barely taking any time to think it through. Seeing the situation, Brenny could bear no more. So she stood up and did what she did best. Hey, do you even know how to spell the word appreciation? Don't blame me for not warning you that bad days lay ahead for you. Don't mess with me, or I will make sure the days ahead of you will be difficult ones too, Chloe scolded, glancing coldly at Brenny. She disliked Brenny, from the bottom of her heart, very much like the way she disliked Jenny. If Brenny ever crossed the line, she would most definitely teach her a lesson. Mom, I told you it would be a waste of time to come here. She doesn't even appreciate it. I heard she's been having an affair with Justin. Of course she wouldn't be interested in our offering now that she's climbed up a high branch. We needed to try, despite knowing it would fail. What if she said yes? Wouldn't we have just one more option? You get anxious too quickly, and Liam is just like you. You two didn't take after me at all. Evelyn sighed. She had been savvy her whole life. But somehow, she gave birth to two idiots. Back when she was in her prime, she outwitted all of Timothy's lovers, and even faced Lily, Timothy's wife, head-on. Now, she was still at it, trying to outwit Andrew for her children. When would she be able to take a break? The road to marrying rich often looked glamorous on the outside, but only those who actually walked down that path will understand how difficult it was. No one else knew how cruel infightings were, other than those who've experienced it. Come with me. Mom, where are we going? The slum. The slum? Why are we going there? It's dirty and disgusting and smells terrible, Brenny complained. We're going to go and look for Chloe's mother. Perhaps we can convince her. Evelyn sat in Brenny's Porsche 911. It was very attention-grabbing as the luxurious car parked in front of the courtyard entrance. Sandra was sitting in the courtyard washing blankets. Her expression changed in a flash when she took notice of Evelyn. Sis, it's been a while. I hope you are well. Evelyn smiled. What are you doing here? Sandra glared at Evelyn and asked, without much patience in her voice. Oh, why? I am here to visit you, of course. You're here to visit me? What a joke. Are you here to see how poorly I've been living? Well, all thanks to you, I've been living the dream. I never have to worry about my children being suppressed by anyone. They never have to live in fear of someone taking things away and leaving them with nothing. My daughter is working and supporting herself, and my son is now in university. The three of us are as happy as a button. So, Celebrity Evelyn, why don't you go back to where you came from? There's no room here for you. Hey, watch your tone when you speak to my mother, you old hag. Sandra barely glanced at Brenny. Of course you are Timothy's daughter. Not only do you look like him, but your personality is also like him as well. Self-entitled and annoying. Who would want to marry you? Are you saying I'm unmarriable? You stupid old hag. Brenny, don't be rude, Evelyn immediately interjected. Sis, I'm not here to fight this time. I'm here to make a deal with you. A deal? Sandra curiously observed the mother and daughter. Yes, a deal? What's the deal? Convince Chloe to come back to the Green Corporation to assist us. I promise to give you a fully furnished 100 square meter apartment on 3rd Ring Road. Just look at the place you're living in right now. Not only is it far from downtown, but its environment is also terrible as well. Hot in the summer and cold in the winter, how can anyone live here? Oh, and your son, isn't he 18 or 19 now? He will eventually marry a girl, and you can't possibly give this old piece of crap house to your future daughter-in-law, can you? I doubt any girl would have much interest in this place. Remember, those who adjust their actions to match the times are wise. Well, aren't you generous? A fully furnished 100 square meter real estate within the 3rd Ring Road district? Sandra chuckled. That's right. With today's market, 100 square meters is worth $2 million. Not a bad deal, right? Not to mention, as soon as Chloe enters the Green Corporation, she will be exposed to even more benefits. Wasn't your biggest wish to see Timothy admit Chloe is his daughter? The past is the past, and I don't have that thought anymore. Forget what Chloe wants. I wouldn't help you even if Timothy begged me himself. A woman like you would never enter a bad deal on your own. The fact that you're offering me anything means Lily had forced you and your children into a dead end. Haha. Evelyn would never think Sandra had already figured everything out. I might be old, but don't take me as a fool. I'm well aware of the situation. That undying jerk, Timothy, had tried to play the victim card to get us to help him. Fortunately, my daughter was able to see through the shitty act. I can't imagine what it would be like if you guys had your way. Y'all are a family of animals. There is no real family between you guys whatsoever. Don't you, for a second, think I'm easy to mess with just because I am a widow. I'm not interested in your rotten money. So, get the hell out of my house. Sandra's chest heaved up and down as she got more and more worked up. Before she had the time to process her emotions, she picked up a bucket of laundry water and with a forward swinging motion, soaked Evelyn and Brenny. Holy what the hell do you think you're doing, you crazy woman? Get the hell out of here before I call the cops on you guys for trespassing. I'm going to beat the shit out of you, screamed Brenny as she walked up to Sandra. Brenny, we need to go. There's no point in wasting any more time. It was clear that she wasn't getting what she came for. It was difficult, but unlike Brenny, Evelyn kept her cool. Drops of water fell to the ground from her blouse. She had already been embarrassed enough. Unwillingly, she dragged Brenny out of the door. Evelyn was feeling rather good about herself prior to executing her plans. However, both of her plans turned out otherwise. Oh, how cruel reality can sometimes be to those who thought themselves as clever. As she walked out of the courtyard, the last piece of strength that was holding her together finally snapped. She pulled out her phone and dialed Timothy's number. The moment the voice on the other side answered, she bawled as the details of the incident poured out, like the tears streaming down her face. On the other end of the phone, Timothy's heart ached for his mistress. He comforted her for a while and made an executive decision. He was going to grace those suckers with his very own presence. Imperial Star Entertainment Headquarters. President Cooper, the Green Corporation's chairman, is waiting outside. Timothy Green? Justin said as he leaned on his office chair. Music was blasting through his earphones. and he was bored out of his brains. He was a bit surprised by Timothy's sudden visit, since he didn't think they've ever had any business contact. "Tell him to come in," Justin said. "Mr. Cooper, it's very nice to meet you." Timothy put on his socializing face as he walked through the door. Justin slumped more into his chair, barely acknowledging Timothy's presence. "Have a seat, Chairman Green." Justin's secretary brought in 2 cups of hot tea as soon as Timothy sat down. "Oh yes, very good tea." Timothy sipped a mouthful and complimented. "Must be Longjing leaves picked right after the rain, sweet and refreshing." He continued, I have no idea what it is. Someone had gifted to my father, and he couldn't finish it. He gave it to me to serve it to old grandpas like you." Justin had no intention of coding his thoughts, as he directly called Timothy an old grandpa. However, Timothy was not upset by Justin's choice of words. After all, humans had a way of picking their battles that reconciled with their own personal interest. If Justin's last name wasn't Cooper, he would have most definitely lashed out. "Haha, I like your straightforwardness, Mr. Cooper." "I don't remember having any business contacts with the Green Corporation. What is it that you are looking for here?" Justin asked with his eyes half open, seemingly bored. "Since you've asked, I guess there's no point of me going in circles. I heard that you've taken an interest in my daughter, Chloe Green. Is that correct?" Timothy put down his cup of tea and carefully examined Justin's expression. "Your daughter? Does Chloe have anything to do with your family?" Justin asked deliberately. "Haha, Mr. Cooper. Perhaps you didn't know. I'm rather embarrassed about it too, but it happened 20 or so odd years ago. Chloe is a lost daughter of mine." "A lost daughter, Why, I must have heard a different story then, where you didn't even admit her existence. I only know you have one daughter, and it's Brenny." "Oh, Well, Chloe's mother wouldn't forgive me. I was young and naive then, and hurt her deeply. As the days pass, age is starting to creep up on me. The importance of family is incomparable. So naturally," Timothy continued, in an attempt to appear as a good father figure in front of Justin. Deep down, Justin felt a strong sense of disgust. It was no surprise that Chloe had publicly announced her disengagement from this old guy. If it were up to him, he would have slapped Timothy across the face by now. "I see. So, you're here to inquire about my interest in Chloe?" "Yes. Rumors are just rumors, and I can't believe everything I heard. I thought I would come and verify with you. It's true. I like Chloe. However, the feeling isn't mutual. She's not interested." "Oh, really?" Timothy appeared rather content. "Yup. I've tried everything I can, but she would barely throw me a glance. I'm all out of ideas. I should probably give up." Justin said intentionally. Perhaps I could help you, Mr. Cooper." "You? How?" Justin lazily leaned forward from his chair and observed Timothy. "I can help you convince her, of course. The kid is rather stubborn, but she's got a soft heart. If I were to welcome her back to the family and give her a decent identity, it would surely look good for the Cooper family if you guys decide to get engaged." "Engaged? You're thinking rather far?" Justin sneered. "Well, it's not impossible. Think about it. The marriage would advance both of our enterprises." Your father will be delighted to hear the union of 2 strong families." "That's not important to my family. My grandfather only expects my future wife to be a self-respecting woman." "Oh yes, your grandfather is very correct. Anyway, I don't think you'll be of much help to me, Chairman Green." "Why do you say that, Mr. Cooper?" Timothy noticed Justin only told him half of the story. "Because Chloe is married." "What?" Timothy was dumbstruck. Sounds like you didn't know." Justin enjoyed watching Timothy's reaction. "What? To who? Who is she married to?" Timothy asked. Clearly the news came too fast, and he had no way of digesting it. Tsk, tsk. "Aren't you Chloe's father? How did you not know anything about this?" "I honestly had no idea, Mr. Cooper. There must have been a mistake." "Mistake? No. My sources are never wrong. You can go to the Civil Administration Bureau and find out yourself." "When did she get married? To whom?" Timothy felt like his heart was going to beat out of his chest. Andrew never mentioned such a thing to him. Unless... Was it news to Andrew as well? You know the guy too. He's GK's new president, Jack Dawson. They've been married for about 4 months. Justin was rather saddened by the reminder that Chloe was married before they even met. He felt he showed up too late. Jack Dawson? GK? Andrew became even more restless as the news unfolded in front of him. Timothy continued his chit-chat a little longer with Justin, but his heart was elsewhere. He excused himself soon after and headed directly to the Green Corporation. At the Green Corporation headquarters, Andrew was busy signing documents when he saw Timothy walking in angrily. "Dad, why are you here? Chloe is married. Why didn't you tell me?" "What? Married? Ha, Dad, you're so funny. Chloe still looks like a little girl. How could she possibly be married?" Andrew chuckled. "Justin said so himself. I've verified it with the Civil Affairs Bureau as well. It's true." "Really? Who did she marry?" Andrew asked with surprise, as if he really didn't know. "You don't know anything about this?" "Dad, how could I possibly know about this? You know how Chloe is. She never liked me much. She barely talks to me, so of course she wouldn't mention something this big to me." I guess that damned girl kept her mouth shut. Timothy simply believed Andrew as he lied to his face. "Who's her husband? How come I didn't hear anything?" "I will tell you later." Timothy held back the last piece of information that was related to Jack. He was afraid Andrew might use Chloe to his own advantage if he ever found out that she had such a powerful man behind her. Timothy wanted Chloe on his and Evelyn's side. As Andrew watched Timothy leave the room, the warmth in his eyes left as well. "Still playing games with me, eh? You old fox?" Southside Recuperation Center. Chloe took the teenager from room 7 on a walk in the backyard. The patient's conditions had stabilized significantly. However, as the number of patients increased in the orthopedics department, it was inevitable that he would be transferred back to the psychiatry department. After all, crossing departments was never a good long-term solution. "Sis, you're so good at League. Can you teach me some positioning tactics when you have time?" "Sure, but you're transferring rooms tomorrow. Don't worry, I will visit you upstairs. You, on the other hand, should cooperate with the doctors so you can go back to school as soon as you can." "I don't want to go back to school, sis. I want to live here forever." Sadness filled the teenager's eyes. "Don't be silly, kiddo. This is a recuperation center. It's no home." "But this place is better than home. I never get to see my parents. There's only a nanny at home. It's better here. The nurses here treat me better than my parents do. Most of all, you're here. You can play League with me. I like it here." Chloe smiled to herself bitterly as her heartstrings tugged in pain. "You need to get better first, kiddo." After the walk, Chloe cleaned up and ended her night shift. Since the batch of new hires came in, her night shifts have been shortened to 10:30 p.m. Chloe took her time and left at around 11 o'clock, since Jack was in a neighboring town for an opening ceremony and wouldn't be home. As soon as she merged onto the highway, she noticed that something was out of place. A black Honda business van trailed behind her from afar, and it seemed to be following her. To test out her theory, she deliberately took the closest exit after a turn and headed toward a different direction. Confirming her suspicion, the Honda business followed her through the exit. Something was definitely off. The black car trailed behind her not too closely, but close enough that a speed up would bring them towards her. Chloe was unable to verify the number of people in the car, but she was confident that she was being followed. She stepped on her gas pedal and sped up. Then, she turned on her Bluetooth and dialed Noah's number. "Hello? Noah, I'm on the Chennan Viaduct, heading towards coordinate 542713. I'm being followed by a black Honda business van. Please, send someone to come investigate immediately." Chloe floored the gas pedal as she hung up and sped towards highway again. "Catch up to her. Don't let her get away." In the car behind her, a big fellow ordered angrily. The car behind Chloe sped up as well. Chloe continued accelerating and went around highway in loops in an attempt to stall time. She needed some time for Noah to get here, and then everything will be all right. At the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Quick, check the coordinates. Noah became anxious as he answered Chloe's phone. Jack was out of town, and he would never be able to face his best friend if something were to happen to Chloe, especially when she directly called him for help. Sir, it's the south side of the highway. First squad, come with me for the rescue. Second squad, loop around in case the suspects try to escape. Third squad, stand by and provide backup in case of an emergency. Yes, sir! Let's go. Then, Noah left with the first squad and headed towards the south side of the highway, with their lights and sirens blaring to clear out the traffic. Boss, I have a feeling the girl is just wasting our time. Look, she's not heading anywhere. She's looping us around the highway. It's almost the third loop. She's clearing playing us and trying to stall. She might have called the cops already. Hurry, we have to force her off the highway and onto a discreet street, or we'll have no chance. Boss, I know a branch road 7 kilometers from here. It's a trail created purely by villagers. It's not even on the GPS. Great. That trail it is then. Catch up and force her into it. Chloe thought things would be as easy as looping around the highway a couple times and waiting for Noah. But clearly, she had oversimplified the situation a little, and perhaps underestimated the mobsters. Out of nowhere, a blue truck stopped at roughly 7 kilometers in front of her and blocked her passage. The blue truck appeared to be broken and was being fixed up. She was approaching the truck fast, so she had 2 choices. She could stop, but she would be caught by the people behind her. On the other hand, she could drive in reverse. The latter was very risky as she might be caught or hit other cars. Beads of sweat appeared on Chloe's forehead as she was running out choices and time. However, in that immediate moment, a slight narrow path caught the corner of her eyes. It was a mud trail, just wide enough for her to steer through. She had no better alternatives and decided to give it a shot. Chloe made a sharp left turn just in time to avoid a heavy makeout session between her car and the truck. The car shook violently as the paved road transitioned onto the mud path. She didn't know where she was headed, but there was no path other than going straight. Boss? She fell for it. She's on the trail now. Good stuff. Tell the others to loop around and block her up front. We'll follow her behind and block the back to trap her in. Yes, boss. Chloe's nerves tightened again as she watched the black Honda business van appear in her reverse mirror. Guess they were not giving up until they caught her. Just as she was about to accelerate again, a white van appeared 500 meters in front of her. There were no other paths for her to take. She had the choice of either going straight or back. However, she knew the men on both ends have come with bad intentions. She was running out of time and waiting for Noah's rescue. Chloe took a deep breath and stepped on the gas once more. The car roared forward. Boss! She's coming for us! The driver in the white van screamed. His face grew pale in merely seconds. The people on the white van all jumped off as Chloe sped towards them. They ran towards the side and watched, almost in slow motion, as Chloe smashed through the van. The van instantly became almost unrecognizable. Chloe sighed in relief. It was fortunate the van came from a lesser, known, and inferior brand, and was made in China. Therefore, the quality was more than concerning. Chloe's Volkswagen CC, on the other, was made in Germany. With years of experienced crafting and quality assurance, her car was not as heavily impacted as the van. Boss, she's getting away! One of the men yelled out in the Honda business van. Don't worry, she won't get away. The boss smiled coldly in the Honda, seemingly to already have something planned. Chloe kept on driving, passing the white van, and arriving at the entrance of a village. She could scream for help once there were people. Surely, the villagers would help her. Just as she sped towards the village entrance, a small girl who looked to be 5 to 6 years old ran into the middle of the road. She wore a red sundress, with her hair in a pair of pigtails and a lollipop in her hand. Chloe gasped and quickly stomped on the brakes, stopping the car just 3 inches in front of the girl. She was that close to running her over. "Oh, how did you get here, honey? It's so dangerous. Come with Mommy." A female villager appeared immediately, picked up the girl, and quickly walked away. Seeing Chloe's car come to a stop, the men in the Honda said contentedly, "Boss, that was amazing. The villager was willing to risk her child's life for merely $100. Haha. Enough talk. Go and get her." The people from both vehicles walked up shortly, all 9 of them, each with a metal bat in their hands. "Miss Green, if you may." The boss walked over and politely opened Chloe's car door, gesturing his arm for Chloe to get off the car. Chloe kept her silence and walked out. Everything looked to be previously planned, since he even knew her last name. "Gentlemen, have I wronged any of you?" Chloe smiled. "No, but you offended our friend." "Oh? Would you care to explain who your friend is? Perhaps I can explain myself to her." "There's no need for that. My friend has a rather nasty temper and asked us to teach you a lesson." "Oh, well then. I know everyone here is for the money. How much did your friend give you? Let me go, and I will double it." "Deal?" "You'll double it?" "Yes, double." Chloe nodded. "Haha, I'm afraid you wouldn't have enough. My friend paid $3 million. Would you be able to afford that?" $3 million is indeed a large sum of money. Chloe downcasted her eyes and thought, pulling up all the possible names that would have a malicious intent towards her. Jenny, Brenny, Evelyn, or even Erin Gale. None of them would fit the profile. Jenny, for one, didn't have this much money. Brenny, on the other hand, still needed her help. This surely wouldn't provide any benefit to them. And lastly, Brenny was not a generous person that would spend $3 million like this. It wasn't her style. It couldn't be Aaron either. He was already taken care of by Jack, so the person that wanted her dead would have to be. "Quit wasting my time. I can tell that you don't have $6 million just by the car you drive. Let's talk it out. Yes, my car is mediocre, but my boyfriend is rich. He can send me the money, really. If you guys let me go, I promise to deliver the $6 million to you guys, not a penny less. Boss, can we trust her? She doesn't look very wealthy. Her car is at most worth $200,000, and her clothes are not brand name either. Don't be fooled." One of the men chimed in. "It's not about trust. In our business, it's all about not losing trust. We will be considered traitors if we turn on our employer, and that's bad for future business. My apologies, Miss Green. We gotta take you." "Wait, I don't know you and never offended you. All you want is money. If $6 million is not enough, I can give you more. Just let me live. I'm still young. I don't want to die yet." Chloe pretended to beg, in the hopes that it would distract them enough to cause them to let down their guards. "Don't worry. Our employer doesn't want you dead. She just wants us to film some videos of you." Chloe's expression became grave when she heard this. "Boss, she's got a nice little rack. Once we bring her back, you can play with her first, and once you have enough of her, we'll have some fun too. I will promise that the video will be spectacular." One of the men smiled, his face in ecstasy as he fantasized. "Once we're done, we'll let you go. We don't want you dead. As long as you listen to us, you won't be hurt," the boss said, calmly, with a hint of arrogance. The truth was, Noah wouldn't be able to help her at this point. She was stranded on a trail that didn't even show up on the GPS, so she needed to find a way to save herself. As the saying goes, helping others will bring convenience to yourself. Let me go, and I will bring you convenience. If you force me towards a dead end, there's no doubt I will do something crazy," Chloe sneered. "Haha, why are you talking like I would be afraid of you? Be crazy? Once you're on my bed, you can be as crazy as you like. I like women with personalities. You better not be a dead fish. It'll be boring." All 9 men burst into laughter. There was no fear in Chloe's expression because she knew how useless fear was in a dangerous situation. She knew too well that she could only save herself when she was calm. Chloe smiled, briefly. Fine. Luck isn't on my side today. Now that I've landed in your hands, there's no point in me putting up a fight against you. But I've injured my ankle during the collision. Can you come over and give me a lift? Hey, help her get in the car, the boss ordered. Yes, boss. No, I don't want him to lift me up. I want you. Chloe pointed to the boss as she spoke with a hint of flirtation in her voice. Me? The man looked slightly surprised. Yes, I don't like these subordinates of yours. I know you're their boss. So come, pick me up. Chloe puckered her lips as she opened up her arms for an embrace. Oh, boss, you're quite good with the ladies. Of course, all the women would fall for you, boss. The ass-kissing was strong with these subordinates. The boss picked at his ear for a moment and smiled. Sure, I'm having a good day. You got me 3 million, so I'll give you a lift. But when we're in bed later, make sure I have a good time. He then walked towards Chloe. Chloe smiled sweetly, completely deceiving the men. Some of them have even turned around and begun walking towards the car. Ah! Right before the boss made contact with Chloe, his scream ringed through everyone's ears. The other men snapped their heads back in shock. Chloe held a long, silver needle against the man's neck. What are you doing? If you want to live, then let me go. Or else, next year today will be your Memorial Day, Chloe said slowly, making sure each word was clearly heard, driving them toward extreme tension. Chloe pushed a little harder, and the needle immediately penetrated the skin of the man's neck. In an instant, his body felt numb. What's happening to me? Does your body feel stiff and your tongue feel numb? Chloe asked gently. The man nodded repeatedly. I must have forgotten to mention, but I work at a hospital, and I have the opportunity to come into contact with lots of drugs. A woman needs to learn to protect herself, so I always carry deadly poisons on me. The silver needle contained a new type of poison developed by my hospital, which means that you will die within an hour without any antidote. You damn women, let our boss go, the other men said anxiously, their faces looking grave. The poison prevents him from speaking if you guys want him to die fast. Keep holding me up. The subordinates didn't know what to do. If you want him to live, then send someone with me and drive me out of here, or I will kill him off first so he goes down with me. Chloe pushed the needle into their boss's neck slightly further, causing blood to begin to spill through the wound. What do we do? Boss's face is turning purple. He's clearly poisoned. We should let her go, or boss is going to die. Okay, don't move. We'll drive you out. The subordinates reluctantly agreed. The corner of Chloe's lip lifted into a slight smile. Ever since she was almost held up by Aaron at Seductive Fox last time, she knew she might be unsafe when she was on her own. From then on, to be prepared, she had been wearing a button-like brooch on her sleeves, with a needle underneath. The button-like brooch itself carried a small amount of purple liquid that she invented, but it wasn't deadly to the human body. It would simply paralyze the victim for a brief amount of time. It turned people's skin purple, but it wasn't as scary as it looked. Chloe pointed to one of the men and ordered, "You drive. The others will stay here." In merely minutes, the man drove Chloe's Volkswagen back onto the highway with his boss, and her sitting in the back. The boss's skin was completely purple, and he was unable to mutter a single word. Is my boss going to be okay? Can you give us the antidote first? I will give it to you when you drop me off at the right place, Chloe said slowly with her eyes closed. To be honest, he was very impressed by the woman in front of him. In the face of danger, she was as calm as a clam. There were 9 of them, yet not only did she get away unscratched, but she also played them all. 20 minutes later in a busy downtown street. Park there, Chloe ordered. And the antidote? Answer my question and I will give it to you, said Chloe. What is it? Who's behind this? I can't tell you, it's against the rules. The man tilted his head up slightly in pride. Is that so? Sorry, no antidote then. Off you go. Are you playing us? The man looked like he was going to lash out on her. Don't be so hasty, young one. This is downtown and 500 meters away from a police station. All I need to do is to scream, and you two will be cuffed right away. I'm assuming you two have previous criminal records? Am I correct? The man fell silent as he heard what Chloe said, because everything she said was spot on. She was good. Your boss is running out of time. You know what's going to happen if he doesn't take the antidote? Our employer, The man finally spoke up. Who is it? Chloe's eyes darkened as she asked coldly. Her last name is Stone and she is rich. That's all I can say. The man bit his lips and finally spilled the beans. Oh, I see. It's her. Chloe's expression changed with a dawning comprehension. The antidote? The man reached out his hand. He watched as Chloe pulled out a small glass bottle and fed it to his boss. He's good now. Take him to the sauna room. He'll be fine after a warm bath. Why should I believe you? The man said angrily. Because you have no other choice. Whether you believe me or not, good luck. As Chloe finished speaking, she pushed the boss off the car. The subordinate followed swiftly to hold him up. Chloe got onto the driver's seat and drove away, leaving the pair to bite the dust. Chloe took a hot shower as soon as she returned home. To be honest, she was still recovering from the shock. However, in a situation like that, she couldn't get rid of the panic within. The mobsters were like hunters. They could smell your fear from miles apart, and when they do, it'll be all over. The so-called poison was no poison at all. It was at most anesthesia mixed with some food coloring material. The antidote was a trick too. It was just water in a bottle. However, she had to do what she did, so they would believe their boss was really poisoned. After showering, Chloe took out a piece of paper and a pen and began to sketch a portrait. In less than 20 minutes, she finished the portrait sketch of the mobster's boss. She had just plugged in her out-of-battery phone, and immediately, Noah's call came through. Chloe, are you okay? I'm fine. Where are you now? Home. We went after the coordinates you sent us and didn't find anything. What's going on? Who's behind all this? Noah sighed with relief when he heard that Chloe was all right. Noah, I have his portrait sketch here, and I will send it to you through Snap. This is their leader. He's also got some subordinates under him. I'm too tired, so I won't be sketching the others. They besieged me with 2 cars. One of them was a black Honda business van, license plate CX1.70, and the other was a white van, license plate ER5464. It's best if you go directly after them. They are probably an abduction group and should have other criminal records. Okay, I'm on it. By the way, don't tell Jack what happened. Why not? Noah questioned. He would be an idiot not to tell Jack that something this big happened. I don't want to worry him. I'm fine now, so don't mention it. Okay, but I'm very impressed by the fact that you remembered their license plates under those circumstances. Not only that, but you also drew his portrait. You are such a genius. Haha, quit your nonsense and go get them. Chloe chuckled and hung up. With Noah's efficiency, he arrested the mobster group later that night. It was just like Chloe had predicted. They all had previous records. Most of them were associated with abduction and rape cases within the past year. Not only did Noah destroy the mobsters' hideout, but he had also arrested all 9 of them near a landfill in the western suburb, all thanks to Chloe's sketch, which was so realistic that it looked a photograph. You should quit your job at the hospital and work as a criminal sketch artist at the municipal bureau. Noah later joked with Chloe through Snap. Can you guys really afford my $20,000 monthly salary? Chloe questioned him with a hint of arrogance. Noah opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Other than job stability, nothing good came out of being a civil servant. It was 1:30 in the morning by the time Noah finished his casework. He pulled out his phone and excitedly dialed Sarah's number. Hey, do you know what time it is? Shouldn't you be asleep? Did you know Chloe was almost kidnapped today? What? Kidnapped? Sarah woke up in an instant and sat up in her bed. Noah then began spilling the beans to Sarah. She listened intently, her heart pounding as the story got more and more intense, and she finally let out a sigh of relief when she heard that Chloe turned out okay. "Oh my gosh, can you just tell me the results first next time?" It scared the shit out of me. Sarah sighed again as she gulped down a cup of water. Chloe is so damn smart. It was basically one weak girl against 9 strong guys. Haven't you heard that she's a genius? She invented her own poison. That's pretty darn incredible. That wasn't poison, I checked. It was a kind of super anesthesia with some food coloring. Haha, pretty smart of her. No wonder Jack digs her so much. "So what now? You're falling for her too?" Sarah intentionally joked. "Oh no. A woman like her is too much for my slow brain. She and Jack can exchange blows, but I'm staying out of it." "True. How lucky are you to be able to become the police captain with a slow brain like yours? You must have stepped on some really nice dogs, she." "Hey man, can't you say anything nice?" "I always talk like that. You should get used to it," Sarah said in all seriousness. "You flying tomorrow?" "Nope, I'm off." "Oh, well, I heard that World of Warcraft is out in theaters. Do you want to go watch it?" Back when they were still in school, Noah remembered that he and Sarah both liked playing World of Warcraft. Initially, Chloe and Jack played it as well, but then they leveled up too fast and was through with all the skills. They then suspended their accounts and moved on to other games, leaving him and Sarah still trying to figure out the basics. "Not really. Just because I used to play it doesn't mean I have to watch the movie. I want to go watch Finding Nemo too, though. I really like that little fish," Sarah replied casually. "Oh, our bureau gives really cheap gifts. They don't give money or anything, but they did give me some movie tickets. It would be a waste if I don't use it." "You can give them to me. I will take my parents, my cousins, and my nephews." Noah paused for a couple seconds, not knowing what to say. "I only have 2 tickets left," suddenly, he said with spite. "I guess I can only go and watch it with Chloe then." Sarah sighed, leaving Noah speechless once more. "Isn't Chloe supposed to go with Jack? Do you really want to be a third wheel that badly?" Noah's face twitched. He couldn't possibly give any more hints. "So who should I go with? I can't possibly go with you." "What's wrong with going with me?" Noah's tone dropped slightly, sounding a little hurt. "Isn't it weird for a big man like you to watch Finding Nemo?" "Don't worry, I will pretend to be your dad, a father taking his daughter out. How about that?" "Screw you!" Sarah yelled as she realized that she walked right into his trap. Noah, on the other end, was dying of laughter. "All right, it is settled then. Call me when Finding Nemo is in theaters. Night." "Hey!" Noah hung up the phone before Sarah could say anything else. Sarah wanted to send Chloe a message to ask if things were okay. However, it was getting late, so Sarah went back to sleep. Chloe laid on her bed, half drifting to sleep. Noah had already told her that all 9 mobsters were arrested. They also confessed who their employer was, but Noah was unable to make the arrest without obvious evidence, especially with the employer's special identity. A simple "he said, she said" was not enough. Chloe only calmly replied that she would take care of it. 2 in the morning. Chloe was fast asleep by the time Jack had washed up and was getting ready for bed. He kissed her gently on the cheek with spilling affection, pulled her close to him, and went to sleep. In the morning. "When did you come home, honey?" "It was late, so I didn't wake you." "Okay. Well, I won't be eating breakfast. I'm running late for work." Chloe quickly got ready and began heading out. "Chloe, I'll drive you." "No, I can drive myself. I've already sent your car for repair. It's damaged pretty badly." Jack had a chance to take a look at Chloe's car as he parked in the garage. It looked rather brutal. "Oh, did something happen yesterday?" Jack asked, nonchalantly, as he sipped his tea. "Oh, I had a small accident. I'm fine, so I didn't tell you, but the car got scratched," Chloe said carefully, occasionally stealing a glance at Jack in case he found out that she was lying. "I'm glad you're fine. Drive carefully." "Okay." Chloe nodded and sighed with relief. I'll order you a new car with better safety features. Forget the old car. But, no buts, just accept it. Jack stopped her rejection in its tracks. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dawson. Chloe hung around his neckline and giggled like an innocent child. Since they both woke up late, they ended up skipping breakfast. Chloe hopped into Jack's Maybach and was soon on her way to work. By the time Chloe got to her office, some takeout breakfast was already on her desk. Head nurse, someone just delivered it. At a glance, Chloe knew it was Jack who had sent the delivery from the brand of soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks. Only he knew which restaurant and what kind of food she liked. During lunchtime, Chloe picked up a call from Thomas. Sis, hurry home. Something happened. Chloe drove home immediately, in fear that her mother needed her. However, before she even arrived at the door, she saw the notices of demolishment on the house walls. Thomas? What's going on? Chloe quickly walked in and saw Thomas sitting down by the tree within the courtyard with their mother. Sandra was bawling while Thomas comforted her. Sis, our house is being demolished. Demolished? Chloe froze. Yes. Apparently a company bought the land. They want to make this area into an office building. If it was just a simple demolishment, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the reimbursement they gave us was very low. We will only be compensated $1,500 for every square meter. Our house plus the garden is only around 100 square meters, so it would only be 20 or so thousand. With that amount of money, we wouldn't even be able to afford a down payment anywhere in the city. Mom, Auntie William, and the others are reluctant to move and decided to stay and protest. But some mobsters came and vandalized our place. They threatened to mow us down with a tractor if we refused to move. That's ridiculous. Who gave them the right to do so? Chloe was sad and angry at the same time. She never thought the things she saw on the news would ever happen to her one day. Mom, don't be scared. I won't let them get what they want. We shouldn't mess with those scoundrels. It's okay. I'm old. It's not a big deal anymore. But it's your brother and your safety that I'm worried about. I can go talk to Auntie William. We'll move for $1,500 per square meter. Mom, no. This is not about the money. It's about our rights. I won't tolerate it. Don't worry. Let me handle it. Chloe got up as she finished speaking. She was just about to call Jack and ask him to find out the name of the company when Thomas wandered over and whispered to her, Sis, do you know the company that is looking to demolish our place? Don't tell me it's GK. Fear crept up on her as she asked, How can it be? What are you thinking? Jack wouldn't do that. Thomas smiled. Well then, which is it? Confused, Chloe asked. It's the Green Corporation, Thomas whispered. The Green Corporation? Chloe replied in surprise. Sis, keep it down. If Mom found out about this, she would surely go pick a fight with them. Remember when Brenny and her mother came in a couple of days ago? Our mom chased them out, so maybe they're taking revenge on us? Humph. Brenny doesn't have that much power. Chloe turned around and walked out. Sis, where are you going? Thomas called out after her. To show them they shouldn't mess with us. Chloe got into the car, floored the gas pedal, and arrived at the Green Corporation's headquarters. Andrew, you a hole! Get the hell out! Chloe swore out of anger. She knew the Green Corporation was now almost entirely ruled by Andrew, so he must know about the forced demolition and relocation. President Green, I'm sorry. This lady was too agitated and I couldn't stop her. The female assistant apologized, again and again. It's fine. You can go now. Andrew waved his hand, gesturing for her to leave. Andrew. Hey, if it isn't my little sister Chloe. To what do I owe the pleasure? Come, sit down. Stop talking crap. Were you behind the forced demolition and relocation? Little sis, calm down. Come, let me tell you everything. But sit down first, okay? Andrew was abnormally patient towards Chloe. Chloe looked at him with an icy expression and then sat down unwillingly. Do you want coffee or tea? I'm not here to drink tea with you. Not just anyone can come here and drink tea with me, you know? Andrew laughed. Stop beating around the bushes. Are you purposely targeting my family? Andrew didn't respond. Instead, he turned around to pour Chloe a cup of coffee. His stirred the coffee with a tiny spoon. Adding sugar and milk to coffee makes the texture better. Here, try it out. How are my blending skills? Then, Andrew passed the cup of coffee to Chloe. Green. Shh, don't say anything. Let me take a look at you. Hey, have you been too stressed out at work or working too many night shifts? You have dark circles under your eyes. Chloe unconsciously touched her eye bags. You're only 24 years old. Don't work yourself to death like a senior surgeon. The hospital will never reward you for your hard work. Your health is the most important thing. On your way out, remind me to ask my assistant to get you some of the company's newest eye masks. Andrew, can you stop changing the subject? I'm asking you about the forced demolition and relocation. Chloe couldn't take it any longer. Sumusam. She was always calm and collected, but for some reason, every time she saw Andrew, his face would piss her off, and she would become a dangerous dynamite. Oh, right, that. I knew about it, but it wasn't my decision. Stop pulling my leg. You're the boss of Green Corporation. You call all the shots. If it wasn't you, who else would be the mastermind behind all this? You forgot about our father, little sis? Timothy? Chloe frowned. To tell you the truth, our dad was the one behind this decision. I don't know why he did it, but I'm guessing that he's trying to protect his son and daughter. Therefore, they're forcibly demolishing your mother's house to get to you compromise and cooperate with them. He's so ruthless. He's always been like that. Andrew smiled. You're not lying, right? You can do some research on your own. Plus, what good will you guys moving away do to me? I'm not interested in poor people areas. If you think the price for relocation is too low, I can compensate you guys under the table. I'm willing to pay you $150,000 per square meter. But if our dad found out that I helped you guys, he might rip off my face. But I'm not afraid of that, as long as I can help you, little sis. Then, Andrew looked at Chloe's pretty face and smiled. His smile was gentler than usual. President Green, the meeting's starting soon. Postpone it. But, President Green, the female assistant seemed to be in a hurry. Get the hell out. After being cursed at by Andrew, the female assistant immediately closed his office door, not daring to intrude. You don't have to get involved. If it really was Timothy behind this, then I know what to do. Are you declaring war against our dad? He's not my dad, and you're not my brother. Then, Chloe got up and left. Andrew whistled as he watched Chloe walk away. I don't want to be your brother either. After she left his office, the female assistant stopped her. Miss Green, these are the eye masks that President Green told me to give you. Chloe? Chloe thought. Is there someone in this world that is creepier than Andrew? Nope. On her way back to the hospital, Chloe's brain was filled with thoughts when she suddenly saw a banner hung outside a hotel. Press conference for... Chloe immediately stepped on her brakes. After parking, she strode into the hotel, cleverly avoiding the staff and security. Zoe was reapplying makeup in the VIP lounge when Chloe pushed open the door and walked up to her. She pulled Zoe up and slapped her on the face. Dumbfounded, Zoe fell onto the couch. Where did this crazy bitch come from? Where the hell did all the security go? Her manager was bewildered as well. Chloe smiled faintly at Zoe. Ms. Zoe, you're brave. I can't believe that you tried to get rid of me. I don't know what you're talking about. Guilty, Zoe looked at Chloe. After she contacted those people and gave them a $500,000 down payment, they told her confidently that things would soon be taken care of. The truth was, she once used the same method on a small celebrity who wanted to sleep her way to the top. Soon after that, something happened to that woman, forcing her to leave the company and the city. She never resurfaced again. A while back, just as she was planning to do the same thing to Chloe, she noticed that Justin lost interest before she even needed to do anything about it. That was great, though. She didn't have to spend money. Justin was using Chloe's photo as his phone's wallpaper. To her, That was serious. Her warning to Chloe didn't work, thus she was driven to seek alternative measures. To her surprise, however, once the people she hired took the money, they disappeared. She didn't have the courage to call them herself, so she went through a middle person. That person told her that there was no news of them and didn't know whether they succeeded. At the time, she wondered if those people ran away with her money. But then again, she didn't think that they would run away for a small amount like $500,000. Therefore, she waited. But then Chloe came. "Zoe, you know very well what I'm talking about. They've already confessed. Why else would I be here?" Chloe glanced at Zoe with an icy expression. Zoe's expression changed for a brief second, before she laughed slyly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand you. Are you trying to trick me?" "Well, I won't fall for it. I wanted to teach you a lesson, but now I've changed my mind because I thought of a better idea." Zoe got goosebumps from Chloe's smile that seemed to have some deeper meaning behind it. "Then," Chloe continued, "you should know that normally I don't hurt those that don't cross me. However, if you hurt me, I will never forgive you. So what if you don't? Don't forget, I'm a celebrity under Imperial Star. President Cooper won't let anything happen to me." "Humph. Oh yeah? I'd like to see that for myself. I think this is the last time I'll ever see your face." "What do you mean by that?" Zoe panicked. Does Chloe have proof? Is she going to call the cops? She wasn't scared of the cops. As long as Justin helped her, she would be fine. However, what Zoe didn't consider was, if Justin found out that she tried to get rid of Chloe, would he still protect her? This woman's head was filled with evil thoughts, and she wanted more than anything to get rid of Chloe, that she forgot that she, herself, was on a layer of thin ice. Unwilling to waste any more time with Zoe, Chloe stood up to leave. Just as she was about to open the door, Justin came in. Film press conferences were important, and Justin, as Imperial Star's president, would be interviewed as well. "Chloe, why are you here?" Justin's shock turned into pleasant surprise upon seeing Chloe. "Why am I here? Ha. You should ask your celebrity." Then Chloe shoved Justin aside, opened the door, and left. "Chloe..." He wanted to ask her what happened, but she didn't even give him a chance. Justin turned around to look at Zoe, with a slight frown on his face. "What happened?" "I don't know either. She came in like a crazy person and slapped me on the face. Look." Zoe turned her face to him and cried, hoping to get his sympathy. Her manager added, "Yeah, President Cooper. Who is she? The press conference is starting soon. How is Zoe supposed to go on stage like that? Why did she slap you?" Justin stared into her eyes and asked, word for word, President Cooper, I think it was because I gave her a purse when I visited you at Southside back then. She thought I insulted her and began hating me. From what I know, Chloe won't get mad for such pitiful reasons. If she was mad enough to slap you, then you must have done something unforgivable." Dumbfounded, Zoe looked at Justin. She was surprised at how well Justin knew Chloe. She didn't say anything, but Justin basically guessed it all. It was horrifying. "President Cooper, that's not what happened. She's not as simple as you think. Really. She's got ways." "Yes, she does have ways." Justin agreed with what she said. "I don't know what I did for her to come and cause a scene here, really. She scared me to death just now when she came in. I don't know what I did for her to slap me like that. I've really been wronged, President Cooper. You have to help me. That nurse is so arrogant. I've never had to endure anything like this since I signed with Imperial Star." Then, Zoe sat down on the couch and began crying her eyes out. Any other man would have been heartbroken. Zoe was right. Ever since she signed with Imperial Star, she used her own manipulating skills, feigned innocence, along with Justin's favor for her to defeat countless enemies. No one aside from Justin was capable of suppressing her, which made her more arrogant than ever. Seeing her cry like that, Justin bent down in front of her. He grabbed a tissue from his suit pocket and gently wiped away her tears. The sudden gentleness pleasantly surprised Zoe. "President Cooper." "Zoe, tell me, what did you do to Chloe?" Justin's voice was gentle and mesmerizing. I didn't do anything." "Zoe, this is your last chance to tell me the truth." "I really didn't do anything. You have to believe me, President Cooper." Zoe had been with Justin for such a long time. Despite Justin's interest in Chloe, she was still a newcomer. Therefore, Justin would definitely trust what Zoe said. He was just trying to fish things out of her. At least that was what she thought was going on. Therefore, she reiterated her stance. What she didn't notice was the hint of disappointment that flashed before Justin's eyes upon hearing what she said. "Okay, I got it." Then Justin got up to leave. "President Cooper, get ready and reapply your makeup. The press conference is starting soon." Then Justin left the room. As soon as he did, his expression became icy. "And, President Cooper, go investigate something for me. Remember to find out everything. I need to know every little detail." "Got it, President Cooper." Ann was a young man in his early 20s. He was skinny and small and had average looks. He was one of Justin's assistants. He was quiet and didn't have any friends. During large-scale events, he would quietly follow Justin like a loyal bodyguard. After what happened, Justin was no longer interested in attending the press conference. Zoe, on the other hand, went onto the stage with a thick layer of makeup on and casually answered the questions of various media outlets. She was good at pretending. In front of others, she was still a popular celebrity. An hour later, "President Cooper, I found out what happened," Justin's private assistant reported back. "Tell me." Miss Zoe did try to get rid of Miss Green, but she failed. Miss Green escaped and even contacted the police. Those people are currently being held at a detention cell in the Municipal Public Security Bureau. They didn't undergo trial yet because they couldn't find proof that Zoe was behind all this. Then, Anne handed him a thick stack of documents and photos. Justin finally understood everything that happened. His expression grew grim as he realized what Zoe tried to do. How dare she? She probably thinks that since she's a superstar under Imperial Star, and nothing will happen to her, Anne guessed. "Anne, take all the evidence you found and send it to Captain Noah at the Municipal Public Security Bureau." "President Cooper, then Zoe will end up..." "Go, it's what I want." After President Cooper finished his sentence, he leaned back on the couch and closed his eyes. An hour later, Zoe, who had just finished her press conference, was walking back to her lounge when she was stopped by Noah and a couple of other policemen. "Miss Zoe, am I right? I am Captain Noah Ace of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Can you please come with us back to the Bureau? We can have some tea." Zoe's expression changed drastically. "Tea? Captain Noah, you are great at telling jokes." "Miss Zoe, I never kid. Please come back with us to the Bureau." "Do you know who I am?" Zoe was getting a little angry. "Of course we do. We also know the things you've done." "You're funny, Captain Noah. If you are a fan of mine, I'd be happy to sign an autograph or take a photo with you. But I'm afraid I won't be able to go with you guys, as I have other places to be." "Oh yeah? In that case, I'm sorry." "Arrest her." Upon hearing Noah's command, 2 policemen immediately went up and grabbed her. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." Zoe struggled with all her might. "Which bureau are you guys from? Do you know who our boss is? If you piss off Mr. Cooper, you'll regret it. Hurry up and let go of Miss Zoe." Her manager tried to scare them using Justin's name. "Haha, where I am, as long as there's proof, even the Monkey King himself can't be saved." "Wait," I lied. "He can probably save himself, but you are done." Then, the policeman took Zoe away. As they were leaving, Justin came out from the lounge. Zoe's face lit up at the sight of Justin. "President Cooper, save me. President Cooper, these policemen want to take me." She knew that everything would be fine as long as Justin said something. or if he called the director of the bureau. That was how powerful the Cooper family was. However, Justin was emotionless as he coldly scanned Zoe's face that had been through countless injections of hyaluronic acid. "Zoe, remember that I gave you a chance. President Cooper. But you didn't treasure it. Go on, you deserved it." Then, Justin headed out the door, Within following closely behind him. "President Cooper, save me. Don't leave me. President Cooper." Zoe cried her heart out. She had a feeling that if she went to jail, everything would go down the drain. The truth was, Justin did give her a chance. If she had told him the truth about everything when he asked her, she wouldn't have been punished like this. But she thought that she would get lucky this time too. Zoe always pretended to be innocent and didn't think that Justin would be so heartless to her. Of course, she never knew. Not even when she was in jail. Justin was the one that provided all the evidence and destroyed her himself. He knew what she did to that female celebrity years ago, but he didn't like that woman either, so he didn't interfere. But this time, things were different. She tried to hurt Chloe, the only woman that Justin had ever liked in all these years. "President Cooper, what should we do now?" After all, Zoe was a celebrity under their company, so they had to be discreet in handling the situation. Therefore, and carefully asked Justin what he planned on doing. "Tell the Bureau to handle this matter discreetly. Don't let anyone know. As for our company, tell PR to let the media know that Zoe is leaving the entertainment industry to receive treatment abroad." "Okay," Anne nodded. As soon as Noah, who was at the Bureau at the time, received the package, he immediately brought along his people to arrest Zoe. The proof was damning. It even had a recording of Zoe's conversation with the middleman. There was also proof of Zoe's assistant paying the middleman, and even a video of Zoe telling the people she hired to get rid of that female celebrity. There was so much evidence against her. Noah didn't know who sent all of this, but he did know that Zoe was screwed. Because she was a celebrity under Imperial Star, the Bureau handled it quietly and immediately detained her. To the rest of the world, Imperial Star announced that Zoe had gone abroad to receive treatment. Media outlets also reported that she was suffering from depression due to pressure. Chloe was working at Southside Recuperation Center when she saw this news, but she wasn't surprised. She was sure that Justin would look into it. Once he figured out what happened, he wouldn't go easy on Zoe. She knew that Justin was head over heels in love with her right now, so he wasn't going to easily forgive Zoe. However, she didn't expect Justin to personally send Zoe to jail. Because of all the damning evidence and the fact that she was a repeat offender, after the Bureau prosecuted her, the court sentenced her to 8 years of jail time. However, she wasn't convinced of the results and wanted to appeal, so she was now waiting for a second trial. After Noah handled things, he sent a message to Chloe. "Did your hubby Jack do this? He's sure heartless, huh? There's so much evidence, it's horrifying." For a woman like Zoe, 8 years of jail time was equivalent to destroying her entire life. 8 years was more than enough to turn a superstar into a convict. She would lose everything. All the property and funds under her name had been seized, and even her manager was sentenced to 21 months of jail time for being an accomplice to Zoe's crimes. It wasn't him. Then who else can it be? Never mind that. Either way, Jack can't know about this. Chloe felt bad that she used Justin to do her dirty work. However, only then would Zoe be punished. Chloe wasn't Saint Mary. She didn't feel the need to sympathize with a malicious woman like Zoe. Justin knew Chloe well, so even if she didn't say anything, he would still try to find out the truth. Chloe, on the other hand, also knew Justin well. That's why she didn't say anything. Perhaps Justin knew that Chloe was using her. She used him to get rid of Zoe, but Justin didn't regret what he did. He did everything for Chloe. If it weren't for him, Zoe wouldn't have tried to ruin Chloe's life. Every cause had a reason. She didn't want Jack to do anything, because if he faced Zoe head-on, it might anger Justin. After all, you had to look at who the owner was before hitting his dog. "Okay, I got it, Goddess Green. You need to be careful in the future. Don't get yourself into trouble again. Sarah and I were scared to death." Since when did you start saying Sarah and I? Chloe asked, with a smile on her face. Ahem. No, you must have misunderstood. What I meant was, we're both good friends of yours, and we both worry about you. Don't worry, I work in the medical industry. I can bring with me a bunch of meds to scare them off. Chloe laughed. Okay, medical professionals sure are scary. I will never marry a doctor. If we get into a fight, or if I cheat, I might be injected to death. Chloe laughed aloud. So, now you know why Jack's so scared of me? Haha. Let's get serious, though. Your birthday is in a couple of days. How do you want to celebrate it? You remembered. Chloe was surprised. Both Jack and Sarah mentioned it to me. We were thinking of making your birthday unforgettable. How can it be unforgettable if you've already told me ahead of time? Do you know what Jack's giving you as a birthday present? Noah asked mysteriously. Nope. Ha, wait for it. I promise you'll be surprised. It sounds like you know about it? Want to give me a hint? Smiling, Chloe probed. Nope, Jack will kill me. Bye. Then, Noah stopped replying. She knew that Jack treated her like a queen. Therefore, he was definitely going to make a big deal out of her birthday. Born in September, Chloe was sadly a Virgo, the least popular horoscope sign. This was because Virgos had emotional OCD, would never forgive cheaters, and found it hard to fall in love. If a Virgo fell in love, she would stay in love with that person for the rest of her life. Stubborn Virgos led a tiring life. When Chloe got home after work, Jack was already back. You're home early today. Yeah. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook. We're not eating at home tonight. Not at home? Where are we going? What do you feel like eating? Chloe asked with a smile. We're going back to the manor for dinner. Why would we do that? Chloe felt uncomfortable at the mention of the Dawson Manor. You're my wife. You need to go back with your head tall. Plus, didn't you announce that you would go back with me to have dinner that day you went to the manor? Chloe was speechless at the thought of that. I said that when I was angry, just to piss off your mom. Of course I wasn't actually going to go. Why did you take me so seriously? You said so. You have to keep your promise. Plus, my mom might be waiting for you at home. Ha. Don't scare me. Why would she be waiting for me? To chop me into pieces? It's okay. Your husband will be there. No one will do that to you. Then, ignoring Chloe's objections, Jack put a jacket on her and led her out the door. I might have to drink with Dad. Why don't you drive, honey? Sure. Driving your car, Jack suddenly said as he watched Chloe walk towards his Maybach. Isn't my car at the shop? Chloe was surprised. No, not that one. This one. He pointed at a shiny new silver Audi R8 beside him. You bought me a new car? Yeah, it's a little cheap, but Audi is a low-key brand and agrees with your style. Plus, this was shipped from Germany, so it's very safe to drive. The car suits you. Cheap? Are you kidding me, Mr. Dawson? Chloe was speechless. Did Jack really think that she didn't know anything about cars? This model, along with its top-tier configurations, cost at least $2 million. It wasn't cheap at all. I originally had my eye on a limited edition Ferrari, but it was a little too flashy, and therefore unsafe. Chloe, this one's good. I'll drive this one. Compared with flamboyant Ferraris, Chloe much preferred this Audi. If she drove a Ferrari to Southside, the entire hospital would blow up. If she drove a car that was even flashier than Deputy Director Jat, people would hate her. Chloe carefully took the keys and got onto the driver's seat. Jack got onto the passenger seat and helped Chloe buckle up her seatbelt. Honey, drive slowly. My life is in your hands. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Then, Chloe stepped on the gas pedal, and the car shot out onto the streets, leaving Jack in shock. He wondered if buying Chloe a sports car was the right thing to do. The Dawson Manor. Jack and Chloe got off the car, and he took out a few boxes of edible bird's nest and sea cucumber from the trunk of the car. He was well prepared. Let's go, don't worry. Jack held onto Chloe with one hand and pressed the doorbell with another. Mrs. Dawson, the young master is back. The housekeeper was obviously happy to see Jack. Mrs. Dawson came downstairs wearing a dark red chapeau, and her expression changed as soon as she saw Chloe. Mom, I brought your favorite daughter-in-law back home for dinner. Jack smiled as he tightened his grip around Chloe's hand. I think you've mistaken. I don't have a daughter-in-law. You're so funny. Before Jack could answer, Chloe walked into their house without a speck of nervousness. Jack walked in after her and placed the presents by the door. Mom, Chloe bought these. Take it back. I don't want them, Mrs. Dawson said angrily. When her son called this morning to tell her that he was coming home for dinner, she was so excited that she and the housekeeper made 16 of her son's favorite dishes. However, he also brought back the plague. Talk about feeling distressed. Where's Dad? Reading. Mom, is dinner ready? Jack asked. It is, but we've only made enough for 3. I didn't think you were bringing someone home, Mrs. Dawson emphasized. Chloe smiled and intimately put her arm around Jack's. That's okay. My husband won't mind eating less. I'll just eat his portion. Mrs. Dawson was furious. Just as she was about to erupt, Jack lovingly caressed Chloe's head. Okay, eat whatever you want, however much you want. Okay, I won't hold back. Chloe smiled, completely ignoring Mrs. Dawson. Just then, Peter came downstairs. You guys are here? Dad, this is Chloe. Jack introduced his wife proudly. Hi, Uncle Dawson. Chloe smiled. Let's sit. Peter didn't say anything else. He didn't look happy, but he wasn't angry either. He had already accepted the truth. His son was married to this woman. The 4 of them sat down by the giant dining table and went through an awkward dinner. Peter glanced at Jack. Jack, come upstairs with me. I need to talk to you about the company. Jack looked at Chloe with a worried expression on his face. She smiled, as if saying that it was okay for him to go. Mrs. Dawson bared her fangs as soon as Jack left. She hatefully stared at Chloe. What are you trying to do? What did you tell my son? How did you trick him into bringing you here? I didn't say anything. I remember telling you that I was going to come for dinner a few days ago. Did you forget? I can't believe that you actually came. Let me tell you. Leave, I don't want to see you again, and take your stupid stuff back with you. I don't want them. I won't accept you, even if you suck up to me and buy me things. Mrs. Dawson threw the presents hard onto the floor. Huh. You make it sound like I want to accept you. The truth is, I didn't buy any of this. Jack did. Did you really think that I'd spend a penny on you, given our horrible relationship? Don't think too much. You can throw all that away, but you'll be throwing away Jack's money. I don't care. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Did you see the Audi R8 parked up front? Jack bought it for me as a present. He will buy anything for me as long as I want it. Didn't you say that I wanted a portion of your wealth? You're right. It sure feels good to be rich. You're such a thick-skinned woman. I really don't understand why my son would fall in love with you. I can't believe you have the audacity to say all that in front of me. After everything you did, isn't your ultimate goal to get my son to spend money on you? If you want money, just tell me. I'll give it to you. I don't mind helping the homeless. Once you get money, get the hell out of our faces. You nauseate us. I'm sorry, but you won't be able to give me the amount that I want. I want the whole GK Corporation. Furious, Mrs. Dawson felt short of breath and fell back onto the couch. Just then, Jack and his father came downstairs. Just as Mrs. Dawson was about to cry and complain, Chloe immediately went to help her up. Auntie Dawson, are you all right? That was so dangerous. Why did you have to wear high heels at home? You could have injured yourself. I'm sorry. I can only call you Auntie. After all, you and Uncle Dawson didn't give me permission and red pocket money. Chloe continued to smile, pushing Mrs. Dawson's words back into her mouth. Jack came downstairs with a smile on his face. See, my wife is unhappy because you haven't given her red pocket money. Yes, we do need to do that. Let's pick out a date and hold a makeup reception for the 2 of you, Peter said slowly. Thank you, Uncle Dawson. Chloe smiled as she walked up to Jack. Mrs. Dawson was so furious that tears welled up in her eyes. However, she couldn't say anything because Chloe had stuffed her mouth with a metaphorical sock. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? You just slipped, didn't you?" Peter walked over to his wife and helped her up. "Thank you for dinner. We will get going now. We'll make sure to come to see you guys more often." Chloe emphasized more often. Then, she locked arms with Jack and left. As soon as they left, Mrs. Dawson sat on the couch and began wailing. "What on earth did I do to deserve this? Why would Jack marry a woman like that? He's pushing me off a cliff." "What's wrong?" Peter was confused as to why his wife was agitated. "Did you see the show that little vixen just put on? She has our son on a leash and is pretending to be a good daughter-in-law in front of us. You have no idea what she said to me when you guys were upstairs just now." Inside the Audi R8. "Did I go too far just now?" Chloe asked quietly. "Why would you say that?" "I made your mom so mad that she cried." "Huh, it's her fault too. Why would she pick on you? The older people get, the more childish they become." Chloe knew that she wouldn't be able to lie to Jack, because they knew each other too well. She wondered if Jack would feel upset with her for doing this. Chloe fell silent. "Are you not happy? Don't you like the car?" "No, I do. Is this my birthday present?" Chloe asked. "Birthday present? Of course not. How lame would I be to use this as a present? I heard Noah say that you had a surprise for me. That dude, he can't keep secrets. I told him not to tell you. He didn't say anything. He just told me that there was a surprise waiting for me. I look forward to it. You'll find out on the day of." Jack smiled mysteriously. The next day, Chloe drove her new car to Southside. It really did cause a scene. Although a lot of the people here drove BMWs and Mercedes-Benz, there weren't a lot of sports cars. And although an Audi R8 wasn't as expensive as a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, it was still considered a luxury car and cost no less than a Porsche or Maserati. She purposely chose a turtleneck to wear because that monster Jack went crazy on her last night. He left hickeys all over her neck, so she wore a turtleneck so others wouldn't see. With her beige turtleneck, white casual pants, and ponytail, she looked really young. The truth was, Chloe was only 24 years old. She was young, the youngest head nurse at Southside. She was also the strictest and most respected head nurse, with a stellar reputation. She was great, aside from her slight indifference towards others. "Whoa, head nurse, did you win the jackpot?" After seeing the car, the little nurses chattered and interrogated her in her office. "My boyfriend gave it to me." Chloe smiled. "Your boyfriend is a second-generation heir, isn't he? He's really rich, buying you a $2 million car." "Yeah, he's somewhat rich. We're getting married soon. That's why he gave me a car." Chloe didn't want the others to think that she was toying with rich men, so she made it clear that she was getting married. "That's great! You're marrying into a rich family." "Not a rich family, just a well-off one." Chloe was modest. "Head nurse, you have a delivery. Please sign for it," a nurse outside shouted. The other nurses immediately left the office, leaving no one but Chloe inside it. The delivery boy slowly walked in. "What delivery?" Chloe randomly asked. "Me." Chloe looked up in surprise upon hearing the voice. It was Justin's smug face under the yellow baseball cap. "Justin? Why are you dressed like that?" Chloe almost went crazy when he saw Justin posing as a delivery boy. "The media has been following me really closely, so I have to be careful during the day. Do you need me for something? Can't I come to see you because I miss you?" Justin casually pulled up a chair and sat down from across Chloe. Chloe fell silent. "I'm sorry about Zoe." "Don't apologize, it's not your fault." Chloe looked up at Justin. "I didn't hurt you, but you were hurt because of me. It's the same thing. It's not my fault, but Zoe tried to get rid of you because of me. Thank God you're okay, or else I'll regret it forever. Don't say that. You sought revenge for me. You sent in the evidence, didn't you?" "Yeah. I gave her a chance." but she didn't take it. If she told me the truth, I only would have banned her and maybe lock her up for 3 or 4 years. But she was sentenced to 8 years. I heard that she lost the second trial. You made sure of that, didn't you? Chloe heard from Noah that Zoe wasn't happy with the results of the initial trial, so she appealed, but the appellate court upheld the original sentence. Yeah, 8 years is a light sentence for her. It isn't. She's a celebrity. 8 years in jail will ruin her. Do you feel bad for her? Justin asked her with a smile. Of course I don't. I'm just speaking the truth. So, is it also the truth that you used me? Chloe froze for a second before replying. It is the truth, but I didn't do it on purpose. It's okay, I don't blame you. Not a lot of people can see through me, but you found my pressure point. God purposely arranged our encounter but didn't give me a fair chance. I think he's playing a joke on me. Justin smiled bitterly. So, you're here to complain to me? Of course not. I told you, I missed you, so I wanted to come and see you. You're never on Weibo. I keep checking, but you're never on. I don't use Weibo often. Add me on Snap. No. You're so mean. Justin smiled. He didn't think that Chloe would be reasonable anyway. You got a new car? He saw an Audi R8 parked at Chloe's usual spot. Yeah. Jack's so cheap. If you were my wife, I would buy you a Bugatti Veyron. Chloe. I like Audi. It's about the brand and has nothing to do with money. Hey, Chloe? Justin's voice suddenly became deep and thoughtful. Yeah? Chloe looked up. Do you know what I like most about you? Nope. I love it when you play an arrogant. It's so adorable. Justin broke into hysterical laughter. Chloe. She had to admit that she finally found someone creepier than Andrew. Justin. Get me some water. I'm thirsty. Chloe picked up a disposable cup and poured him some water. It's your birthday soon. What do you want as a present? Justin asked nonchalantly after drinking the water. How did you know? Haha. If I wanted to, I could get information on anything. I don't want anything. You don't have to buy me a present. I won't accept it. Chloe knew that Justin always burned money like it was paper. It scared her. She was never going to accept anything expensive from him. As your good friend, I would like to buy you a present. Is that a problem? Don't be such a Miss Prissy Pants. Tell me, what do you want? If you want it, if I can get it? Justin. Chloe bit down on her lips and said, yeah? We were never friends. Chloe stared into Justin's eyes and said, word for word. Justin felt like something deep down was slowly tearing his heart apart. It was really, really painful. Yeah, you're right. We were never friends. Justin looked down and repeated what Chloe said. Justin felt like he was crazy in love with Chloe, but Chloe never once accepted his nice gestures. She didn't want his presence and didn't let him help her with anything. She was aware of her place from the beginning. She didn't need others to remind her not to get too close with Justin. I'm sorry, I might have been too harsh, but... Chloe felt bad, seeing Justin so battered. It's okay. I know how much I'm worth to you. I know that I can't, at least not right now, compete with Jack. But Chloe, remember this. Maybe I used to have a crappy reputation and used to be an a-hole, but from now on, from this moment, I'm going to work hard to become an important person in your life, even if I can't take Jack's place. I want to become someone who is important to you, whether it's your friend or lover. I will work hard to achieve my goal, and I don't plan on giving up. Justin's words shocked Chloe to her core. She didn't think he was joking. Chloe was worried. She wanted to make things clear to Justin so he didn't keep fantasizing about them. Justin, don't be like that. We will never be together, and we'll never... There's no such thing as never. God is mysterious. I believe there's a reason why he planned for us to meet. I don't believe he did it just to screw me. Bye. Then, Justin turned around to leave before Chloe had a chance to respond. Chloe was left alone in her office, feeling bad. Ultimately, relationships have to be a two-way street. She and Jack were perfect right now, although they put a lot of effort and care into maintaining their relationship. But she knew who she loved and treasured most in this world. Not only did Justin's involvement affect their lives, more importantly, with Justin's family background, he didn't have to be known as the third person in anyone's relationship. Plus, Chloe never thought of herself as a divine beauty, and there was nothing about her that attracted men. Yet, for some reason, Justin seemed to be in a trance, and the only person he wanted was Chloe. Distracted, Justin left South Side. He changed out of the weird delivery man outfit and into luxury brand clothing. Then, he drove his eyeball-grabbing Lamborghini all the way to a club. "Hey, you're here early today." Max was surprised to see Justin here at the club and not his company. "You seem to be in a bad mood. What's wrong? You look like you need a woman to satisfy your needs." Brenton laughed. Justin didn't say anything. He went up to them, sat down, poured himself a glass of liquor, and drank it all. "It's her birthday soon." "Who? Whose birthday?" Max was confused. "Who else? Your mom?" "Of course. The girl he's in love with. Who else? Why, do you want to impress Miss Green on her birthday?" Brenton immediately guessed Justin's thoughts. "Yeah, I need some ideas. What should I give her? I want her birthday to be unforgettable." "That's easy. Take your boat out from the dock and sail to international waters. Then, party for 24 straight hours, from dawn to dusk," Max suggested. "Tacky," Justin said coldly. "What about booking Ritz-Carlton and throwing her a birthday party? You can invite all the celebrities from your company." "That's too high profile. The entire world will know about it the next day." "I'm out of ideas. Brenton, it's your turn now." Max's two ideas were rejected by Justin, so he threw this hot potato over to Brenton. Brenton smiled wickedly. Justin knew that his mind was up to no good. To no one's surprise, Brenton said slowly, "In my opinion, you shouldn't be too flashy about it. Take your RV and drive her up to the top of the mountain. You guys can look at the night skies, enjoy a candlelit dinner, and drink some wine. Then you can drug her and have some next-level car sex with her. If I sleep with her, she'll be mine, right?" Justin asked. "Correct." Brenton nodded. "You can F-King go and eat a fat D. I knew that you were incapable of coming up with good ideas. I'll think about it myself." Then, Justin got up to leave. "Hey, you just got here. Are you leaving already?" Max didn't want Justin to leave yet. "You guys have fun drinking. I need to clear my head and think." Holy crap, is he for real? I've never seen him so serious about anything. Not even Imperial Star's annual festival, okay? "Chloe is a goddess," Max exclaimed. "Don't tell me you didn't know. I thought she was a goddess a long time ago. Not only did she marry Jack, Justin is also head over heels whipped. Did you think she was just an ordinary girl? Her looks are so ordinary. She's got the aura, but she definitely is not the most beautiful woman in the world. A woman's level of attractiveness doesn't come from her looks, because looks don't last. They need to have ways." Brenton smiled. "You mean to say that Chloe has a lot of tricks up her sleeve?" "I'm not saying that, but I do know that she's really good." Brenton had more or less heard about Chloe's past. She was an incredible woman. In high school, she was involved in a lot of interesting incidents, and therefore Jack fell crazily in love with her. Most interestingly, during Justin's stay at Southside, Chloe never treated him with a good attitude. However, for some reason, this young master completely fell for her, holding a stereo below her apartment, kind of love, unable to get his head out of his kind. One could say that Chloe was playing hard to get, but the truth was, Chloe didn't play. She was just hard to get. She didn't want his multi-million-dollar sports car, and she didn't want his multi-million-dollar jewelry set. This was the first time in Justin's life where he couldn't give someone a gift. It wasn't true to say that Chloe despised money. Everyone liked money, but Chloe wasn't a greedy woman. A true gentleman would never accept money that he did not earn. She didn't have a reason to accept expensive gifts from Justin. She had correct values and was a woman of principle. However, Chloe sure had a lot to worry about, since Justin was a suitor with no principle. That night after work, Chloe got home early and kneaded dough to make some scallion pancakes from scratch, along with a light tomato cucumber soup. She had just poured the soup into bowls when Jack walked in through the door. "What delicious food did you cook me today? I smelled it from afar." "It's really not that delicious. I just made some simple scallion pancakes and soup today." Then, Chloe carefully came out of the kitchen with the bowls. "I am extremely lucky to have married a virtuous and hardworking woman. Then can I say that I'm proud to have married rich?" Chloe smiled as she reached out to untie her apron. However, Jack was one step ahead of her. He walked behind her and gently took it off for her. "Didn't I tell you not to cook so often? But I got off work early today and didn't have much else to do anyway." "Ha. Come. Let's eat." Jack took off his coat and sat across from Chloe. The duo enjoyed a simple dinner together. The TV was on, and they would occasionally glance at the news. Chloe loved their simple life. She had wanted this for a long time. It felt safe, was simple, and gave her happiness. After dinner, Jack went up to the study to work after cleaning up the dishes. Chloe, on the other hand, curled up on the couch and watched the 8 p.m. TV drama. At a little past 10 p.m., she felt sleepy, so she went upstairs to take a shower. Then, she rolled into bed. By then, Jack was done with work as well. After taking a quick shower, he got into their bed and pulled Chloe into his arms. He lovingly kissed her again and again. "You're so sappy," Chloe laughed. "You're my wife. I will never get sick of kissing you." "That's a given. If you kiss someone else's wife, then you'll be in trouble. You always have such a quick mouth. There's only one way to deal with people like you." "What's that?" Chloe was confused. "Like this," Jack said, as he lowered his head and gently bit her ruby lips. Chloe was caught off guard. After the passionate moment they enjoyed together, Chloe, still shy, hid under the covers, unwilling to come out. Jack, on the other hand, leaned on the headboard and had his arms around Chloe. He enjoyed the beautiful evening while reminiscing the love they had just made. "Honey, I suddenly remembered something." "What is it?" Jack lovingly caressed her beautiful jet-black hair. "My old house is being demolished forcibly, and they're only paying us $1,500 per square meter. The scumbags the real estate company hired painted the walls with red paint marks. I haven't heard of any new policies. Why would someone develop that area? Which company is this? Plus, $1,500 is way too unreasonable. Even if it isn't a rich area, it's still worth at least $3,000 per square meter." Jack wasn't surprised. He calmly analyzed the situation. "It's the Green Corporation." "Green Corporation? I think he's trying to force you into stepping up." Jack immediately guessed that it was Timothy's idea. "He probably still thinks that I'm his daughter, and that's why he's not giving up. He wants me to go back to the Green Corporation and be their puppet to help Brenny and Liam deal with Andrew." "That's right. But that's such a despicable move. After all, your mother has lived there for so many years. She might not be able to take it if she were forced to relocate." "You're right. Mom was really agitated. And my brother went back as well. The neighbors didn't agree to relocate either, but they were threatened by the thugs hired by the Green Corporation. Timothy is really pushing me into a corner by doing this. He wants me to submit to him. He realized that my weakness is my mother in that old house. What about you? What do you want to do?" Jack looked at Chloe. Chloe rolled her eyes, thinking hard. "I didn't know what to do. You know that even when I didn't know my true identity, I didn't want anything to do with the Greens. Now that I know that I'm not actually his daughter, I'm more indifferent than ever. But Timothy and Evelyn don't seem to want to let me off the hook, and they keep trying to coerce me on the matter. So now, I have an idea. You want to take the opportunity to go back to Green Corporation, and then Jack didn't need to finish his sentence to realize that the two of them were thinking the same thing. "Honey, you know me really well." Chloe smiled and reached out to coquettishly pinch Jack's handsome chin. My God really did spend a bit more time when he was working on Jack. "But if you go back to the Green Corporation, what if you can't get out easily later?" Jack was worried that Chloe would be at risk. "I won't let that happen. With my IQ, I can easily handle Timothy, Evelyn, Brenny, and Liam. But don't forget, there's also Andrew. On the surface, I'm going back to help Brenny, but the truth is, I'll be working against them. Therefore, you can say that Andrew and I are on the same side. I can take this opportunity to work with him and achieve more in half the time. Working with him is the same as joining the Wolves. It's not the best option." Jack had been cautious towards Andrew all this time. Although he hasn't done anything, Jack had a feeling that he was an extremely dangerous individual. During his 7 years in the United States, Jack had always been worried that Andrew would make a move on Chloe. That was the only thing he was worried about. But the good thing was, Andrew didn't. He's not that smart. Don't make him sound like a legend. He's just an ordinary person, and I'm not scared of him, so don't worry. "Chloe, why don't you let me handle this?" Jack comforted Chloe. He seemed to have endless patience with her. "Honey, do you believe in me?" "I do, but..." "That's good enough. Trust me, I want to deal with the Green family myself. After all these years, it's time for me to end things with them, once and for all." Chloe had been under the wrath of the Green family for years, always known as Timothy's infamous illegitimate daughter. Even after she grew up, they harassed her through unspeakable methods, again and again. Today, Timothy disregarded his past relationship with Sandra, basically forcing her onto the street. His actions completely evoke Chloe's desire to fight them. For the very first time, she wanted to fight the Green family. The next morning, after Chloe arrived at Southside, she called Timothy with her cell phone. "Mr. Green, I agree to go back and help you, but you must immediately stop the demolishment plan." Chloe was very straightforward. The Green Corporation, chairman's office. Timothy was really happy to receive Chloe's call. He knew that forcing a demolition would make Chloe submit. It was much easier than getting Evelyn to beg her. "This is why, if poor people don't walk, we can beat them into retreating. If negotiations don't work, then use alternative measures." Timothy was satisfied with Chloe's compromise, and therefore stopped the forced demolition and relocation of that area. His plans were simple. First, force Chloe to come back and establish a good relationship with her. Second, help Chloe gain power within the corporation and help Liam come back. That was an imminent issue he needed to solve. Finally, and the most important part, when Chloe was melted by his fake paternal love, he will propose partnering up with GK. He would be able to latch onto Jack, who had a powerful background, through Chloe, ultimately hitting your 3 birds with 1 stone. Green Corporation, President's Office. President Green, that's the current situation. His assistant told Andrew everything, word for word. Andrew was exhilarated as he played with the mini-globe in his hands. "President Green, Miss Green is coming back to help the chairman. How can you still be in the mood to laugh?" "Of course I'm happy. My little sister Chloe is finally coming home," Andrew said profoundly. "But she's here as our enemy. She's on Brenny's side," his female assistant said anxiously. "No, she's not the enemy. She's the lucky charm. That's all. Go back to work." "Yes, sir." After his female assistant left, Andrew slowly got up and watched the cars and pedestrians outside the window. Timothy made a good move, forcing Chloe to finally come back. However, Andrew knew that Chloe wasn't actually compromising. She was here for revenge. Andrew knew Chloe's temperament the best. She was not someone who would wimp out. Plus, if she really wanted to solve the demolition problem, Jack could have dealt with it in a matter of minutes. But he hadn't made a move. This meant that Chloe was going to deal with things her own way. He looked at the skyscrapers afar and reached out his fingers to draw a heart on the tempered glass. Then, he smiled with a devious charm. My little sister Chloe's birthday is coming soon. What should I give her? Chloe's birthday was on September 18th. Ironically, it was the same day as the Mukden incident. Every year on that day, alarms would still sound in the city, in remembrance of that incident and what endured all those years ago. On the morning of September 17th, Chloe received a bunch of presents when she arrived at Southside Recuperation Center. Everyone knew that she was a diligent person, so they didn't buy her anything expensive. Most of the presents were small fun things. The nurses bought her a silk scarf that cost a couple $dozen, a pair of anti-radiation glasses, and an anti-smog mask. Head nurse, happy birthday in advance. How did you guys know? It's on your profile. Plus, the hospital grants special privileges to employees on the management level on their birthday. I heard that in addition to having the day off, the hospital also gives health supplements. Apparently, it's edible bird's nest this year. Tsk, tsk, I'm jealous. The nurses discussed amongst themselves. Chloe smiled. Thank you for your presents. Lunch is on me today. Let's order delivery from Hungry Uncle. Yay, thanks, head nurse. The nurses were all really happy. Hungry Uncle was a famous delivery restaurant. The food was delicious, but a little pricey. After putting everything away, she had just gotten up from her desk to go on rounds when she saw the young man staying in room 7 outside her door. I heard that it's your birthday tomorrow, but you'll have the day off. So, I wanted to give you your present today. Then, the young boy handed her a 1-meter-tall stuffed toy. It was in the shape of the Scarecrow from League of Legends. It wasn't cute, and a little weird, but Chloe liked it because it was a gift from this little boy. Thank you. Chloe took the toy. I'll be discharged in 3 days. I'm recovering well, so thank you for taking care of me all this time. Once I go back to school, I will listen to you and study hard. You can do it. Chloe's mood elevated when she saw the originally rebellious and violent young man grew a beaming smile on his face. Just then, she received a Snap notification. Chloe looked down at her phone. Someone had sent her a red packet. Seriously? It's so early, my birthday isn't until tomorrow. Curious, Chloe opened her Snap to see who this preemptive person was. The red packet said, "Girl, happy birthday in advance." Who else could this preemptive person be, other than Sarah? You could only send $200 with one red packet, so when she saw it, Chloe was just about to complain how stingy Sarah was for only sending her $200 when she saw her best friend send her another red packet, and another one after that. She sent Chloe a total of 10 red packets, $2,000 in total. What do you think? Am I a good friend or what? Sarah sent Chloe a message. Dude, can't you just transfer the money? Sending me 10 red packets is such a hassle. Chloe sent her a disdain emoji. See? That's where you don't understand. Money transfers are so vulgar. Red packets show you that I care. Plus, you'll have to accept these red packets until your fingers tire out. That's what they call slapping you dead with money. It's what I'm going for. Ha ha ha. You're one abnormal individual, but I would love it if you keep slapping me with money. Come on, let the storm hit harder. Screw you. Do you know how little I earn every month? I wouldn't be able to satisfy your appetite, Mrs. Moneybags. If you want more, wait for Mr. Dawson. Oh, right. You can also blackmail a large amount out of Noah. Maybe not Noah. He needs the money to court ladies. What? Has he been courting ladies these days? Sarah immediately asked. You seem to be interested in his relationship status. Seriously, are you still sticking to your "there's nothing going on between us" nonsense? Chloe smiled wickedly. Seriously, don't change the subject. I'm asking you a serious question. Ask him yourself. I can't answer for him. After chit-chatting with Sarah for a little longer, she went back to work, all the way till noon. Chloe then ordered delivery for the nurses in her department, and everyone enjoyed lunch together. As they were eating, someone suddenly brought up Ella, who resigned a while ago. Head nurse, have you heard? Ella was completely duped by that old Thai man she was dating. We haven't contacted each other, Chloe answered truthfully. She thought that she landed a Richie Rich, but she completely failed. and she was tricked out of quite a lot of money. She lost all the money she saved up over the last few years. It's tragic. I heard that she works as an escort at a club now. Seriously? Ella's temper sucks. How can she be an escort? One of the nurses asked. It's not like she wants to, but no one wants to stay poor. Plus, escorts earn a lot of money. Chloe thought about it and felt bad for Ella. She asked, "Isn't that Thai patient pretty rich? Why would he trick Ella out of money?" Thinking back at when the Thai patient was hospitalized at Southside, Ella stayed with him day and night. They looked like a happy couple. I heard that the Thai patient is actually a kept man. He has a wife in Thailand who's from a really powerful family, so he never had a lot of money for himself to begin with. Later, he told Ella that he was in a financial strait, but bought her a diamond ring. So Ella gave him $300,000 of her own savings and sold her car as well. In the end, he ran away with her money and basically disappeared into thin air. Apparently that diamond was a fake too. He's awful. The others all exclaimed at what happened to her, but no one felt sympathetic. After all, she chose which path to take. Ella wanted quick success and instant benefits, so it wasn't odd for something like this to happen to her. Head nurse, you are really determined. Back then, when young Master Cooper was staying at the hospital, everyone was saying how he was really into you, but you completely ignored him. Not many can withstand that level of enticement, one of the nurses praised. That's not it. I just think that people shouldn't dream too big. Normal people like us can't handle someone like Justin. Plus, I have a boyfriend, so why would I mess that up by getting involved with someone else? Right, head nurse. I respect your values. Don't mess things up if you already have a boyfriend. People need to know what's the right path to take. Shortcuts aren't realistic. After an afternoon of hard work, Chloe gathered her things and left Southside in her Audi R8. She's coming. Are you ready? Brenton sat in a black RV and asked anxiously. Ready, anytime now. Okay, I'm counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Brenton seemed nervous as he looked through his binoculars. Chloe was 300 meters away, driving towards them in her silver Audi R8. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start it, Brenton commanded through his cell phone. Suddenly, loud bangs sounded on both sides of the viaduct. Startled, Chloe thought that she had a flat tire. But when she looked up, she realized that fireworks were shooting out from either side of the viaduct. Red, blue, green, purple, pink. Anyways, it was really pretty and colorful. The fireworks formed words, which, in the end, became Happy Birthday. Chloe drove slowly, and fireworks lit wherever she passed as if they were specially prepared for her. She originally thought that it was Jack's surprise for her, but he wouldn't do anything on the 17th. After all, her birthday wasn't until tomorrow, and midnight was a few hours away. So who was it that was doing this? Was it for her, or just a coincidence? If it were a coincidence, then why would fireworks light up wherever she drove? The city forbade fireworks, not even during its agricultural expo. Fireworks were only allowed on the eve of New Year. No one had the right to light up fireworks in such a flashy way unless that person was extremely powerful. Chloe suddenly thought of someone. It must be him. In the RV, Brenton, Justin, and Max enjoyed red wine on a luxurious leather sofa. Their car followed behind Chloe's, and they watched as fireworks lit up wherever they passed. Isn't it her birthday tomorrow? It's too early to do it today, Max muttered. She's going to be celebrating with her husband tomorrow. We won't have the chance to light up fireworks for her, okay? Brenton rolled his eyes at Max. Brenton, don't say it like that. It'll break Mr. Cooper's fragile heart. Justin held a wine glass in his hand and watched the fireworks quietly, as if he was deep in thought. Young Master Cooper, I can't believe you can be this romantic too. I would definitely marry you if I were a woman. Gross. I don't want to marry you, Justin laughed. But seriously, will she know it's you? Max was worried. She doesn't have to know. All she needs to do is enjoy the view, Justin said quietly. People began gathering around the overpass to watch the fireworks, and many recorded videos and uploaded them to their Snap friend circles. Even Thomas somehow got a hold of that video and reposted it in his own friend circle. Who did this? It's so romantic. And from what I see, these fireworks are really expensive. Therefore, after verification, I deduce that this is a game of the riches. Chloe sighed when she saw this. She was truly shocked by what Justin did. But what was the point of it? Justin, don't sit there like a log. She's turning up there and will be home soon. It's time for you to make an appearance. Brenton put down his wineglass and reminded Justin. Justin also put down his wineglass and slowly got up. Step on the gas and catch up to that Audi R8. Force her to stop, Justin commanded the driver in a dominating manner. The driver stepped on the gas pedal and accelerated. Then, the car suddenly stopped in front of the R8, not far from Chloe. Frightened, Chloe immediately stepped on her brakes. Then, Justin, who had on a black leather jacket and beige pants, came out from the RV. He walked up to Chloe's car and knocked on her window. Get off. No. Why not? Justin raised his eyebrows. Who knows what you're going to do? Don't tell me you're going to try and kiss me. Justin, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. This is public space, and a lot of people are watching. Terrified, Chloe was extremely cautious towards Justin. He was basically a crazy person, and if he really did something out of line, how was she supposed to explain things to Jack? Forcibly kiss you? Girl, your imagination is wild. Justin was speechless. Hurry up and get out of the car, otherwise we'll be stuck here. Justin impatiently pointed at the cars behind them. Suddenly stopping his car on the highway caused the cars behind him to congest and honk non-stop. The traffic police rushed to his side, but they were afraid to approach when they saw that it was Justin. They held their walkie-talkies and comforted the cars behind them. Chloe turned around too and was taken by surprise. 40 or 50 cars were gathered within a span of less than a minute. The scene was spectacular, and the beeping sounds made her unusually agitated. At last, she decided to leave the car. Unwillingly, Chloe opened the car door and walked out from the driver's seat. What do you want? Just say it. Justin glanced at her before taking something off of his neck and putting it into Chloe's hand. Chloe was just about to say that she didn't want it. However, she heard Justin say, Chill. This isn't something expensive. It's a bullet shell that I kept from my military days. I kept it because I found it pretty. Here you go. Happy birthday. If you don't mind that it's worthless, just keep it. It's my thoughts that count. Justin was very smart. His words didn't leave any room for Chloe to back out. He only gave her a bullet shell. It really wasn't worth anything. But if Chloe didn't accept it, he might think that she detested it. So this time, Chloe had no reason to say no. She looked down at the aged shell resting on her palm. It couldn't be more simple and ordinary. Thank you. Chloe tightened her grasp and thanked Justin with the bullet shell in hand. Chloe, happy 24th birthday. After speaking, Justin turned around and left. Looking at Justin's silhouette, Chloe was suddenly moved. This man always acted courageously but crazily out of others' expectations. Just before Chloe got in her car, without turning his head, Justin suddenly said loudly, It represents a wish. If you have any wishes, bring it and find me. I'll do everything in my power to make anything you want me to do to come true. If what he said just then moved her a little, this moment, Chloe's whole heart was moved. It turned out that Justin didn't just give her a bullet shell, he gave her a wish. It was such a big promise. It didn't matter if she wanted a simple check, an expensive mansion, or a luxurious sports car. Even if she wanted shares of Imperial Star, as long as she was willing to ask, and as long as it was within Justin's capabilities. That was truly a big birthday present. Looking at that plain bullet shell, Chloe suddenly felt the weight of the gift. Inside the RV. How did it go? Did you do it? Brenton and Max hastily asked. She took it. Perfect, but did you really promise her a wish? What if she wanted you to marry her? Max demanded. You're out of your mind. If that was the case, it would be great. Our young master would burst with joy. Brenton rolled his eyes at Max. This gift isn't a hustle. Whenever she's ready, she can come to find me with the bullet shell. Quietly, Justin said. The bullet casing belonged to a bullet that hit him during a shootout with his enemies on a mission. It hit his left chest and was very close to piercing his heart, and he almost lost his life. So, he thought that the bullet shell was a lucky charm. After the surgery, he asked the nurse for it as a keepsake. He kept it on him ever since, and a good few years had passed by in a flash. Last night, he suddenly had the idea to gift it to Chloe, which led him to set up the stunt today. The fireworks and bullet shell, there was no precedent with this combination, and no one would ever see it again. Justin was truly the strangest amongst the strange. When Chloe got home, Jack was still at work. After briefly cleaning the place, she sat on the couch to watch the television. The evening news was covering the fireworks on the highway. The press didn't mention a word about Justin, probably because they were afraid to do so. At that moment, Chloe's phone suddenly rang. Sis, are you off work? I just got home. What do you have planned tomorrow? Thomas mysteriously asked. I don't know. Jack's not home yet. Sis, you should bring Jack to our house tomorrow. Home? No way. Mom would die of anger, Chloe said hesitatingly. They have to cross paths, eventually. Maybe it could be a chance for them to resolve their issues? I don't have school tomorrow anyway. I asked for a day off, so I'll be home. I'll be helping you, so Mom won't be too harsh on you. Although she has been mad at you lately. I saw her buy some wool a few days ago like she was going to knit you a sweater. It's probably your birthday present. She'll be disappointed if you don't come back. Thomas's words moved Chloe slightly. She really did want to bring Jack home, but her mother, fine, I'll consider it. All right, I'll wait to hear from you. Sis, right, you better come back. I prepared a present for you too, Thomas happily said. I got it! You a little trickster. Hanging up the call, she got a message from Sarah asking what she had planned tomorrow. Early today, Noah said that the four of them should have dinner together, but Jack wasn't back yet, so they couldn't plan out the exact details. As she was thinking, Jack opened the door. You're home? Wearing her slippers, Chloe jogged over and brought Jack's slippers to him. You didn't eat yet, right? Go change and we'll go out for seafood. Jack lovingly embraced Chloe. Seafood, yay! I love it! After speaking, Chloe grabbed her jacket from the couch. The two drove to a famous seafood restaurant. Should we ask Noah and Sarah to come with us? No, we rarely have time to ourselves, Jack disagreed. Fine, but I accepted her red packet money today. Chloe laughed and stuck her tongue out. Jack took the menu and ordered Chloe's favorite seafood plates with ease. Honey, I want to confess something. If it's about the firework, I know. No, there's something else. It's about Justin, right? Jack seemed to have guessed. Chloe nodded, going over how Justin gifted her the bullet shell because she didn't want to hide it from Jack. After hearing it, Jack didn't show too much emotion, and he simply nodded. If he wants to give it to you, then let him. Honey, you won't be jealous? Why would I be jealous? He's not a threat to me yet. Fine, there you go being prideful again. Chloe chuckled. Honey, what do you have planned for tomorrow? With anticipation on her face, Chloe asked. There's nothing planned, just going to work like normal, Jack purposefully said, before lowering his head to drink tea. Chloe was immediately disappointed. She pouted and remained silent. Honey, what's wrong? Nothing. You don't seem too happy. No, I just naturally have a sad face. Chloe was a little pissed. The corners of Jack's mouth raised ever so slightly. He extended his hand and pinched Chloe's face. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. I won't go to the company tomorrow. I'll be staying home and be at your service for the 24 hours. I'll only listen to my goddess Green's commands. Really? Chloe immediately smiled in surprise. I am being 100% serious. Then you can't go back on your words. You have to listen to me. I won't. I'll listen to everything you say. Even if you want to do it 7 times tonight, I'll die of exhaustion, but I will still try to satisfy you. Ahem. What are you blabbering about? Chloe's face immediately turned red. Looking at Chloe's derpy face made Jack smile. His smile was relaxed and handsome. Mr. Dawson, stop blabbering and give me my birthday present. Chloe extended her hands and demanded her birthday present with an unyielding attitude. She couldn't wait to see what present Jack had prepared for her birthday, after being apart for 7 years. Who asks for their own presents? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Jack deliberately laughed. I don't care. Hurry up and give me my present. This was the first time Chloe acted like a spoiled little girl. It was like 7 years ago when she was irresponsibly spoiled by Jack, despite her acting unreasonably. Okay, I'll give it to you after dinner. Then I'll eat faster. After speaking, Chloe couldn't wait to begin eating. After a seafood feast, Jack drove her to a place. It was a place she had never been to before. Where are we going? Looking at the unfamiliar route, Chloe questioned. I'm getting your birthday present, Jack mysteriously said. Stop joking. Did you hide my present in a hole hidden in the mountains? Looking at the car head towards South Hill, Chloe jokingly asked, Sounds about right. You're so perverted. The two joked on the way, and finally arrived at their destination after 40 minutes. It was really the South Hill area. It was said that this area was to be developed by the government in the future, since it was home to some natural hot springs. Around it was a golf course, a resort, and the biggest wetlands park. But most importantly, the mountain faced the ocean. If one was standing on the mountain, they could look down on the breathtaking night view of the bay and the city. A while ago, rumor had it that GK bought the area already. Seeing how mysterious Jack was being, Chloe felt like the rumors were most likely true. The rumors were true, right? What rumors? After parking the car, Jack pulled Chloe off the car by her hand. That GK bought the rights to develop South Hill. My father bought the land 10 years ago, but the government just started developing it in the last 2 years, hoping for it to become the most prosperous district other than downtown. The scenery is decent, and aside from the fact that it's really far away from the city, everything else is great. Chloe nodded. The corners of Jack's mouth raised, and he pulled Chloe up the hill by her hand. The mountain path was smooth and lit by bright street lights that were shaped like water drops. It was very romantic. Are we going to the top of the mountain? Then why don't we drive? It'll be tiring if we walk. Chloe was confused. You have to slowly feel things with your heart. You can't experience it with driving, Jack said profoundly. If you told me that we'll be mountain climbing earlier, I would have changed my shoes. Chloe woefully looked at her heels, regretting not wearing running shoes. Jack walked up a few steps and suddenly knelt down. He looked back at Chloe and said, Honey, get on. Are you going to give me a piggyback ride? Yup. Ha. But I'm really heavy, Chloe laughed. I'll be able to carry you no matter how heavy you are. Get on. Jack's persistence moved Chloe. She slowly walked over and put her arms around Jack's broad back. She held onto Jack's neck with her hands, and he slowly rose up. He walked slowly, and Chloe suddenly felt like this was the most peaceful and beautiful moment in the past 7 years. It was just the two of them. It was late night, and they were the only ones walking quietly on the mountain road, lit only by street lamps. Jack walked up step by step. At that precise moment, Chloe felt the urge to sing. Then, she actually did. She stuck her head tightly to Jack's back, looking at the beautiful night sky, and lightly sang. It can all be true, if you say, I'll believe you because I have complete faith in you. The delicate love, with its blanket-like heaviness, and the sense of security under the sun. We share a soup, 2 spoons in a bowl, keeping warm with our heart together. I want to say how great you are, even if you don't know it yourself. You're sincerely good to me without asking for anything in return. If you love someone, you want the best for her. The warmth comes from your heart. You're more important than yourself. After Chloe finished singing, she thought Jack would be moved, but all he said was, "Honey, you weren't off tune today." Pff, Jack, are you sick of living? How dare you say that I am off tune? Chloe raised her hand and flicked Jack's head hard. No, I meant that you weren't off tune even by a little. It's magical. Chloe was speechless. Fine. It wasn't her fault that she was tone deaf. She had no musical gifts. She wanted to sing a song to brighten the mood, but it seemed like he didn't appreciate it. Honey. Would you give me piggybacks for the rest of our lives? Suddenly, Chloe asked in a melancholic tone. Jack's body froze for a second. He stopped in his footsteps and said, I would if you want me to. Then I'll eat more and get heavier. I'll see if you can still carry me then. Chloe joked on purpose. If I can't give you a piggyback, I'll carry you. If I can't carry you, I'll lift you, Jack said as he walked. Chloe stopped talking, quietly lying on Jack's back and taking in the beauty of the moment. She loved Jack. She loved him more than anything, and she really cherished the time they had together. However, she always felt uneasy in her heart, because she didn't feel like a lucky person. She never thought that she was someone who could easily obtain happiness. So whenever she was the happiest, she would worry about losing it. Perhaps it was uncalled for worry, but Chloe always felt insecure. The more she thought about it, the more scared she got. So she held Jack tightly with her hands. Honey, are we there yet? It had been a long time, and Chloe felt Jack's footsteps slow down as if he was reaching his physical limits. We're here. After speaking, Jack slowly lowered himself and dropped Chloe onto the ground. When she saw everything in front of her, she felt like she was dreaming. It was because everything seemed too unreal. Jack waved his hand, and the guards waiting by the door immediately opened the gates. Looking out was a 500-meter-long grass field. In the center was a circular fountain. When the fountain sprayed water, it followed a rainbow-like curve. Added onto it were 7 light rays, resembling a real rainbow. It shone through the field and the fountain. In the middle was a huge castle, or more correctly, a mansion styled like a castle. It was 3 stories tall, but its width and length was even greater and built like a 5-star hotel. By both sides of the door were 2 shallow swimming pools, and at the center there was a wooden staircase leading up to the mansion's entrance. It was luxurious and atmospheric, quite magical. Chloe had never seen a house with such character, and she was stunned as soon as she saw it. Honey, what's this? Chloe looked at Jack with an inconceivable look. Your birthday present. It's too luxurious. Jack held Chloe's hand, led her to the door, and took out a card and a set of keys from his inner pocket. It's registered under your name. Do you remember when we got our license? I told you that the South Hill Manor was under renovation, so we're currently living at Imperial Park? I remember. Chloe vaguely remembered this, but she thought it was just something that Jack casually said. She didn't know that there was actually a South Hill Manor. But it's such a big project. How much money and labor did you use? Chloe couldn't help but ask. I began building this house 2 years ago. When I was still in the States, my dad asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I drew the blueprints and told him to build a house like this at South Hill. When I got back from the States, the house was already built. I spent 4 months decorating the interiors and finished it right before your birthday. It counts as fulfilling one of my dreams. It must have costed a lot of money. When Chloe looked at the big project, she felt hurt by how expensive it was. It wasn't that much, less than $4 billion in total, Jack said word for word. $4 billion. That's crazy. Chloe thought it was just too outrageous to spend $4 billion on a house. Let's go in and take a look. I think you'll love it. Chloe carefully opened the door with the card and key and walked in. She was again flabbergasted by what she saw. The living room was lit by a 3-meter-long chandelier over their head. It was extremely luxurious, made entirely of crystals. The chandelier lit up the entire living room like it was the day, and it went all the way from the first to the third floor. It had a similar design as a five-star hotel's lobby. But the most important thing was that the surrounding walls were round. High-end wallpaper was pasted on good-quality wood walls, which held famous Western paintings, giving it a feeling that resembles the Louvre. It had the style of a Western palace. However, Chloe couldn't find the door. How would she get to the second and third floors? "Are you looking for the door?" "Mm-hmm." Chloe nodded. "The door is designed to be invisible. Look, it's the scenery painting on either side. Just push it lightly." After speaking, Jack walked over and gently pushed on a painting, which was really a disguised door. It was magical. Chloe felt like she was Alice in Wonderland. "The design is wonderful. Was it your idea or an interior designer's?" Chloe excitedly asked. "What do you think?" Jack chuckled, and then he took Chloe on a tour. They visited the kitchen, the guest bedroom, the master bedroom, and the bathrooms. There was even a cinema, a pool room, a yoga room, and a piano room. Each and every room had their own design styles. Just among the bedrooms, there were Mediterranean-styled ones, simplistic European ones, mixed-style ones, and modern-style ones. The tea room had an Italian design with an expensive zither and an upscale tea set. They had everything. Chloe suddenly felt like this place wasn't her new home. It was more like a museum. At last, Jack brought her to a nursery on the second floor. The boys' nursery was light blue, decorated with a wallpaper of clouds. The bed was styled like a pirate ship, and it was filled with Transformers, mechas, and superhero action figures like Superman and Spider-Man. The girls' room, on the other hand, was pink. Musical notes and stars were scattered on the wallpapers, and the bed was round with a pink canopy covering it. The room couldn't be more dreamy. As for the decorations, there were Barbie dolls, stuffed bears, pink piggies, and plushies. Everything inside the room was cute. "You are so attentive, even with the details of our kids' rooms." Chloe held up an ornament and stroked it adoringly. "It'll be our home from now on. We'll be living with our kids here, so all the work I spent on it was worth it. The view from here is beautiful. It's close to the mountain and faces the ocean. I've decided to build a Disney-like amusement park at the foot of the mountain, for our kids and for the kids of the city. It'll be free for all kids. What do you think, honey?" Chloe looked at Jack as her heart throbbed. She lovingly embraced his neck. "Mr. Dawson, do you know how classy you are right now?" "I'm not classy. I just did everything for our children." This was something that Jack had planned when he married Chloe. Later, Chloe said that she wanted a kid. Jack was overwhelmed with joy. He quietly did everything, and Chloe just needed to join in to share his achievements with him. "I'm so jealous of them all of a sudden." "Who?" "Our kids. They aren't even born. And you've gone to such great lengths for them." "I'm so jealous," Chloe chuckled. Jack pinched the tip of her nose lovingly. "You idiot." Fine. Let's stop discussing this. You're acting like I'm pregnant already. It's still early. I don't know when it'll happen." "Doesn't matter. We'll quietly wait for our baby to come. Of course. We have to work hard to make that happen." After speaking, Jack carried Chloe to the master bedroom on the top floor. Chloe looked at Jack's gentle gaze. She was once again lost in his passion. The South Hill Manor, the children's amusement park, the rainbow fountain. Jack did all he could to realize Chloe's princess dream, so she could drown in happiness, after the heat of intimacy. Chloe went for a bath. When she finished, dinner was ready. In their 200-square-meter master bedroom was a long table, which was covered with a candle-lit dinner consisting of steak, foie gras, caviar, Boston lobster, and anything she could ask for. There was also a delicate birthday cake with a cartoon girl wearing a nurse's hat. The cartoon girl looked extremely like Chloe. Jack was holding a 1986 Lafite and raised it in Chloe's direction. "Honey, it's midnight." "So?" Chloe wiped her hair as she walked out of the bathroom. "So, happy birthday." Jack's mouth formed a gentle smile. Chloe looked at the beauty of everything and suddenly felt how nice being 24 was. For her 24th birthday, Jack gave her a mansion worth $4 billion, but it wasn't because of its monetary value. The important thing was that it was the product of Jack's blood, sweat, and tears for the past 4 months, as he personally designed every single detail of the house. Although he was busy working at GK while taking care of Chloe, he managed to quietly build their new home while keeping it a secret. Every room's design came out from his heart, and if one toured each one of them, they would be astonished at how much thought the designer put into it. It was like traveling through time, going from European style to Chinese style to Southeast Asian style. What was most precious about Jack wasn't his time or money, but his willingness to spend them on Chloe. He thought that in this world, no other woman was worth going such great lengths and spending countless sleepless nights for. This was all to give her a 24th birthday present, a home that belonged to them. Chloe changed into the white lace gown that Jack had prepared. It was strapless and had a fishtail dress with a thin chiffon at the hem. It looked a bit like a beautiful wedding dress. As for Jack, he wore a casual black shirt with expensive diamonds cuffs. His black matched her white perfectly. The two sat facing each other. A handsome foreign musician with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared without them noticing. He began playing Richard Clayderman's Life Hard Melody. After hearing it played on the piano so many times, the violin version was a breath of fresh air. Due to the sheer size of the manor, it was impossible for the two to live alone like before anymore. There were butlers, maids, chauffeurs, and even gardeners. Chloe felt like her life, as the young mistress of a rich family, was about to begin. After changing, Jack sat behind Chloe and helped zip her up. He then spun her around by her shoulder and said, "May I please have the honor of dancing with Goddess Green?" "I'm proud to be of service to Mr. Dawson." Chloe extended her hand with a smile on her face. The two didn't dance a fancy waltz or lively tango. They slowly danced to the rhythm of Life Hard Melody. Under the illumination of the lights, for the first time, Chloe felt like a princess. If she kept dancing, she would feel like she was living in a dream. "Do you like this place?" I love it here. And I love your designs too." Chloe was flattered. "You own this place. So from now on, if our kids or I don't listen to you, you have the right to chase us out." "Isn't that too domineering?" Chloe leaned her head on Jack's shoulder and smiled. "Chloe." "Do you have any birthday wishes?" Holding her waist with 2 hands, Jack asked while dancing. "Yeah." "What is it?" Jack asked with a smile on his face. "I won't tell you." Chloe smiled mysteriously. "Fine. I won't ask if you won't tell me. It definitely has something to do with me anyways." Jack remained proud. After the two danced, they ate late-night snacks together, and Chloe drank a lot of red wine, which was rare for her. Jack prepared 3 bottles of red wine, but it wasn't enough, and he even had to ask someone to grab another bottle from the wine cellar. Luckily, this was a new home with a private wine cellar underground, so Chloe really let herself loose. Plus, Jack was in a good mood, and he let her drink as much as she wanted. But in the end, after Chloe and Jack finished the 4th bottle, she suddenly stood up. Then she walked towards Jack. She flirtatiously sat in his arms and wrapped her hands around his neck. Her eyes seemed a bit dazed. The violinist immediately ran off when he saw this, so he didn't interrupt their couple's world. "Chloe, you're drunk." Jack rarely saw Chloe act so seductive. He even felt a bit nervous. "I'm not drunk. I'm very sober." Chloe seductively leaned against Jack's ear and breathed. The soft breathing sounds resulted in a subtle response from Jack's body. Chloe raised her hands to undo Jack's buttons. It looked very daring, but the truth was, her technique was clumsy. Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Honey, let me." Jack smiled as he unbuttoned his shirt. His tanned skin was immediately revealed before Chloe's eyes, as her cold hands quietly slid inside. As she crazily felt around, Jack's breathing became heavier. There was only one person in the whole world who could arouse his desires so easily, and that person was Chloe. Even though they had just made love just a little while ago, Chloe seemed to have changed after she drank wine. Unlike her usual self, she even actively seduced Jack. For the first time. So, Jack must not miss this opportunity. He lowered his head, kissed Chloe's white neck, and lightly bit onto it. Chloe felt countless sparks light up inside her body, and it slowly grew hotter. Her strapless dress was very easy to take off, and as soon as Jack's long fingers lightly pulled on it, her chest immediately became bare to him. "Honey," Chloe murmured. "Yes? Why are you this handsome? Your eyes are pretty, and your mouth and nose are pretty too." Chloe pouted and placed her finger on Jack's lips. "In my eyes, you're the prettiest." "Lies. You're prettier than me." Jack. Fine. He admits that his Chloe might be a bit embarrassing when she's drunk, but since she was his, he would forgive her this once. Jack drew close and bit Chloe's ruby lips. Chloe seemed to want to say something, but her mouth was blocked by Jack's. This kiss turned from tender to wild, from gentle to controlling, as if the two were glued together. Chloe only felt herself getting hotter and hotter, as if a furnace was hidden inside her body. She began to slowly melt. Jack's response was already quite obvious, and the pain in his pants filled him with impatient anticipation. Meanwhile, Chloe suddenly flipped off of Jack's body. She left Jack, messed up and alone. "Honey, something on your body is bumping into me. It feels very uncomfortable," Chloe dizzily said. "Jack?" He didn't know how to explain to Chloe what it was that was bumping into her. "Honey, we haven't—" Before Jack could finish, Chloe's head fell onto the bed with a paw, and she fell asleep. Jack. He swore that he would never let Chloe get drunk, as her tolerance was truly terrible. She was only responsible for setting the fire, but didn't help with extinguishing it. Jack slightly sighed. He got up, walked into the bathroom, and took a cold shower. After he came out, he helped Chloe out of her dress, and then carefully carried her into bed, holding her in his arms. In this unforgettable night of Chloe's 24th birthday, they fell asleep in their new home, in each other's embrace. "You're awake?" Chloe opened her eyes to see Jack looking at her when she woke up in the morning. "Good morning, Mr. Dawson," Chloe said dizzily as she rubbed her eyes. "Get up and wash up. I'll wait for you downstairs." Jack kissed Chloe on the cheek and then went downstairs. After Chloe got up and washed up, she walked downstairs. The first-floor dining room was very well lit. She could see the garden outside through a tall tempered glass window, which made her feel refreshed. "Young mistress, good morning." "Good morning, young mistress." Along the way, the maids Chloe encountered all greeted her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. "Did you sleep well last night?" asked Jack with spoiling adoration. "Very well." "Really? But I didn't sleep well at all," Jack said with quite a bit of profoundness, as he sipped on his coffee. Is it because I snored?" asked Chloe as she tilted her head. "No. Then is it because we moved to a new place, and you're not used to the bed?" asked Chloe as she smiled. "It's not that either." "Then why didn't you sleep well?" Chloe was curious. "Because you seduced me after you got drunk last night, and before I made my next move, you flopped and fell onto the bed. You fell asleep like a pig," Jack calmly said. "Chloe, so you have terrible alcohol tolerance. That's what I found out from it." "I'm sorry, Mr. Dawson. Allow me to apologize." "There's no point in apologizing. You need to make up for last night with your actions. What do you want for compensation?" Chloe looked at Jack with puppy eyes. "I'll let you off the hook if we do it twice tonight and make up for last night, or else it wouldn't be worth it for my late-night cold shower." "Ahem," Can you speak quieter? There are other people around. Chloe felt awkward. She was scared the maids nearby would hear this. When Jack saw how scared and embarrassed Chloe was, he happily smiled in satisfaction. "What are our plans today, honey?" Chloe asked as she took a bite of bread. "Whatever you want." Then I want to bring you back to the old house, because my mom and Thomas want to celebrate my birthday." Jack slowly held up his coffee cup and didn't say anything. "But it's fine if you don't want to go. I'll come back very soon since we are still having dinner with Noah and Sarah." She was worried that Jack would feel awkward, so Chloe found an excuse for him. "No, it's okay. I'll come with you." Jack raised his head and said with determination, "But my mom, she might not have a good attitude." Chloe was a bit worried. "I know, but I'm prepared to accept whatever she throws at me. My family owes that to her. I've been prepared to take responsibility for everything and anything since the day I got back together with you." Jack's words sounded very manly, and Chloe felt extremely moved deep down. She knew that her mother wouldn't treat him nicely, but he was still willing to accompany her, which could only mean that he loved her, and in turn, loved her family. After they ate, the two went off inside Jack's Maybach. When they passed by a shopping center, Jack got off the car to buy Swallow's Nest, sea cucumber, and other high-end health supplements. He also bought a laptop and phone along the way. On the way over, Chloe suddenly said, "Honey, are we moving over to the South Hill Manor immediately? Are we going to live there from now on?" "You don't like it?" "It's not that. I just think it's too early to move there. We don't have a baby yet, so wouldn't it be too empty with just the two of us? Plus, it's so far from where I work, and most importantly, I still kind of miss our home at Imperial Park." Chloe said several reasons in one breath, but most importantly, she wasn't willing to move out of their downtown home yet. They lived there for over 4 months, from the day they got married until now, and it already felt like home. Jack clearly understood what Chloe meant, so he nodded. "Then how about this? Let's live in downtown from Monday to Thursday, and head to the South Hill Manor on Friday night and stay until Sunday." "Sure, that's a great idea. We can live at both places." Chloe nodded and agreed. After driving for 30 or so minutes, they finally arrived at the old house. The large red word that spelled out demolition could still be seen painted on the walls. Jack frowned. What happened in the end with the demolition ordered by the Green Corporation? Timothy didn't even want to demolish it. He's a sly businessman and wouldn't conduct deals that would cause him to lose money, like buying this piece of land out in the middle of nowhere. He only did this to force me into helping him. Once I agreed to go back to the Green family, he immediately took back the demolition orders he issued onto this piece of land. Then, things became peaceful again. He never mentioned demolition either, so this was his plot all along. If that's the case, then he might not have even demolished this place if you didn't go to him. He only wanted to scare you. Chloe nodded. Yes, in theory, but then I realized something. What is it? If I don't go back to the Green family this time, then Timothy might think of another plot next time. He knows that my mom is my soft spot, so I'll go along with the plan this time and return to the Green family, but I'll prepare to attack back. I don't want to be ordered around by others. Timothy needs to be punished for all the ways he has bullied us, Chloe said as she looked outside the car window. Everything will be fine. Tell me if you ever need anything. I know, but I'm able to take care of things myself for the time being. Don't worry. Chloe smiled as she held Jack's arm. Jack always knew what kind of person Chloe was. She was someone that wouldn't want to be taken advantage of, and if someone angered her, given her intelligence, she would be able to mess her opponent up badly within a matter of seconds. It all depended on whether she wanted to. When the two walked into the courtyard with a handful of things, they saw that Sandra was there, and she seemed to be picking vegetables. "Mom!" Chloe hesitantly shouted. Sandra raised her head and saw Chloe. She then looked at Jack, and her facial expression became clearly unhappy. Why is he here? Before Chloe could say anything, she saw Thomas run out from inside the room, who happily greeted both Jack and Chloe. "Sis. Brother-in-law." You've come back. What brother-in-law? Watch your language, young man, scolded Sandra angrily. Sis and brother-in-law are legally married as husband and wife. Even though they haven't had a wedding, he's still my brother-in-law in my mind. Thomas didn't care for his mother's curses as he walked over and helped Chloe with their stuff. Jack passed over the laptop and cell phone. These are for you. Wow, the newest edition. Thanks, brother-in-law. Thomas was a guy, so he liked electronics very much, but all of the newest electronics on the market were expensive. Even though his sister gave him enough allowances, he still didn't want to waste her money. Jack's presents were exactly what Thomas wanted. He didn't even dare to drive the yellow Camaro Chevrolet sports car yet because he was scared that his mother would be furious. By then, it would really be Fast and Furious. Mom, let me help you. Chloe walked over and helped her mother pick the vegetables. Sandra still remained upset, but she didn't say anything else. Mom, I want to eat homemade long-lived noodles. They're so good, Chloe said coyly, and didn't care if she would be refused with curses. You're now the young mistress of a wealthy family. How can you eat the same thing as little citizens like us? Why don't you just eat out if you want something? But I like the food you make, Mom. No one can replace that flavor. Sandra's hand that was washing the vegetables slightly trembled when she heard this, as if something tugged her heartstring. The two women were busy outside, while Thomas poured Jack a cup of tea, and the two of them talked inside the room. Brother-in-law, my sis can be stubborn sometimes like a cow. Don't bother to argue with her. Just let her have her way from time to time. She's always had that bad temper, and she will release it all irrationally. I've been bullied by her ever since I was little and have grown accustomed to it, haha. However, she might seem powerful on the surface, but she's still a girl no matter how smart and strong she is. The truth is, she's very sensitive and weak inside. If she's been wounded, then she would hide away and mend her wounds on her own. I really love my sister, so please don't let my sister get hurt. Thomas laughed as he said this nonchalantly, but his intent was very simple. He just wanted Jack to be more accommodating around Chloe. Jack was quite happy that this brother-in-law of his wasn't a weak and spoiled brat that lived off of his parents. Even though he was quite young, he was very sensible and loved his sister very much. Don't worry, I will never hurt her, Jack promised Thomas, man to man. Brother-in-law, I still haven't thanked you yet, even though you haven't said anything, but the school has been taking care of me very well. They even gave me a scholarship and have thought of me first each time something good comes up. I know that's definitely because of you. Did you work your charms at my school? Asked Thomas as he scratched the back of his head. Jack didn't respond. Instead, he asked, Thomas, what do you plan to do after you graduate? I haven't decided yet, but I must find a job first and earn money to help Sis support this family. Jack nodded with praise. Just tell me which area you want to work in. GK has many subsidiaries, and I'm sure there's one that suits you. Then, you can start from the bottom and learn lots of things. When the time is right, just come and find me at the headquarters. Of course, this is only my suggestion and invitation. You still have to decide for yourself. Can I really come to GK? Thomas was surprised and didn't know how to respond to Jack's kind offer. Of course, you're Chloe's little brother, which means that you're also my little brother. It's our own family business, so of course you can come. Before Thomas could respond, Chloe walked in from the back, with her hands wet from washing vegetables. What were you talking about? You two seem really into it, she asked with a smile. Nothing. Thomas told me not to bully you, Jack responded. Haha, don't worry, you little brat. Your sister's too aggressive. Who's going to bully me? I'm the one who bullies others. Chloe lovingly touched Thomas's head, and she looked at her younger brother with adoration written all over her face. After an hour of busy work, Chloe helped her mother out, and they made 8 dishes. They were all dishes that her mother was best at. There were braised ribs, soy sauce pork hock, spicy fish, bitter melon with fried eggs, homemade sausage, saltwater shrimp, pine nut with corn, green pepper with pig liver, and a chestnut soup. All were Chloe's favorite dishes. Mom sure is biased. She made all the dishes that Sis loves to eat, Thomas purposely called out. I only randomly picked a few to make. Sandra immediately denied it. Chloe picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Jack's bowl. Try this. It's my mom's signature dish. No one can make the same flavor, not even the chefs at five-star restaurants. Jack picked up the piece of rib and took a small bite. After chewing for a bit, he slowly said, Auntie Sandra's skills sure are great. Brother-in-law, you shouldn't be calling her auntie. You should call her mom, Thomas purposefully said, in an attempt to pull Jack and Sandra closer. Before Jack could speak, Sandra's expression immediately grew grim. How can I be called that? I don't have such a distinguished son, and I'm not as lucky as Mrs. Dawson. Sandra's words immediately made Jack and Chloe feel terribly awkward. Thomas realized that he somewhat rushed things, and wasn't aware that his mom still despised the Dawson family. So, he decided to change the topic, and immediately took out a shoebox from underneath the table and handed it to Chloe. Sis, this is for you. Happy birthday. Chloe took it and opened it, but he nearly fainted when she looked what was inside. It was a pair of black leather flats. The leather looked quite nice, but it was terribly out of style. It was an absolutely terrible design, and she began truly suspecting her brother's sense of style. Hey, Thomas, did you grab the wrong one? Did you buy this for Mom? Asked Chloe. It's not for Mom. It's for you. This is way too out of style. Thomas, are you sure you're not joking with me? Chloe felt like she was going to burst into laughter. Sandra looked at the shoes and also said, You really don't know what to buy. I don't even like this pair. It's too old. It's a style from 10 years ago. Whoa, you guys really don't get it at all. You people say that I've got a poor taste when you don't even understand fashion. Let me tell you, I found a private workshop to custom make this pair. I drew up the style and also picked out the leather myself. With material and craftsmanship fees, it's a bit over $900. Did you know that even though they're not from some brand name, they're purely handcrafted and are very comfortable? My sis doesn't need extravagant high heels. If she has to attend some event, then my brother-in-law could get a pair for her. She spends most of her time running around in the hospital, and these shoes are more comfortable to wear for those occasions. Chloe suddenly felt that it was somewhat reasonable after hearing Thomas's explanations. But $900 for a pair of shoes like this? Thomas, were you scammed? Chloe placed the shoe on the ground, stepped 1 foot into it, and found that it fit perfectly. Of course not. The quality speaks for itself. Just wear it. I promise you it won't break even if you wear it for 5 years, Thomas guaranteed, as he patted on his chest. Jack also thought they were nice after he looked at them, and he said, Even though the style looks normal, the leather is quite nice. It's perfect for you to wear at your job. Thomas has really put thought into this present. Fine. Then I'll accept it. Thanks, little bro. Chloe was quite happy. Chloe was very moved by the fact that Thomas bought her a pair of shoes that cost nearly $1,000, with the money he saved from his allowances. Mom, let's give your gift to Sis as well, Thomas said as he looked at his mom. What gift? Sandra didn't seem to want to say it. Hey, just take it out. I saw you buying yarn and knitting a sweater a few days ago. I was knitting that for myself. Sandra remained stubborn. That's impossible. That color was terrifyingly pink. If you're brave enough to walk around in that pink, then I won't ever call you Mom again. Instead, I'll call you my Holy Empress Mother. Both Chloe and Jack laughed out loud after they heard what Thomas said. Sandra felt embarrassed as she got up and cursed, Stop saying silly things. Then, Sandra took out a sack from the closet behind her and handed it to Chloe. I originally knitted this for myself, but I chose the wrong color. Now it's too bright, and I can't wear it. so I might as well give it to you. It was clearly knitted for Chloe, but Sandra remained stubborn and wouldn't admit it. However, Chloe knew what she meant. She happily took the sack. "Thanks, Mom." Then, Chloe took the sack and went into the bedroom to change into the sweater. When she walked out again, everyone's eyes lit up. She looked very fresh and pretty in her jeans, along with the round-collared light pink sweater. There weren't many patterns on the sweater. It was very simple, but the knitting was very good. Most importantly, her mother personally knitted this, and it was something that couldn't be bought with money. Wow, if my sis walked around in this at my school, then she would really be the prettiest girl on campus. Thomas took a picture of Chloe with his cell phone and said, "You little brat, stop talking nonsense." After Chloe spoke, she looked at Jack and said, "Does it look nice?" "Yes, it suits you very well." Jack nodded and complimented her generously. Chloe walked behind Sandra, put her hands around her neck, and slowly said, "Mom, I'm 24 today. Thanks for all your care and support for these 24 years. Even though you didn't put me in $1,000 brand-named clothing, you've always kept me warm. You didn't provide me with a wealthy life, but you've always given me enough allowance. You've never taken me to expensive restaurants, but you've never let me go hungry. Even though you're an ordinary woman, you've loved me dearly for the last 20 years or so. Even though you occasionally got mad at me, deep down, you still care for me. Time has taken away your beauty, but don't be scared, Mom. I'm willing to accompany you in this lengthy passing of time and be with you as you gracefully grow old. Thanks for all the pain and effort you've put into bringing up an arrogant, overconfident, and independent Chloe. I love you, Mom, and I always will love you." After Chloe spoke, she lightly kissed Sandra on her wrinkle-covered cheek. At that instant, tears began streaming down Sandra's face. Thomas also had tears rolling around in his eyes, almost about to drop out. He wasn't someone who cried a lot, but he couldn't hold it in since his sister's words were so moving. Even Jack was a bit moved by Chloe. He knew of Chloe's familial background, and she knew that Sandra wasn't her biological mother. However, she still loved her mother, and no matter how arrogant or how calm Chloe was on the surface, she was still a flesh-and-blood human being. Especially deep down inside, she was kind, like all the women in this world. She knew to be grateful, and she knew that raising a child was more difficult than anything. Even though she wasn't connected by blood with her mother, she would never be able to pay her mother back for raising her. "Where did you learn all those silly sayings? Seriously, let me check if there's still more soup. I'll get you another bowl." After Sandra spoke, she got up and walked towards the kitchen. "Sis, look at what you've done. You made Mom cry." Thomas was a little choked up too. If Sandra wasn't her biological mother, then this meant that Thomas wasn't her biological brother either. However, Chloe still adored him. Watching him grow up all these years, their relationship was thicker than blood. Just then, Chloe received a Snap Red packet. She opened it and saw that it was from Amelia, who sent Chloe $88.88. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was still a very nice gesture. "Happy birthday, senior sister. I wish that you will always be the badass you are and live mightily," Amelia messaged her. "Thanks, Amelia, but how did you know about my birthday?" "Oh, I saw your hospital profile before, and I remembered it." Amelia gave a blurred excuse. "Oh, I thought you found out when you looked at Thomas's post on your Snap friend circle," Chloe said with another layer of meaning. Thomas just posted in his friend circle, attaching a picture of Chloe wearing the pink sweater, under which he then wrote, "Happy 24th birthday, sis." "Ah? Really? I wasn't paying attention. I'm at work now, and haven't had the chance to look through Snap yet," Amelia explained. "Okay, sure. Then I won't keep you. Let me buy you food sometime." "Sure, senior sister." After Chloe spoke with Amelia, her heart felt somewhat heavy. Amelia clearly saw it in Thomas's friend circle post, but she wouldn't admit it, and said that it was from the hospital profile. This excuse was too far-fetched. The truth was, there wasn't anything wrong with admitting that she saw Thomas's post. However, she tried to hide it, which meant that there was something between these two. Thomas. Yes? How are things going with Amelia? Chloe asked nonchalantly while her mom wasn't around. Huh? Why would you ask about her all of a sudden? Nothing. I just wanted to ask. Not much. We are just snap friends and occasionally talk to each other when we're both free. Thomas didn't seem to want to tell his sister the truth either. Really? I recently met a patient at Southside from a decent family. He is a really nice guy, too. I want to introduce him to Amelia. What do you think? Chloe stared at Thomas as she spoke. Thomas was only 19 after all, and hadn't been exposed to society, so he still couldn't hide his emotions very well, and was unable to put on a poker face. His expression slightly changed after he heard what she said, and then he forcefully laughed. Really? That would be great. You should tell her. Chloe quietly looked at Thomas's face and didn't say anything else. After lunch, they left the old house, and although Sandra still wasn't happy to see Jack around, she didn't chase him away either, which Chloe thought was already a very big step forward. Thomas isn't young anymore. There's nothing wrong with him being in a relationship. Why did you interrogate him like a criminal and force him like that? Jack asked Chloe as he drove. Jack clearly witnessed everything, and he felt a bit bad for his brother-in-law. I told you, he's not a good match for Amelia. They think that I didn't know and still tried to hide it. This really upsets me. Young people have their own ways of doing things, so I don't think you should intervene too much. I'm not intervening. I'm only giving him advice. It's his own problem if he doesn't listen to me. I know what you're worried about, but Chloe, you must know that some people won't listen if you tell them to be careful. He'll only learn and grow once he's made the mistake himself, Jack explained caringly. That may be the case, but Thomas is my little brother. I'll be worried nonetheless when I think of how he might get hurt in the future. Your caring intentions may mess you up. Jack pinched her face, his eyes filled with spoiled adoration. Upon hearing what Jack said, Chloe also felt that she might have been too sensitive when it came to Thomas. He was now old enough and had the right to be in love, or to choose whom to be in love with, but she still felt hints of anxiety, as if Thomas and Amelia shouldn't belong together. After they left the old house, the two drove to a farm courtyard on the outskirts of the city, a location scouted out by Noah. He said that their troops often gathered there for hangouts. One could fish and eat there, and the scenery was very beautiful. When they got there, they found that Sarah and Noah had both already arrived and were fishing. Of course, they still remembered to fight, even though they were just fishing. Noah, are you blind? Didn't you see that fish was about to take my bait? Why did you move my fishing rod? Yo, it's your vision that's messed up. The wind blew on it. Where's the fish that was about to take the bait? You were hallucinating. Look, I just fished around your area, but there weren't any fish. You'd better change to another location, or else you won't be able to get even one. I'll do what makes me happy. Whichever fish that are willingly taking the bait. Why do you care? Sarah rolled her eyes at him. Did you think fishing was so easy? You should read more books and have more experiences. It'll be good for you. Get lost. Why didn't you become a fisherman if you're so good at studying? Instead, you went to a bullcrap police academy. That's because I'm too righteous. I want to serve as the people's police, help people get rid of evil and protect them. Bullcrap? You're just scared of your dad. You're scared that he'll beat your ass if you didn't listen. Noah. Chloe and Jack heard those two cute kids fighting from far away, and Chloe suddenly lightened up. Those two always fight whenever they see each other. Are they planning on fighting for the rest of their lives? Chloe laughed. Why didn't you call ahead of time before you arrived? Come, let's go eat. I'm not fishing anymore. Noah left the fishing rod and immediately pulled Jack into the courtyard. Sarah also stood up. Why did you guys arrive just now? I'm hungry. We both ate at my mother's. Your mother's home? You went back? Sarah confusingly stared at Chloe. Yes. Then your mom? Didn't? What? Didn't chase Jack outright? Sarah thought that Chloe's mother was absolutely terrifying when she was pissed, and was 10 times scarier than her own mom. She didn't. She looked quite upset, though, but she wasn't angry enough to chase us out. Chloe smiled. Then not bad. There's still hope. Sarah patted Chloe's shoulders, and the two also headed inside. Sarah took out a bottle of perfume from her purse and handed it to Chloe. Here's your birthday present. Didn't you already send me red packets? That's only the appetizer. I bet you'll love this. What is it? Chloe curiously took the perfume bottle. She was suddenly overwhelmed with surprise when she saw the brand. Sarah, this is... Chloe looked at Sarah with disbelief. Do you like it? Sarah laughed proudly. How did you get this? Chloe was surprised. This perfume wasn't that of a luxury brand. Instead, it was a product from an independent domestic designer. This designer was quite odd, and he would only design one perfume each year and produce only 10 bottles per design, with every bottle personally made by him. Rumor had it that he even planted all of the ingredients himself, and they were especially precious. This particular style of perfume was the one he produced last year and was called Extreme Seduction, coming with an extremely unique scent. Back then, many online shops came out with fake versions of this perfume, and it was sold out all over. Chloe and Sarah once came across a girl who used the real thing, and after one whiff, they never forgot that scent. It was very light, but very long-lasting. Chloe fell in love with it back then and tried all sorts of ways to buy a bottle, but she failed. It was because that he only made 10 bottles, which had long been sold out. Now that a year had passed, Chloe was overwhelmed with surprise when Sarah took out this perfume. It's quite a coincidence that the designer sat in first class on my flight a month or so ago, and I served him. I recognized him right away, and then asked about this perfume. I said that my best friend loved it very much, and so without another word, he told me to leave him my address, and he'll mail it to me later. For every scent that was sold, he would keep a bottle for commemoration, and this bottle was the one he left for himself. Wow, Sarah, you're so great. I love you so much. Chloe was overwhelmed with joy. Jack faintly looked at his wife and said enviously, It's just perfume. I'll buy you as many as you'd like. I only like Johnny's perfume, Chloe said stubbornly. Johnny was the designer's name. Then that's easy. Just get him to come work at GK and he'll especially make perfume for you, Jack said domineeringly. Chloe, Sarah, you sure can do whatever you want when you're rich. Noah, you really can't compete with the rich CEO tyrant when it comes to buying stuff. I don't want him to only make perfume for me. He's a free man and an artist. If you restrict him like that, it will kill his talents. How he is, right now, is the best. You can't forcefully ask for these. I was lucky enough to have acquired it, but it's okay if I didn't. It's all fate. Chloe smiled, and then carefully placed the perfume in her bag. But that designer is a bit too nice. He even gave the one he kept himself to you. Did you sleep with him? Noah interrupted with jealousy. Sleep your head. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you are to sneak into my bed? Cough, cough, hold it. You mean you two have gone to bed together? Asked Chloe on purpose. Ahem. Noah coughed heavily all of a sudden and didn't know how to cover it up anymore. Sarah also realized that her words slipped, and she immediately explained, That was only a mistake. We were both drunk, and it wasn't on purpose. Besides, nothing happened between us, really. Yes, I believe that you two didn't do anything, even when you ended up in the same bed. Really? Yes, I believe you. Chloe laughed very hard, as she found it funny whenever she saw Noah and Sarah's awkward expressions. Only ghosts would believe you, Jack suddenly said. Whoa, don't change the subject. I want to ask you, why would the designer sell the perfume to you? Noah probed Sarah. Of course, he didn't sell it to me that easily. I exchanged it with a limited edition of Michael Jackson's album. He's a fan of Michael Jackson. Sarah, you gave that album to him? Chloe knew that Sarah bought the album when she was vacationing in the States. She searched through several music stores to find it, and had always treasured it. Yeah, I gave it to him. It's nothing. I don't like it anymore after all this time. It's just right for exchanging it for the perfume to give to you. I didn't lose anything. Sarah smiled. Chloe knew that Sarah had always been very loyal, and she would even give up her own things to exchange it for what Chloe liked. Only a best friend like this was worth being close friends with and was worth every bit of Chloe's risk and effort in saving her from the nightclub. Noah relaxed quite a bit after he heard that Sarah got it through an exchange of items. Hey, why don't you take out your birthday gift? Hurry up. Sarah was scared that Jack and Chloe wouldn't let go of the in-bed topic from before, so she immediately pinched Noah's shoulder and reminded him to take out his gift. With Sarah's reminder, Noah immediately snapped back to reality. He then turned around and took out something from his bag. It didn't have a pretty packaging or a bag to go with it. He placed it onto the table with a big "Pa." Chloe, this is for you. Happy birthday. Noah's gift shocked the other three. Are you kidding? Noah, are you being serious right now? Confused, Chloe looked at the gift and then at him. Of course it's not a joke. I truly wanted to give this to you. This isn't easy to find. I had to use my personal contacts to get this for you. It even has a serial number. It's definitely real, and is completely different from those fake ones you find online. You won't be able to get this even with money, you know? Chloe stared at the brand new pair of handcuffs on the table, as if 1,000 llamas ran through her heart. They were real handcuffs, and a pair of new ones too, with its own serial number. Why would anyone give handcuffs to someone as their birthday present? Was this Noah insane? However, Sarah knew Noah fairly well, and she immediately understood what it meant. She laughed as she cursed at Noah. Hey Noah, you're terrible. They haven't been married very long and you bought an S&M toy for them to play with? How filthy are you? Jack, Chloe, what are you scared of? This is to add spice to their married life, you know? Newlyweds like them have to try new things, plus it helps with relationship building. Don't be shy, Chloe, and don't be scared. This is to lock Jack up, not you. Put this on Jack, and he'll be all yours to play with, however you like, whichever position you like, Noah said earnestly, with a straight face. Jack, Chloe, this is the first time I've seen anyone giving handcuffs as a gift. Noah, you win, Chloe exclaimed. I never take the normal way out, haha. I think you did this to save money. You're just cheap and don't want to give her something expensive. You can't get away with this. You must treat us to this dinner and the after party at Seductive Fox tonight, or else we won't let you off the hook, said Sarah as she pouted her lips. Huh, no problem. Not a big issue. But are you sure you want to go to Seductive Fox? You don't have anything against it, given your previous bad experiences? Noah admired Sarah. Even after what happened last time, she was still brave enough to go to Seductive Fox. What is there to be scared of? My mindset is that I'll get up from wherever I fell. I stepped in dog shit last time and met a scumbag. But what I do have to be scared of, now that you and Jack are around... Besides, who dares to touch the captain of the Municipal Public Security Bureau? Does he not want to live? Sarah might sound like she was making fun of Noah, but her eyes filled with uncontainable admiration. Noah was the youngest police captain in the history of the city, and even though he hadn't been in position for many years, he had already cracked countless cases. He fought with deadly criminals multiple times and rescued hostages. He was undeniably brave and courageous. Even though he always spoke unwisely, everyone knew of his righteous ethics. Ahem. Now those are words I like. Fine, it's just spending money. I'll let go this time, and offer a year of my salary to treat you guys to it. Noah bit onto his teeth, and gladly accepted to be exploited by Sarah. Chloe smiled as she took the handcuffs. She played around with them, and then after she looked at Jack, she said faintly, Honey, how about you try it? I don't think that's a good idea, honey, Jack slowly replied. Whoa, you two really like to show off your love. But since you guys are this cute together, I will accept and willingly swallow this public display of affection. Noah teased. Sarah suddenly asked, Have you seen the $400 million mansion? When are you guys going to have us over? Anytime. Chloe slightly smiled. The four of them ate at the farm courtyard, and after hanging around for a bit, they drove to Seductive Fox. Just as the four of them sat down, a tall and handsome man opened the door to their private room, as four bodyguards followed behind him. Jack, he greeted. Rick. Jack stood up when he saw Rick. Then he walked over and bumped shoulders with the tall and handsome mixed-blood man, greeting each other in their own way. Why didn't you tell me that you were going to come? I would have gotten everything ready for you. It's fine. I only brought over my good friends and wife to hang around for a bit. Rick nodded, and then he left after he exchanged a few words with Jack. Shortly afterward, the servers walked over one by one with a dozen exquisite fruit platters and bottles of beer, red wine, and liquor filling up the table. There were even 2 bottles of Chivas Royal Salute amongst the liquor. Noah also knew of the Chivas Royal Salute. This was a 50-year-old one and should cost around $10,000 on the market. There were only 255 bottles from its limited production worldwide. This boss was truly generous, sending over alcohol that was this expensive. This only meant that he was quite close with Jack. Noah dripped with saliva when he saw the liquor. Good job, bro. I didn't know you knew the boss here. That kid is really odd. He hardly interacts with people outside of his circle and is very mysterious. I once suspected that he had connections with the mafia and looked into him for quite a while, but didn't find anything. I've been friends with Rick's family since I was in the States, but I didn't contact him after I returned to the country since we work in different sectors anyways. Jack didn't seem to want to say too much about Rick, and Chloe could hear Jack's tone. Afraid that Noah would keep on asking questions, she quickly changed the subject. Did you guys forget to buy me a birthday cake? Ah, I really did forget, Sarah realized just then. That's easy. Let me call someone at the police station to buy one and send it over. Noah stood up and prepared to make the call. Just then, the servers knocked on the door and entered with an extravagant 3-layer cake. Our boss ordered for this to be sent over. Please enjoy. That kid really is something. He even knows whose birthday it was. Noah looked at Jack with suspicion. I just told him to prepare one, Jack said lightly. Yo, so it was you. You're pretty considerate. Noah patted on Jack's shoulder. Then, the 4 of them sat down, and Sarah placed 24 candles onto the cake for Chloe. Then, she took her phone to take photos. Make a wish and blow out the candles, birthday girl. I wish you a long and prosperous life, Noah teased. Happy birthday, honey. Jack lightly kissed Chloe on the corners of her lips, and the room suddenly filled with overwhelming sweetness. Then Sarah and Noah both posted the picture on their friend circles. Chloe also took her phone and posted on her friend circle, I'm now 24. Happy birthday to me. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she opened up Weibo and posted on it as well. I've turned 24 today. I would like to thank everyone that appeared in my life. No matter what happens later on in life, I will continue on with all my strength. If it's successful, it'll be called life. If it's rough, it'll be called experience. The truth was, she didn't want to post it on Weibo at all, but she suddenly remembered that Justin didn't have her snap. That guy gave her a bullet case and even lit up fireworks. If she didn't say one nice thing, then she would be too rude. Of course, Justin sent her a private message when he saw the update, containing only 2 words, Happy birthday. Chloe also responded with 2 words, Thank you. Despite how polite and distant this exchange was, Justin was happy because Chloe replied to him. She even posted on Weibo so she could thank him. What are you smiling about? Did the Imperial Star stocks go up? Brenton was very confused when he saw Justin staring and smiling at his phone. Nope. Then what are you so happy about? Guess. Justin raised his head and smiled mysteriously. Your world revolves around only a few things. I know what it's about with my eyes closed, so I don't even need to guess. So, what happened? Did that Miss Green agree to sleep with you? Brenton teased him on purpose. I want to sleep with you. Are you down? Justin looked at Brenton as he gritted his teeth. I'll pass. I like girls, not men. I would still refuse, even though you're fairly attractive. Justin never imagined that one day he would be filled with joy, only because a girl posted on Weibo. Ever since he met Chloe, he suddenly realized how beautiful his world could be. Even though Chloe wasn't his girlfriend yet, he still felt like his money-throwing and partying days were over. It got to the point where he only had one thing to look forward to each and every time. Chloe was a drug he couldn't get off of. Once he tasted it, he heavily fell for it. Right, on a more serious note, I heard that Zoe suffered quite a lot in jail. You must also know of what goes on inside the women's prison. It's much more terrifying than the men's prison when things get ugly. Don't you feel bad at all? Brenton always liked to gossip, so he would talk about these things with Max, and they all knew of what went on with Zoe inside the prison. Some wealthy kid had a dad who was a major director inside the prison, and so they knew better than anyone how she was doing. Feel bad? I'm nice enough to not have her skin ripped off. Justin's eyes grew dark and cold at the thought of Zoe. Luckily, nothing happened to Chloe, or else Chloe's life wouldn't be compensated for even if Zoe died over 10 times. A fight between women could call for small scheming plots, but how could Zoe be terrible enough to hire criminals to deal with Chloe? This infuriated Justin more than anything. Luckily, Chloe wasn't some average girl, and she had always been able to escape dangers and come out safely. So naturally, Justin knew of Zoe's life inside the prison, but he wanted to torture her for 8 years. He wanted her to realize her mistake as she lived in pain. You really don't know how to treat women with care. But why did that woman bother Chloe all of a sudden? I don't get it. Was Chloe someone she thought she could bully? People must have some sort of self-awareness, or else they wouldn't even know how they died. Brenton sighed deeply. Justin didn't say anything. He only held up his phone and looked over and over again at the screen. He couldn't seem to get over the picture that was taken unintentionally. Inside the VIP room of Seductive Fox, Jack received a call and spoke about work nonstop, while neither Noah nor Sarah would let go of the mic. Choose whichever song you want to hear. I know it all. Sarah was a bit tipsy as she stood on the table in her black mini skirt and leather jacket, looking quite wild. You two should sing Mortal Love Song for me, Chloe said in all seriousness. Are you sure? What music tastes do you have? Sarah stared at Chloe in exasperation. Then Greatest Ethnic Style works too, Chloe added. Noah was just drinking beer, and he nearly spat it out when he heard this. Jack, is your wife from a tiny village in the middle of nowhere? She's super lame, okay? What year is this? Who's still listening to Greatest Ethnic Style? Noah asked as he laughed. Jack was on the phone listening to the reports from his company's executives as he looked at Chloe with eyes full of spoiling adoration. My hubby shares the same tastes. Are you going to sing or not? If you don't know this song, just say so. Why are you trying to find an excuse for yourself? Chloe laughed. Who says I don't know it? Of course I do. Doesn't it go like this? The wide skies are where my heart belongs. Sarah began to roar it out, yet she went off tune on the first note. Whoa, whoa, your tune ran off to the South Pole. Sarah, do you dare to shut up? Noah shouted. I don't. Ha ha ha. Sarah stood on the table and twisted around her waist to piss off Noah. Chloe burst out laughing when she saw how silly Sarah was. Just then, Chloe's phone suddenly rang, and when she lowered her head to see who it was, her expression changed. After a moment of hesitation, Chloe decided to pick up. As she picked up the phone, she walked out of the private room. Hello? Happy birthday, Chloe. At the other end of the phone, Simon's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Thank you. Chloe's voice only sounded calm and distant. Chloe, I miss you so much. Simon, let me warn you. You're now Lisa's husband, and you are about to be the father of her child. Please always keep that in mind. Chloe wanted to laugh when she heard Simon say that he missed her. Where did he go when she needed his help the most? His true nature was disloyalty and betrayal. Chloe, I really regret not listening to your explanations back then. I should have trusted you, and I shouldn't have done all of those things to hurt you. I know that you won't forgive me, but I only want to repent. I've been living in regret and am extremely upset at myself. Why did I not treasure you when God had given me such a wonderful girl? Simon seemed to have been drinking, so there were hints of aggressiveness in his tone. Chloe only silently listened and didn't have any emotional responses. No one sells medicine that cures regret in this world. Life is a one-way ride, and everyone needs to take responsibility for the choices they've made. Maybe this was destined. Thank you for the birthday wish, and don't ever call me again, because I don't think we need to keep in touch. Before Simon could speak, Chloe hung up the phone. She was a very resolute person, as she would never want to be entangled in anything after the relationship ended. Plus, she would never remain friends with an ex-boyfriend after a breakup, because she didn't have a heart big enough to forgive all the things that happened in the past. If it wasn't because her number was linked to her name, she would have gotten a new number a long time ago, or else it would cause her a lot of trouble and frustration if Simon called her whenever he wanted to. Luckily, Jack wasn't the jealous type, or else it would definitely cause misunderstandings between the two of them. After Chloe finished talking on the phone in the hallway of the nightclub, she turned around to head back into the room, when suddenly a familiar voice sounded from behind her. Chloe, my little sister. Without turning around, Chloe knew that this person was Andrew because only he shamelessly called her little sister all the time. Plus, he had been calling her like that for 7 years. Really, she and Andrew have known each other for 7 years now. When she began dating Jack, Andrew also unknowingly found his way into her life. Even though Chloe never accepted this identity of hers, Andrew still stubbornly called her little sister for 7 years. For outsiders who didn't know the story, they might think that they were in a great relationship because the nickname sounded very intimate. Why do I see you everywhere I go? Chloe felt annoyed as she turned around to coldly look at Andrew. He wore an orange shirt with the buttons all opened and his chest showing, going full-on Playboy style. He held onto a big-breasted foreign girl with one hand and looked like a wealthy playboy. Who would imagine that this was the president of the Green Corporation and the famous prince of the Green family? That means we've been blessed by destiny? Little sister Chloe, I heard from the old man that you're planning on returning to the Green family? Andrew asked with a smile. Yes, Chloe nodded. She didn't see the need to lie. That's great. Welcome back. Aren't you worried that I'll join forces with the old man to fight against you? Chloe looked at him with suspicion. If you're fighting against me, then I'd be more than happy to accept, laughed Andrew. Humph, don't try to flatter me. Only an idiot will believe you. Chloe knew that Andrew was incredibly smart and had unknown methods, or else he wouldn't have climbed to where he was today and gained control over the majority of the Green Corporation. He even pushed the old man and his mistress into desperation, so she would never believe what he said. It was all a smoke screen. He was the best at doing stuff like that. Chloe turned to leave after she spoke. However, Andrew suddenly walked up to her, and he took something out from nowhere, stuffing it in Chloe's hand. Here, your birthday present. Andrew smiled nonchalantly. President Green? Are you kidding me? Chloe didn't know how to respond to the koala stuffed toy, no more than 1/2 meter tall, in her arms. The dignified president of the Green Corporation's birthday present was only a stuffed toy that was worth no more than $50? What a joke. Don't you like koalas? I originally thought that I should give you a real koala. Please, koalas are the national animal of Australia, Chloe emphasized. I know, it isn't hard to get a friend of mine to bring one over, but the hard part is to find that koala a tree to hang in because it likes to eat tree leaves. Even though it's easy to get a koala across the border, it's very difficult to get the tree. So, I gave you a fake one to play around with." Andrew spoke casually without a care, but Chloe was nearly driven mad by his words. How could he even think of getting a koala for her? Had he gone mad? She loved koalas, but... Wait, not even Jack knew that she liked koalas. So how did Andrew find out? "How did you know that I liked koalas?" Alarmed, Chloe asked Andrew. "I guessed. I don't believe you." "Then that's your problem. Okay, kiddo. Go back to your birthday with your toy. Don't let your man wait too long, or else he will come out and stare at me with those frigid eyes of his. I really hate his icy expression." After Andrew spoke, he walked down the hall with his hand wrapped around the hot girl. Chloe hugged onto the gray koala bear, and after quite a bit of indecisiveness, she finally pushed the door and went back in. "Huh? Why is there a koala bear in your hand? How cute." Sarah took it immediately after she saw it. Then she hugged it in her arms. Chloe sat down beside Jack, and after a few seconds of silence, she slowly said, "Andrew gave it to me. He said it was a birthday present." "Damn, he's pretty cheap. How could the prestigious president of the Green Corporation give you such a cheap gift?" Even Noah felt unfair for Chloe. "Never mind. I don't have any ties with him anyways. It's not like I would accept an expensive gift from him. It's better that he gave me a toy." Chloe, however, was quite nonchalant. Jack looked at Noah, and then he slowly said, "Can you check if it's bugged?" The other three all froze upon hearing what Jack said. "Seriously?" Chloe grew a bit scared. Just then, she really didn't think too much about the present, but Jack's question made her feel nervous. She now had a strange relationship with the Green family, and there was no guarantee what Andrew would and wouldn't do. Noah then took the stuffed toy from Sarah's hand and inspected it all over, based on his professional experience. Yet, of course, there was something firm inside the bear's stomach. "I found it. There really is something." Noah reached in as he spoke. "Andrew, you perv, how dare you try to do this to me?" Chloe bit down on her teeth, her expression turning grim. Jack didn't say anything, as he only looked at Noah's movements. After much effort, Noah took out the thing inside the bear's stomach, finding a square brocade box. It was dark red and looked quite high-end. "That doesn't look like a bug," Sarah slowly said as she looked on from the side. Chloe didn't say anything, but she watched with great anticipation. What was really hidden in that box? Regardless, Andrew was truly great at scheming. He had to surprise them all with this gift. If Jack didn't warn them, no one would even think that there may be something else hidden inside. "Huh? It seems to be a bracelet." Noah opened the box and took out a transparent white jade bracelet from inside. Even those that didn't understand jade would praise how beautiful this was. It looked super expensive. Sarah also touched it, and its cold surface felt very nice on the skin. Jack stood up and took the jade bracelet from Noah's hand. After glancing at it, he slowly said, "This collected item was bought last week at the Gialli auction house for $8.8 million. It was the bracelet of a high-ranking concubine, and it's said to be a treasured piece gifted by the emperor." Noah: "Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, woo." Sarah: "Ha, more than $8 million? Did Andrew really tear through his wallet this time?" Chloe: "So it really isn't a bug?" Chloe asked, still worried. "It isn't. It seems to be just a birthday present. I was overly concerned." Jack handed the bracelet to Chloe after he spoke. Chloe felt a bit awkward as she picked up the bracelet and stood up to walk out right away. "I've to go find him and give it back to him." "He's already given it to you, so you might as well keep it." Jack, on the other hand, was very calm. "You're not angry?" Chloe looked at him, still worried. "Why would I be angry? He should give the entire Green Corporation to you." Jack smiled because he knew of Andrew's intentions towards Chloe all too well. However, he didn't want to say too much, as he worried that Chloe would feel pressured. So, he pulled on her shoulder to sit down and comforted her. "Yes, since it's for you, you might as well keep it. If you won't wear it, then you can give it to your mom to wear. Why won't you keep it since it was given to you? Plus, Andrew always spends quite a lot of money on chicks anyways, Sarah suggested. Chloe looked at the 8 million or so jade bracelet helplessly, and she truly didn't know what to say. She thought it was only a stuffed toy, and that was why she accepted it without any pressure or concern. Who knew that there would be such an expensive thing hidden inside the toy's stomach? Andrew was truly a weirdo. Andrew's gift gave them all a scare, but although it was just a false alarm, they were no longer in the mood of having fun anymore. So everyone prepared to leave Seductive Fox. Rick personally came over just as they were about to leave and said something to Jack. Chloe finally understood how Jack found out about the dangerous situation she was in last time. It turned out that the owner here was friends with Jack, and her predictions were right. If Justin didn't help her out last time, then this Rick would still help her chase away the flies that came to bother her. Inside the presidential suite of some hotel, Andrew looked at the foreign girl beneath him, and the desires he had previously suddenly vanished. He flipped over and lied down. "What's wrong, Mr. Green?" The girl was confused as she looked at Andrew with mystified eyes. "I'm a bit tired. You should go home." "Okay, remember to call me." The girl spoke, and then she got dressed and left, without a hint of hesitation or complaint. Andrew drank quite a lot today. He basically spent his entire day at Seductive Fox. He indeed waited until the arrival of Chloe and the others, because he knew that there was a special relationship between Jack and Seductive Fox's owner. So he arrived early and waited around until he finally saw Chloe. He was quite happy the moment he gave her the gift, but why does he feel perplexed now? Andrew took out a cigarette and lit it. Then, with his upper body naked, he walked to the window with a white towel around his waist. He looked at the beautiful night sky and suddenly remembered something that happened 7 years ago. Chloe wore a blue-striped dress with her hair in a ponytail as she stood before a massive glass window. She looked at a stuffed toy intently. It was a stuffed koala bear. Her eyes were so gentle as she even reached out with her fingers in an attempt to touch the koala. Even though she clearly knew it was fake, she still looked at it full of novelty. Later on, he never saw any stuffed toys around Chloe. Every girl liked dogs, pigs, and the Zootopia, bunny, and fox that have been spreading around like crazy on the internet. But she didn't like any of it at all. She only liked the dumb-looking, cute koala. It was a secret that only he knew. He personally bought the half-meter-tall koala at a toy store quite a while ago, but he bought the jade bracelet only last week at the auction. These were his birthday presents to her. Andrew always had an image in his mind. Chloe in a moon-white-colored cheapao, with a white jade bracelet on her wrist. Chloe's temperament had an old-time charm to it. She had distinct features and an aura that couldn't be put into words. Unfortunately, Chloe didn't like to wear a cheapao, so she never did, and Andrew gave her a jade bracelet in hopes that one day he would be able to see her wear it with a cheapao. Then her beauty would charm the daylight and fill the length of time, and of course, enchant him. The cigarette smoke flew within the air as Andrew slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. "Chloe, how much longer will I have to wait for you?" On the way back, Chloe sneezed. "Achoo! What's wrong? Did you catch a cold?" Jack immediately held up the jacket beside him with one hand and covered Chloe's legs with it. "I don't think so. I'm fine. My body is in great shape." Chloe smiled. After the two got back, Chloe, exhausted, took a shower and then directly rushed into bed. Her hair wasn't even completely dry yet. "Honey, get up." "Why?" "Your hair is still wet." "That's fine. It'll dry by tomorrow." "Jack." "No, you'll be sick." Jack ignored Chloe and pulled her out from underneath the sheets. Then, he took the hairdryer and closely dried every strand of Chloe's hair. "Honey, are you treating me like your daughter now?" asked Huo Mian with a smile. "I don't have a capricious daughter like you." "You can't call me capricious. It's my birthday today, and it isn't past midnight yet, so I'm still the biggest." Fine, you're the biggest, aside from your breasts, Jack quietly mumbled. What did you say? Chloe furiously turned around. I said, honey, you're the biggest. Your breasts are so big too. Very smart of you. Chloe turned around with a smile on her face. She was quite happy with how she spent her birthday. And all the presents she received were quite special, aside from those handcuffs from Noah. She was quite happy with all the other gifts. However, she was still quite indecisive about Justin's bullet, because his promise was far too substantial for her. It couldn't be measured with money. The next morning, Chloe had a night shift, so she didn't have much to do during the day. After she received a call from Timothy, she went to the Green Corporation's headquarters. During the board of directors meeting, Timothy officially announced Chloe's addition to the Green Corporation. Everyone on the board of directors knew that she was Timothy's illegitimate daughter, and so they all implicitly agreed. Afterward, Timothy moved 2.8% of the stocks under Chloe's name, but she doesn't have the power to control it, which was planned by Timothy all along, so Chloe didn't think it was strange. Timothy only wanted to use her as a pawn to fight against Andrew and protect Liam. Evelyn shot Chloe a look, and Chloe immediately knew what she wanted, and so during the morning meeting, she said to Andrew, President Green, I have one request. What is it? Andrew's normal playboy image completely disappeared and became very serious, which wasn't like his usual self at all. I think Manager Green should be transferred back from the Philippines. Our corporation needs extra hands right now. And since the project there is small, there's no point in keeping Manager Green there for the long term, Chloe said slowly. Evelyn immediately responded with smiles as she followed suit. Yes, President Green, I think that Chloe is right. Our company is very busy right now, and Liam can help you if he comes back. Timothy only listened quietly and didn't say anything as he waited to see how Andrew responded. Andrew slowly spun around the Hong Kong coin in his hand, as if he was in deep thought. After a moment, he raised his head to stare at Chloe and asked, If he comes back, then will you go and take his position? Chloe was somewhat speechless. She never thought that Andrew would respond like that. At this sight, Timothy immediately said, Andrew, your little sister just came back. She doesn't quite understand the business yet. If she goes to the Philippines without any preparation, then it would delay a lot of other plans. We don't need to worry about this. Let's talk about it later when we get a chance to. Of course, Timothy didn't say this to help Chloe. He was only afraid that he might lose his helper before he could save his son. Andrew looked at Timothy, and then he suddenly laughed. Dad, I was just kidding with Chloe. How can I let her go to the Philippines? What if her skin turns dark from the sun? Both Timothy and Evelyn relaxed when they heard Andrew say so. Big brother, just let Liam come back. Everyone misses him very much. Brenny grew impatient. Andrew glanced at Chloe and he asked again, Chloe, is that what you actually want? It's your first day back and I'll be nice to you. So if you really want Liam to come back, then I'll let him come back. The hot potato landed back in Chloe's hands, and even though she didn't like Liam at all, this was only the start of her plans. She couldn't go against Timothy right away, as she at least had to let him have his way in the beginning. Therefore, Chloe nodded. Yes, President Green, it's what I want. Hopefully, you can approve my request. Approved. Andrew waved his hand and was very generous, as joy immediately lit up on Evelyn and Brenny's faces. After the morning meeting ended, Andrew glanced at Chloe. Come to my office. Chloe only wore a white t-shirt with a red trench coat and long black pants. It wasn't formal attire, but it was full of liveliness. She didn't look like a 24-year-old girl. Instead, she seemed a lot like a college student. President Green, what did you need me for? Chloe didn't want to interact too much with Andrew, so she directly got to the point. You're taking the old man's side? Asked Andrew with a smile. Yeah, I'm sure you noticed. You're really stubborn with your words. Fine. Let's not talk about that. Did you like the koala bear yesterday? I do. Who doesn't like an $8 million koala bear? Chloe said on purpose as she looked up at him. Andrew immediately laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how direct you are. That goes without saying. I don't like to beat around the bushes. I can't compete with you guys, even hiding presents. What a scene. Would you accept it if I didn't do so? This is called strategy. Do you understand? I do. I've already witnessed President Green's strategy, but you've gained nothing from it. You wanted to get me on your side by giving me such an expensive gift, and you want me to help you fight against the old man, right? No. Myself alone is enough to deal with the old man and his group. Andrew shook his head. Then you? Who I give gifts to, and what I give is purely for my own liking. Don't be pressured. You've managed the Green Foundation very well. If you weren't as strict as you were, then we probably won't know where all its money went. After the different layers of management all take their share, barely any would be left. Even though I don't ask about it very often, it's very clear with just one look at the accounts. Just see the gift as a reward from me. Really? Then, if so, thank you for the present, Chloe replied. There's no need for you to be too polite with me. After Andrew spoke, he spun the globe as if he was deep in thought. Is there anything else you wanted to talk to me about, President Green? If there isn't, I'll be leaving now. Okay. After she left Andrew's office, the female secretary stopped her once again. Ms. Green, the president has ordered me to give you some of the company's newest skin care products. What is it this time? Chloe was confused. Face masks. President Green said that Ms. Green has turned dark from the sun recently. Chloe, she subconsciously touched her face. Has she really? She hasn't been tanning, though. She took the face masks without further politeness and then drove home. After she had lunch, she cleaned up Imperial Park before finally driving to Southside for work. Even though she had technically returned to the Green family, she was no more than a puppet board member and didn't interfere with company affairs. The hospital was still where her real work was, and the Green Foundation was also one of her key focuses. Chloe had always been curious as to why Andrew suddenly decided to be a saint and establish a charity. However, she finally realized the reason when she read yesterday's newspaper. It turned out that there were advantages with charity work, because the Green Foundation had an extremely prestigious public reputation and did a lot of good for the city. As a result, the government even allotted a piece of land to the Green Corporation and gave them tax exemptions. It was certainly a big gain with a small price to pay. She knew that Andrew would never involve himself in a money-losing business. Inside her office, Chloe watched TV while she looked over the files of new patients. The TV suddenly interrupted the program with the news. Imperial Star recently invested in a young idol movie, Courting You 99 Times. The female lead was a second-rate star, who Chloe was somewhat familiar with. She had been in a few spy movies in the past, and even though she didn't look very pretty, she was cute and likable. She stood beside Justin in the television, as the two promoted the new movie together. President Cooper, a source claims that you've been courting a Cinderella. Is it true? No one knows what she does for a living, so can you tell us? Who is this lucky girl who caught your interest? A reporter suddenly asked. Chloe immediately felt a slight anxiety rush as she raised her head and closely stared at the big screen. Justin asked the reporter with a smile on his face, "Which newspaper outlet are you from?" President Cooper? The reporter was clearly frightened. Go back and tell your boss. If you dare to ask another brainless and useless question like this one, don't blame me for bankrupting him. Yes, my mistake. I'm sorry, President Cooper. The reporter was so scared that she began retreating. Could everyone please ask about the new production only? Thanks for your cooperation. Lori immediately rushed forward and protected her boss. Chloe finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Justin didn't say anything. She was truly scared that someone might reveal her, and then countless media outlets and spotlights would target her every day. By then, she would completely lose her freedom. After the reform of Southside, along with funding from the Green Foundation, the hospital received plenty of praises from various sources. There were more and more patients, and Chloe became busier and busier. She was the head nurse, so she didn't need to take a lot of night shifts. However, because of the increase in patients, she had to work overtime. Even though it was very tiring, she felt that her life was very meaningful and fulfilling. Several days later, on Friday night, Chloe was about to go home after a day of work, but before she could leave, she received a call from Sarah. "Sarah? Quick, quick, quick. Talk slower. What are you quicking about?" Chloe was very confused. "Night of the Lawrence's Pearl. I want a boat ticket. You've got to get me one." "Night of the Pearl? What's that?" Chloe didn't know what it was, but Sarah seemed to want a ticket more than anything. It completely confused her. "Whoa, girl, are you from the mountainside? You don't even know what it is?" "I don't," Chloe replied immediately. "Lawrence is a big boss in Las Vegas. The new personalized, luxurious cruise he ordered last year is called Gamble God, and this boat cruises all around the world and approaches harbors at uncertain times. Once it docks, they would throw a massive party by that city's harbor for 3 days and 3 nights, and that would also be the so-called Night of the Gamble God. They say that plenty of European and American actors and singers will board and perform on the boat, along with the attendance of top domestic socialites, wealthy men, and other superstars. So what does that have to do with me?" "Let me finish first." Sarah was clearly very excited. Chloe wore her earphones as she sat in the car and placed her bag on the passenger seat. Then she drove away from Southside in her Audi R8. "I just got off the plane, and I heard a passenger in first class say that the Gamble God is docking near our city tonight, around 8 p.m. My gosh, which means that it'll host a luxurious gala in our city for 3 days and 3 nights. They've already sent out the invitations for this year, and apparently, there are only 100 tickets reserved for people in our city. Invited guests are successful people, and Mr. Dawson is definitely one of the most important figures. So I thought, maybe you can ask Jack to get an invitation for me." "So that's what you want." Chloe finally understood. "Please. But that's a game for a bunch of men. Why would you want to go?" Chloe felt reluctant, as she never liked to join in on the rowdiness. "I want to go see my idol. You know that I love those handsome European and American stars. They all look bad and rebellious. Haha, such a cutie." Sarah grew more and more excited as she spoke. Fine. You're such a female perv. I promise you that I'll get you a ticket as long as Jack has a way." "That's fantastic, love you." Okay, I have to drive now. Talk to you later." Chloe smiled after she hung up. Sarah still liked to chase after stars, but what's there to like about European and American stars? Her English was quite good, but she would still have different living habits than those people. Plenty of interracial marriages have failed, so Sarah was truly crazy. Chloe didn't forget that she agreed to stay at South Hill Manor with Jack every Friday. When she parked her car outside the lawn, the butler immediately came out to open the door for Chloe. "Uncle, I can do it myself." Chloe felt very bad when she saw the 50-year-old elder open the door for her. "Young mistress, you must be tired from driving all the way here. Jack hired Uncle from abroad, and apparently, he had very high work ethics." As Chloe opened her mouth, she saw Jack's Maybach slowly drive in. Jack just happened to be right after her, but why didn't she see him from her rearview mirror? Chloe jogged over to Jack's car, immediately jumping into his embrace as soon as he got off. She held him tight. "Your car was just behind mine, but why didn't I see you? Were you in stealth mode?" asked Chloe with a smile on her face. Only when she was in front of Jack would she reveal such a childish side. Jack pinched her face with spoiling adoration. "I drove over from another freeway. I went to other city this afternoon and came back from there." No wonder, because Chloe was too exhausted when she got off work. She didn't even bother to change, so she came back in her white lab coat. Her whole body smelled of formaldehyde, and after she leaped onto Jack, his shirt was immediately tainted with the smell. "Honey, how devoted are you? You've come back with the smell of formaldehyde." "What? You don't like it? Chloe threatened half seriously. No, I like it very much. That's more like it. The couple talked with laughter and smiles as they walked into the old mansion, hand in hand. Uncle had already arranged for dinner. It was Thai cuisine tonight, and there was even delicious pineapple rice. Chloe's appetite immediately spiked at the sight of all the food. Eat slower. Jack didn't know how to respond when he saw how carelessly she ate. Then he caringly passed some warm water to her. Chloe took a sip and then finally remembered what Sarah asked of her. Honey, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Jack said as he gracefully ate dinner. Ahem. Do you know of the Night of Lawrence's Pearl? Yes. Jack nodded. Sarah said it was some night of the Gamble God party for 3 days and 3 nights, and she really wants to go. But they say that there are hardly any invitations, so could you help me get one for her? You have a way, right? Nope. Jack immediately refused. Chloe, how is that possible? You're the great Mr. Dawson, honey. You definitely have an invitation, right? Chloe didn't want to get Sarah's hopes up for nothing, and no one would believe that Jack didn't have access to invitations, given his status and power. Jack slowly placed down the fork in his hand, beside the steak. Honey, I really don't have an invitation. How is that possible? Chloe was suddenly a bit disappointed because she didn't think that Jack was lying. But hints of hope suddenly relit inside Chloe when she heard the word but. But I can bring anyone and however many people I'd like onto the ship without invitations. Whoa, then why didn't you say so sooner? You got me scared there for a second. Chloe was quite scared, but in the end, she found out that she didn't need an invitation at all, because Mr. Dawson could get on, nonetheless. He could board the boat with his face. That was the proof of real status. I haven't finished yet. Jack looked at Chloe with a smile on his face, feeling that his little dumb Chloe could also be so cute at the same time. So Sarah can go, right? Chloe asked to make sure. Of course. Noah's going as well. That'd be great. Those two could get together again. I think that they might have arranged this all along. Chloe laughed. Honey, come with me tomorrow night as well. Me? I shouldn't. I'm not a big fan of events like that. Chloe shook her head and didn't want to get herself mixed up in this rowdiness at all. But I want you to come. Why? Chloe was a bit surprised because Jack rarely invited her to boring events, like luxurious galas, because the Night of the Gamble God really tests one's intelligence. So you want to test out my intelligence? Chloe burst out laughing. No, I just want to show off your intelligence. I want the whole world to see how awesome my wife is. Ahem. I'll give you 9 stars for this compliment, and the last star is reserved so that you don't get too proud. So, you've agreed? But 3 days and 3 nights is too long. I can't push work aside. Chloe was still a bit reluctant. I've already called Director Richard. He didn't dare to refuse. Chloe, honey, is it really okay for you to threaten Director Richard like this? Will he try to take it out on me? If he does, then it only means that Richard doesn't want to keep his director position anymore. Jack said slowly. Mr. Dawson, does your wife know how tyrannical you are? Chloe rested her chin on her hand and closely inspected Jack's gorgeous face. My wife knows, because I'm just as tyrannical in bed. Chloe immediately covered her face, as it burned up like fire. Was it really appropriate to flirt so openly like this? Chloe liked South Hill Manor very much since it was pretty much made of money. Plus, it had everything, from butler to maids. They truly lived an extremely luxurious life. However, she understood why Jack was so considerate, as he arranged everything so that their future children could live a privileged life. Inside Justin's private mansion. Justin climbed out of the pool, exhausted from 10 or so laps. Brenton passed over a towel as he lied on the chair, closed his eyes, and rested. Night of Lawrence's Pearl. Must be very interesting. I won't go, even if it's interesting. It still wouldn't be more fun than Las Vegas. If you think a bunch of rowdy hillbillies are fun, then you should go with Max. Justin was clearly not in the mood. Hillbillies? Please, did you even know that Jack is going? Is he a hillbilly? Jack is going as well. Justin suddenly filled with energy. Not only is Jack going, I think Chloe is going as well. Who said so? I did. Brenton was overwhelmingly confident. Justin, do you think you're an almighty god? You know all that's in the future? Justin immediately lost his interest when he heard that Brenton was only guessing. Just think about it. After we get on the boat, we'll be on it for 3 days and 3 nights. Jack will definitely go, because I had someone ask about it, and he's on Lawrence's VIP list. The most important guests are you and Jack, and from what I gathered, his assistant has canceled all of his plans for the next 3 days and 3 nights, which means that he's definitely going. I think Chloe's going, because I don't think Jack would leave his wife at home like that for 3 days and 3 nights. Plus, there are all those female stars and models on the boat. What if rumors get out? He wouldn't ever be able to convince Chloe that he's innocent. Brenton's analysis was quite reasonable, and Justin thought he had a point. He suddenly stood up and threw his towel off to the side. What are you doing? Brenton was frightened to see him like so. Justin didn't say anything as he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Tell that Harry Lawrence that I'm going to the night of Lawrence's Pearl. Brenton laughed at how impatient he was. Perhaps everywhere Chloe would appear in the future would be Justin's target destination. 8 p.m. the next night, Jack, Chloe, Noah, and Sarah all appeared by the entrance of the luxurious cruise. Others showed their invitation. Jack, however, led them in without anything, and no one dared to stop them. One couldn't help but be amazed at how powerful he was. Do you know what the winner of the Night of the Gamble God will receive? Jack asked them as he smiled profoundly. Noah, I think it'll be a luxurious sports car, a limited edition Lamborghini, Bugatti, or something like that. Noah thought that Lawrence would definitely be very generous since he was a big boss of Las Vegas. Sarah, I think it'll be a VIP membership of all the casinos Lawrence owns. What a terrible guess. That's so lame. Who wants a VIP membership? Noah said in disdain. I think both of you are pretty lame. This time, even Chloe took Noah's side. Fine. Sarah immediately shut up. Wife, what do you think? Jack was looking forward to Chloe's guess, because she had always been fairly smart. Chloe thought for a moment and said, Since Lawrence is a big boss of Las Vegas, then it must have something to do with money. I guess the final reward must be American dollars. Psh! I thought that you would be more imaginative, but it's just another boring guess, Noah scorned. Yay, girl, your intelligence has decreased, haha. Chloe faintly smiled at their teasing. Jack lovingly adjusted Chloe's fallen bangs as he smiled with spoiling adoration. Your little brain is still the smartest. Whoa, you mean that Chloe guessed right? That's right, the reward is American dollars. Jack nodded. Damn, it's really the cold hard cash. Isn't the reward a little too vulgar? Noah complained. Money. It was as simple as that, but they never imagined it would be this. Chloe didn't think too much, but she guessed it right. Just then, Jack added, There are 100 people on our city's VIP list this time, and each one of them has to pay 200,000 American dollars as the deposit and ticket for boarding the boat. Then, these 100 people will compete, and whoever wins in the end will get the money, and Lawrence will contribute another 50% of that amount. This means that the total reward would be almost $120 million. On top of that, Lawrence will provide another $60 million, so the final winner will be awarded $180 million. What? $180 million? That's far too exciting. Noah was stunned. You rich people really know how to have fun. It's all about the adrenaline rush, Sarah exclaimed. So, honey, you brought the 3 of us here, so you paid $800,000 in total? Chloe couldn't get over this easily. She wouldn't have come if she had known. What a waste of money. Ahem, $800,000. Such a great sum. It's enough for us to go to Las Vegas for 3 days and 3 nights. Why did you have to spend so much money on this? Chloe wanted to cry, but had no tears. since she married into a wealthy household, and her husband was filthy rich. But she still didn't like to waste money like this. It was $800,000. How could he throw it away like that? Don't be afraid, honey. We just have to earn it back. How? Do you really want to win the prize? You're crazy. Chloe stared at Jack. That's exactly what I want. We can't count on those two. I'm going to have to place all my hopes on you, honey. Tonight, you'll unleash your super brain and become the winner. Jack purposely teased Chloe. Yes, girl, we all believe in you. Chloe, you're the best. Go for it. Noah and Sarah also followed suit. Chloe was suddenly overwhelmed with pressure. Are you guys trying to tease me to death? Asked Chloe with puppy dog eyes. Jack smiled and hugged Chloe's shoulder. Okay, we won't tease you anymore. Let's head in. Chin-Chu scanned his fingerprint, and the four of them each obtained a VIP card. It was undeniable that this was a night of wasting money. Even the VIP card was plated with real gold, so Sarah even asked whether she could take it with her when she left. Then, the other three all rolled their eyes at her. They've already gotten on the boat. Why would they still care about some gold-plated card? Sarah needed to get her priorities straight. You might as well find a wealthy man. Taking away the gold card really drops your prestige, Chloe purposely added. Then she looked at Noah and noticed that he began looking really awkward. Ahem, yeah. Why don't you just pick up a wealthy guy? Or else you would have come for nothing. Noah betrayed his feelings and jumped in as well. You filthy cop. Say that to me again? Sarah was clearly upset, as she stared at Noah with fury in her eyes. Maybe you heard wrong. I said that. The moon tonight is so round, haha. After speaking, Noah purposefully raised his head to look at the moon. Perhaps Noah knew that he had the low ground, so he didn't dare say anything else. Jack and Chloe looked at each other and smiled. Jack and the three others were highly recognizable. Jack was wearing a mysterious black slim-fit, custom-made suit. As for Noah, he wore a navy blue suit. Sarah dressed up beautifully, with a fishtail short skirt, paired with a white blouse with Korean-styled lotus sleeves. Golden high heels paired with her curled long hair made her look mature and sexy. As for Chloe, she was weirdly dressed, as if she didn't belong here at all. The male guests here tonight wore suits, and female guests mostly wore evening gowns or short dresses. Each one was prettier than the other, but Chloe wore a black sweater with a Mickey Mouse pattern on it. It was a simple, overhead sweater, and her trousers had a loose waist, but were slim-fitting. On her feet was a pair of white tennis shoes. It was an outfit that a student would wear, and was way too casual for this event. Moreover, she was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. They covered her pair of pretty clear eyes. Chloe's hair was tied up in a trendy bun, which matched her outfit, but it really wasn't appropriate for this event. To be frank, before she left, Chloe didn't dress up because she was debating whether to come or follow her heart and stay home. Girl, listen to me and change. Your outfit is forgettable. You look like a passerby, Sarah advised. Yeah, I'm not criticizing you, but as the young madam of GK, you're dressed like a nobody. It's not fitting to the occasion. You don't have to stun everyone here, but you should look at least presentable, right? Noah agreed with Sarah. It's all right. It's not a beauty pageant. Anyways, even my husband isn't disgusted with me. You two should stop nagging me. After speaking, Chloe playfully hugged Jack's arm and acted like a spoiled little girl. As for Jack, he remained silent and grabbed onto Chloe's hand, his eyes filled with love. No matter what Chloe wore, she was equally beautiful in Jack's eyes. That wasn't up for question. Close by, Justin and his entourage had just arrived. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they were all tonight's special guests. Justin was leading them, and to his left and right were Brenton and Max. Justin was wearing a white shirt and casual black pants. He looked simplistic and refreshing, yet his handsomeness was off the charts. Although he wasn't super handsome like Jack, he wasn't losing in terms of presence. Young Master Cooper President Cooper. "Hi, young Master Cooper." On his way, the guests all nodded and greeted Justin. "That looks like Chloe in the front." Brenton focused his vision and said quietly, "I'm not blind." Justin immediately saw Chloe as soon as he boarded the ship, and his gaze never left her. However, her public display of affection with Jack made Justin's fragile heart feel defeated, putting the prince in a sullen mood. What's with this Chloe showing her affection 24/7? The saying goes that the more one flaunts their love, the faster it dies. So I don't think they'll last long. Ha ha ha. You should steal her from him as soon as possible. Max laughed. "I won't disappoint you all," Justin said word by word as he strode forward. After boarding the boat and getting their gold cards, everyone returned to their rooms according to the room number on their cards. The cruise was 8 stories tall, and apparently it had everything, including a bar, a gym, a pool room, a karaoke bar, a nightclub, a restaurant, and anything else one might need. It was a moving 5-star hotel with a built-in mall, pool, and a mini golf course. It was extremely luxurious. "Why don't I share a room with Chloe?" When they were splitting rooms, Sarah suddenly suggested. Jack was speechless. Chloe was also at a loss for words. "Sarah, you're in the way of their love. Is that really what you want?" Noah was looking down on her. "But I'm scared to sleep alone. I'll have nightmares." Sarah pouted. "Don't you have Noah? Him?" "No, it's inappropriate for men and women to share a room." Sarah awkwardly smiled. "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Why do you have to be so self-absorbed? Even if you wanted to do something to me, I won't let you," Sarah argued back. "So, guys, do you guys want to sleep in the same room or separate ones?" Laughing, Chloe asked. "I'm fine with whatever." Noah curled his lips and didn't say anything else. I actually want you, ahem." Jack coughed at a suitable time. Sarah changed her wording immediately. "I'll room with the damn policeman and just suffer." In the end, everybody was happy. Right when Jack got back to his room, Rick, who was here again, called him away. Chloe sat in her room for a while. Bored, she decided to look for Sarah and Noah. At her surprise, right as she walked out of her door, she bumped into Justin in the hallway. The two faced each other, and Chloe smiled awkwardly. "Hi." She calmly greeted him and smiled. She might have been a bit nervous, as her glasses began to slide down. Justin reacted quickly, catching the glasses instantaneously. He slowly opened them and placed them back on Chloe's small, delicate face. "You look beautiful tonight," Justin said to her in a serious tone. Stop joking." Even Chloe felt like her getup better suited a trip to the grocery store. To her surprise, however, Justin actually said she was beautiful. She didn't know that Justin loved her style. Perhaps it was because he owned an entertainment company and often hung out with women in the industry. Therefore, he was tired of the evening gowns, long legs, and large chests. So, to his surprise, Justin actually really liked Chloe's casual outfit. The huge Mickey Mouse design on the sweater was especially cute, no matter which angle Justin looked at it from. If they weren't at a public venue and Chloe wasn't married, he really would force her to a corner and push her against the wall. "I'm not joking, I'm being serious." Just as Chloe was about to reply, she heard Jack walk up from behind her and grab her waist. Then, he smiled faintly at Justin. "Honey, is he your friend?" Justin is a patient I looked after at Southside Recuperation Center. We have a doctor and patient relationship," Chloe explained. "Hi, I am..." Before Jack could finish his sentence, Justin interrupted him and said, "Sorry, but I don't care even a bit about who you are. I only pay attention to people I care about." After speaking, Justin strode away, as he didn't want to say another word. "Justin's like that. Don't mind him." Laughing, Chloe explained to Jack. Jack nodded and went back to his room with Chloe in his arms. Half an hour later, the Western restaurant had prepared a delicate buffet for everybody. There were more than 100 people eating a lavish meal and drinking good wine in the spacious restaurant. The ambiance was great. Close to the end, a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked to be about 50 or so, walked to the center of the stage. "That's Lawrence, right?" Noah asked. "No, he's Lawrence's assistant. We won't be able to see Lawrence in person until the end of the third day. That's when he'll appear," Jack slowly said. "I will see everyone in the Cloud Hall in 30 minutes. 50 people will be eliminated tonight. Good luck to you all," he spoke in English. After the crowd understood his words, they couldn't stop chatting because they felt like it was too cruel to eliminate 50 people on the first day. They each paid $200,000. They wouldn't be eliminated immediately, right? If one is eliminated, will they be forced to leave the cruise ship? Chloe was a little worried and asked Jack quietly. They wouldn't be forced to leave the cruise ship, but they'll lose their chance to compete and will have to become spectators, Jack said. Oh, that's good. Her heart rested assured when she heard that the losers wouldn't be forced to leave. Girl, don't you worry. With your freakishly high intelligence, you won't be one of the 50 to be eliminated. Sarah grabbed Chloe's neck and jokingly laughed. Girl, I'm worried about you being forced out after getting eliminated. Chloe hopelessly looked at Sarah. Ha ha ha. Noah couldn't stop laughing. What the hell are you laughing about? Maybe you'll get eliminated faster than me. Sarah glared at Noah. Impossible. Although my IQ isn't as high as Chloe's, there's no way I'll be one of the 50. I should at least be able to make it to the second day. Noah was extremely confident. Load of BS. I'll watch you die soon. Sarah clearly didn't believe him. Jack didn't say much, and after the Vorfinischen Dinner, they headed straight for Cloud Hall. Cloud Hall had extremely lavish decorations, not falling short of the casinos in Las Vegas. The ceiling was a screen simulating a vast blue sky filled with white clouds, giving people the illusion that it was eternally daytime. Isn't this idea copying the casino at the Venetian in Macau? It's like this there as well. Sarah went to Macau with her friends before, and had been somewhere like this. It's more or less the same. It's the same owner anyways, so it won't be much different. Chloe nodded. After they entered, the servers at the door gave everyone $100,000 worth of chips, which meant that the 100 people all had the same amount of money to begin with. They would sit down to play, and after 2 hours, the chips would be checked to see who had the most money. The 50 people with the least money would be eliminated immediately. What are we playing? Do you know? Holding on to Jack's hand, Chloe asked in a quiet voice. Show hand poker. Jack's lips moved and produced 3 words. Oh. Chloe nodded. It was the simple show hand poker. But she had only played it on the computer before. She never played against real people before, and just thinking about it made her excited. After, Jack circled the other 3 and said, We'll need to split up in a bit. We can't stay together. We need to win against other people. It'll be better the more you win, as you'll have higher hope of advancing. However, don't take risks. Don't gamble at all on a single hand. We have 2 hours. That's plenty of time. Good luck to you all. All right, no problem. See you in a bit. Noah was excited too and couldn't wait to try. Gambling was illegal in the city, so Noah normally just played computer games. However, the cruise ship was different. The ship had been moving ever since they got on. By that time, they were already in international waters, well away from the country's borders. So, there were no limits as to what they wanted to do. Noah, who had been a good cop all his life, obviously wanted a taste of the gambling life. After he said that, Jack then looked at Chloe with unease. Honey, there are all sorts of people here. Be careful and don't go too far. It'd be best if you stay within my sight. I know. Chloe smiled. The guests were all gathered in Cloud Hall, and as the hosts announced the event's commencement, most looked for a table to sit down at, while the others held their chips and spectated. Chloe was one of the spectators, and she looked around with red chips in her hand. However, she accidentally bumped into a person, so she quickly apologized. My bad. Chloe, sit and play with me. Brenton smiled and invited her. Chloe didn't know Brenton very well, but she often saw him with Justin. One didn't need to be a genius to guess that they were good friends. Seeing that Chloe remained silent, Brenton added, "Or you can sit at Justin's table, he'll make sure you advance." Chloe looked in the direction he was pointing at and saw that Justin already sat down one table away from her and had activated his massacre mode. "Thank you for your invitation, but I'm not in a rush to play. You guys can go ahead." Smiling, Chloe courteously rejected Brenton's invitation. She then slowly walked around and saw that many people couldn't hold their excitement and had already sat down to play. Chloe wanted to try her luck. Seeing that one of the tables was missing a player, she sat down. Sitting opposite from her was an aged lady in her 50s. She wore an abundant amount of makeup, was slightly chubby with an updo hairstyle and a cigarette in her mouth. By her looks alone, it was obvious that she wasn't a kind opponent. To her left was an average-looking skinny man with glasses, who looked to be in his late 30s. To her right was a fat, bald man in his 40s. On his wrist was a Rolex, reeking of the smell of money. "Hey, we got ourselves a young lady. We can start now." The bald man creepily laughed. Before anyone else could speak, the dealer on the side immediately said, "The table is full, and I can deal now. Before I do, please place your bets." The smoking woman immediately threw in $1,000 worth of chips, and the man in the glasses followed her lead. Chloe bet at the same time as the bald man, which increased the pot to $4,000. They weren't going all in, so it wasn't an exciting situation where victory or defeat was being decided. "Good, now I shall deal." After speaking, the dealer began to deal poker cards with his white-gloved hands. Showhand poker was relatively simple with 28 cards in total: 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King, and Ace. The goal of the game was to compete with the total value of their hands. The procedure was that everyone would first take 2 cards that would only be seen by them, and a third card that would be seen by all. They would then compare the values of their cards, including poker hand combinations. Chloe didn't have good luck. The 2 cards she was dealt were 8 and 9. If both were 8, she could maybe get 3 8s and spice things up, but it was quite unfortunate that she got an 8 and a 9. Chloe noticed that the smoking woman smiled slightly after reading her cards, and a triumphant look flashed across her face. After, the dealer began to distribute the shown cards. The smoking woman got a king, the bald man and the man with glasses got jacks, and Chloe got a queen. The woman was dealt the biggest card, so she raised the bet. "3,000, she said, as she threw in $3,000 in chips. The man wearing glasses hesitated before finally saying, "I fold." He then turned his cards, face down, signaling his forfeit. Chloe threw in $3,000 and said, "Raise." The bald man also handed over $3,000 worth of chips. Raise. In the second round of dealing, the woman got an ace, the bald man got a queen, and Chloe got a jack. The woman had the biggest again, so she raised another $5,000. 5,000. Before Chloe could speak, the bald man turned his cards over, signaling forfeit. "I fold." The woman laughed triumphantly and looked at Chloe provokingly. If Chloe forfeited too, it meant that everyone's chips belonged to the woman. Chloe calmly held up her chip and was about to throw it when the bald man reminded her, "Girl, she has an ace and king, which adds up to 28 points. You have a queen and jack, which is 23 points. You're 5 points behind. If you don't have enough valuable cards, you're going to lose for sure. It's like throwing away money." "It's not the final round yet. Nothing is set in stone. Maybe I'll get a big hand in the third round." After speaking, Chloe threw $5,000 of chips in without any hesitation, creating a loud "pa" noise on the table. The others shot her baffled looks. They didn't think that a young girl like her would be so bold. "Hurry up and deal." The middle-aged woman seemed a bit impatient. The dealer immediately dealt the third round of cards. He only dealt 2, as only Chloe and the woman were left playing. In the last round, The middle-aged woman had the bigger hand, so she got dealt first. This time, she got a queen. Chloe got an ace, so this time she had the right to speak first. The dealer reminded her, "You can raise now, miss." Without hesitation, Chloe took out $10,000 in chips and put them in with a PA. 10,000. The spectators around them were stunned. 10,000 was quite a large amount of money, as everyone only had 100,000 chips in total. The smoking woman was originally fully confident, but when she saw how exuberant Chloe was, she immediately hesitated. Her visible cards were king, ace, and queen, with another ace and king as her hidden cards. As for Chloe, her visible cards were queen, jack, and ace, with 8 and 9 as her hidden cards. Chloe lost for sure whether it was her visible or hidden cards. However, others did not know what Chloe had. They only saw her courageously raising 10,000. The man wearing glasses said, "This girl probably has a straight flush, either with 8, 9, 10, jack, and queen, or 10, jack, queen, king, and ace. She could also have some other poker hand." They saw Chloe's shown cards were queen, jack, and ace, and therefore thought that she had a king and a 10. "Ma'am, would you like to raise? If so, please place your bid," the dealer reminded the smoking woman. She hesitated for 5 seconds before looking up at Chloe and discovering that the young lady's face was filled with confidence. She clenched her teeth and turned her cards down. In a defeated tone, she said, "I fold. The winner is this lady here." The dealer saw her forfeit and pushed the chips in the pot to Chloe with his ruler. Chloe won $14,000 in one go. It couldn't be more satisfying. "What cards did you have?" The woman deeply inhaled and threw her cigarette butt onto the ground. Stepping on it with force, she begrudgingly asked Chloe. Chloe smiled and turned her cards up with her slim fingers, dropping the jaws of everyone around. It was only an 8 and a 9. It was so much less than her opponent, but she was brave enough to place a $10,000 bid. Was she looking for death? "What? 8 and 9, you—" The woman was jumping with rage. If she had known that the girl had so few points, she would have raised with everything she had. She gave up at the key moment, with the large numbers she had, only because she thought that Chloe had a straight flush. "You had so few points. How could you be so confident?" The man wearing glasses was speechless, and he asked Chloe in a hushed tone. "My self-confidence wasn't based on my points, but rather on the fact that the woman wasn't brave enough to follow, because she thought I had a straight flush." Carefully packing up her chips into the bag, Chloe's mood was busting through the roof. "I'm gonna die from anger, what a shame," the woman complained. The bald man looked at Chloe with respect. "That was daring of you. Let's play another round." "No, I have to switch tables now. You've seen my tactics. It won't be fun for me to keep playing here." Smiling, Chloe rose from the table. She wasn't actually afraid to continue playing, because even if she did, they would still lose. Although they were all older than Chloe, they couldn't hold their composure and showed their emotions overtly. Seeing their changes in expression was enough for Chloe to guess the approximate value of their cards. It wasn't challenging at all. She was just trying her luck, though. It wasn't great. The good thing was that Chloe had a quick brain and won using psychological tactics. "Yo, girl, you're too daring. Sit with me and we can win everything off of them." At some point, Max walked up behind Chloe and began watching her. To be frank, he was sincerely worried for Chloe. If that woman was a little gutsier and raised 10,000, then Chloe would have suffered a crushing defeat, right? The girl had the guts to gamble. No wonder Justin liked her so much. She was indeed likable. "Sorry, I don't like working with others." Softly smiling, Chloe straight up rejected Max's invitation to join forces. Then, she walked towards another table. This girl's too bold." Max's face filled with loneliness. He was counting on Chloe to win big since his luck today was quite bad. He lost both rounds he played. If he kept on losing, he would probably be eliminated before the day ends. Chloe circled around and finally found Sarah. Looking at her chips, Chloe almost fainted. Miss Sarah, do you know that you're close to being eliminated? Sitting down beside her, Chloe hopelessly reminded her. I can't do anything about my luck being bad. There was a bitter smile on Sarah's face. The hosting party ruled that no outside help was permitted, and everyone must play for themselves, so Sarah became the first sacrifice. She couldn't get Chloe to help her, so she could only try her own luck. It was unknown whether her opponent was too strong or her luck was just too bad. Her original stash of $100,000 was almost gone, having dwindled to less than $20,000. What should I do? Help me think of ways to get back up, please. Sarah held Chloe's hands. I can't help you. It's fine if you lose and get eliminated. You didn't really think that you'd win the Gamble God title, did you? Chloe felt like people without high intelligence or skills like Sarah should just enjoy the night. It's all right if she lost. She could become a spectator and not have to worry or stress over things. But the stupid cop will make fun of me for sure, Sarah worriedly said. Haha, he won't because he's not doing good either. I suppose he'll be eliminated along with you. Really? Haha, that's great. I don't have to worry anymore. She was dragging down Noah with her, and knowing that he would lose too lightened Sarah's mood. Chloe went back to Jack and stood beside him for a little while, but she had no reason to worry about him. He won so much that his bucket was full, while the three other players at Jack's table basically lost everything. In less than an hour, he won more than $30,000. He stood up and put his arm around Chloe's waist. Honey, how did you do? I only won $14,000. Chloe smiled. No worries. We're not in a rush. We still have more than an hour. Let's go get a drink. Then Jack, with Chloe nestled in his arms, walked to the resting area off by the side and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Noah and Sarah already lost all they had and were watching the scenery on the sidelines. Noah said, That couple is completely godlike. They went to get coffee before time was up. Sarah replied, Unlike us, they're certain that they will win. Noah said, Then did you have time to get any rich boys on your hook? Sarah snapped back, What hook? My table was full of grandmas and old men. Noah laughed. Sarah said, What the hell are you laughing about? Does your mom know that your laughing point is horribly low? Chloe and Jack sat for a little while before getting up again. Let's go. We have less than half an hour left. Let's play another round before it ends. Chloe nodded, putting her black glasses back on before they split up. This time, Chloe picked a table where her opponents had relatively more chips. The 3 other players were all young men, probably all sons of rich families. Hey, it's a young girl. This should be interesting, someone said. Don't sit here. They're all very good, a middle-aged man behind her kindly reminded. Chloe turned her head to thank him. Thanks, but I like playing poker against stronger players. It's more interesting that way. You're brave, little girl. I approve of you. The male opponent opposite of her smiled and said. Chloe didn't say much more. She simply took out all the chips she had and put it on the table. It wasn't much, only a little more than $110,000, but it wasn't a small amount either. You can deal now. We don't have much time left, Chloe looked up and said to the dealer. She didn't want to chit-chat because it was a waste of time. The dealer nodded and began dealing. This time, Chloe had relatively good luck. Her visible cards were both kings. The man opposite of her had a slightly larger value, as he had 2 aces. The other 2 players folded, and the value of the chips in the pot reached about $50,000. The girl's about to lose. Her opponent probably has 3 aces. A spectator behind her calmly analyzed the situation. Yeah, the girl has big cards too, but her luck is not as good, another man said. Chloe didn't speak and silently looked at the table. The dealer dealt for the 3rd time, and her opponent got another ace, causing the crowd to gasp. He had 3 aces in view. It was the largest possible value one could have. As for Chloe, she got a jack. Chloe had 2 kings and a jack, whereas her opponent had 3 aces. The young man laughed out loud and threw in 50,000 chips in a satisfied manner. I'll raise 50,000 this time. Little girl, are you brave enough to follow? Chloe's face showed conflicted emotions for a bit. It looked like she was thinking, Girl, stop thinking. Even if you have 3 kings, you would still have less than him. You'll suffer a crushing defeat. What if he only has 2 8s hidden? Chloe asked. Ha ha ha. Are you joking? How could I have 2 8s? The man arrogantly laughed. Just when everyone thought Chloe would fold, she pushed in all her remaining chips, which was about $90,000. She only said 2 words. All in. Are you crazy? The spectators fell into an uproar, thinking that Chloe had lost her mind. Are you sure you want to go all in? The man was about to jump with joy. He had never seen a more idiotic woman. She even bet that he had 2 8s, the smallest cards. He didn't. He had a jack and a queen, which were still relatively valuable cards. So, he thought that the girl was going to lose for sure. I'm sure, Chloe gave a firm answer. The man immediately matched with about $90,000 worth of chips. I'll go all in with you. The dealer calmly looked at the 2 players and said, Please show your cards. The man couldn't hold his ground and flipped his cards, showing a jack and a queen. Added onto that were 3 aces. Chloe's mouth formed a smile as she showed her cards. Everyone's jaws dropped. It was 2 kings, and Chloe already had 2 kings and a jack shown. Although the man had the greatest value with 3 aces, Chloe had 4 kings. It was completely unexpected. Holy F! 4 kings! What in the world? The spectators were all excited. The man across from her was shocked, speechless, and looked at Chloe with a pale face. Impossible! She cheated! The dealer slowly said, Sir, please remain calm. The cards are all provided by us, the hosting party. There are no issues, and all guests who entered Cloud Hall went through high-tech scanners. Cheating isn't possible, since nobody brought in any cards. How could this be? How? The man was dumbfounded. He fell back to his chair and kept repeating the same sentence. The most infuriating thing was that he thought the girl had no backing, since she was appearing to be very conflicted just now. If it were anyone else, they would be bursting through the roof with arrogance when they saw 4 kings in their hand. However, Chloe was not like that, as she thought that she would scare her opponent into a small bid if she acted too confident. She faked a conflicted expression and successfully muddled her opponent's analytical abilities, winning everything. The dealer pushed 250,000 chips in front of Chloe with his ruler. Chloe slowly opened the bag she brought along with her and put all the chips in. She then rose slowly and left the table. This girl is too pro, the 2 other opponents lamented. It was a good thing that they folded early. Otherwise, they would have lost everything as well. Does anyone know her? Who is she? One of the men asked. Since all the guests on the cruise were local celebrities, most people knew each other. However, they had never seen the girl who wore black-rimmed glasses and a Mickey Mouse sweater, so they were quite shocked. Most people expressed that they didn't know her, which increased the mystery behind her identity. When she got back to Jack again, he had already finished his battle and was smoking on the couch with $1 million worth of spoils. Seeing Chloe walk up, he pulled her down so she was sitting in his lap, treating her with adoration. How much did you win? Jack gently smiled and asked her. Not much. Chloe modestly smiled. How much is not much? Only 200,000. It's not even 1/5 of what you have. You don't need much, just enough for you to advance. There's no meaning in advancing. I won't win anyways. Who said that? Smiling, Jack asked. Do I have to say it? I'll never win with you here. Chloe pouted her mouth, looking as if she had been wronged. I'll just give you first place. No, I want you to win it. Why? I'll be happier if you got the first place, because nobody knows who I am. There's no point if I win. As for you, you represent GK, and if you win, it'll help with GK's development, as well as your own reputation. How can your small brain move so quickly? You leave no ground for other people to stand on. If I am not smart, I wouldn't have married you, right? Chloe replied. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Close by, Justin silently looked as the scene unfolded with his chips, which were worth more than $1 million. Hey, you shouldn't have come. You have no interest in becoming the gambling god, and you don't care about the prize anyway. You're just here to suffer motion sickness, Brenton complained. That was right. Justin suffered from motion sickness on water. However, he got on the cruise ship anyways, just to see the face of a certain somebody. Don't talk crap. After coldly speaking, Justin turned around to leave Cloud Hall with an unpleasant expression. After 2 hours of battle, having lost all their chips, Noah and Sarah were both stuffing their faces with food now. Those who only won a little were eliminated as well, and the remaining 50 advanced to the second round of competitions tomorrow. Honey, do you know what are we playing tomorrow? Chloe excitedly asked. Probably fight the landlord. Chloe was speechless. Fight the landlord? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Chloe felt like it was a stretch. How could they play a lame game like that at such a big international event? Who knows? I was just guessing. Jack smiled. After returning to their room, Jack took out his laptop and held a video conference with assistant Mark. Chloe wanted to go find Sarah, but then she realized that she may be disrupting the couple. Standing outside the door, Chloe was conflicted. That was when she saw Brenton headed in her direction. Chloe, can you come and take a look, Justin? What's wrong with him? Seeing the anxiety in Brenton's expression, Chloe felt uneasy. He's seasick, and he's throwing up a lot. Seasick? Chloe was a little astonished, but without another word, she followed Brenton into Jusidon's room. They belonged to the highest class of guests, so their rooms were all located on the most luxurious floors and were executive suites. They were on the same floor as well, so they arrived after walking a few hundred meters and turning a few times. When Chloe walked in, Justin was hunched over the toilet in the washroom and throwing his guts out. Justin, I got the goddess. Oh, wait, no. I got the godlike doctor for you. After Brenton finished speaking, Justin was pulled back to reality. He was leaning against the toilet, looking weak and ruined with a pale face. However, surprise and happiness appeared the moment he saw Chloe, though it was very brief. Why are you here? Struggling, he forced himself up and wiped his mouth with some tissue. I heard that you're seasick. Chloe patiently looked at him. Justin nodded, grabbing the pack of cigarettes from the counter and putting one in his mouth. Before he could light it, Chloe dashed over, grabbed it from him, and threw it into the garbage can. What are you doing? Justin was a little stunned. Given your lack of common sense, I don't know how you survived to today. A seasick person would only make their conditions worse by smoking, because the smell of smoke irritates the brain and senses, causing more severe reflux. Justin, Brenton, listen to the doctor. Justin, she's not a doctor, just a nurse, okay? Chloe, I see that you still have the energy to talk back to me. I guess you don't need my help then? At that, Chloe turned to leave. That's not what I meant. Don't go. I'm really very seasick. Justin spoke in a soft tone for the first time. Not because he actually wanted Chloe to treat his seasickness, but because he wanted her to stay a bit longer. Chloe paused in her steps. Turning around angrily, she pulled on Justin's shirt and yanked him onto the big bed in the bedroom. She pulled out a small bottle of essential balm from her little purse, applied some to her fingertips, and lightly pressed on a pressure point on Justin's temple. When Justin's head came into contact with Chloe's fingertips, he immediately felt an electric shock through his entire body. That mysterious feeling, that feeling of nervousness, that feeling of extreme excitement. I'll just make myself scarce. Brenton motioned to leave. You don't need to leave. I'll take him outside for some fresh air. Chloe tapped Justin's right temple and then proceeded to drag him out of the room. 5 meters from Justin's room was a hallway that led directly to the deck. Chloe dragged him all the way to the deck to enjoy the comfortable ocean breeze, and as expected, Justin began to feel a lot better. When you're seasick, you can't eat too much food. You should maintain a half-hungry condition and try to avoid any irritating smells, including seafood and cigarettes. You can make your symptoms better by coming out for some fresh air and get the front desk to send up some medicine. Although it won't be super effective, it's still better than nothing. Chloe said a lot, but Justin didn't remember a single thing, because he was too busy looking at Chloe's profile. Chloe was no longer wearing her glasses at this point, and the sea breeze blew onto her delicate face. The corner of her eyes appeared to have gained a different kind of charisma. Justin had a crazy thought. He wanted to hug her, then kiss her eyes. But he was scared because he was afraid that once he overstepped, he wouldn't be able to get even half a step near her again. Did you remember everything I just said? Justin, why are you staring off into space like an idiot? Chloe glared at Justin. I'm not. Did you get everything that I said? Yeah. Repeat it back to me, Chloe said in all seriousness. Justin, yo girl, you're playing me on purpose, aren't you? How is it possible for me to repeat that long spiel of yours? I'm not a playback machine, Justin complained on purpose. Forget it. It's a waste of my breath to speak too much to you, Chloe sighed slightly. Then she asked Justin, I don't get it. Don't you know that you get seasick? Why did you come aboard in the first place? Are you so bored that you had to get involved? You're not in need of any money. The prize money shouldn't be of any temptation for you. It's a hobby of mine, Justin said purposely. You like to gamble? Chloe frowned. No, I like to be where the party is. Chloe, Justin's reply left her at a loss for words, risking his health to be a part of the party. Although she couldn't empathize with seasickness, she knew that it was a feeling worse than death. People usually felt as if they were going to throw up their organs. That kind of feeling was almost like one was going to go to heaven. Fine, anyways, be careful. Drink some ice water if you feel uncomfortable so you can control it. Don't move around too much and don't eat too many random things. Chloe then turned around to leave. Chloe! He suddenly yelled out, unwilling to let her go. Chloe turned around to look at Justin. How much did you win today? Justin actually wanted to yell, Chloe, I like you, but he wimped out at the most crucial moment, seeing the look in Chloe's eyes. Thus, he forcibly changed what was supposed to be a confession into, how much did you win today? Like a big pissy. Around 200,000. Oh, okay. I'm going to go now, Chloe said as she left the deck. When Justin returned to his room, his mood was surprisingly good, and he was even whistling. Brenton had showered and was lying on the recliner. He smiled. Are you happy now that you've seen her? Yeah, extremely. Justin didn't bother hiding it. You don't know how you were looking at her just now, do you? What? Justin gave Brenton a confused look. The way a wolf looks at a sheep. If it weren't for my presence in the room, when she was applying the ointment, you probably would have pounced on her, right? It's possible. Control yourself. She's not your wife yet. It's just a matter of time. Justin appeared to be full of confidence. I'm curious. Where is your confidence coming from? After personally witnessing Jack and Chloe's relationship, Brenton didn't think that Justin had a chance. The two were childhood friends and high school sweethearts. It would be difficult for an outsider to come between them. Chairman once said, people need to have dreams, because what if they come true? Brenton paused. Did Chairman actually say that? It doesn't matter if he said it or not, but don't you think that it makes a lot of sense? Justin replied. Brenton, nope. Justin. When Chloe returned to her room, Noah and Sarah were both there. Where did you go? We called your cell phone, but you didn't pick up. My cell ran out of battery. Chloe took out her phone and realized that it was off. She wasn't going to hide what happened with Justin from Jack, but she didn't bring it up since Sarah and Noah were there. After all, this was a private matter, and it wasn't a good thing for too many people to know. But thankfully, Jack didn't ask where she went. Let's go. We should go to the bar. I heard that all the waiters are foreign hotties. Sarah dragged Chloe out. Jack and Noah followed behind them. The four of them went to a luxurious bar on the middle deck of the ship. The inside was crowded with people. There was a Russian pole dancer with a big chest and sexy body performing on stage. "You're not allowed to look." Chloe covered his eyes before Jack got to see anything. "Chloe, you're too controlling. Can't he even look?" Noah immediately complained on Jack's behalf. "No way. He can only look at me." Chloe laughed arrogantly. Jack hugged her waist adoringly, with a smile on his face. "Oh Lord, they're being lovey-dovey again. It's so annoying." Sarah turned away, drinking her beer in a depressed manner. "Don't drink so much," Noah reminded her. "What? Are you afraid that I'll have sex you if I get drunk?" Noah almost choked on his beer. "Let's go, girl. Let's dance." "I don't know how to," Chloe replied. "Don't worry, just dance randomly. No one will laugh." Not waiting for Chloe's reply, Sarah dragged her onto the dance floor. The loud music caused her eardrum to tremble, and Chloe felt as if her head was about to explode. At this time, a few men not too far away turned to look in their direction. "Hey, isn't that the girl who beat you earlier at Cloud Hall?" "Not a bad figure. She's pretty cute." "Yeah, I thought she was pretty cute too." "Ha ha ha. She looks really ditzy." "She's probably a student," the man who played with Chloe said with interest. "Then what are you waiting for?" "Huh. If you can't win on the card table, you can conquer her in bed." The few rich second generations laughed while discussing Chloe. The man who played with Chloe actually ended up walking over bravely after the other men instigated him. "Hey, little girl, we meet again." He stopped behind Chloe to greet her. Chloe turned around, looked at him, without any intent on speaking. "Little girl, are you here alone?" The man's pickup line was really outdated. "Is there a problem?" Chloe looked at him, feeling confused. "I lost to you today. You are brilliant indeed, so let's be friends." "Sorry, I don't make friends with random strangers," Chloe replied arrogantly. "We won't be strangers once we get to know each other better." "The problem is, I don't want to get to know you." What? Little girl, are you giving me attitude since you won money off me?" The man felt as if his pride was hurt and started speaking in an odd tone. "Looks to me like you're a sore loser and want to cause problems." "Me? A sore loser? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my dad is? It'll scare you to death." The guy hadn't finished speaking when Noah walked over. "What's going on?" Not far off, Noah and Jack had been watching, and seeing the stranger approach, Jack lost his cool. He wanted to come over, but Noah was a step ahead, which was a good thing. After all, Noah was an officer, making it easier for him to step in. Seeing Noah, the man froze, then smiled placatingly. "Yo, if it isn't Captain Noah from the station. What a coincidence. You're here, too." Noah glanced at the man. "Did you get so bored of gambling in the country that you jumped on board the cruise ship?" "Heh. Well, it's not illegal on board." "Oh, right. Is this pretty girl a friend of yours?" "She's my sister." "Ahem. Sorry, I didn't realize who she was." "Haha. I'll get going then. I'll treat you to a drink some other time." "No, thank you. It will be my treat." Noah's words clearly held a deeper meaning. The man ran off terrified. Of course, he didn't want to go and drink tea at the police station. Haha. Who was that, running off like a wimp? Sarah laughed. "A small entrepreneur. His dad used to work at the local tax bureau, so he's technically from a rich background. But he didn't do his job well, causing his company to almost go bankrupt, and was constantly arrested for gambling. He's a crazy gambler. I heard that last year at Macau, he lost over $2 million in a single night, and couldn't even afford to buy a plane ticket home." "What a loser," Sarah sighed. "Chloe, are you okay?" Noah asked. "I'm fine. I played against him during the day and won quite a bit. I guess he came to pick a fight with me. He won't anymore. He knows who I am." "Yeah," Chloe nodded. Then the three of them returned to their table in front of the bar, drinking cocktails. "It's such a shame that Andrew didn't come to enjoy such a luxurious event," Noah suddenly said. "His interest was never gambling," Jack said faintly. "True. It has always been on women. Haha. Word is that he's a pervert, trying to find a different woman every night, with a terrifying sexual appetite. Who knows if he's actually that amazing, or if he's on meds? Noah laughed. You're so disgusting, Noah. I can't believe you'd say such perverted things in front of us. Sarah pinched him. Hey, don't pinch me. It hurts. Besides, I don't see a problem. Chloe has experience. She's married. What doesn't she know? But I'm still unmarried. Yet you're more knowledgeable than a married woman. I won't even bother to unveil to what extent, so just be quiet. Ahem. Sarah felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Chloe hugged Jack's arm, listening to the English song the singer was performing, clearly in a good mood. Honey, Jack said in a low voice. Yeah? Chloe raised her head to look at his handsome face. If I lose to Justin in the finals, would you be disappointed? Jack spoke each word in a tone so low that only the two of them would be able to hear. Why would you ask that all of a sudden? Chloe thought his question was a bit weird. Nothing. I just suddenly thought about it. Of course I won't be disappointed because you wouldn't lose to Justin, okay? You've got that much confidence in me? Jack laughed. Of course, you're Chloe's husband, so you must be invincible. Jack reached out his hand and touched Chloe's face with spoiling adoration, as if he couldn't get enough of her. After they hung out in the bar for a bit, Chloe felt tired. She proposed that they go back to their rooms, and everyone followed suit. On their way, Sarah suddenly mentioned, Girl, could you be pregnant? You sure like to sleep. Both Jack and Noah froze upon hearing this, and then they looked over at Chloe. Ahem. My period just left, okay? Oh, okay. That scared me for a second. I thought I had to send another gift. Noah patted his chest. You're so cowardly. I'd rather give gifts. I want to see Chloe have a child. Soon. I want to be a godmother. Sarah rolled her eyes at him. Then I'll be the godfather. Noah immediately followed. Jack slowly said, Since you guys both want kids, why don't you two have a kid? Why count on us? Noah coughed heavily. Sarah. Chloe smiled as she pulled on Jack's hand, and they both returned to their room, no longer teasing Noah and Sarah. You must be tired. Go to bed soon. Jack patted Chloe's head. Honey, before I went to the bar today, I was actually... You don't need to explain anything to me, it's fine. You should enjoy your freedom, and I trust you. Jack didn't let Chloe finish. He placed his hand on her lips very softly, and then turned around to run the bathwater. Chloe's heart was filled with gratitude. A husband like him was truly too hard to find. Everyone woke up about around noon the next day, and after lunch, the organizer announced that the second round of competitions would take place in White Jade Hall. Today's competition was more brutal than before because they would eliminate 48 people, and with only 2 remaining, the last day would be the competition for the Gamble God title. Everyone started complaining when the rules were announced. Good luck! Chloe held up her fist to root for Jack. Then she led Sarah towards another table. Noah then became Jack's temporary assistant, staying by his side and getting him water. After taking a lap around the room, Sarah and Chloe noticed that all the tables were taken, and that they had almost nowhere to sit. Sarah suddenly pointed not far away and said, Girl, look! There's an empty spot there. Chloe walked over and realized that Justin and Brenton had sat there. No wonder no one else dared to sit there, as no one dared to offend Justin, because he wasn't someone one could afford to offend. Max initially wanted to sit with them, but was chased away by Brenton. He said he wanted to see who was brave enough to sit at their table. Today's game was actually Fight the Landlord. It was a 3-person game, so there was one person missing at this table. Chloe walked over, and after she saw that it was Justin and Brenton, she suddenly began hesitating whether she should leave or stay. Do you mind if I sit? Chloe slowly asked. Not at all. Brenton immediately welcomed her with a gesture. Justin looked at Chloe and didn't say anything, but his eyes looked like that of a kid in love, with deep passion. Sarah lowered her head and whispered in Chloe's ear, Girl, we should probably change tables. Those two aren't easy to deal with. Brenton is better, but Justin sure is ill-tempered. Wouldn't he be pissed if he loses to you? He won't. Let's just sit here. Chloe smiled faintly, and then she calmly sat down. Just as she sat down, she drew in the attention of plenty of people who came up to watch the game. It was because to others, this position couldn't be taken, because no one dared to take it. Only Chloe was daring enough to sit there. So, those people all waited for a big show to unveil itself. Calling to be the landlord. After the cards were given out, Chloe calmly said, after she looked at her cards once, "I'll pass," Justin mumbled as he looked at the cards in his hands. Just as Brenton wanted to make a move, he immediately stopped when he saw Justin's look. "I'll pass, as well," Brenton stuttered. Finally, the landlord successfully went to Chloe. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Chloe had a consecutive series of cards. "Pass," Justin said one word. "I'll pass as well," Brenton said with difficulty, as he looked at the 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King, and Ace in his hands. Chloe saw that there was something wrong with Brenton, so she warned, "You don't need to go easy on me. This is a competition, not a friendly game. You should just play as you normally would." "I'm not going easy on you. I don't need to," Justin explained. "Yes, I really don't need to," Brenton said as he clenched his teeth. Deep down, he already decided that since he was helping Justin pick up this chick, then he must pick out something expensive from Justin's mansion after they get off the boat, or else he would have lost out for nothing. Triplet +1. Chloe played her cards again. Pass. Pass. Brenton followed Justin's steps. Chloe thought that this was too successful, so she played a bomb. 4 2s. 2 kings. Pass. I will pass as well. Brenton continued to feel wronged. There really isn't any match for 2 kings? Why are you passing? Chloe asked Justin, feeling like something was wrong. Mind your own business, Justin explained. I don't believe it. Before Justin could speak, Chloe went over, and she revealed his cards as soon as she finished speaking. The dealer immediately tried to stop things. Miss, you can't do that. It's against the rules. It's fine, she's my friend, Justin explained to the dealer. Chloe looked at it once and found that Justin really only had 1 ace. It seemed like the other one was in Brenton's hands, so Chloe easily won this round and won 100,000 in chips. I'm not playing anymore. Chloe didn't want to play the next round because both Justin and Brenton were going too easy on her, and it wasn't fun. Why not? You guys are too insincere. I want to switch tables. Then Chloe left without taking their chips. Your chips, the dealer reminded her. Give it to him, Chloe said, domineeringly, as she pointed at Justin. After Chloe left this table, Justin slowly pulled out the other king from his sleeves. He really did have a pair, but he didn't care. That's how capricious he was. Brenton looked at Justin and laughed. You rich people really know how to play. You didn't reveal your 2 aces and even hid 1. No one else can hit on girls like you can. Justin smiled and didn't say anything as he took the 100,000 chips Chloe left behind, feeling quite happy. Whoa, 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 what is this? Haha, why do I think something's up? Girl, there seems to be something between you and Justin. Sarah wasn't dumb, so she mysteriously asked when she saw that something wasn't quite right. What could there be? Don't guess around. Mr. Dawson might get jealous, warned Chloe with a low voice. Ha ha ha, really? Hurry up and tell me. How do you know Justin? You guys seem to know each other pretty well. That kid and the friend of his were clearly going easy on you just now. Even if you played the smallest move, they still wouldn't use their cards on you. More importantly, you won 100,000 chips, but wouldn't take it, and gave it to Justin. My gosh, all these juicy details, Sarah asked persistently. Damn, what juicy details? It's not that complicated at all. I just happened to look after him when he stayed at Southside. We have a patient-nurse relationship, understand? Chloe explained. That can't be it. I heard of rumors about Justin and a nurse at Southside. Could that nurse be you? Sarah excitedly grabbed Chloe's shoulder as she asked, as if she discovered a new continent. That wasn't me. Chloe immediately denied it. I don't believe you. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Chloe decided to keep her mouth shut because Sarah liked to gossip too much. If something slipped, then it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. The two walked forward as they talked and laughed. After Chloe left that table, she continued to play, and soon won quite a lot. But she knew that no matter how much she won, she still wouldn't become the final winner. In the end, all but two would remain standing. So during the fierce competition, Chloe encountered Justin once again. She didn't want to sit and play with Jack, so she had to compete against Justin. This time, Brenton had already been eliminated and a fairly old-looking man sat beside Justin, but he looked quite stable and collected. Sit. We meet again. Justin smiled. He was clearly quite happy. Chloe sat down. After the cards were dealt, and just as they were about to call landlord, Justin and Chloe looked at each other. This round was very crucial, because one had to be eliminated amongst the three of them. No one's calling to be the landlord? Then if there's no one, this round will go to waste, and we'll deal again, the dealer reminded them. He calls to be the landlord, Chloe said as she pointed at Justin. Me? Justin was surprised. Who called the landlord for someone else? Plus, his cards weren't that good. Why did he have to call landlord? He would be asking to lose for sure. You'll call! Hurry up and call it! Chloe forcefully ordered. Fine. I call to be the landlord. Justin finally lost to Chloe's will, as he couldn't refuse the beauty's charm. The dealer was also shocked. This was the first time anyone had ever called the landlord for someone else, in all the years he dealt cards. Justin's cards weren't good. The man's cards were bad as well, but Chloe's cards were quite good. She only didn't want to call landlord, because she wanted to join forces with Justin to defeat the man. She looked at her chips. She had won about 300,000 or so, but that man only had about 200,000 or so. Justin had 300,000 or so as well. So if Justin called landlord, and he won, then she and that man's chips would be taken off by half. The man would be eliminated in the end. If she called landlord and won, then Justin would be in danger. He went easy on her on purpose last time, so she had no reason not to do him a favor. So the following scene occurred. 1-7. Justin showed his cards. Pass. Girlie, you won't even play with this? The middle-aged man was suspicious. I've got a dragon. Do you want me to play with it separately? Chloe refuted. The man felt speechless, and finally it turned into a battle between the man and Justin. The odd thing was, Chloe played against whatever the man played. Hey, do you know how to play landlord? He's the landlord. Why are you playing against me instead of him? The man was a bit pissed. I've got nothing to play against him with, but my continuous sequence goes perfectly against yours. The man, Justin. In the end, Justin won with a set of terrible cards, and Chloe and the man both lost 50,000 or so each. After one round, the man was successfully eliminated. The dealer looked at them and announced, "You two will have to play a variant of blackjack against each other." Chloe was slightly surprised when she heard that she would still be playing against Justin. The one who moves on to the next round will become the second winner of tonight. Tomorrow, you will compete with the other winner for the grand prize, the dealer added. Chloe only noticed just then she was about to fight with Justin in a very crucial round. It seemed like Jack had already won across all boards on the other side. Do you want to play blackjack? Justin laughed, happy that Chloe was his opponent. He might not have smiled as much in a whole month as he did today. Not far away, Brenton and Max began to gossip. Look at how our Mr. Justin's lips have cracked up to the sides. He's just playing cards with Chloe. If he sleeps with her, he'll probably fly into the sky. Max teased. Our young Master Cooper will do anything, and pay anything to get the beauty to smile. Just watch. I swear he'll lose to Chloe, Brenton predicted. Justin, Chloe called quietly. Yes? Don't go easy on me on purpose again. Let's fight fair and square. Justin had been losing to Chloe on purpose, but the latter had just evened things out with Justin just a bit ago. So Chloe thought that it was best to play fair, or else there would be no point in playing. Sure. Justin nodded. Chloe had stated things very clearly, so if he continued to go easy on her, he would seem a bit too petty. Justin knew that Chloe had a high IQ, so she would still win, even if he didn't go easy on her. Let's begin, Chloe said, as she looked at the dealer. The dealer put on white gloves and began to deal cards to the two. The rules of this variant of blackjack were simple. Each person was dealt one card at a time, and whoever gets closer to 20 without passing it wins. Of course, the closer it was to 20, the better. If they went over, then they would lose, but they could choose whether or not they wanted another card. The dealer first dealt a card to Justin, and Justin immediately showed it on the table. It was a red heart 9. The dealer then dealt one to Chloe, revealing a black heart 6. Justin said, "Hit me." The dealer passed another card, which was a 7. The sum of 7 and 9 was 16, which was already very close to 20. The dealer then passed one to Chloe, which turned out to be a 10. 10 and 6 makes 16 as well, making her very close to 20. Sarah's heart began to race as she watched, but of course, she was praying that Chloe could win. The dealer looked at both of them, and then he asked Justin, "Another hit?" "Hit me," said Justin calmly. The dealer dealt another card. It was a king. In this version of blackjack, all the face cards and aces counted for 1 point each, so Justin now had 17. The dealer continued to ask Chloe, "Another hit?" "Yes." Chloe was also very calm. Those around them were all rattled up, as they felt nervous for the two. The dealer passed Chloe a 3. 16 and 3 immediately made it to 19 points. Sarah was overwhelmed with excitement as she pulled onto Noah's collar and said, "Our girl will win for sure." "Hey, I can see. I'm not blind, okay?" Noah looked helpless, as Sarah's pull wrinkled his collar. The dealer looked at Justin. "Would you like another hit?" "Of course." Justin was also filled with confidence. "But you're already at 17, sir. If you continue, then you might go bust," the dealer kindly warned. "My opponent is already at 19 points. If I don't continue, then I would still lose. So, I might as well take a gamble." The dealer fell silent and continued to deal to Justin. Justin looked at it once, and then he gave his bad boy smile. Everyone around was overwhelmed with excitement the second he showed his cards. It was a 3, and 17 plus 3 just happened to be 20 points. My gosh, how could it really be 20 points? Young Master Cooper, sure, is lucky. Yeah, how amazing is that? I even thought that he would lose for sure with those cards. Rounds of discussions rolled through the crowd. That's it. Our girl is going to lose. I think I danced for victory a little prematurely. Sarah became upset. That's normal. You should relax. It would be better if she loses. Or else, did you want to see the couple fight against each other for the final prize? Noah smiled and comforted Sarah. You do have a point there. The dealer looked at Chloe and asked, "Would you like another hit?" The truth was, Chloe still wanted to take a bet, because if she received a jack, queen, king, or ace, which were all worth 1 point, and then she would have 20 points. It was also okay if she went bust since she was going to lose anyway. Sarah thought that Chloe would definitely take a bet, given her adventurous personality. However, she didn't this time. She looked at the cards and immediately said, "I've lost." Then, she pushed all of the chips to Justin and elegantly stood up to leave. Justin flipped over the card in the dealer's hands with some hesitance and noticed that the next card was an ace, which meant that if Chloe continued, she wouldn't have lost. He somewhat knew of Chloe's personality. She shouldn't have given up, since any of the jack, queen, king, or ace cards would have worked, which was a fairly high probability. At this thought, Justin got up and chased over. He stopped Chloe. What do you want? Chloe looked at Justin. You said that we would compete fair and square. Why did you lose on purpose? Asked Justin upsettingly. I didn't. I lost. And that's the end of that. That's impossible. You should have betted again. Did you know that the next card was an ace? But I don't want to bet anymore. I thought I was losing, Chloe said, as she crossed her arms around her chest. That's impossible. That's not your style. Don't say it as if you know me very well. Chloe looked at Justin in all serious, sounding a little impolite. Tell me why you did this. You must have a reason. Justin was quite persistent and demanded a reason. If you want a reason, then fine. I'll tell you. Listen carefully, Chloe said as she helplessly put her arms down. Because I don't want to fight with my husband tomorrow for the final prize, Chloe said slowly. So, that's why. Justin felt a bit sad deep down. He thought that Chloe only gave up on purpose because she wanted him to win. However, now she said that it was only because she didn't want to compete with Jack. Sometimes, you could desperately chase down the truth, only to find how brutal it is. Okay, I know now. Thanks for telling me the truth. Justin bitterly smiled, and then turned around sadly. The truth was, Chloe felt bad as well. She didn't want to torment Justin all the time, but she really didn't want to go against Jack in the finals and win that prize, because Jack loved her too much and would definitely lose on purpose. It didn't matter who won the $180 million, her or Jack, but Jack represented the entire GK Corporation, so she couldn't do that, which was why she lost to Justin. Truth be told, she clearly knew that if she continued to ask for cards back then, she definitely could have won. She was just lacking 1 point, and there were plenty of cards worth 1 point left, so the probability of her winning was very high. However, she never thought that Justin would come over and ask all that. Honey, what's wrong? Jack walked out of the hallway entrance, and he just happened to see Chloe standing against a wall in a daze. Nothing. I felt a bit stuffy, so I wanted to walk around the deck. I'd love to come with you. Jack held Chloe's hand as he spoke, and the two walked onto the deck. The endless sea could always immediately lift up people's spirits. Did you lose on purpose back there? Yes, Chloe nodded. Because you don't want to go against me in the finals tomorrow? Jack asked again. Yes. Ha ha. Dummy, it's only a game. Even if we go against each other tomorrow for the finals, it's all the same, no matter who wins. Jack comforted her. Chloe turned around to look at him and slowly said, I don't want to go against you, even if it is just a game. Never. After she spoke, she poured over into Jack's arms, like a child that had been wronged. Jack had never seen Chloe like this, so his heart ached as he held her in his arms. His hand softly patted her shoulder. It was my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. If I knew you were this serious, then we wouldn't have come. Who cares about 180 million? Who cares about great prestige? None of it compares to my wife's smile. You really know how to woo me. Chloe raised her head and pinched Jack's chin coyly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. It might be because they were on a boat, so they lost their sense of time. The third morning soon approached as everyone gathered inside the central hall and waited for the final battle. After rounds and rounds of elimination, Jack and Justin walked up to the competition stage. It was a 5-meter-long table with 5 well-trained dealers that stood on the side. Today is the final round of competitions, and the rules of the game are very simple. Big versus small. Each player picks out a card and will compete in value. The winner will be decided from best of 3, and the one who wins will win the $180 million, and Mr. Lawrence will personally sign the check. The blonde foreign executive with blue eyes spoke with fluent English, and the crowd roared as applause filled the hall. It was as if they were all waiting for this moment. I have another request. Justin suddenly raised his hand to interrupt the foreigner's speech. Oh no! Our young Master Cooper is going to stir up again. Brenton patted his forehead, wiping away sweat. Whatever. He hasn't stopped since he got on the boat. Max smiled. Please go ahead, Mr. Cooper. The man knew that Justin came from a great background, so he was very polite. Justin looked at Jack, who was standing across from him, and spoke word by word. "If I win, then I hope you will let me dance with the female companion President Dawson brought along with him." Jack's bright eyes dimmed upon hearing what Justin said. Chloe, who was watching from below the stage, also froze. She never imagined that Justin would have such an odd request. The companion Justin spoke of is our Chloe, right?" Sarah asked, dumbfounded. "If it isn't Chloe, then would it be you?" Noah looked at her scornfully. "President Dawson, what do you think?" Justin asked Dawson as he looked at him, with a provoking smile on his face. "Sure," Jack agreed. "But, Mr. Cooper, what if you lose? Shouldn't you do something for me?" asked Jack in return. Justin held up his fist and placed his chin on top as he said profoundly, "I hear that President Dawson has always liked red wine. I just happen to have a rare bottle of Louis XIV. If you win, then you'll take the prize and the red wine. What do you say?" "Deal." Jack hated betting on Chloe, but Justin was clearly asking for it today. So he wouldn't refuse, because he would never lose to Justin, even if he didn't take this bet. "Justin sure is crazy," cursed Noah with a frown on his face. Chloe didn't say anything, as she only looked at them quietly. If she knew that Justin would be this wild and request something like this, then she would have never let Justin win yesterday. She would have made him lose terribly in yesterday's competition. Not far away, Brenton and Max both became excited. "Mr. Cooper sure is putting a lot on the line today. I wanted him to open up that bottle of Louis XIV last year for his birthday, but he didn't want to. Regardless of how much that wine costs, it still can't be bought with money. Who knew he would bet it?" Max was filled with all sorts of jealousy. "Heh. Why don't you see what he's betting on? That's a dance with Chloe, in front of her husband. Our young Master Cooper wants to dance with his wife," sighed Brenton. "Girl, Justin really likes you. Jack must be jealous," Sarah said as she looked at Chloe. "No, my husband won't lose." Chloe was confident in Jack. "I sure like the sound of that." Noah also agreed. A dealer walked to the center, took out a deck of cards, and began to shuffle it. His technique was very experienced, and could even perform tricks without a care like a magician. Everyone cheered at the scene. After the deck had been shuffled, the dealer spread out the cards. "Please pick your cards." "You go first." Jack made a gentlemanly gesture. "Then don't mind if I do." Justin smiled wickedly, and then got up and walked over. After touching all over, he picked out one from the middle and revealed it on the table. It was a 7, not big, but not small either. It was right in the middle. "Your turn," Justin said nonchalantly as he looked at Jack. Jack slowly stood up, looked at the deck, and then picked out one from the edge. He slowly revealed an 8. "Oh yay! Big Boss Jack won this round," Sarah immediately yelled out in excitement. "President Dawson wins this round," the dealer announced. "Ahem. I was so close, I'm not convinced." Justin shook his head non-stop, but his expression was still quite relaxed. "Is he about to lose?" asked Max worryingly. "He won't. His luck has always been very good." Brenton seemed to have full confidence in Justin, just like how Noah felt about Jack. "The second round will now begin," the dealer loudly announced after he shuffled the cards. This time, Justin still went first. He didn't even look at it and picked out a random card. Everyone looked over when he revealed it. It was a queen. Not bad this time, not too small. Max finally relaxed by quite a bit. Jack also carelessly took one out and revealed it on the table, but it was a 10. Justin won this round. They both looked very relaxed, as if this wasn't a bet at all, but instead just a game. No one cared about the 180 million. Their real bet was the dance with Chloe. Round 3 begins. After the dealer announced this, Chloe began to feel a bit nervous, as she truly worried that Jack might lose. After all, Justin was not an easy opponent. "You go first this time," Justin voluntarily said. "Then don't mind if I do." Jack walked to the middle after he spoke and looked for a few seconds. He then picked a card, and after he revealed it on the table, some people even began screaming in excitement. "Hurry up and take a look! What did President Dawson pick?" "My gosh!" shouted someone from the crowd uncontrollably. It was a black ace of spades, which meant that it was the biggest, representing 15 points. Young Master Cooper is probably doomed now. Yeah, Mr. Cooper really is in a bad place, and it's the last round. I don't know if Mr. Cooper could still pick an ace. It seems impossible. Everyone discussed like so, and the atmosphere grew very tense. "Your turn, President Cooper," the dealer reminded. Justin walked over in no rush and looked over and over again at the cards. He picked one up, and then put it down again. Then he did the same thing again, and changed the cards several times, making it nerve-wracking for everyone watching. Finally, he somewhat impatiently held up a card, and then forcefully slapped it onto the table. "This card, then." Then he flipped over the card, and everyone was shocked. It was also an ace, a red ace of spades, which meant that the third round was a tie. "Then, I would like to announce that both players tied the third round." The dealer looked it over and announced the results. "Why don't each of you take $90 million as a reward? Is that okay?" The foreign executive tried to mediate. "No offense, but I don't like to tie with others. I want to compete until I either win or lose, and the winner takes all. I'm quite determined with this," Justin said very arrogantly. However, it wasn't strange at all for him to say this. After all, he was Justin. He was born to be very arrogant. "I feel the same." Jack lightly glanced at Justin's arrogant expression. "Since you both agree, then let's play another round. Could you please pick your cards again?" the executive suggested. Jack walked over, and without looking, he picked one out. He flipped it over, and it was an ace again, the ace of diamonds. Justin didn't show any fear at all, as he walked over, took out a card, and flipped it on the table. It was an ace as well, the ace of clubs. The 4 aces had all been picked out by these two. However, the game still remained a tie, and no one else could be trapped in such a rare scene other than those two. All those below were rattled up at this turn of event. It was definitely not by chance or coincidence that they picked out an ace every time. "Who knew Justin would be this good?" Sarah sighed. "Did you think the big boss of Imperial Star had an empty brain?" Jack finally met his match, Noah blabbed on. Chloe still didn't say anything. She only quietly watched them. "What will happen now? We keep picking out cards with the same points." "I don't care. I'll play until the end with you." Jack looked at Justin and smiled profoundly. "Since that's how it is, why not? Let Chloe pick the cards for us. What do you think?" Once again, Justin's suggestion raised quite a commotion in the crowd. Never had there been an occasion where a non-dealer, like Chloe, dealt cards. "I'm fine with that," Jack agreed, since that was his own wife. The foreign executive also nodded. "There's nothing wrong with that, as long as both sides agree to it." "Chloe, is that okay?" Justin tilted his head to look at Chloe, who was standing below the stage, and asked in all seriousness. Chloe's hands fell to the side as she slowly walked up to the stage. When she passed by Justin, she heard Justin whisper to her in a very quiet voice, "Please, all I want is the chance to dance with you. That's all." Chloe sighed because Justin already got a taste of her skills. It wouldn't be difficult for her to control which card the person received, so it all depended on who Chloe wanted to win. Justin didn't care about that 180 million rewards. He only cared about the dance with Chloe. However, Jack gave Chloe a look, which meant, "Don't pressure yourself, do whatever you like." With one glance, Chloe knew exactly what his caring look meant. "Okay, let's begin." After the dealer shuffled the deck, he placed the cards in Chloe's hands. Everyone beneath the stage held their breaths, all waiting for the most exciting moment to happen. Chloe first handed a card to Justin. Justin picked up the card and looked at it with an emotionless face. He raised his head to look at Chloe once, his eyes filled with strange complexities. It was as if it was worth 1,000 words. Chloe didn't look at Justin. Instead, she continued to deal to Jack. After both of them received their card, the dealer declared, "You can show your cards now." Justin slowly revealed his card, and it was a queen. The truth was, he knew that he definitely lost when he received a queen, because there weren't any aces left, and king was the biggest. Since he received a queen, then Justin must have received a king. Sure enough, Jack had the red king of hearts. Thunderous applause followed. I announce that the winner is President Dawson, and he receives the title of the Gamble God of the Night of Lawrence's Pearl, announced the foreign executive. Everyone went wild. Not far away, Brenton took out a cigarette. He sadly took a drag without saying anything. Justin lost to Jack. Max was quite upset and felt bad for that bottle of Louis XIV. Wrong, he didn't lose Jack. He lost to Chloe, Brenton said profoundly. Finally, the owner of the cruise, Lawrence, showed up with famous Hollywood female celebrities by his side. He was sleek and personally signed the $180 million check to Jack. He then took a photo with him to remember the moment. When Chloe got off stage, she walked past Justin and said 2 words, "I'm sorry." "You're welcome," Justin oddly replied with that, and then he sadly got up and left. He didn't participate in the luxurious celebration gala. After the Gamble God was revealed, Lawrence ordered to have 100 champagnes opened, and the atmosphere became instantly festive. Popular European and American male singers sang a very upbeat rock and roll song. Sarah forcefully pulled Chloe into the crowd to dance. The truth was, Chloe felt terrible. Justin even begged her that all he wanted was to dance with her. However, she still didn't give him the chance and left all the good stuff for Jack. Jack walked off the stage and hugged Chloe. "Thank you for everything." "Don't mention it." "Thanks, honey." "I did what I should have done." Chloe smiled faintly. Jack won, which was what she wanted from the beginning. However, why does she feel oddly bad for Justin? Inside one of the suites, "You must be tired. You should go to bed early," comforted Brenton. "You should go to sleep first. I feel a bit stuffy and want to get a breath of fresh air. You won't jump into the sea, right?" "Justin?" "Hell no, I haven't lived enough yet." After Justin spoke, he turned to leave the room and walked onto the deck. There was a chair on the deck, so Justin sat down, all depressed, and then started drinking the liquor he brought along with him. He didn't think he did anything wrong. He only wanted to dance with her for one song. All he wanted was to stand with her underneath the spotlight. Why was that so hard to achieve? "You're drinking all by yourself?" A voice sounded from behind him, and Justin was quite surprised when he turned around. "Why are you here?" Andrew slowly walked over in a bathrobe. "I wanted to come the first day, but I couldn't get away from the company. You also know that old man's son likes to cause trouble, and he hasn't stopped after he returned from the Philippines. He caused quite a lot of issues for me, so I had to force my way out and only got here today. Luckily, I didn't miss the grand finale." "Heh. Yeah, it was pretty grand." Justin smiled bitterly. Andrew poured 2 glasses of liquor and passed one to Justin. He slowly said, "What's there to be sad about? You have to get used to it. Chloe's feelings for Jack didn't just happen over a day or 2. It has been accumulating for days, months, and years. Do you understand?" "I do. I really do." Justin felt a slight pain in his chest as he spoke. He clearly knew that Chloe loved Jack, and it had always been Jack, so why did he still have his hopes up? "So, you might as well let go of her. You're young Master Cooper who can have anything he wants in this world. Why would you emotionally and physically tire yourself out like this?" Andrew stared at Justin and consoled him as he took a small sip from his glass. "Let go? That's impossible," Justin said as he took a big sip of the alcohol. Why would you put yourself through this? Huh? I, Justin, will never give up on anything once I know it's what I want. I won't use cheap tricks. I want to win Chloe over fair and square. It's fine if she doesn't like me. I can wait until she gets a divorce, until she leaves Jack. I can wait until she slowly falls for me. I've got plenty of time anyway. It's really fine. Justin took another big sip after he spoke. Andrew could tell that he really was in a terrible mood. My little sister Chloe is really a little devil. She doesn't have strikingly beautiful looks, or a powerful family or high status, but she could always trap anyone that approaches her. Andrew sighed. I still want to marry her, even if she's a devil. I swear that I won't back down until I marry Chloe. With a splash, Justin tossed an empty bottle into the open sea. This man seemed to have really committed to Chloe. He still didn't give up after being hurt again and again. Instead, he felt braver than ever. I truly admire your spirit, haha. Andrew roared with laughter. Don't talk about me. Don't you feel the same for her? Justin changed the subject. Yes, I really do like her. Andrew didn't try to hide it. But she's your little sister. Even if you're not biologically related to her, technically, you guys are still siblings. Don't cause more trouble. Just leave stealing her to me. Haha. Then I wish that you would succeed soon. Andrew no longer said anything, and only laughed somewhat mockingly. He just happened to see Chloe passing out the cards when he stepped onto the cruise. It was already quite clear that Justin would lose. However, he didn't think that Justin would be so madly in love with her. He clearly knew how strong Chloe's relationship with Jack was, but he still didn't plan to let go. Justin and Andrew proceeded to get stupid drunk, so Brenton had to carry his homeboy off the deck. This was how troubling it was to be friends with this young Master Cooper. It was because he would cause trouble whenever and wherever and leave you to clean up after him. Chloe, dance, show the cards. Justin spoke erratically in his dreams. You a hole. Just calm down for me. Being friends with you for a year made me feel like I've aged 10 years, with all the trouble I have to deal with. Brenton cursed as he carried Justin. To his surprise, however, they bumped into Chloe outside the door. Brenton didn't know what to say upon suddenly seeing Chloe. Is he okay? He's fine. He's just drunk. Is he still seasick? Maybe. Not anymore? This is some medicine for seasickness. I asked for it at the front desk. Remember to feed him some, and it's not good for him to go straight to bed after he drinks too much alcohol. It'd be better if you had him take a shower before going to sleep. Why do you care about him so much? Brenton was confused. Just pretend that I'm Robin Hood. After Chloe spoke, she stuffed the medicine into Brenton's bathrobe and turned around to leave. Chloe was overwhelmed with adrenaline and anxiety throughout the 3 days on the boat. And as soon as she disembarked, she suddenly felt relaxed. Afraid to miss any more work, she went back to Southside, bright and early. The local media recklessly reported about the cruise, but it only mentioned that GK's president won the Gamble God title and the prize. It didn't mention anything else. Jack deposited all the prize money into Chloe's account and then activated a Supreme Black credit card for her. On that day, the GK Corporation's stocks soared 8 points. That night, just as Chloe went into the condo after work, Jack pulled on her hand and led her outside. Honey, where are we going? Come with me to Towtown. There's news over there. What news? Chloe filled with great excitement when she heard that it was about Towtown and asked as she held onto Jack's hand. I sent someone to look into that health center you were born in, and apparently there was an old man who used to work as a guard there. He was a very honest person who was said to have worked at the health center for 10 years. He later retired and went to the south with his niece, but he just returned to Towtown a few days ago. I've already checked the address and details, so he might be of help to us, Jack said slowly. Chloe's spirits lightened up as she immediately grabbed Jack's hand and walked out. We shouldn't dawdle. Let's hurry up and go. We're not driving the Maybach? Downstairs, Chloe was confused when she saw Jack getting into the Volkswagen CC. Wouldn't the Maybach be faster? I'll explain to you once you get in. Jack looked at her. Chloe knew what he meant, so she got into the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt as the car slowly drove out of Imperial Park. It's because I feel a bit weird about the whole situation of yours. Maybe someone is pulling some strings on purpose. So I thought we should remain low-key, just in case. Towtown has no more than 50,000 residents, and it isn't very developed, so they rarely even get to see a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. That's why I thought the Maybach would be too flashy and draw in too much attention. You've really thought it through. I must have been too impatient. Chloe felt a cold breeze creep up her back after she heard what Jack said. Maybe she wanted to see her family so badly that she ignored a lot of the other things. Jack already told her last time that a lot of the useful information and key witnesses strangely vanished or died. Even the archives room where the hospital files were kept had completely burned up in a fire, and thus she didn't think it was just a coincidence. It was very likely that there was a mysterious person who orchestrated all of this, so they shouldn't be so pronounced when investigating Towtown. They had to remain low-key before anything else. The Volkswagen CC wasn't slow either. Even though the two didn't take the highway, they arrived in Towtown in no more than 2 hours. It was already dark when they arrived. The town wasn't like the city and didn't have lights everywhere when night fell. Due to the low population, the few businesses in town all turned off their lights very early. Are we going directly to that grandpa's home? Asked Chloe somewhat nervously. Yes. They drove around a corner after another before Jack finally parked outside a cluster of single-story houses on the edge of Towtown. We're here. Which one is it? Chloe asked as she looked at the pitch-dark houses. The second-last home on the very last row. Chloe looked over to where Jack said it was and saw a very old and well-worn house. It was made of sun-dried mud bricks. Not many people lived in houses like this anymore. The two walked past a muddy road and finally arrived in front of that house. It was already 7 p.m. or so, and since it was already autumn, it was considered nighttime in Northern. All of the other homes around were lit up with lights, except this one. It was pretty much all dark inside and looked a bit scary. We should be careful. It looks a bit off. Chloe had a bad feeling about the place, so she quietly warned Jack. Yes, wait here. I'll go knock on the door. No, I want to come with you. Chloe was worried and didn't want to stand there waiting. Instead, she tightly held onto Jack's hand. She wasn't a cowardly person since back in medical school. She could dissect a corpse by herself without a change in expression. At the hospital, she was even okay with pushing corpses into the morgue by herself. Yet, this time she had a chilling feeling. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Seeing that Chloe wanted to come with, Jack led her towards the broken-down door. Bang, bang, bang. Jack knocked 3 times quite forcefully, so if anyone was inside, they must have heard him. Purr! A black cat suddenly ran out from nowhere. Chloe was frightened, and she immediately hugged Jack tightly. Don't be scared. Are you home, Mr. Park? Jack knocked on the door again as he shouted. After waiting for a while, no one answered the door. Unwilling to give up, Jack was just about to push through the door when a voice sounded from behind them. Who are you guys looking for? Chloe turned around to see a young boy, about 15 or 16 years old. He was tall and had dark skin. He held a basketball in his hands and was sweating through his shirt. He seemed to have just come back from playing outside. Little boy, we are looking for the owner of this house. Have you seen him? Chloe asked, politely. We are distant relatives of Grandpa Park, Jack added. You guys are looking for Grandpa Park? The little boy had a weird expression on his face. Isn't he at home? I heard that he came back a few days ago, Jack said. He's already dead. The little boy hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, What? Dead? Chloe and Jack exclaimed at the same time. It happened the night before last. He was supposed to be buried yesterday, but there's a tradition in our town that we can't bury people on the 7th and 8th days of the lunar calendar. So, we're waiting until tomorrow to do it. Grandpa Park didn't have any relatives, and his only niece is still down the Stauschau. But I don't think her life is that good either. He doesn't have much money, so the head of the village said to place his body in the town's morgue and cremate and bury him tomorrow. I thought he was fine. How did he die all of a sudden? Chloe couldn't hide her disappointment. She had just found another clue, but again, for some weird reason, the trail disappeared. The young boy scratched his head and said, "I don't know either. My mom and the others said that Grandpa Park took his own life. He didn't have any children, and he couldn't go back to his nieces, so he didn't see a reason to live." But I don't think that was the case. Grandpa Park is a really nice and optimistic person. He even played chess with me the day before he died. Chloe and Jack fell silent. "Child, why are you there? Come home for dinner." A woman, around 30 years old, shouted from afar. "Coming, Mom." Then, the young boy turned around and said, "I'm going to go now. My mom's calling me for dinner." "Thank you, little boy." Chloe nodded at him. "I guess we're too late," Jack said quietly. "Yeah, it's so weird that he's dead." "What do you want to do now?" Jack asked for Chloe's opinion. "I want to go see the head of the village." I was thinking of the same thing. Let's go. In the end, Jack and Chloe failed to enter Uncle Park's old house, but they did find out where the head of the village lived. Therefore, they headed toward the big, steel slate house where he lived. His last name was Smith. He had a good reputation and was well respected within the village. "You guys are..." "Oh, we are distant relatives of Uncle Park. I heard that he came back a while ago, so we wanted to come to see him. But when we got here, someone told us that he died." "What happened?" Chloe listened to Jack and pretended to be Uncle Park's relative. Upon hearing that they were Park's relatives, the head of the village relaxed and invited them into his home. "What kind of relatives are you? I've never heard him mention it. I thought he only had a niece?" The head of the village looked at Jack and Chloe with a confused expression on his face. "Oh, here's what happened. Uncle Park is a distant relative, but we haven't contacted each other in years. My parents are currently looking to reacquaint with him, so they asked me to come to check this place out. I heard that Uncle Park recently returned from down south, and therefore we came to visit him today." "Oh, I see. Well, you guys are too late. He's gone now." "I heard, but how did it happen? It's so sudden. How did he die?" Jack again asked for Park's cause of death. "He drank rat poison. I really think that Park overreacted. Not having children is miserable, but the government will take good care of him. I already helped him apply for the low-income welfare assistance, and he would be able to receive an allowance every month. There's always a way to solve small problems, but he went down the wrong chute and killed himself instead. We're all really sad about it." The head of the village showed hints of sorrow. "Why would he drink rat poison, though? Has an autopsy been done? Are you sure that it was suicide and not murder?" Chloe, who was in disbelief, asked a few key questions. The head of the village was confused by her questions. "Murder? That's impossible. It had to be suicide." "How can you be so sure?" Jack asked. "Because he went into town to buy rat poison. The owner there already admitted to it. He said that his house was rat-infested, so he needed rat poison. Who knew that he would drink it?" Then, the head of the village sighed heavily. Jack and Chloe looked at each other, coming into tacit agreement. Has his niece been back since his death? Jack remembered that his niece was Uncle Park's only relative. "I told her, but I don't think she's coming back." "Why not?" Chloe probed. "To tell you the truth, Park went to the South a long time ago, and we all thought it was for retirement. However, we heard that his niece and his nephew-in-law got divorced because the latter had an affair, and so his niece, along with 2 daughters, had no choice but to marry into another family. However, her new family said that they could take care of her children, but not her uncle. They were also really strict and wouldn't even give her money to travel up here, so I don't think she'll be coming. Park's body is still in the freezer at the health center, and tomorrow morning we're going to get him cremated. He didn't have money, So the villagers all chipped in for his cremation. I really do feel sorry for him. Now Jack and Chloe understood why Uncle Park suddenly came back to the north. His niece's first marriage broke down, and she married someone else. There was no room left for him in her new family, and Uncle Park didn't want to ruin his niece's new marriage, so he came back to the north alone. But still, there wasn't a reason as to why he committed suicide as soon as he got back. His life back here would have been fine. The country gives single-dwelling seniors enough to live with. Yet, he committed suicide a week after returning. It didn't really make much sense to Chloe. Sir, did he get an autopsy? Yeah, he died from ingesting rat poison. Did the police check out the scene? Were there signs of the place being tampered? Didn't anyone leave footsteps or fingerprints anywhere? Chloe asked again. Are you kidding me? It's already been ruled out as suicide. What's the point of asking questions like that? Plus, Park has gotten along well with the villagers, and no one's out to seek revenge. So why would anyone kill him? They wouldn't be able to get anything in return. I may not be well read, and may only be a farmer, but there has to be a motive behind a murder. Am I right? The head of the village was flabbergasted by Chloe's insinuations. I'm sorry. I was just wondering. After all, we feel bad that we didn't get to see Uncle Park. Oh, it's okay, I understand. Oh, hey, you guys look like you live in the city? Where are you guys from? The head of the village asked. But whether it was unintentional or on purpose was unknown. Jack pressed his hand on Chloe's and quickly answered, We're from the city, and we have a small business there. Oh, Park isn't lucky enough. If you guys came earlier, maybe he wouldn't have killed himself if he knew he still had relatives around, the head of the village slowly said. Jack quietly pulled out $10,000 from his wallet and handed it to the head of the village. Please consider this as compensation for the cremation tomorrow. Please use what's left to find a good place to bury Uncle Park in. I hope that he can rest in peace. The head of the village was obviously shocked by the money. Take it. Thank you for your hard work. We have other businesses to tend to, so we won't be able to see him off, Jack added. Okay, don't worry. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. The head of the village took the money with his trembling hands and promised. It was almost 10 p.m. when they left. The head of the village was really nice and asked his wife to make them some dishes, but Chloe and Jack didn't stay for dinner. After getting on the car, Jack asked, Honey, how much of the village head's words do you believe? About half of it, Chloe answered calmly. Why, do you suspect him? Chloe then asked Jack. I'm not sure, but he's suspicious. Should we leave, just like that? Shouldn't we go check out Uncle Park's old house again? Chloe was terrified of going back to that creepy old house, but she still wanted to, in case they could uncover some more clues. Jack, on the other hand, shook his head. It's too risky. If Uncle Park was really murdered, then the killer's eyes are probably still on the house. We're from out of town and already caused quite a stir by visiting this village. If we try to go into his house, we might wake a sleeping dog. Plus, if he was really murdered, do you think whoever killed him would leave evidence behind? I just don't want to give up. Chloe knew that Jack had a point, but it was also true that she was not willing to give up yet. She finally came closer to the identity of her biological parents, but the clues disappeared again. It was an awful feeling. Jack had one hand on the steering wheel and placed the other on Chloe's hand. He patted her gently. I know, Chloe, but you have to stay calm. One day, all the mysteries will be solved. As long as I'm alive, I will dig through the earth to help you find your birth parents. I want to help you reunite with them as soon as possible. Maybe. They don't want to see me. Chloe wasn't usually so glass half empty, but right now she was a little depressed. That's not it. They will be overwhelmed with joy to know that they have a cute daughter like you. Jack consoled her. Honey, do you think I'll be able to find them? Chloe lacked confidence. Of course you can. If you want to, you will. Chloe fell silent, and they quietly left the village roads. They were going to leave Towtown, but a few hundred meters out, While they stopped for gas, Chloe suddenly suggested, "Honey, leave your car here. Let's take a cab back." "Why?" Confused, Jack looked at her. "If someone's watching us, then they'll know that we already left because they saw our car leave. If we take a taxi back, probably no one will notice." "But why should we go back? There's no point. We lost our lead." "There's something else I want to do." Chloe smiled mysteriously. Jack looked at her. "Don't tell me you want to go and give Uncle Park another autopsy at the morgue." "No, that's not it. No matter how he died, I'm certain that it wasn't from suicide." "Why not? What if he really did commit suicide? God isn't lazy enough to create coincidences like this. There must be something behind all this." "What I mean is, Uncle Park didn't die by accident. Someone planned the whole thing out." "Honey, I love it when you're this confident." Jack watched as Chloe calmly analyzed the situation and was relieved and happy to see the intelligent woman in her resurface. "Let's go." "Okay." After storing his car at the gas station, the two of them took a taxi back to Towtown. There was one motel in Towtown called Happy People Motel. Not a lot of people stayed there aside from the occasional truck driver that passed through the town. Business wasn't great, but it could maintain itself. The decorations were really old, and the square footage seemed small. After they arrived at Happy People Motel, they saw a woman, a little over 40 years old, in slippers. She was watching TV. "Ma'am, do you have any rooms?" Chloe asked with a smile on her face. "Yes, how many?" "One." "Give me your ID. I need a record of it." I'm really sorry, but we're here on business and left in such a hurry that we forgot our IDs. Can we still stay for the night?" Chloe asked, seemingly embarrassed. The truth was, she and Jack brought IDs, but they would never take it out here. They didn't plan to leave any evidence behind. "You don't have IDs? Then you can't stay here. They're really strict about this stuff these days." The owner immediately waved her hands upon hearing this. "Come on, boss. Can you do us a favor? We're really tired and would like to get some sleep just one night." "I really can't. They're really strict about this, and I don't want to be found out. They might impose a fine on me." The owner didn't even look at Chloe. She munched on sunflower seeds as she watched TV, not willing to reason with them. Jack didn't say anything because he knew Chloe could handle the situation. Just then, Chloe took out 5 $100 bills and placed them on the counter. "What are you doing?" The owner's gaze and attention immediately turned to the money. "Please, ma'am, let us stay for the night. We're willing to pay $500 for the night. How's that?" On her way in, Chloe saw the prices outside and noticed that the rooms were all the same. There were 6 rooms in total, $88 per room. Therefore, $500 was equivalent to renting out the entire motel. The owner hesitated. "If you're not willing, then we'll have to try our luck in the next town." Then, Chloe reached out to take the money. The owner immediately stopped Chloe. "Fine, stay, but if someone comes snooping around, just tell them that you're my relative and not a guest of this motel. Got it?" "Got it. Thanks, ma'am." Chloe tried to be friendly. Then, the two of them went to the last room on the second floor. It was no more than 10 square meters in size and had only one bed in it. There wasn't even an in-suite washroom. The only communal bathroom was at the end of the second-floor corridor. It was small, dingy, and shabby. But what else should one expect from a place like this? "Honey, you were so determined to come back, just to stay at a small hotel for $500 a night?" Jack smiled as he looked at Chloe. They could have stayed at a 4-star hotel with better furnishing for $500. "Chill out. I have my reasons, okay?" "What reasons? Let's hear them." Jack didn't know what Chloe was up to, but he was sure that she already thought of a plan. Hotels have always been a place to obtain information from, because a lot of people come and go, so information flow is intensive. Therefore, I wanted to see if I could get any information from that owner. "Sounds good. Good luck." It wasn't convenient for Jack to do something like this. They had a room, but he couldn't do much else. If both of them went downstairs, the owner may become suspicious. I'll go downstairs and talk to her then. Be careful. Worried, Jack reminded her. I know. Then Chloe turned around to head downstairs. Just then, the door of the neighboring room opened. A dark-faced man came out wearing small underwear and nothing else. He was holding a basin in his hands. He froze upon seeing Chloe. Chloe didn't pay much attention. She went downstairs and pulled a small stool up to the counter. Ma'am, you guys don't have air conditioning. It's pretty hot up there, so I wanted to cool myself downstairs, Chloe said as she picked up a fan on the counter. September wasn't actually a hot month, but the motel room was small, and so was its window. Therefore, it was really stuffy. We don't have air conditioning here. This isn't a big hotel in the city. Plus, $88 per night is really cheap. We barely have the money to pay for electricity, let alone air conditioners. You do have a point. Chloe smiled as she glanced at what the owner was watching. It was a popular crime novel-based web series. Apparently it was a show that required thinking, and the plot was really interesting. You like crime shows too? A bit surprised, Chloe looked at her. Yeah, it's good to watch for fun. My daughter introduced it to me and told me that she and her classmates were all watching this. Plus, we got internet last year, so I figured, why not? You're really young. How old is your daughter? Chloe asked, seemingly unintentional. Guess. The owner was in a good mood. 15? Chloe asked quietly. Uh-huh. She's almost 25. Oh, really? That's old, but you look so young. Chloe was at a loss for words. I'm not young at all. I'm already 45. People here get married early. I got married at 19 and had my daughter at 20. No wonder. Haha. What a coincidence. Your daughter's around my age. I'm almost 25, but my mother's a bit older. She's almost 50. Chloe and the owner chit-chatted. Just then, the dark-skinned man came downstairs and glanced over at the owner. She got up and headed to him. The two of them talked and even glanced at Chloe here and there. Chloe knew they were talking about her, so she became more alert. Finally, the owner said something to the man, and he turned around and stormed upstairs unhappily. Is that your husband? Of course not. He's a truck driver who's staying for the night. The owner immediately denied it. Chloe smiled and didn't ask any further. She changed the subject. Did you give birth naturally? Did it hurt? Where did you give birth to your daughter? Chloe thought, that woman's daughter was around her age, and if she gave birth at the town's health center, then she might have the chance to ask about what happened. Oh gosh, I went through so much giving birth to my daughter back then. I wasn't at term yet, but after an accidental slip and fall, I went into preterm labor. The health center in our town isn't high-tech, and the doctors there weren't really experienced, so they wouldn't admit me. My husband had to hire a cart to pull me to a hospital in the city. I waited an entire day and night before giving birth. By then, I promised myself that I'm never going to have a second child. So you only have one daughter? Yup, my little treasure. The owner was proud. That's good. Fewer children mean less stress. After all, it takes a lot of energy and money to raise kids these days. You sound wise. You're from the city, aren't you? Your husband is really handsome. The owner smiled. Huh, yeah, I dated him because he was handsome. Chloe smiled back. You're lucky. I envy you. You're young, pretty, and have a great husband. You've lived here for a while, haven't you? Yup, ever since I got married. It's been more than 20 years. Do you know Dr. Perry? Which Dr. Perry? The owner asked, distracted by her TV show. Dr. Perry, the doctor in charge of delivery at the health center back then. Upon hearing that, the owner's expression changed slightly. Then she looked at Chloe, confused. Why are you interested in her? Oh, here's the thing. My aunt's baby was delivered by Dr. Perry, and now she's looking to apply for a single-child certificate. The bureau needs a stamp from the hospital, and it has to be stamped by the hospital that her child was born in. Back then, they didn't have a birth approval, just a piece of paper. I saw that Dr. Perry was the person who signed it. So, I wanted to ask if she could issue my aunt another birth certificate because her copy's expired. I see. I don't think that's going to happen then. The owner shook her head. Why is that? Did Dr. Perry retire? Chloe asked on purpose. No, she moved away. Her entire family did. Really? They moved away? To where? I'm not sure, but it's one of the 3 unsolved mysteries in our town. I don't understand. If you want to move, just move, right? Why be so sneaky about it? They left their house, their furniture, all their clothes, and her entire family disappeared just like that. I don't know what happened, but it sure was weird. You're saying that when Dr. Perry's family left, they didn't even sell their house or furniture, and left all their clothes behind, and disappeared, just like that? Yeah. It's really weird. No one knows where they went. Their house is still empty, and there are weeds growing everywhere in their yard. Oh, I see. What about the other unsolved mysteries in your town? Huh. I'm a curious person, and I'm always looking to hear interesting gossip. The other one was that mysterious fire at the health center years ago. Was there something weird about the fire? Of course, it happened in the middle of the night. The health center was just suddenly set on fire. They couldn't even extinguish it no matter what they tried. The fire was weird, and the most curious thing was that everywhere else was fine, except for the archives room. All the documents inside were destroyed, and the center had to recreate them. The good thing was, no one died. That fire was really scary. My husband and I witnessed it that night as well. You just said that they couldn't put out the fire no matter what? How's that possible? Chloe smiled. Seriously, you might not even believe it, but they couldn't extinguish the fire with water. It just kept burning and burning. And then it stopped. The seniors in our village said that there was a monster in that room, some kind of spider demon. They said that it was a fire sent from the gods to kill evil forces and all those monsters. That's an interesting legend. What about the last mystery? Chloe probed. The last one is... The owner was just about to tell her when a man walked in from outside. He was a little over 40 years old, skinny, and wearing a black shirt. What are you bullshitting about? You're home, the owner greeted intimately. Chloe guessed that this man was her husband. This girl's staying at our motel, and she's really curious, so I was telling her some stuff about our town. What's there to say about our town? Shut your big mouth. The man was unhappy. We were just chit-chatting. Don't be like that. Go to bed. I'll stand on guard for the rest of the evening. Then, the man walked up to the counter impolitely and turned off his wife's computer. The owner seemed to be scared of her husband. Smiling awkwardly, she said to Chloe, "You should go to bed too." "Bye, ma'am." Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance to find out what the third mystery was, but she had a feeling that it also had something to do with the health center. Everything seemed to tie in with that incident all those years ago. An inextinguishable fire? How interesting. Their trip here was well worth it. After she returned to her room, Chloe, exhausted, crawled into bed and fell straight into Jack's arms. Just as she opened her mouth, she heard loud noises coming from their neighboring room. Yes. Then she heard the sound of bodies rubbing together. It was really obvious that the sound was coming from the next room. Chloe suddenly remembered that dark-skinned truck driver. Then she began imagining all sorts of scenes that might be going on over there. The soundproofing here isn't too good, is it? Embarrassed, Chloe smiled. Jack laughed as he pinched Chloe's cheek and teased. "Should we do it once too? Do it, Maya. I'm super tired. Let's go to bed." Then Chloe didn't even bother changing out of her clothes. She found a comfortable spot in Jack's arms and closed her eyes. Sounds good. Plus, this place is too small. There would be a few positions that we won't be able to do. Jack laughed. Chloe's eyes were closed, but she still raised her fist and punched Jack lightly. "Stop being so dirty, Mr. Dawson. Let's go to bed." "Honey, just now." Jack originally wanted to ask her if she got any information from downstairs, but Chloe suddenly opened her eyes and glanced at him. Jack understood what she meant immediately and changed the subject. "Just now you were downstairs for too long? I missed you." "Okay, let's go to bed. We need to get back on the road tomorrow." Then, the two of them slept through the night without even changing out of their clothes. The truth was, Chloe didn't sleep well. She kept waking up, feeling as though there was a pair of eyes watching her. In the end, she was so tired that she fell asleep. But she had a really weird dream. She dreamt that Uncle Park was sitting outside his old house petting a black cat, before suddenly dropping dead. A shadow stood outside his old house, but she couldn't recognize who it was. Chloe ran after the figure, wanting to catch him, but not being able to reach. Finally, she woke up. 6 a.m. The two of them got up and left the motel in a rush, without even having breakfast. After retrieving their car at the gas station, Chloe bought some bread and milk. On the car, she and Jack each had some. "You didn't tell me last night because you were afraid we were being watched?" Chloe nodded. "I can't promise that there weren't any monitors in the room. After all, technology's advancing fast. Even that owner knows how to use a computer. Did you manage to get any information? First, I have to tell you that motel is basically a whorehouse." "What?" Jack almost spat out the milk in his mouth. "Seriously? I wasn't kidding." "How did you find out?" Jack needed some time to digest the information he just heard. "First, Towtown's floating population is low, so their motel barely has any business. Second, last night as I was going downstairs, I saw a dark-skinned man. He looked at me really weirdly, and after I went downstairs, he came down as well and pulled the owner aside to talk to her. They were whispering really quietly, but I can read lips. I know that. You don't have to show that off." Jack laughed. Chloe knew lip reading as early as 7 years ago. Back then, high-tier public security universities even sent people to her high school to scout Chloe. They wanted her to join their criminal investigation unit so she could help them crack cases. This was because she knew sign language, lip reading, as well as a bunch of random languages. Others needed years to reach that level of expertise, but it took her less than 2 months to learn each of them. The man asked the owner if I was new and how much I cost. The owner said I was a guest. Then, the man said he didn't care if I was a guest. He wanted to have his way with me. But the owner told him that I was with someone and that he shouldn't cause a scene. "So that black douchebag wanted to sleep with you?" Jack's expression immediately darkened. If he had known, he would have beaten him up. "Yeah, but the owner stopped him. I think they know each other well. Do you remember hearing noises last night? I didn't see a woman, but it was definitely a prostitute the owner sent over." "Fine, let's assume you're right, but that doesn't have anything to do with you. You were downstairs for so long. Didn't you get any information?" "Of course I did. Not only that, I also obtained quite a lot of useful intel." Chloe smiled proudly. "For example?" Jack looked at her. "For example, I suspect that Dr. Perry didn't move away, but her entire family was murdered." "Murdered?" Jack frowned slightly at this information. "A family of 3. Murdered?" It sounded crazy. Chloe nodded. "Because the owner said that Dr. Perry never sold their house and didn't take their furniture or even their clothes. It's like they disappeared into thin air. It's not logical. But still, you can't be sure that they were murdered. What if they left because of an emergency?" Jack didn't agree with Chloe's theory. That's also possible, but the chances are really slim. Think about it. From the death of Uncle Park, we can tell that the killer is an abomination who won't even let an old man live. Therefore, there was no way they will let Dr. Perry, an important witness, off the hook. Don't forget, she was the key person to that incident all those years ago, and if she died, no one would be able to give witness to what happened. I don't think that someone who was smart enough to quietly kill Uncle Park and make it seem like a suicide will let Dr. Perry and her family escape. Jack sucked in a breath of cold air upon hearing Chloe's analysis. You sure are meticulous. I forgot that these two cases may be related. You're right. Someone who is willing to kill an old man must be an abomination. But we need proof, so should we check out Dr. Perry's old place? Of course not. Unless absolutely necessary. We should never come back to this town again. Why not? Chloe's meticulousness made Jack worry. Because there are too many informers and suspicious people in this town. We don't know who we can trust, so we can't risk ourselves. If we identify a new witness, we have to find them before they're killed. The owner's husband, that man. I didn't really talk to him, but he's really weird. Weird how? Chloe thought about it for a second, and then recalled, I think it's my woman intuition. I have a feeling that there's more to him. We met for the first time yesterday, but he's so unfriendly towards me that I feel like something's off about him. Maybe you were too nervous, Jack speculated. Maybe, but I also made sure of one other thing. What's that? The fire at the health center's archive room all those years ago was not an accident. Not only that, whoever did it was very familiar with chemical principles. Oh? How so? Jack hadn't thought about that. The owner told me that the fire was really weird. They couldn't even extinguish it at all. Therefore, the older people in the village claimed that it was a fire from the gods, sent here to kill monsters and demons, and that's how word got out. But the owner said that she witnessed the fire and that it became even bigger when they tried to put it out. Apparently, it was really scary. Tell me, under what circumstances will water make a fire worse? Chloe smiled as she looked at Jack. I got it. Whoever set the fire was a chemistry expert. They probably stored some sort of chemical or easily inflammable substance in that room, like potassium, sodium, magnesium, calcium carbide, or calcined lime. These substances react to water, so not only will the fire refuse to die down, it'll make things worse. That's why regular folks thought it was a fire sent from the gods. Right, that's exactly it. Chloe nodded. I'm surprised that weird things like this would happen to that little town. Chloe, I have a feeling that your birth parents aren't ordinary people. Their identities may be really complicated. Jack looked at Chloe and guessed. I feel the same, Chloe said restlessly. Either way, I will help you find them. Don't worry. Jack consoled her again. After they returned to the city, they immediately went to work. As soon as Chloe arrived at Southside, one of the nurses told her, Head nurse, Deputy Director Jatt asked you to go to his office. Okay. Chloe nodded. She quickly changed into her white lab coat and headed up to the Deputy Director's office. After knocking, Chloe walked in. Deputy Director Jatt was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. Unlike Director Richard, he was an extremely glib-tongued man. He was an old fox and extremely scheming. Chloe didn't like him, but couldn't do anything about it. After all, he was an old employee and a high-level executive. Therefore, she had no choice but to cope with him here and there. Chloe, you're here? Deputy Director Jatt, you were looking for me? Yeah, come in, sit. He was being so polite that Chloe began to feel uneasy. With a calm expression on her face, Chloe sat down on a chair. Deputy Director Jatt put down the cup in his hand and slowly said, Chloe, since you arrived at Southside, you have been extremely outstanding in your job. As your boss, I admire your work ethics and loyalty, but Chloe knew that there was more. There was no way he called her up to shower her with compliments. But you've requested for a lot of days off recently. Sometimes you didn't even request for time off in advance before leaving for 3 days. You know how busy Southside is. We are constantly short of personnel. What you've done has put me in a pickle, especially when Director Richard directly approved your days off. But think about it. Director Richard mainly manages the first hospital. And after all, I'm in charge of Southside. Therefore, I was thinking, in the future, I think it's better if you let me know if you need anything. You don't have to alarm Director Richard. After all, he's a busy man and doesn't need to be involved with mundane things like this. What do you say? Chloe secretly smiled at what he said. The deputy director lost face because she went over his head. But the 3 days at the mountain, and this time at the Gamble God Cruise, Jack was the one who asked for her, okay? She didn't even get the chance to ask for time off herself. However, she didn't want to bicker with Deputy Director Jat, so she nodded in agreement. Deputy Director Jat, you're right. I will remember that from now on. Okay, I'll let it go this time. After all, you've been here for less than a year, and there's a lot of things that you're not used to yet. You'll slowly get the gist of it. Okay? Chloe nodded. Then, Deputy Director Jat glanced at her and said, Chloe, my new home is under renovation right now, and I need some funds. $2 million should do. Do you think you can lend me some from the Green Foundation? Consider it as a loan, and once I gather enough cash, I promise to return it. It won't affect your job. What do you think? When Deputy Director Jat finished, Chloe finally understood that picking on her was just an excuse. He was actually eyeing the Green Foundation's money. Haha. To tell you the truth, Deputy Director, I don't have the authority to touch the Green Foundation's money. Plus, you've asked for a really large amount. Every time we use the Foundation's money, Andrew needs to sign off on it. What about this? I can call him for you and tell him your current situation. You and President Green go way back, so I'm sure he'll be happy to lend you $2 million. Then, Chloe took out her phone and pretended to dial. However, Deputy Director Jat immediately stopped her. Don't alert President Green. Ha, he's so busy. I'll figure something else out with the renovations. That's fine too, but if you need to, remember to let President Green know, and as long as he agrees, I'll be more than happy to approve the funds. Chloe smiled. Okay, sounds good. You can go now, Chloe. After Chloe left, Deputy Director Jat's expression turned grim. Brother-in-law, I told you that this damned woman wasn't easy to deal with. We finally got the Green Foundation but can't get anything out of it. What the hell? Department Director suddenly came out of the office. Chloe isn't easy to deal with. She's really smart, Deputy Director Jat said with a solemn expression. She is really unappreciative, standing directly in our way to wealth. Should I get someone to teach her a lesson? Department Director, a thievish-looking man, asked. Don't be absurd. Do you know who she is? Don't think about doing anything to her. Isn't she just an illegitimate daughter of the Green family? I heard that her relationship with them isn't even that good. Why would Andrew make her the chairwoman of the Green Foundation? Gosh. Not only is she the illegitimate daughter of the Green family, Timothy Green also values her. I believe that old Fox will never hone anyone for no reason. She must have someone behind her that no one knows about. What person? Is she Timothy's mistress? Chief said in disdain. That's none of your business. Anyways, don't act rashly. You don't have to be so careful. She's only in her 20s. What's she capable of? She recently upgraded from a Volkswagen to an Audi R8. It's obvious that she's dating some rich guy. Nurses at Southside have all dated rich men, or are sugar babies. Otherwise, with their salaries, none of them will be able to drive Mercedes or BMWs. Chloe may look all high and mighty, but I bet she's no more than a gold digger. Where else do you think her sports car came from? I heard that while Justin was here, there were rumors going on about them. Justin? Deputy Director Jat's expression froze. Yeah, but I bet Justin's already sick of her. After all, she's not the prettiest woman alive. He was probably just looking for some fresh blood. Men are all like that. They like women they can't get. Young Master Cooper probably fell for her arrogance, but I didn't think that anything else happened between them. It was probably no more than a brief encounter. If it were up to me, I would first try to get her into bed. After that, she's yours to command. All you know is your damn bed. You seriously need to control yourself these days. Don't let anyone set you up, and stop fooling around with those nurses. They might be the death of you. Okay, I got it. Jeez. Chief Jat was obviously impatient. They fantasized about taking the Green Foundation's money but failed, since Chloe was not an accommodating woman. Department director once hinted to Chloe that if she was willing to help them, they would give her 30% in return, but Chloe immediately declined. Andrew wasn't a good nut, but since he handed over the foundation for her to manage, she was going to try her best. After all, it was all life-saving money. After Deputy Director Jat gave her a good talking to, Chloe went back to her office to organize documents. Head nurse, it's time for rounds. Okay. Head nurse, last night a new patient was admitted into room 1. He wounded his ankle playing basketball. It's not serious, but apparently, he's really rich. He kept saying that we need to come up with the best treatment plan, and even brought with him 2 24-hour on-call orthopedic experts. People like that exist? Chloe was a little speechless. If he's rich enough to hire experts to tend to him, then why come here? Chloe didn't understand rich people logic. We thought it was weird too, but no one dared to ask. That patient has a hot temper. Hot temper? Don't tell me Justin's back. Chloe had a bad feeling. It's not young Master Cooper. The nurse's face turned red upon hearing Justin's name and said shyly, "That's good." She was happy to hear that it wasn't Justin. With the patient's chart in hand, she, along with 2 other nurses, head towards room 1. She looked at the name on his chart and felt like she's heard of this person before, but she didn't remember where. Max Cruz. I think I've heard of this name, Chloe mumbled. Then, the nurses knocked and opened the door. When Chloe saw who it was, she suddenly remembered that this person was Justin's friend. And they always hung out with that Brenton guy as well. Head nurse. Perfect timing. My foot hurts. Come and see what's wrong with it. Max was munching on an apple and watching EXO's concert on TV. He seemed to be in a good mood and didn't look like his foot was in pain at all. You look healthier than a healthy person. Not at all like someone who hurt his foot. Chloe walked over with his chart and looked at Max. My mentality has nothing to do with my foot. I'm an optimist. Even if I lose a leg, I will still drink and eat if I wish. Chloe ignored the talkative man in front of her and looked down at his chart. He twisted his ankle playing basketball. It really wasn't a big deal. All he needed to do was go see a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and then spend some time recovering at home. Why make a big deal of it by coming to Southside? Was he here to burn money? Chloe closed his file and looked at Max through her black-rimmed glasses. I took a look at your chart. You don't need to stay here at Southside. You can recover at home. Are you sure you want to take up a room here? What are you talking about? I'm rich, so I'm going to do what I want. So what if I took up a room? Forget about my ankle. Next time when I suffer from a cold, I will come stay at Southside again. I'm rich. Bite me. A long time ago, Brenton mentioned to Max that Chloe was a really unique woman. Therefore, he wanted to take this chance to see what she was made of and to get to the bottom of why the F was Justin, so head over heels, in love with her. Chloe wasn't angry at what he said. Instead, she turned around and ordered the nurses, "Get ready to draw blood for this patient. I'm scared that the injury on his ankle is causing inflammation elsewhere. We need to be diligent, draw 6 tubes, and we can give him a comprehensive test." "Okay, head nurse." "Hey, wait. Why are you drawing my blood and so much of it too?" Max's expression changed immediately. He put down the apple that he was midway through eating. "It's Southside's policy. We're doing it for the patients. Giving you a comprehensive examination is mandatory. We're just trying to be accountable for your health. Chloe, you're using your position to get even with me over a private grudge. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Feel free to do that anytime." Then, Chloe said to the other nurse. "The patient in room 1 is emotionally unstable. I suspect that he might be suffering from early onset mania. Go get a doctor from psych to give him a psychological analysis. If nothing's wrong with him, he can stay here in ortho. If it's a psych case, then he'll have to transfer elsewhere." Then, Chloe coolly turned around to leave. Max thought that he would be able to stuff a metaphorical sock in Chloe's mouth after a few minutes of confrontation. But, oh my gosh, what did Brenton do to him? Brenton said that if he purposely injured his ankle and was admitted to Southside, Justin would be able to visit him, which will give him more opportunities to see her. However, these opportunities were created as a result of his pains and sorrows. Not only did he have to get his blood drawn, but he also needed to undergo a psych analysis. He immediately took out his phone and yelled in their group, "I am going to leave this hospital immediately. Right now. That woman Chloe is horrifying." Brenton burst into hysterical laughter upon hearing this. "Remember, this is all for our young Master Cooper's fight for love. We will forever remember you for your sacrifices, soldier." "Don't do that. Why don't you come and stay here for a few days instead? You've really tricked me." Max thought that no matter who Chloe was, at the end of the day, she was a woman. How scary could she be? But it's only his first day, and he's already going crazy. What's he supposed to do for the remaining days? Seeing that Justin didn't respond, Max shouted, "Mr. Cooper, please show mercy. Why can't you find another girl to fall in love with? This girl isn't the one for you. If you marry her, she's going to kill you." 3 seconds later, Justin typed 3 words into their group. "That's my choice." Max was flabbergasted. He felt like he was being pushed into a corner. That night, Chloe felt bad about taking multiple days off, so she decided to take a week's worth of night shifts, thus giving the other nurses in her department a few nights off. As she was sitting at the on-call booth, she suddenly saw a warm cup of milk tea placed before her. She looked up. The man in front of her had upward inclining eyes, slightly feminine features, and a deviously charming smile on his face. "Head nurse, here's your milk tea." Justin smiled. "Why are you here?" Chloe asked Justin. The truth was, she wasn't surprised, because Max was hospitalized here. So, she was certain that Justin would come. "My buddy is living here now, and he's even staying in your department." "I know Max, right?" Chloe took a sip of milk tea. "Yes, him. He doesn't have to stay here. You forced him to come, didn't you?" Chloe asked up front. "Would you believe it if I said that it wasn't my idea?" Justin looked at Chloe in all seriousness. Actually, it really wasn't his idea. With Jessica's temperament, if he wanted to see Chloe, he would have twisted his own ankle. Max was here because while playing basketball with Brenton, he accidentally twisted his ankle. He was going to go find a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner when Brenton suddenly came up with the idea that he should just go with the flow and stay at Southside. This way, Justin would have the chance to see Chloe. That's how that young heir ended up in Southside and was forced to suffer. Chloe didn't answer him. She didn't see the point in discussing something like this with Justin. Therefore, she purposely changed the subject. "This milk tea tastes good. It's really authentic. If you like it, I'll bring you some every day." Justin stared at her face. For some reason, Chloe didn't have the courage to look into Justin's eyes. She didn't know how to face a serious Justin. On the Gamble Gods cruise, she broke his heart by not even sharing a dance with him. She thought that he would give up on her. Yet, for some reason, he seemed to forget about all that, and was still courting her. This made Chloe feel perplexed and awkward. "Justin, you don't have to do that. We what? I know what we are. Don't worry. I won't burden you. Courting you is my business. Not accepting me is yours. The two don't conflict. But, Justin, you need to know that I'm already married." Chloe held the warm milk tea in her hands and reminded him again. "I know." Justin smiled bitterly. "So, you need to know that some things are—" "Chloe, you don't have to keep reminding me. I know my position, and I know how you feel about me. I just want to do things for you. I never wanted anything in return and didn't fantasize about a future with you. I'm a free spirit who follows his heart, and I just want to do things that make me happy. Right now, I get happy buying milk tea for you. That's how I feel, and I treasure it. In the last 20 or so years of my life, no one has ever made me this happy. Therefore, just humor me, will you? Justin was actually a man with high IQ and EQ. He used to be childish only because he never met anyone he liked as much as Chloe, and therefore didn't know what to do about it. After spending some time together, Chloe realized that Justin was aware of everything, including how he felt about Chloe and Chloe's attitude towards himself. What Justin said left Chloe at a loss for words. For the first time, Chloe lost a verbal confrontation against Justin. You can reject a man who loves you, but you couldn't step all over his heart. She made things really clear to Justin already, but he still said what he said. It was obvious that he knew better than anyone how she felt. But why would you? Chloe turned her head. She felt sad and didn't want to look into his eyes. I think it might be a debt I owed you from our past life. The corners of Justin's mouth curled into a smile, and his tall figure stood before the on-call booth. Just then, Chloe's phone began to ring. It was a video call from Jack. Feeling guilty, Chloe glanced over at Justin. Justin immediately took the hint. He felt a surge of loneliness as he turned around to leave. Chloe accepted his video call. Justin was still at work, so the scene behind him was his office. Honey, are you hungry? Nope. I just ordered some midnight snacks for you. It'll be there in 30 minutes. Remember to eat it, Jack gently reminded her. I've gotten so fat recently. Why do you keep feeding me? Do you want me to turn into a pig? That, I'm not afraid of. I just don't want you to lose weight. Just them. Jack saw a cup of milk tea on Chloe's on-call booth. It was a high-end milk tea brand in the city. Chloe would never buy anything as expensive as this to drink, even if she were rich. However, Jack didn't directly confront her. Instead, he asked, "Did Sarah visit you at the hospital?" "No, she's been flying all over recently." "Oh, why?" "Nothing. Take care of yourself. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning and we'll have breakfast together." "Sounds good. You too. Don't overwork yourself." Chloe smiled happily at him before hanging up the phone. After Jack hung up, his expression became eerie. After having lost to him, that person still hadn't given up. "Mark." "Sir, how can I help you?" Assistant Mark immediately ran into his office. "Does Imperial Star only invest in film and television? Anything else?" "Nope, but from what I know, Imperial Star is the mogul in the domestic film and television industry. They're really good at bringing up famous celebrities. The company produces dozens of films and more than 100 TV shows each year, and Imperial Star's president, Justin, comes from a rich family. His family owns Cooper Financial Bank. You've heard of it, right, sir?" "Yes." Jack nodded. "That bank is the Cooper family's personal business, and they have assets all over the world. You can say that the Imperial Star is backed up by the Cooper family. As long as there's money, any business would flourish and strive. You probably know this better than anyone else." "Yeah." "Sir, are you thinking about getting GK to invest in film and television?" Mark suddenly realized. "It's a possibility," Jack replied vaguely, as if he wasn't too sure. He had thousands of ways to make money and didn't have to go into film and television. However, if Justin continued to bother Chloe like an unappreciative brat, then he would need to think of a way to curb that. After all, Justin shouldn't have this much free time. Inside room 1, Brenton and Justin sat on the couch, drinking red wine, while Max sipped water on his bed. His face was filled with grief. "Hey, when can I leave?" "Just enjoy your time here. Plus, we're here visiting you every day, and there are nurses coming in and out constantly. You're living the life. Living the life, why don't you stay here for a couple of days? Max snorted angrily. You saw Chloe? Did you give her the milk tea? Brenton ignored Max's objections and asked Justin. Yeah. Women are all the same. You need to slowly persuade her and touch her heart. That's how you get a chance with them. Justin didn't say anything. He just played with his phone. Neither of them knew what he was thinking. After what happened on the Gamble God cruise, he became much more grounded and low-key when it came to things surrounding Chloe. However, little did they know that he was even more in love with her than he used to be. Chloe's actions of protecting Jack made him envious, jealous, and filled with hate. He would have no regrets in life if a woman loved him like she did Jack, not because of money, looks, and status. He kind of regretted joining the military back then. If he had attended Second High, then maybe the legend of Jack and Chloe wouldn't have existed. 1 a.m. Sleepy, Chloe accidentally fell asleep at the on-call booth. Justin slowly walked up. The nurse beside Chloe saw him and opened her mouth. Young masked. But after Justin made a shush gesture, she immediately shut her mouth. Then, the nurse saw with her own eyes the unspeakable thing that Justin did to Chloe. He picked up a black ball pen from her pencil holder and began carefully drawing on Chloe's face. He drew 3 lines on each cheek, giving Chloe really cute whiskers. The nurse wanted to laugh but was scared to, so she placed her hands tightly on her mouth. Afterward, Justin still wasn't satisfied, and therefore topped it off with a shape on her forehead. Now, she looked like an adorable little tiger. Justin was happy with his masterpiece. He carefully took out his phone and turned the sound off. Then, he snapped a photo of Chloe like that. Not including the photo from the charity dinner, this was his second photo of Chloe. He was certain that even Jack didn't have a limited edition photo like this one. After his prank, Justin took out $1,000 and threw it at the nurse. It was either hush money or a thank you for being an accessory to my crimes. Money. Then, he drove his black Lamborghini off into the night. He wasn't at all sad about losing the Louis XIV on the Gamble God cruise. Today, all thanks to a single photo, Justin laughed like a child, with a toy. Justin suddenly noticed that Chloe had become an essential part of his life. Look at this. He took out his phone and showed the photo to Brenton, who was sitting on the passenger seat. Ha ha ha, that's really cute. Did you do it? Yup, Justin said proudly. She's gonna go crazy waking up to that. Do you think she might hunt you down and pick a bone with you? I want her to pick a bone with me. That way I'll have an excuse to see her. Justin was elated. Suddenly, Brenton said, Oh, hey, I'm so sorry. I accidentally deleted the photo. Justin immediately stepped on the brakes and parked by the side of the road. Then, without saying anything else, he reached out and began strangling Brenton. Ha 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 ha. I was kidding. Don't strangle me. Ouch. It hurts. Brenton was sure looking for a beating, pulling Justin's leg like that. Only God knew how much Justin treasured these photos of Chloe. I heard that Chloe's nickname during high school was Goddess Green. So what? Justin asked. This is what I know about goddesses. They don't actually exist in this world, but when so many men want to get her into bed, she automatically becomes a goddess. Justin, so your ultimate goal is to get her into bed, right? Of course, but I'm going to make sure that she's in love with me first. What if Chloe never falls in love with you? Brenton ruthlessly poured cold water down Justin's face. That's impossible. I'm so good-looking, incomparably handsome, and dashing. Justin himself couldn't even finish that sentence. Then I'll wait for her to fall in love with me. As long as I'm alive, there's hope, right? Brenton seldom saw Justin so pessimistic. It seemed like at one point, Chloe had become his obsession. Hey, don't be so down. I think you have a chance. I'll be waiting too. Waiting, Chloe, to divorce Jack. Waiting for Chloe to cheat, or for her to marry you after divorcing him. Haha. Brenton smiled as he consoled Justin. Then, The two of them drove away. Chloe might have been too tired from the day before since she barely got any sleep at the motel in Towtown. Therefore, she dozed off for about an hour during her shift. Suddenly, she stood up. "What's wrong, head nurse? Did I oversleep?" "No, you didn't. You slept for less than an hour. You seemed exhausted, so I didn't wake you up," the nurse said quietly. Chloe stood up again to leave, but the nurse stopped her. I think you should wash your face first." "What's wrong with my face?" Chloe was confused. The nurse didn't say anything. Rather, she held up a mirror in front of Chloe. Chloe's eyes almost fell out of her sockets upon seeing herself in the mirror. "What? What happened?" Chloe was flabbergasted. All she did was nap for a bit. How the hell did her face become like this? "Head nurse, I'm sorry. I can't say. I'm scared." Upon seeing the nurse's hesitation, Chloe could guess with her eyes closed who the culprit was. "Justin, you're dead." Then Chloe ran into the bathroom and quickly washed her face. It was almost dusk when she came out. Just as she was thinking where she and Jack should go for breakfast, an unwelcome guest appeared. A black Porsche 918 stopped outside the hospital. Liam, who she hadn't seen in a long time, came looking for her at 4 a.m. in the morning. He was wearing a black leather jacket and had cut his hair short. She could tell that he had gotten a lot more tanned. It seemed like he suffered a lot from Andrew's orders for him to go to the Philippines. "Chloe," he said coldly. "Can I help you?" Chloe asked in a formal manner. "My dad told me to take you home." "This early?" "My dad got sick last night, so the entire family was up half the night. We tried calling you, but you didn't pick up, so I had no choice but to come here." Chloe did receive a couple of their phone calls last night, but she didn't want to pick up. She had a feeling that it was nothing good. It turns out that Timothy's disease relapsed. "Is it serious?" "Which hospital is he at?" "He's not hospitalized. He's resting at home." "He really misses you. You get off work soon, right? Can you come home with me?" Chloe looked into Liam's eyes. He didn't seem to be lying. She didn't think it was a trap. Plus, Evelyn was in dire need of her help these days, so she wouldn't be able to do anything to her. After making sure that it wouldn't be dangerous for her to go, Chloe gathered her things and followed Liam back to their mansion. It was already 6 a.m. when they arrived, and breakfast was being served. The family gathered around the dining table. Everyone was there, except for Brenny. "Where's Brenny?" Timothy asked. "Oh, I don't think she's up yet. She rarely wakes up at this hour. Let her sleep for a while longer." Evelyn smiled. "Is she not up yet? Or did she not come home last night?" Andrew asked, as he played with a hard-boiled egg in his hands. Evelyn's expression changed slightly. Brenny had been leaving early and coming home late for a while now. Sometimes, she didn't even come home at night and hung out with a bad crowd of people. Evelyn told her not to multiple times, but she wouldn't listen, and Evelyn couldn't do anything about it. "Chloe, how's work recently?" Timothy pretended to care, thus steering the topic away from Brenny. "It's good. Still the same," Chloe answered without much emotion. "Have you been taking care of your brother's foundation?" Timothy asked. "Yes, I've been in charge of it." Chloe nodded. "I took a look at the accounts, and there's nothing wrong with it at all. You've done well. With your help, your brother can now relax a bit." Timothy rarely complimented Chloe. However, she wasn't at all happy about it. "I'm just doing my job." Chloe's tone was bland. Lily smiled as she put down the glass of milk in her hand. "Andrew's foundation is really successful, and the media outlets have all reported on it. City officials have been closely following the foundation's movements, and the province issued a tax exemption clause for the Green Corporation. So technically, we've really benefited. I've always known that Andrew was the best at saving money for his dad." "Mom, I only want to help Dad with some work." Andrew and Lily worked together, cooperating perfectly. Timothy only nodded. "Andrew has always been very great with work, and now that Chloe has returned, I've gained another helper. As siblings, you must work together. So Liam, you should learn from Chloe as well." "Dad, what can I learn from her?" She's not as educated as I am, and her salary isn't as high as mine either. She didn't even major in management and is only a nurse, so I'm confused. Why would you want me to learn from her?" Both Liam and Brenny looked down upon the outsider, Chloe. It was because there was a massive difference between the three of them, so the two siblings were born with a sense of superiority. Chloe didn't want to talk back to him because Liam was a brainless guy. Fighting with him was like fighting with a dog. There was absolutely no point. However, Andrew didn't seem to appreciate what Liam said, so he questioned, "Liam, even so, Chloe has kept herself busy after she took over the foundation and didn't make any mistakes. Meanwhile, the project you managed in the Philippines had less than half of the foundation's funding, but you still messed it up gloriously. Not only did you fail to bond with the local government, but you've also caused troubles with a lot of the local gangs. We're businessmen, and we don't care about diplomas or profession. We value profit and ability, which is exactly what you lack." Dad definitely has a reason for why you should learn from Chloe. Is it really appropriate for you to decline like that? After Liam came back, he kept going against Andrew and had quite the temper. Evelyn immediately stopped her son when she saw what was happening. "Liam, your older brother is right. You're the youngest in our family, so you have to learn from your older siblings in the future." "Fine, Mom. I got it." Liam didn't seem pleased, but he didn't dare to talk back to his own mom. They sat through an awkward and tasteless breakfast. Chloe knew that everyone wore a mask and had another face when they took their masks off. Timothy didn't look sick either. He only called Chloe back to show Lily and Andrew. He used Chloe like a shield and wanted Lily and Andrew to attack her instead. That way, they wouldn't have time to bother with Brenny and Liam. That was Timothy and Evelyn's ultimate goal. Just as she was about to leave, Timothy deliberately took out a small box. "Chloe, I heard that you just turned 24, so I bought you a present." "No, thank you. My birthday already passed," Chloe declined. Timothy opened the box and found a pearl necklace inside. It looked quite nice, but it wasn't very expensive as well. It was no more than 10 or 20,000, and it couldn't be compared with what Andrew and Justin got for her. More so, it was nothing compared to Jack's $400 million mansion. "Chloe, Dad got this for you, so take it." Andrew placed the box in Chloe's hand after he spoke. He was implying, "Why not accept free gifts?" Chloe was very indecisive, but she still took it, because if she kept refusing, then it would seem like she was keeping her distance, so it would be hard to continue with her revenge later on. "Liam, drive your sister home." "Me?" Liam seemed very displeased. "It's fine. I could just get a cab." She didn't want to show her wealth too much, so she didn't even drive her Audi sports car here. "Liam, what are you waiting for? Dad ordered you to go. Just go. She's your older sister." Evelyn emphasized that last word. Liam reluctantly followed Chloe out the door, in the top-floor study of the Green Mansion. "Timothy, did you ask her to help us partner up with GK?" Evelyn asked, impatiently, as soon as Chloe left. "Not yet. She's too smart, so I don't want to alert her. I have to reconnect with her emotionally first and win over her trust. By then, it won't be too late to mention it. Since Jack married her, then it must mean that he values her very much. Once we've got her in our hands, then we won't have to worry about Andrew." To use Chloe to pit GK against Andrew was Timothy's newest plan. On the car, Chloe originally wanted Liam to drop her off at the downtown shopping center because she wanted to buy some daily necessities. However, she suddenly saw a very familiar figure on the way. "Stop the car!" Chloe suddenly shouted. "Hey, isn't that brat your half-brother Thomas?" Liam said mockingly. Yesterday, Thomas told Chloe that he had class today, but why would he be in downtown? The car slowly parked by the side of the road, and before Chloe got off, she saw a girl across from Thomas, walking towards him. She wore a cute dress, had slight curls in her hair, and looked very cute and pretty. Wasn't that Amelia? Chloe's expression became complicated. Of course, her guess was right. Liam seemed to have noticed as well, as he squinted his eyes and said, Who knew that little kid was this good at picking up chicks? Not bad. That girl kind of looks like a Japanese porn star. Liam, you really make me sick. He was young, but his mouth was filthy. Chloe thought that the son Evelyn spent all her money on was a total waste. He had no manners at all. How am I disgusting? I'm nothing compared to Thomas. He's only a kid at school. Why is he picking up girls instead? Is he worthy? Has he earned money? He must have used the allowance you've given him to pretend that he's a wealthy heir and pick up girls that way. Shut up. Why do I have to shut up? I won't. Poor people like you are all scum. My mom said that you're all schemers, and you only came back to help this time because you wanted my dad's money. Why else? Is it good for your karma? Plus, let me tell you, I instinctively hate that kid Thomas. Tell him to watch over his woman, or else don't blame me if she ends up in my bed one day. However, you'd better not intervene. After all, I'm your little brother as well, haha. Liam, if you dare to steal the girl Thomas likes, I definitely won't let you off the hook, Chloe coldly warned. Haha, so tell that dumb kid to be careful, and that dumb brother of yours is truly enough for you to worry about, isn't he? Chloe got off the car with a dark look on her face, and she closed the car door with a bang. Liam teasingly honked twice, and then raced away. Because of Chloe's special relationship with the Green family, they met when they were very young. Liam wasn't much older than Thomas, and would always pick on him, just like how Brenny always frowned upon Chloe. When they were young, they often fought over toys, and even got people to bully Thomas. However, later, Liam became less aggressive after Chloe taught him a few lessons. But he still frowned upon Thomas since he came from a poor family. Thomas and Amelia were going to watch a movie, shop around, and then eat. However, to his surprise, they bumped into his sister as soon as they saw each other. Sis, why are you here? Thomas didn't quite know what to do. Amelia was also quite frightened. She quickly retreated. Senior sister? You two, come with me. Chloe's expression was tense, and she led the two to a cafe nearby. Sis, I'm sorry. Inside the cafe, Thomas obediently apologized before Chloe even opened her mouth. You don't need to apologize to me. You didn't do anything that upset me, Chloe coldly said. Sis, I didn't hide this from you on purpose. Guilty, Thomas lowered his head. Senior sister, scold me if you want to, since I was the one who chased after Thomas first. I've liked him for quite a while, and I've paid attention to him since the first time he came to find you at the hospital. Later, I sneakily added him on Snap, and then we started dating. I don't want to scold either of you. You're both old enough and aren't kids anymore. You can make your own decisions, but I hope you'll both think about this rationally. I only don't agree to you guys dating at such a young age because, first, you're both fairly young, and your lives are unstable. Therefore, your futures are unpredictable. Second, I know both of you all too well. You're both innocent and naive. So if the relationship doesn't go well and either of you gets hurt, it would be a fatal attack to the both of you. It's very dangerous for inexperienced people to date each other because you don't know how to take care of the other person, and a lot of issues will occur as time progresses. Sis, weren't you and Jack also? Shut up. We're different than you, Thomas. I'm not against it. I'm only trying to do what's best for you. Sis, but we're truly in love. I won't betray Amelia. Thomas was an extremely naive kid. Plenty of girls had shown their admiration for him at school, but he didn't like any of them. Instead, he fell for Amelia, who was 2 years older than him. This could almost be called a doomed relationship. Chloe, I really like Thomas too. Please give us a chance, and I won't let you down. Trust me, I can earn money now. I won't ask Thomas to pay for me. Amelia was very naive and thought that Chloe was against them dating because she thought of Thomas as a kid and didn't want him to spend too much money on dating. Chloe slightly sighed. Amelia, money isn't the problem. I told you what I'm worried about and can't do anything else if you don't understand. But don't worry. I won't force you guys to split up. I'm not an irrational person. If you two really like each other, then stay together." "Really?" Thomas's face filled with pleasant surprise. "Thanks, senior sister. But I have to be blunt. If something wrong happens to your relationship, and you're both in great pain, don't come and cry to me, because I've already warned you guys against it." "That's fine, sis. I promise that I will be true and loving to Amelia." Thomas was very happy. "Thanks, Chloe." Amelia tightly wrapped her arm around Thomas. Chloe originally wanted to treat them to food, but she noticed how affectionate they were, and immediately knew that they were still in their honeymoon phase. So, she no longer wanted to be that third wheel, and returned to her home at Imperial Park. Jack wasn't home. They were supposed to eat breakfast together this morning, but Chloe went back to the Green Mansion. She sent Jack a message, so he stayed at GK for work and didn't go home as well. Therefore, Chloe decided to take a nap. When she woke up, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. She looked through the fridge and found there wasn't much left to eat, so she made some sushi, along with miso soup, and had a simple meal. As she ate the sushi, she suddenly thought of something. Then she mysteriously smiled, made some more, and brought it to the hospital. As expected, Justin and Brenton came to visit Max together a bit after 6 p.m. that evening. The three of them played cards and didn't have much to do. At dinner time, Justin originally wanted to go out and ask Chloe what she wanted to eat. However, he saw that Chloe was eating sushi, so without another word, he immediately placed one in his mouth. His bandit-like personality was completely exposed. "Hey, what are you doing?" "You won't give it to me anyways if I ask, so I might as well steal it," Justin spoke as he chewed, looking nothing like a rich heir. "Justin, did you draw a cat face on me yesterday?" No. Impossible." Clearly, Chloe didn't believe him. "I totally drew a tiger on your face, okay? Didn't you see the mark on your forehead?" Justin objected. Chloe, she originally thought that Justin would deny that he drew on her face, but it seemed like she was overthinking things. He was correcting her that he drew a tiger on her face, and not a cat. "Justin, you must be very bored. Doesn't Imperial Star have any movies to film recently?" asked Chloe upsettingly. "There is, but I don't have to worry about stuff like that. A vice president reports to me, and he takes care of everything. That's called high productivity." "Pish. I see it as not doing work. We're going to order food. What do you want? I'll get you some." "No thanks. I'm full." Chloe got up and passed the leftover sushi to Justin and said, "I've made too much today. You can have the rest." Justin was a bit flattered. However, he didn't dare to take the sushi, as he only asked confusingly, "Why are you being so nice to me? It's fine if you don't want it. I'll just toss it in the garbage." After Chloe spoke, she pretended that she was about to take it. Don't. I want it." Justin snatched it over, and then happily took the sushi back to the room. Chloe smiled in success. "Now, let's wait for the big show." After Justin returned to the room with the sushi, Justin said, "You two order? I don't need any." Brenton, "What's wrong? Where did you get the sushi?" Max, "He must have stolen it from Chloe, or else why would he be as happy as a clam?" Justin, "I didn't steal it. Let me correct you. It was given. She gave it to me." Brenton, "She gave it to you? I don't believe it. It must have been her leftovers." Justin, "You guys are just jealous that you can't have any. It's a whole box, and the only one missing was just eaten by me. So how could it be leftovers? She totally gave this to me." Brenton, "That's so weird. Could the sushi be poisoned?" Max, "Great minds think alike." Justin, "I'll eat it even if it's poisoned. I'll even eat Viagra, as long as she gives it to me." Max and Brenton burst into laughter as they saw how possessed Mr. Cooper was. Then the two ordered a bountiful meal from Opulent House. However, Justin sat on the sofa and slowly ate the sushi without anything else added on. Half an hour later. "No, I still have to go to the washroom." After Justin spoke, he got up and ran away. He already went to the washroom 6 times in the last 10 minutes. The sushi definitely wasn't that good. Good thing I held back and didn't have any, Brenton exclaimed. Max laughed. I told you that woman couldn't have come in peace. See what happened? Just as Justin was about to go to the washroom for the 7th time, Max stopped him. Hey, did you do something to her? From what I know, Chloe might be ill-tempered, but she shouldn't have any reason to torture you like this. Justin didn't say anything. However, Brenton laughed. Does drawing a tiger count? What tiger? Did I miss something? Max was confused. So Brenton told him about how Justin drew a tiger on her face last night, and Max roared with laughter when he saw the photo. The two laughed inside the room non-stop, while Justin ran to the washroom non-stop. He never thought that Chloe would place laxatives in the sushi. Just then, Chloe pushed open the room door, and Max immediately put away his laughter. Hello, head nurse. Over the last couple of days, he became aware of Chloe's personality and decided that he wouldn't go against her. This is the antidote. Give it to him, Chloe slowly said, as she tossed a little bag to Brenton. Remember to tell him something for me. What is it? Brenton asked in anticipation. In the future, don't offend women again, especially those who know how to plant poison. After Chloe spoke, she gracefully walked out of the room. Max. Oof, was that a threat? Brenton. It counts as one. She meant that she only gave him laxatives this time. But who's to say? What kind of poison will come next time? Brenton gave the antidote to Justin when he returned from the washroom, followed with what Chloe said. Justin didn't say anything. Young Master Cooper, how does that saying go again? Women have the most poisonous hearts. Think about the black widow spider. Max displayed typical schadenfreude. Get lost. Think before you speak, cursed Justin. Brenton stared at Max. Exactly. You really don't know what to say. Our Mr. Cooper is so tall and fierce, so wealthy and handsome. How could he be a tiny spider? He's at least a tarantula. Justin, come here, both of you. Let me take good care of you guys. Justin gestured with his finger, and Brenton was so scared that he ran onto Max's bed. Don't, Mr. Cooper. Don't vent your anger on us. You have to vent it on the person who caused you damage. Go find Chloe instead. Max giggled. Justin tightly squeezed the pack of antidote. His emotions were a combination of fury and amusement. Don't worry, she won't get away. That little girl dares to trick me. I definitely won't let her off the hook. After punishing Justin, Chloe let out a breath of satisfaction. She unconsciously opened Weibo, which she hasn't logged onto for a while, and even received a private message. The first was a photo of her face painted as a tiger. It looked very dumb and embarrassing. Then Justin sent, I'm raising a Bengal tiger at home. It's pretty, but it has a hot temper and is very ferocious. Please give me some advice. How should I tame it? Justin was totally teasing her. No one else but him would use a photo of someone and ask them how he should tame them. Chloe thought for a few seconds, and then replied with one sentence, Was the sushi good tonight? As soon as the word sushi crossed Justin's mind, he suddenly ran to the washroom. It already became a reflex. Chloe logged off of Weibo without any more patience to chat with Justin, and then she went on to Snap. She saw that Thomas and Amelia had posted a picture together at the same time, with only one word, us. Then a photo followed beneath of the two smiling happily and sweetly. They were imitating the relationship announcement of those A-list stars last year. This method truly couldn't be more out of fashion. In the end, Chloe reluctantly agreed for them to be together. Actually, reluctant wouldn't be the right word. It was more like a failed attempt to convince them not to date. So, she couldn't do much else. Amelia and Thomas no longer dated in the dark, because his sister already found out about them, so they might as well flaunt their love. Thomas had Sarah on his Snap, so Sarah saw the photo immediately after she got off the plane. She then immediately sent a Snap message to Chloe. That brat, Thomas, is in love? Yup. Damn. How are we supposed to live now? He was born after 2005 and isn't even 20 yet. What's his rush? Sarah called out. What does age have to do with anything? Didn't you see that joke from a while ago? What joke? Sarah was confused. A boy said to a girl outside a kindergarten, "I've got a lollipop. Do you want a bite?" The little girl said, "I don't want it. I'm afraid I'll become pregnant." The little boy then said, "If you become pregnant, just give birth. If anything, we can all attend kindergarten together." Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Sarah broke into laughter. However, Chloe spoke in all seriousness. That's the most responsible thing I've heard. Even kids know what relationships are. What are you waiting for as an adult? I think you have feelings for Noah. Why don't you two just get together? Which one of your eyes told you that I liked him? Seriously. Sarah still maintained her in-denial attitude. Sarah. What? How should I put this? The joke remains a joke, but as your best friend, I still need to say something to you. Chloe spoke in all seriousness. Tell me. Sarah immediately replied. Chloe said again, "In our lifetime, not many get the chance to meet someone they like who likes them back. If you meet someone like that, then how tragic would it be if you missed out on him in the end because of trivial reasons? If you accept this relationship, then even if you two don't end up together in the end, you won't regret anything, because you've already experienced it. When you're old, you won't regret dating someone. Rather, you'll regret not dating someone." Chloe, faced with such a serious Chloe, Sarah suddenly didn't know what to say. "Sarah, I'm not trying to get you and Noah together. I just want to say that if you like him, and he likes you as well, then why don't you try it out? Life isn't short, nor is it long, but once you miss out on something or someone, it might be forever. Remember Renee's song, Later? We used to love that song in high school. Do you remember my favorite lyrics in that song?" Sarah was slightly convinced, as her voice trembled when she sang back. "Later, we finally learned how to love, but you've already disappeared into the crowd. Later, I finally realized in my tears that some people won't be around once you let them slip away. So I won't interfere too much in your relationship. I just don't want you to be left with any regrets when you're older. I know. Anyways, I have to go now. I have to get ready to go home. I'm super sleepy. Drive safely on your way back." "Okay." Chloe hung up the phone and exhaustingly stood up. She took off her white lab coat and changed into her little trench coat. Then, she took her bag and walked out of the hospital. However, as soon as she stepped out the entrance, she was shocked by the cars parked outside. There were plenty of cars that weren't there before, parked messily all around Chloe's car. Plus, they all violated parking regulations and completely trapped Chloe's car inside. No one, not even a magician, could help her get her car out unless the car had wings. Then, it might be able to fly out. Chloe angrily walked up to the two race cars behind her own car. There was a flame-red Ferrari, but since Chloe didn't know much about luxurious cars, she didn't know which model it was. She only saw that these two Ferraris had blocked her way of backing out. However, she suddenly noticed a card on the back on the car, which had the car owner's number written on it. Seemed like this car owner still had some decency. At least he or she left a number. Chloe angrily picked up her phone and dialed that number. "Hi, your car's blocking mine. I'm in a rush to back out of my spot. Please come out and cooperate with me." No one spoke on the other end of the phone, and they hung up as soon as Chloe finished speaking. 5 minutes later, a tall, skinny man walked out with a mask covering his mouth, looking quite weak. "You called?" asked the man coldly. "Yes," Chloe nodded. "I will move the car now. You can back out." "Thanks." Chloe then got into her car, and just as she was about to drive it, she was shocked by what she saw when she turned around. A bunch of girls came out from nowhere and all rushed up with a swoosh. Their screams sounded all around. Chloe realized just then that the person she just saw was the currently most popular male idol singer. Chloe felt bad, since he was surrounded by his fans and couldn't get out, because she asked him to move his car. She thought for a moment, held up her phone, and dialed the number. She dialed. "Hello?" The person picked up the phone. his voice remaining extremely cold. "I have a way to get you out. Do you want help?" asked Chloe. "Tell me. I'm going to back my car out, and you have to immediately get off your car and into mine. Your car isn't in such a good spot, so you won't be able to get out. Of course, that's only if you trust me." The person on the other end was silent for 5 seconds, but then he said one word. "Okay." Chloe stepped on the gas, and the sports car roared loudly to life. The wild fans all stepped back at the scary sound. Chloe then moved the steering wheel, and the car began moving backward to approach the red Ferrari. At the closest distance, she slowly parked, and the owner of the car immediately opened the door, got off, and then stepped into hers. They moved fast, and the whole process took no more than 3 seconds, leaving those people no chance to respond. Once the fans realized what was going on and began running up to Chloe's car, Chloe already stepped on the gas pedal, and her car immediately disappeared, leaving nothing but dust behind. After 10 minutes of driving, Cody, the music star, turned around to check behind them. He finally relaxed upon seeing that there weren't any fans or reporters left. "Thank you." "No problem. You were trapped because you came out to help me, so I could drive my car out," said Chloe calmly. Cody looked at her once and didn't say anything. He then took off his mask, revealing his incredibly pale complexion. Chloe didn't fangirl over celebrities, but she still knew Cody because he was currently a very popular star. Apparently, he debuted 5 years ago and released 3 albums right away. Nowadays, where album sales have nearly gone extinct, his album still sold 1 million copies in 3 days, which was considered a miracle. Plus, he only held 1 concert each year, and the extremely scarce tickets enabled prices to shoot up to $10,000 per ticket. The price was staggering and shocking. There were many rumors about him. Some said that a wealthy sugar mommy took care of him, and that was why he became so famous. Others said that he's an illegitimate son of some wealthy man, and that was why he had gotten so much financial support. Some even said that he was gay, and some gay director liked him, so the latter invested in him and promoted him to become a massive A-list star. Nevertheless, he was famous, completely and undeniably famous. News had stated that he was about to leave his original company, Imaginative Group. Apparently, Imperial Star wanted to sign him for $120 million. However, no one knew which company he would pick in the end. He was very strange, as he allegedly didn't like to appear in interviews or reality TV shows, and had always been very mysterious. So, as more and more people liked him, more and more people felt curious about him, and some of the crazier fans would often wait outside his company or his home. The idolization and fangirling had gotten quite out of hand. However, his agent had been doing a good job maintaining his private life, so nothing had ever gone wrong yet. Even Chloe, an employee of Southside, didn't even know that he was here until she saw him. "Where do you want to go? I can give you a lift," asked Chloe. "Southside Recuperation Center," he said, without an additional needless word. You still want to go back?" "Yes." Upon seeing his persistence, Chloe had no choice but to drive the car back after all that mess. Chloe was relieved to see that those fans had already disappeared. "Thanks," he faintly said before getting off the car. Then, he got off the car and left. A woman anxiously looked around at the door, and she immediately walked up when she saw Cody. "Sister Beth." "Oh my lord, where did you go?" "I was trapped by fans outside the door, but luckily, someone saved me." "My gosh, are you okay? Let me see." The woman was clearly very shocked. "I'm fine. I wasn't hurt. How could this happen to you just as I left to get breakfast? Didn't I tell you not to go downstairs?" "I know. It won't happen again next time." If he didn't receive that call, then he wouldn't have rushed downstairs. However, as soon as he parked there, he knew that he would definitely block the other car. Why else would he leave his number? Beth became more furious when she later found out that he left a note. "Don't do that again. You're an idol. How could you leave your number like an ordinary citizen? What if your identity gets out? Plus, What if that woman calls you every day to harass you later on? Sister Beth, don't always think the worst of other people. Cody didn't seem to agree with his agent. My little lord, how many years have you been in the entertainment industry? Haven't you seen through the darkness of it all? Do you still need me to remind you? You have to be always cautious of others. Your trip to Southside is top secret, and if someone writes about it, it might end your career as a superstar. I know. After Chloe drove Cody back, she headed home, and it was already 9:30 a.m. when she got back. Jack had to work at his office, so he didn't come back this whole time. She hadn't seen Mr. Dawson for 2 days now, and she obviously missed him quite a lot. Just as she picked up the phone to call him, her phone began to ring. Jack was requesting a video chat with her. Chloe took the call and sweetly smiled. Hello, Mr. Dawson. You're off work? Yes, I just got back. Why did you get back so late today? Something happened at work, and I had to take care of it. Look, you've got dark circles around your eyes. Don't take any more night shifts for the time being after these shifts end, Jack urged with concern. Yes, after this night shift, I'll have day shifts for the next month. Have you eaten yet? Are you asking about breakfast or lunch? Jack laughed. Of course breakfast. It's only a bit past 9. I ate already. Are you coming back today? You still have a night shift, and I'll be bored if I go back, so I might as well take care of work at the office. Okay then, don't tire yourself out. After Chloe spoke with Jack for a bit, she felt overwhelmingly tired. She lied on the sofa and fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept. Suddenly her phone began to ring, waking her up. She looked at the caller ID. It was the number from this morning. Hello? I left my wallet in your car, and my IDs are all inside. Could you bring it to me? Wait, I'll check downstairs. Chloe held her phone and ran downstairs. She opened her car and saw a male Gucci wallet on the mat of the passenger seat. It was a dark brown wallet that looked very exquisite. I see it. Where should I take it to? Southside Recuperation Center. Southside, again. It's pretty far. Can I give it to you when I go to work tonight? Bring it over here right now. I won't make you run around for nothing. The person on the other end spoke in an icy tone. I didn't mean that. Chloe wanted to explain that she wasn't looking to benefit from this, but the person on the other end didn't let her finish. He immediately hung up the phone. Chloe helplessly sighed. She held up the wallet and flipped through it. There were bank cards, a resident ID, and plenty of cash, about 20,000 or so. Chloe put the wallet in a paper bag, and then after getting ready upstairs, she drove the car back to Southside. Once again. It was 2 in the afternoon when she arrived, but Chloe's night shifts started at 6. Everyone was quite surprised to see her at the hospital so early. Head nurse, you're here early today. Yeah, Chloe nodded. Then, she returned to her office, took out her phone, and dialed the number once again. However, the line was busy, and so she sent him a text message. Pick up your wallet at the head nurse's office in the orthopedics department. 15 minutes after the message was sent, a woman knocked on the door and walked in. Hi, I'm here for the wallet. But the wallet isn't yours, Chloe said alarmingly. I'm his agent. It's not convenient for him to show up here. You can give it to me. Sure, but wait, I have to make sure. To prevent being scammed, Chloe dialed the number once again. Hello? This time, someone picked up. Your agent came for your wallet. Is it okay if I give it to her? Yes. Okay. Chloe quickly hung up the phone after she spoke and handed over the wallet. Cody's agent checked over the wallet after she took it to make sure nothing had gone missing. Then, she took out $5,000 and handed it to Chloe. What the meaning of this? Amused, Chloe looked at the agent. He's a public figure, so please don't tell anyone about this. Plus, you must have seen his age on his identification card, so please don't tell anyone about that as well. You know that age is a secret in the entertainment industry, so consider this as a thank you. No need. I will keep it a secret. Don't worry. Take the money back, I at least have the basic decency as an employee of Southside. Okay. Upon Chloe's refusal, the agent didn't force it upon her, and so she turned to leave. Chloe really didn't look at Cody's identification card. How old he was had nothing to do with her. She didn't crazily fangirl stars, so she didn't have any feelings towards girls like Zoe or others. The hospital nearly turned into a film festival while Justin was here, as female stars came to visit him every day. Male stars even came to kiss their boss's ass, so she had gotten fairly used to it. She saw that it was still early, and there wasn't much to do at the hospital, so Chloe drove back to her mother's old house. Sandra was just bathing in the sun with the family's cat in her arms. Chloe saw this warm scene as she entered the courtyard. "Mom, why are you back?" Sandra opened her eyes and saw Chloe. She looked happy. "Nothing. I just wanted to see you, so thought I would stop by and bring you some groceries along the way." Chloe knew that her mother had simple meals when she was alone at home, so she passed by the grocery store to buy plenty of vegetables and meat. Then, she helped her mom place it in the fridge. "Don't waste money. I've got stuff to eat here, and there's a market nearby. Why do you keep spending unnecessary money? Food is too expensive at the grocery store," Sandra nagged. Chloe only quietly smiled. "Thomas came back last night and he brought along a girl with him," Sandra suddenly said. "Huh? He told you?" Chloe was a bit surprised. "Yes, Thomas might be young, but it's perfectly normal for him to be dating. Everyone dates these days. I'm not that conservative, and that girl is quite pretty. She said that she's from your hospital. Was she from that hospital you were at before?" Chloe nodded. "Yeah. She graduated from the same medical college as me, so technically, I'm her senior." "How's that girl's character?" asked Sandra with concern. "She's a good girl, but since she's still young, I'm afraid we won't be able to predict what might happen in the future." "Ah, our family isn't that wealthy, and Thomas's school isn't that good either. I'd be happy as long as he just finds a gentle girl who can live a stable life with him. That's all I want for him." Chloe placed her hand on the back of her mom's hand. "Mom, he definitely will. I'll take care of Thomas's wedding. You don't have to worry about anything." "Huh. It's a bit early to talk about this. He hasn't graduated yet. It'll be years before he gets married." "Yes, but as his sister and mother were both worried about him. Maybe we all value Thomas too much, but luckily he's been quite well behaved over these years and hasn't caused any trouble for us." Chloe adored Thomas, and all of the neighbors nearby knew just how much she loved her little brother. When they were little, if they only had one apple, then she would definitely give it to Thomas. She always spoiled him to no end. Even though now she found out that she wasn't related to him by blood, her love for Thomas was still the same, if not more. "Have you been busy at work lately? You don't look too well." "I took several night shifts in a row. It's probably because I've been staying up too late." Chloe smiled as she touched her eye bags. "Sleep more if you're staying up late, don't run around too much, and drink more soup that's good for your body and skin. You're still young. You don't want to become a rugged old lady." "I know, Mom. I will definitely keep that in mind." Chloe smiled as she held her mom's arm. It had been quite a while since she dared to be this close to her mom. She was scared that her mom would be cold and unapproachable. However, Sandra's attitude towards Chloe changed for the better. Perhaps Thomas's harsh words to her worked, and she finally came to her senses. "Is he good to you?" Sandra suddenly asked, after a few moments of silence. Chloe knew that by him, her mom meant Jack. "Mom, truth be told, he treats me very, very well. Like really super, super well." Chloe used two supers, magnifying well into the extreme. Sandra knew Chloe very well. She didn't like to lie, so Sandra believed that what Chloe said was true. If that's the case, then I'm more relieved. At least he doesn't have a human face with the heart of an animal like his parents. "Mom, thank you for understanding. So what if I don't understand? The incident happened a long time ago, and Thomas was right for saying that you've grown tired over these years. I'm tired as well. We're all tired. If I don't let go, you'll always be in pain. I'm your mother. Why should I put my own daughter in pain? Mom, thanks. Chloe took Sandra's hands in hers, shaking slightly. She never thought that she would receive her mother's approval this soon. If he dares to betray you later, then Thomas and I will kill him. Just because his family is wealthy, it doesn't mean that we're scared of them. Your mother may be old, but I'm willing to do anything for you and Thomas. Sandra was a classic soft-hearted person with an unforgiving mouth, so Chloe knew that all she said came from her heart. He won't, Mom. If he dares to betray me, then even I won't let him get away with it. Chloe smiled. She ate a simple lunch with her mom. There were 2 dishes, a vegetable dish, a meat dish, and a soup. Sandra poured Chloe soup nonstop, perhaps because she saw Chloe's pale complexion. Chloe couldn't refuse, so she drank 3 bowls, and after the last bowl, she couldn't drink any more. After they ate, she chatted with her mother for a while. Then, she looked at her phone and realized that it was almost time for work. She returned to Southside, and as soon as she arrived, she was told that director of the neurology department was urgently looking for her. Chloe changed into her white lab coat and immediately went up to the neurology department on the 5th floor. Due to what happened with Juan Kingston earlier, Chloe had interacted with those at the neurology department many times. After several trips, she became quite familiar with the area. Director of the neurology department very much appreciated Chloe's talents. Chloe once publicly challenged Deputy Director Jat during a meeting Director Richard hosted and had correctly and logically analyzed neurological studies. Back then, Director Nina of the neurology department thought that it was a waste for Chloe to just be a head nurse. Director Nina, you asked for me? Director Nina was a 50-year-old lady, and even though she wasn't very old, her hair was already as white as snow. Her face was filled with kindness, and she was very popular at Southside since she got along with everyone else. Chloe, come and sit. Chloe nodded and sat down on the chair across of Director Nina in her office. Chloe, I used to think that you studied neurology. Do you remember Juan Kingston? I do. He went back to school after he was released from the hospital and is recovering very well. It's all thanks to your treatment plan. It was very useful. Good, as long as he's doing well. Chloe was gratified that she was able to help him. I've asked for you today because there's something else that I need your help on. How can I help you, Director Nina? Chloe still felt a bit uncomfortable when such an elderly attending personally asked for her help. I've taken on a new patient, and his disease is fairly complicated. I hope that you could help me come up with the best treatment plan for him, given his symptoms, and then help him recover. That's fine. What is he suffering from? Depression. Chloe's expression drastically changed when she heard the word depression. It was one of the most dangerous kinds of mental illness, because most patients who suffer from depression had suicidal tendencies. For those with major clinical depressions, there was no point to life, and death was the only way out. Depression, that's a tough job. I don't have any experience with it, Director Nina. Chloe didn't dare to make any promises, because this was a matter of life and death. That's fine. I have faith in your abilities and competencies. Here, look at his files first, and then make your decision. After Director Nina spoke, she handed Chloe a file, and after she flipped to the first page and saw the name, her movements froze for just a second. Cody? That superstar was actually suffering from depression? Director Nina, this... Confused, Chloe looked at Director Nina. An idol, a superstar's files should be kept top secret, so was it really okay for Director Nina to show it to her? Just like that? It's fine. I know what you want to ask. Believe me, Chloe, you've worked at Southside for a while now, and as a saying goes, a long journey proves the stamina of a horse, and time proves the sincerity of a person. Over these several months, I've become very aware of who you are as a person. You're actually a very kind girl, but because you don't want to cause trouble, you don't like to intervene in things too much. However, you definitely won't let evil get away either, so you must have offended Deputy Hospital Director Jat and his brother-in-law quite a bit, right? Director Nina, I'm not as great as you say I am. I'm just someone who goes to work to get paid. Chloe smiled modestly. Child, as someone who's older, I've worked at the hospital for a long time, and I'm very good at telling one's character. Actually, I've already asked Hospital Director Richard once to transfer you to the neurology department to help me, but I heard that you've refused the opportunity to train as a doctor. I won't ask you for your reasons, because that's your own private matters. But I think it's a pity. You've got all this talent, and it's quite a waste to stay in the orthopedic department as a head nurse. Director Nina, let me finish, child. Because of Director Nina's old age, she called Chloe child over and over again, which warmed Chloe's heart. Okay, please go ahead. Chloe truly thought that Director Nina was an adorable old lady upon seeing how cute she looked when trying to convince Chloe. During one of the meeting, I saw you publicly challenge Deputy Hospital Director Jat, and you've used professional neurological theories and knowledge to shut him down. I knew back then that you didn't study this because you've had a sudden interest, but rather, you might have studied this because you liked this area. Is that correct? Yes, neurology, ophthalmology, and neurosurgery are all areas that I'm very interested in. I used to teach myself back during medical school, but I don't have any clinical experience because when I was at the first hospital, I interned at the OBGYN department. Chloe nodded and told her the truth. I know, so I thought that if you came to help me this time, then it would be considered clinical experience. Are you willing to? Director Nina, he's a big star, and if the treatment fails, it will hurt your reputation. Do you really want me to help you? Still worried, Chloe asked. Don't worry. I'll take responsibility for anything that might happen, and I won't drag you into it. I didn't mean that. I'm just worried. Don't worry about anything. You'll have me. The elderly Director Nina patted her chest as a promise to Chloe, touching the bottom of Chloe's heart. She had always admired kind and sincere people. As the director of a department, Director Nina's medical skills were undeniable. Plus, she was truly a nice person. So even though this had nothing to do with Chloe, she still agreed, because of Director Nina's request. In that case, I'll try it out. Director Nina, I might not succeed. Chloe spoke pessimistically beforehand. I know depression can't be magically cured with treatment. If that was the case, then you might as well be a god. Currently, this is the most difficult mental illness to deal with in the whole world. Cody's disease is severe, and it is accompanied by insomnia and anxiety. His agent came for help because she's afraid that he won't be able to withstand it anymore. And they've chosen Southside because we are known for keeping patient files confidential. Just do your best, and don't give yourself so much pressure. Okay, Chloe nodded. Then I'll take you to see the patient first and get you to chat with him? Director Nina suggested. Sure, but Director Nina, what about the orthopedics department? Don't worry about that. I'll ask Director Richard to request another head nurse to take your place. You should commit fully to this patient. Okay, I understand. One mind couldn't be used to do two things at the same time, and time couldn't be spared between two sides. Chloe couldn't stay in the neurology department and manage the orthopedics department simultaneously. Luckily, Director Nina has prepared everything, and when she called Hospital Director Richard to ask for approval, the director immediately agreed and showed his support for Director Nina's decision to hone Chloe. Chloe met with Cody alone in the neurology VIP room. He still wore that mask and looked very worn out as he sat on a windowsill, staring outside. Hi, I'm the assistant physician, Chloe Green. Chloe introduced herself as she stepped inside, hoping to become closer with Cody. Cody slanted his head to look at Chloe, but his expression remained the same. It's you. Clearly, he remembered her. At Director Nina's invitation, I will be participating in your treatment. I hope you can cooperate with me for the time being and help me come up with a treatment plan that will alleviate your symptoms. I'm not actually sick, I just don't like to talk. Chloe smiled. I know, but it's also a sickness if you're in a bad mood for a long period of time. I won't treat you like a special patient, and you shouldn't treat yourself like a patient either. Let's just talk like friends do, that's all. Cody seemed to have let down his guard after hearing what Chloe said, so he walked over and sat across from her. Sister Beth said that you might tell those reporters about my age, but I said you wouldn't. Will you believe me if I told you that I didn't even look at the birth date on your identification card? Chloe looked at him as if she had been slightly wronged. Cody slowly took off his mask. He revealed the clean and delicate face of his, along with a sad smile. I believe you. I've always believed in the better side of this world. That's why I've fallen so hard. He smiled bitterly. Chloe thought that Cody had quite a heavy emotional burden, as if he had been scammed by others. Of course, it was just an unproven hypothesis. The truth is, sometimes people are happy not because that they have more. Instead, it's because they care about less. We shouldn't be too sensitive about losses in our lives, and we can't care too much about others' opinions. You have to face your own heart first, and you will only acquire true happiness when you no longer doubt whether you're happy. Cody froze slightly, and then he laughed mockingly. Have you read too much Chicken Soup for the Soul online? No. What I mean is, if you can fully comprehend what I said, you might not be so in pain. Chloe consoled him. I've listened to many teachings, but I still can't live my life well. Cody mumbled as he lowered his head. You're already very successful compared to many people your age. You've got over 10 million fans and the halo of a superstar. You like to sing? And you did. You wanted to release an album? And you did. You're doing what many people dream of doing, so maybe you're not happy because you've acquired too much. It must be lonely on the top of the mountain. Cody seemed a bit touched when he heard what she said. He raised his head and looked at Chloe. If it's possible, then I really want to exchange lives with you. You'll be the star, and I'll be the normal person. You're wrong. You haven't lived my life, and just assumed that it's been peaceful. But you don't know that every person's life comes with high winds and tides. Humans aren't supposed to live calmly and successfully. You envy me because you don't know everything about me. If you knew of my experiences, then you might be quite satisfied with the life you have now. My sickness, can it be cured? You're finally willing to admit that you're sick? Chloe couldn't help but smile. He just said that he wasn't sick and that he was just in a bad mood. Didn't you say, always being in a bad mood is also a sickness? After he spoke, the two looked at each other and laughed. Chloe saw a decent opportunity, so she took the file, looked at it, and said, Your situation is a bit complicated, and Director Nina diagnosed you with depression, insomnia, and anxiety disorder. But I think that you might have other illnesses, including neurosis and trigeminal brain blood vessel pains, so I plan to treat your insomnia first. Once you're well rested, your mental state should turn for the better. I've been taking sleeping pills, Cody said with low spirits. I think you should stop taking them. Why? Aren't you going to treat my insomnia? How are you supposed to treat it if I don't take any meds? Cody didn't understand, and he now began to suspect Chloe's professionalism. Yes, I'm planning to treat it at the root, so you'll wean off pills. Sleeping pills may control your nerves, and it would cause a lot of side effects. Of course, if you don't believe that I can provide you with a well-thought-out treatment plan, then you can also choose to go on living without treatment. Cody didn't speak after he heard what she said. He struggled. When Chloe stepped out of the VIP room, she had a smile on her face, because Cody agreed in the end and chose to believe in her. Treating depression would be a difficult and lengthy task. It wouldn't have an effect in a day or two. Since Director Nina believed in her, she didn't want to let her down. Girl, what are you up to? Sarah sent Chloe a message when she got off the plane. Of course I'm busy saving lives. Guess who I just saw on the plane? A male star who's always on war dramas as a supporting actor. He's pretty handsome in person, but super cheap. He and his agent and assistant were in economy class and wore a big mask that covered his face. Haha. Can I say that I just saw Cody? What? Who? You saw who? Sarah immediately blew up. Cody. Holy. Whoa. What the F? Sarah didn't know how to express her mood at the moment. Why are you so surprised? Is it necessary? It is. You don't know how mysterious Cody is. He's so popular, everyone loves him, but he's always so mysterious and low-key. Not only does he take first class every time he travels, he even refuses any service, not even food or snacks. Flight attendants don't even get to see him. At most, we'll see his back when he boards, or just his face with a mask and sunglasses. Did you know? The media is buying any and all information about Cody. As long as it's related to him, even if he sneezed, a picture could be sold for $100,000. $100,000? Chloe was shocked. Then, if she unethically took a picture of Cody's identification card and sold it, wouldn't it be worth over $1 million? If she went even more overboard and took a photo of Cody's medical files and sold them, she would probably make tens of millions. This way of earning money really was simple. She could be rich within minutes. However, would she do so? Of course not. Protecting patients' privacy was a basic ethical standard for medical workers. If she didn't even have that, then how could she even work in the medical field? Yes, $100,000. So, did you see Cody at the hospital? Did you take a photo? Sarah asked persistently. No. Then why did Cody go to your hospital? To visit a friend. Chloe randomly made something up. It wasn't that she didn't believe Sarah, but she couldn't risk news getting out at all. She trusted Sarah, but what if Sarah trusted others just the same? If one person passed information to 10 people, and those 10 people passed it on to 100, then him receiving treatment at the hospital would get out, making his life harder than it already was. Oh, I think I heard about it. The news said that his fans were very wild and followed him everywhere he went. Yeah, the hospital entrance was completely blocked up when he arrived. Chloe had hands-on experience. Ha 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 ha! Hurry up and tell me, is Cody handsome in real life? Is he as handsome as Mr. Dawson? No, Chloe decisively judged. You really think whoever you're dating is the best looking. Cody was ranked as the most charismatic Asian male star by the Asian media. I don't fangirl over stars. I wouldn't know, Chloe calmly replied. Then what about Justin? Is he as handsome as Mr. Cooper? Sarah refused to give up. I guess? I really don't know how to judge these things, girl. I know. You can only see Mr. Dawson. Don't torture us anymore. Sarah giggled. After speaking with Sarah for a bit, Chloe returned to the orthopedics department to hand over some work. After all, she'll be spending some time at the neurology department afterward. She headed towards the cafeteria, but bumped into Justin in the hallway. Standing beside him was Max, and Brenton was nowhere to be seen. Hello, head nurse. After Chloe taught Max a lesson, he always greeted her immediately upon seeing her. Chloe nodded and smiled in response. Where are you going? Asked Max, as if begging for another beating. I'm going to the staff cafeteria for dinner. Ha, what a coincidence. We haven't eaten yet either. Why don't we eat together? Asked Max. Justin didn't say anything, as he only looked at Chloe. The food at our cafeteria is really bad, Chloe warned politely. That's fine. Me and Mr. Cooper eat everything. We're fine as long as there's food, right, Mr. Cooper? After Max spoke, he looked at Justin and asked him on purpose. Then he quietly added, I'm being discharged from the hospital tomorrow morning. You won't have a valid reason to come to Southside anymore. I'm giving you a chance. You better treasure it. However, after Justin heard Max's words, he said, Your staff meals are indeed really gross. It tastes like pig food. Max? Chloe? Dude, don't be so rude, okay? I can only help you so much. Max thought Justin was crazy. He purposely gave Justin an opportunity, and it's fine if Justin didn't accept it, but why would he say that her cafeteria food was like pig food? He should really be more considerate of others, or else he was not going to have any friends left. However, Justin was just this type of guy, and only Chloe could deal with him. Chloe looked at him and said, "You make it sound like you've had pig food before. Or else, how would you know how gross it tastes?" Max, Justin, ha ha ha. "Not bad, Chloe. You've really impressed me." Max burst out in laughter and then gave her a thumbs up. Justin, however, looked at her with a grim expression on his face. "I'm going to dinner now. Bye." Chloe didn't want to waste any more time with those two wealthy heirs. The staff meals may be gross, but if she didn't eat it, then her meal plan would be wasted. It wasn't a good habit to waste money, so she turned around and walked towards the cafeteria. Who knew? Just as she took a few steps, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw that Justin and Max were following her. "Huh, didn't you just say that it tasted like pig food?" Humored, she asked Justin. "Yeah, well, it just so happens that I'm in the mood for pig food today. I refuse to eat anything else," replied Justin arrogantly. Chloe was petrified from the shock. "Don't mind him too much. He's this capricious at home as well." Max smiled and consoled Chloe. 10 minutes later, the three of them sat inside the hospital cafeteria, and it was bustling with several hundred people. Justin hadn't seen such a rowdy scene ever since he was discharged from the military. Max lowered his head as he looked at the braised meatballs, cabbage and black fungus stir-fry, and cucumber soup, and didn't know where to begin. The truth was, wealthy people were all picky eaters. Normally, Justin and Max would order up to 10 dishes whenever the two of them went out to eat. They would only eat a few bites of each dish, just to try them out. This was their first time eating such a simple meal, and the problem was that it also tasted like crap. Max took a bite of the meatball and immediately cursed, "Damn, does the chef get salt for free? I bet he put an entire carton of salt in here." Chloe lowered her head and also took a small bite. Then she smiled. "It's fine. It's always been like this, and I've grown used to it. If you don't like it, then you should leave. Don't take up space here, and don't waste food." To her surprise, however, Justin took his chopsticks, picked up the meatball in Max's plate, and placed it onto his. "What are you doing, Mr. Cooper? Didn't you say it was salty? Then I'll eat it for you. Oh, and, right, this isn't salty. Here, have all of it." Justin gave the cabbage and black fungus stir-fry to Max after he spoke. Immediately, countless llamas ran past Max's mind. Black fungus, black fungus. This dish was repulsive to even look at, not to mention eating it. Southside's dishes were disgusting, and they were really impressed by the fact that Chloe ate here every day. While they ate, they didn't pay much attention to anything. So, they naturally didn't hear the sound of a camera clicking in the corner of the cafeteria. At GK headquarters. Just as Jack finished the meeting and prepared to head home, his mother furiously rushed into his office. "Son, let me show you something." After Mrs. Dawson spoke, she took out her phone and handed it to Jack. After Jack looked at the photos, he calmly asked, "Mom, where did you get these?" The photo was of Justin and Chloe eating together at the cafeteria. It seemed like they were chatting happily. Justin was looking at Chloe gently, and Chloe was eating with her head down. Even though it was only the side of her face, because the pixels were quite clear, one could definitely tell that it was Chloe. "Don't ask where I got this, but don't you think this woman is promiscuous? She married you, but is still flirting around. Our family is so rich that she doesn't need to worry about money at all. So why does she still have to parade and flirt around? What else is she other than a betch? Mom, did you get someone to stalk her and then take these photos?" Jack's expressions turned dark, not because of Chloe's photos, but rather because his mother had Chloe followed and investigated. "Why would I? I'm not that despicable. Do you really think that I've got all that free time to stalk and take photos of her? Is she worth it? An unknown number sent this to me an hour ago, and I dialed it back, but the call didn't go through," Mrs. Dawson explained as she raised her voice. "Let me see." Jack took his mother's phone, looked at it, and it certainly was a multimedia message. However, this number's digits were all messed up and couldn't be dialed back at all. Jack knew it was the hackers on the internet that operated using these numbers. It wouldn't leave any traces. Okay, I got it. What do you mean by that? You must immediately divorce her. The Dawson family can't have this woman around. After receiving these photos, Mrs. Dawson immediately used this opportunity to run to the company to tattletale to his son. She only wanted to rapidly destroy the relationship between Chloe and Jack. Mom, you're thinking too much. This is no more than a normal photo. There are tons of people at her hospital every day, and tons of male colleagues. Isn't it perfectly normal for them to enjoy a meal together? Jack smiled. My gosh, son, are you treating me like an idiot? Would I be this pissed if it was just a normal colleague? The man in this photo doesn't work at the hospital. He's Justin. Do you know? He's the precious heir of the Cooper family. Don't pretend you don't know who he is, because I won't believe you. Chloe is a flirtatious wreck. Not only has she trapped you, but she's also seducing him. How shameless. I've never seen a woman like her. Mrs. Dawson was very agitated right now, as if no amount of swearing and cursing were enough. She always had a strong bias towards Chloe, so she was overwhelmingly furious. Mom, good job. You know who Justin is. Jack smiled with uncertain depth. That's because I occasionally play cards and have tea with Mrs. Cooper, so of course I know who Justin is. I don't even know when Justin met her. This woman is really restless. So Jack, we can't have her around. We have to find a girl from a proper family and background to marry you and have children. Okay? You have to listen to me. Mrs. Dawson saw that being harsh didn't work, and Jack remained unmoved, so she began to put on a sad show as she tried to convince her son with tears in her eyes. Mom, do you see me as a smart or dumb person? Mrs. Dawson froze for a bit when she heard Jack's question. Then she replied, My son is naturally an extremely smart person. Then do you think that I can't tell black from white? That I only listen to one side of the story? Asked Jack again. This isn't one-sided. This is solid evidence. Jack, please be clear-headed and take a good look at these photos. Even though they weren't shot in bed, I believe that this is the warning sign of an affair. Justin isn't an average person, and I don't believe that they met coincidentally. This woman must have planned for them to meet, just like how she intentionally approached you at second high school back then. Mrs. Dawson always thought that Chloe planned out her encounter with Jack, just so she could marry into a wealthy family. Mom, I know what I'm doing. If you agree with me that I'm not an idiot, then trust my judgment, okay? Jack, I'm telling you. Before Mrs. Dawson could finish her sentence, her son cut her off. Mark, my mom looks tired. Please escort her out, Jack commanded icily. Yes, sir. Mrs. Dawson, please come with me. The president has important documents to sign. Mark carefully watched as the mother-son duo bickered. He didn't want to piss either of them off. In the end, Mrs. Dawson had no choice but to leave. Then, Jack went back to his work. Towards the end of the day, Jack turned off his computer and asked Mark, Tell me, if your mom and your wife fall into the water at the same time, who will you save first? Sir, are you joking with me? Hurry up and answer. My mom, of course, Mark replied confidently. You're so filial. Jack was surprised that Mark, who seemed to really love his wife, would choose his mother without hesitation. Because my wife knows how to swim, haha. Jack, no month-end bonus for you this month. Then, Jack got up to leave. Sir, you can't cut my bonus just because you're not happy with my answer. Fine, I will choose my wife then. No month-end bonus for you next month either. You're so unfilial, Jack answered in all seriousness. It was like a lightning bolt had struck on a sunny day. Sir, if you wanted to cut my bonus, you can just tell me. I never know how to answer these questions. Mark grieved. I recorded our conversation just now. I'm going to send it over to your wife in a bit. Holy S. Mark almost exploded with anxiety. Sir, tell me what you want me to do. I can be your cattle or horse, but please don't torture me like that. You don't need to be my cattle or horse, but remember in the future not to let my mother into my office for no good reason." So that's what it was all about. Mark let out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, sir. Next time your mom comes, I will immediately ask her to leave. I promise that I won't let her in your office, even if she yells at me until I cry." Mark was willing to do anything for his bonus. "Okay," Jack nodded in satisfaction. "But what if the chairman comes? Should I chase... No. Wait. Should I ask him to leave as well?" Mark wasn't sure how to deal with a situation like that. "No, my dad never comes for no reason." Jack knew his father well. He was a diligent person, and unlike his mom, he would never make a big deal out of a small matter and then announce it to the whole world. After leaving GK, he didn't go home because Chloe wasn't home. She had been working night shifts recently. Therefore, he drove to Southside. It was deep into autumn and the night air was a little chilly. The temperature was low. Jack was wearing a limited edition navy blue leather jacket with a white shirt underneath. He was good at dressing himself. After all, as long as one was good-looking, anything would look hot on him. "Are you still at work? Let's go out for a drink." Noah sent him a message. "No, I'm with my wife tonight," Jack replied arrogantly. "Hey, poison-tongued Sarah said that your wife's been working night shifts." As the captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, Noah's information was always up to date. "That's why I'm at the hospital with her. I can't stand you. You always find ways to make my life sad, don't you? Does it make you happy?" Noah exclaimed in disdain, and then hung up the phone. Chloe was reading documents in her office. They were charts for people with depression, and she was trying to come up with a treatment plan for Cody. She smiled sweetly when she answered her phone. "Honey, do you miss me?" Jack asked on the other end. "I do," Chloe replied with a smile. "Do you want to see me?" "Of course. Let's video chat." Then, Chloe picked up her phone to switch to video mode when the doors of her office suddenly opened. On the other side of the door was her gorgeous, one-in-a-million husband. Chloe was absolutely delighted. "Wait, am I hallucinating? Why are you here, Mr. Dawson?" Chloe asked with a smile. "Mr. Dawson missed you too much," Jack said as the corners of his lips curled into a gentle smile. If you were lucky enough to look into his eyes right at that moment, you would be melted by his expression. Chloe didn't say anything else, but immediately jumped up to him and put her arms around his neck. The good thing was, this was her private office, or else others might see this adorable side of their usually indifferent head nurse. "Did you just get off work?" Chloe beamed at him. "Yeah. Have you eaten?" "No." What should we do then?" "I already ate. I wouldn't have if I had known you were coming." "It's fine. I'm not hungry." "Still. Wait. Let me find you something to eat." Chloe grabbed Jack's hand and gestured for him to sit down. Then, she opened a small cabinet under her desk. She pulled everything out, and there were quite a lot of snacks. It was all the food that she ate when she was too busy and didn't have time to eat. There was sachima, date cakes, ham sausages, jelly, and yogurt drinks. "Hurry up and have some, or else it'll be bad for your stomach. Once I finish what I'm doing, I'll go with you to a nearby restaurant." "No, it's fine. This is good." Jack never ate junk food, but he knew that Chloe wanted to share everything she had with him. Just like a kindergarten kid sharing her favorite candy with a friend. Jack bit into a piece of cake and took a sip of yogurt. Chloe immediately passed him some tissue from her desk. "Have you been busy?" a concerned Jack asked her. "Yeah, ortho is a busy department to begin with, and today we took in one of Director Nina's neurology patients, so things might get even busier." During their busy days, she had to take more night shifts, and hence had less time to spend with Jack. "Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. I don't want you to overwork yourself. It's not good for your body." "Don't worry. I'll take good care of myself, I promise," Chloe promised, as she raised her hand. Jack looked at her and smiled lovingly. He knew that Chloe loved medical research, so he supported her work 100%. He never complained and never said that she was working so hard for so little money. Because some professions could not be measured with money. It was about value. If a person's heart was small, they would only pay attention to the smaller picture and hence would not have broad horizons. If a person's heart was big, they would pay attention to the bigger picture and hence have broader horizons. Jack always knew that Chloe wasn't a normal white-collar employee. She was an arrogant medical genius. Honey, when you were at Harvard Med, you studied under a lot of famous professors, right? Have you ever studied neurology? Just a little. Jack put down his yogurt drink and answered modestly. I'm racking my brain on a neurology case and was hoping that you could help me out a little. Here, take a look at the patient's overall stats. Chloe handed a complete copy of Cody's chart over to Jack. After reading carefully, he summarized, "This patient is suffering from major depression and is at high risk for suicide. People like them can't really be cured, and if we were in the US, doctors will prescribe him with antidepressants of some sort to get the patient's emotions under control. Right, the patient is currently taking meds, but they're not working. I think it has something to do with his pressure at work. Most importantly, I think it's because he was once betrayed and therefore has been feeling suppressed. He doesn't have a good outlet for his emotions. I would suggest that he stop taking medications before undergoing psychotherapy." "What's your game plan?" Jack looked at Chloe and asked her quietly. "I want to try to see if I can talk him through what happened, and then think of a way to help him concentrate. A person doesn't have the desire to live because there's nothing he treasures. We need to find out if there's anything he's still nostalgic about, so he will feel the urge to live on." Chloe confidently shared her thoughts with Jack, a medical doctor. "It sounds easy, but will be hard to put into practice. Chloe, the hearts of people who are suffering from depression are locked from the inside, and it's incredibly hard to unlock them. This may be problematic. It's not an easy case, but if you want to take it on, I will help you think of a way." "Thanks, honey." Chloe thought that Jack would try to talk her out of helping this patient. However, he supported her 100%. She was exhilarated. She playfully opened a sachima and bit off half of it. Then, she handed the rest to Jack. "This is really good, but since it's so sweet, I've eaten half of it, in consideration of your health." Jack laughed as he took the sachima from Chloe and began slowly eating it. He didn't mind that Chloe had taken a bite of it. "How old is the patient?" Jack casually asked as he ate. Chloe froze for a second. She had no idea how old Cody was. His manager didn't seem to want to reveal his age to them, and it wasn't even recorded on his chart. "What's wrong?" Jack asked when he saw Chloe's expression. I don't know how old he is, because he's an actor. So, they're really secretive about stuff like that. I can call and ask Director Nina," Chloe said as she reached out for her phone. "However," Jack said, "no, it's fine." Then, he took out his phone and did a quick Google search for Cody, which showed that he was born in 1992. That means that he was 25 years old. Even if it was a fake age, it couldn't have been far off. Given that the patient is between the age of 25 to 30 and still young, there's still a chance at recovery. You're right. Stop his meds first and revert him back to his regular state of mind. However, since his depression is severe, stopping his meds might be dangerous, so I would suggest hypnosis. Hypnosis? Chloe was surprised. Right. It's best that the hospital finds an experienced psychiatrist to administer hypnosis for him. First, find out what's bothering him, and then, through hypnosis, see if you can talk him into letting go of that. Once he calms down, you can go on to the next step, which is to find him a reason to live. It's a good idea, but I don't know if the patient would accept it. After all, it's really personal, and celebrities are really sensitive when it comes to this. Try communicating with him. I believe in your persuasion skills. He'll definitely agree. Jack was confident in Chloe. Chloe smiled as she walked up to Jack and put her little hands in his big ones. "Thanks for all the help, Mr. Dawson. How can I repay you?" "If you really want to thank me, do something practical for me." The corner of Jack's lips curled. "Like what?" Chloe asked him. "The night is long, Dr. Green. Let's do something to pass the time," Jack said, as he pulled Chloe into his embrace. Then, his hands began moving up and down her body. "This is my office. We're screwed if someone comes in." "I just wanted to kiss my wife. Why would we be screwed?" Jack objected. Oh, I see." Chloe was scared for nothing. She thought that Mr. Dawson wanted to have the boink boink in her office. "What did you think I was going to do?" Jack gave her a wicked smile. "Nothing," Chloe denied, her face red. "Why are you blushing then?" Jack asked on purpose. Before Chloe could finish her sentence, Jack's slightly cold lips covered hers. Then, she slowly melted into his passionate kiss. They made out for quite a while before Jack finally let Chloe go. Chloe, on the other hand, thought back at what they were just doing and applauded their courage. If someone had come in just now, it would have been super embarrassing. Weren't they supposed to do stuff like that in the privacy of their own home? "Honey, go back to work. I'll be heading out now." "So soon?" Chloe didn't want him to go yet. "You're at work. I don't want to be a bother." Then, Jack got up with a smile on his face. Chloe quietly followed him, her small hand in his big ones. As for those photos, Jack didn't feel the need to tell or ask Chloe about them, because he completely trusted his wife. Whoever took those photos was merely trying to break them apart. He already thought of a few possibilities. First, his mother might have put on a show and hired someone to take those photos for her. 2, that pervert, Andrew, was taking whatever plans he had into action. Therefore, he took those photos and gave them to his mother in an attempt to stir up conflict in the Dawson household. The last possibility was Justin. Jack was clear of how Justin felt towards Chloe, but he had yet to take action. Laying low didn't seem like something the Cooper family's young master would do, so there was a possibility that it was him as well. When they got to the hospital entrance, Justin walked out as well. His eyes lit up upon seeing Chloe, but when he saw Jack the next second, they immediately darkened. What a coincidence, President Cooper. Jack always greeted Justin politely and properly. He also knew that there was no way he would lose to Justin. He had faith in his and Chloe's 10-year relationship. "Yeah, what a coincidence." Justin smiled icily. This was the first time they ran into each other in private since the Gamble God cruise, and at a hospital, of all places. Jack smiled as he turned around. "Honey, you don't have to walk me all the way out. You should go back to work." "Okay." Chloe nodded her head obediently. Jack originally wanted to kiss Chloe, right in front of Justin, but he didn't, because that would be a little too childish. He didn't have to announce to the world how much he loved Chloe. He knew, and that was good enough. Then, Jack left the hospital, and so did Justin. It seemed like he was about to leave anyway. "You came all the way to the hospital to monitor Chloe? Are you worried? Is that why you're checking up on her?" Justin asked with a smile on his face. "Wrong. If I was worried, I would have told her to quit her job and stay at home. That way, she wouldn't have to come to the hospital every day or work night shifts. So, I suggest that you put away your pointless assumptions," Jack answered with a smile. "You seem to be pretty sure of yourself that Chloe won't have a change of heart, aren't you?" "That's a given." "Do you think she's a fickle woman?" Jack answered with a question of his own. "No, but I'm missing just one opportunity. If you hadn't come into her life, she would be mine. Of course, I can't do anything about the fact that you met her first. So, if you leave her one day, she'll still be mine." "I will never leave her. Never." "Haha. I wouldn't be so sure. We never know which comes first, tomorrow or an accident. So, I wouldn't be so confident. What if something were to happen?" "President Cooper, you seem to have a lot of time on your hands recently." Jack looked at Justin and said cryptically, So, what do you plan on doing? Declare war against me? Justin took out a lollipop from God knows where and put it in his mouth. Then, he looked provocatively at Jack. Jack looked at him and said, word for word, into the night sky. I know Chloe will never fall for you, but it does annoy me that you keep showing up at Southside. You really have nothing to do, don't you? But it's okay. I know that beginning tomorrow, you'll become a busy bee. Tomorrow will be a good day. Then, with a mysterious smile, Jack turned around, got onto his Maybach, and left. His driving skills seemed good. Justin really wanted to drive up to race him, but now wasn't the right time. Plus, Jack wasn't driving a sports car, but he was, so it seemed unfair. He didn't want to seem like a bully. Plus, Jack, they weren't even friends. At most, he was carrying a torch for someone who didn't like him back. Therefore, under those circumstances, it didn't matter if he defeated Jack in a car race or not. Tomorrow, haha. Is something going to happen tomorrow? Then let it come. If I back down, I will spell my name backward. After mumbling to himself, he got onto this sports car and left. This was his last night at Southside because Max was being discharged tomorrow, so he won't have an excuse to keep coming back. Technically, he could injure himself and come here for rehab, but it felt meaningless. If he liked someone, he wanted to show her how genuine he felt towards her, so she would realize that his feelings were real. He didn't want to cling on to her like old tape. That wasn't Justin's style. After Jack left Southside, he didn't go home. Without Chloe there, their condo felt empty, and he didn't see the point of going back. Therefore, he headed back to GK headquarters again. When Mark received a phone call from the president, he thought it was a prank call. If he hadn't sleepily looked at the caller ID, he would have cursed at whoever called him. So his boss called him at 2 a.m. in the morning to tell him to go to the office? Had he gone crazy? After Mark arrived, he noticed that he wasn't the only one called into this emergency meeting. Many of the executives were there as well. Jack stood there, wearing a gray shirt and silently holding a thick stack of documents. The dozen or so executives didn't dare to say anything either, because they were well aware of their president's capricious temper. Finally, it was Mark who couldn't contain himself. He asked, "Sir, did you ask us to come here to work on an emergency project?" Jack slowly put down the documents in his hands, scanned the room, and said with authority, "Starting tomorrow, GK will be venturing into the entertainment industry." Everyone in the room was shocked upon hearing what he said. Before anyone had the time to react, Jack added, "The first item on the docket is to poach the A-list celebrities who have signed with Imperial Star Entertainment. The more, the better. Money isn't a problem. In a week, I will be announcing the establishment of GK Film and Television and will be expecting those celebrities to come to our red carpet event. You guys are all longtime employees and should have some tricks up your sleeves. Once I give you your tasks, you can each decide how you want to go about it. Of course, it will be difficult, but I will be distributing massive bonuses according to productivity. Whoever signs an A-list celebrity will be awarded $5 million. I will not accept any B-list celebrities. That's it. The meeting's over." Jack quickly finished the meeting by listing down all the important points. Then, he turned around to leave. The high-level executives in the room were all flabbergasted. Did the president say that he wanted to venture into film and television? Their first task was to poach Imperial Star's celebrities? Within a week? A $5 million award for each A-list celebrity they sign with, and he doesn't want B-list celebrities? Was their boss going crazy? "Assistant Mark, this is really sudden. Did you know about this in advance?" Everyone knew that Mark was Jack's personal assistant. Therefore, they wanted to see if they could get any information from him. Mark was also confused. In the end, all he could say was, "Our president has always been stubborn, huh?" Mark did know a little about Jack's intent to invest in the entertainment industry, but he didn't think that his boss would act so fast. The award was hefty. But would it be easy to poach celebrities from Imperial Star? The next morning, Justin was still deep in dreamland at his mansion when Brenton called him. "What's up?" Justin woke up and asked in a daze. "Wake up now! Did you see the news?" "No. Why?" Justin asked, slurring his words. "This morning, GK announced that it will be venturing into the entertainment industry and declared that it will be hosting a red carpet initiation in a week. It's obvious that Jack is targeting you." Upon hearing this, Justin slowly opened his eyes with a chilling light flashing past them. "That's a good thing. I finally have competition." Justin was somewhat excited. "Have you gone crazy? How's that a good thing? Rumors have it that they're planning to poach people from your company, and Jack is planning a red carpet initiation next week." 1 week! He's doing everything in 1 week. That's like slapping you on the face. How can you be so calm? You need to get the F up and go to work right now. Imperial Star is going to be all over the place. Tsk, tsk. The Emperor isn't even worried. Why is the eunuch panicking? Screw you. You're the eunuch. Brenton was furious at Justin this morning. Justin was good in this business, and the Cooper family was powerful. But so was GK, okay? Plus, if in a week all of Imperial Star's celebrities were poached, what was an entertainment company supposed to do? Was Justin going to eat dirt? Be laughed at by others? Of course not. Justin got up slowly and picked out a low-key white leather jacket. Compared with Jack's usual business attire, Justin was more into casual wear. Then he drove his black Sesto Elemento Lamborghini to Imperial Star. That morning, radios, newspapers, and TVs all reported on one thing and one thing only: GK's venture into the entertainment industry and its declaration to become the biggest domestic entertainment label within 1 year. After their announcement, GK's stocks shot up 7 or 8 points. Imperial Star's stocks, on the other hand, reached its all-time low at $30 per stock, with its market cap dropping below even some of the tobacco and wine companies. Imperial Star headquarters. "Sir, did you see the news?" "Sir, what should we do about this?" "Sir, did you offend President Dawson of GK?" As soon as Justin got in, high-level executives all swarmed at him with countless questions, giving him a headache. He waved his hand, gesturing for them to all leave. "Sir, our regularly scheduled morning meeting is in 5 minutes," Justin's assistant, Anne, reminded him. "Tell them to cancel it." Okay. Once Anne spread the news, everyone lost their cool. Was President Cooper giving up? He went as far as canceling their morning meeting. Weren't they supposed to brainstorm countermeasures? GK basically declared war on them. "5 minutes later. Sir, a bunch of media outlets and reporters are outside the company. Should we host a press conference?" "A press conference? Do you want to host it?" Justin looked up and asked rhetorically. Anne was immediately at a loss for words. "I haven't had breakfast yet. I should probably leave from the back door then." Then, Justin got up to leave. Anne had worked for Justin for years and was long used to his boss's weird actions. Therefore, he just followed Justin quietly. As he left his office, Justin saw the company's new celebrity, Chloe, walking up to him. Recently, she took part in a couple 1960s dramas, and her popularity skyrocketed. She made quite some money for the company. "President Cooper, what do you want?" Justin looked at Chloe's silica gel-packed face impatiently. "President Cooper, don't worry. You helped me get to where I am, and I will never betray you. Even if GK offers me 10 times more money, I still won't leave. I will stand by your side forever and support you no matter what." Justin laughed slightly at Chloe's remarks. Was she here to announce her loyalty? She was smart and knew to steer into the wind's direction. "It's okay. If GK offers you more, then you can all leave. I won't mind." Chloe was immediately dumbfounded. Then, Justin turned on his heel and left. He strode out to have breakfast, completely ignoring the overwhelming news everywhere. GK headquarters. Have Imperial Star and Justin responded? Jack sat in his office and asked Mark while watching the news on his computer. "Sir? Nothing yet from Imperial Star." "Huh? He sure is patient." Jack laughed faintly. That's good because it meant that Justin was a worthy opponent, rather than someone who would become anxious at the slightest sign of disturbance. "Sir, what should we do now?" Mark still didn't understand why GK was venturing into the entertainment industry. GK's momentum was strong. With its reputation and capital, it would create a hurricane in the entertainment industry. Justin, on the other hand, acted like he wasn't a part of the crisis. He had breakfast while avoiding the paparazzi. At a Hong Kong-style dim sum restaurant by the back entrance of Imperial Star, Justin and his assistant quietly enjoyed breakfast, which consisted of shrimp dumplings, crab roe buns, and tea. He was enjoying himself. "Sir, do you have a countermeasure to GK's venture into the entertainment industry?" Anne, usually a man of little to no words, suddenly asked him. "Nope." Justin's answer was brief. Anne, Southside Recuperation Center. After Chloe got off work, she was blasted with this news on her way home. The truth was, she was surprised by GK's sudden venture into the entertainment industry. After all, Jack hadn't mentioned it to her. Going into that industry meant that he was declaring an all-out war against Justin, and that worried Chloe to some extent. Justin could sometimes be really childish, like a toddler, and did things that weren't according to plan. But Jack was usually calm and collected. Why would he suddenly do something like this? Did something happen between them that she wasn't aware of? Chloe thought about it all the way home. After she got home, she had a quick bite before crawling into bed for a nap. She slept until a little past noon when Sarah's call woke her up. Then, the two of them made plans for lunch. There was a Korean restaurant on the other road. When Chloe walked in, Sarah had already ordered a table full of food. "Girl, are you crazy? I thought you were on a diet," Chloe exclaimed. She remembered Sarah kept declaring how she was on a diet on her friend circle. She also swore to either become skinnier or die. But the truth was, not only did she fail to lose weight, but she was also still alive. She sure was an unreliable individual. "If I don't eat a lot, where would I get the energy to go on a diet?" Sarah's answer seemed to make sense. Chloe didn't know what to say. "Let me tell you, there are two kinds of people in this world you can't be friends with. One, someone who has the ability to immediately crawl out of bed on a winter morning. And two, someone who actually becomes skinny when they say that they're on a diet," Sarah slowly said after taking a small bite of sushi. "Courageous warrior, why do you say that?" Chloe laughed. "Because according to experts, those people are ruthless. If they can be so heartless to themselves, how do you think they'll treat their friends?" "Ahem. So you're telling me that I should be friends with people like you, who announce that they're on a diet but fail to lose weight, because you're tender-hearted?" Chloe asked. Sarah smiled. "That's right. Okay then, since you're such a good friend, thanks in advance for lunch today. I can't believe Mrs. Moneybags would dupe a normal citizen like me out of money. Have a heart," Sarah cried. They chatted and laughed as they enjoyed lunch together. Although Chloe only had one friend, she was never bored when she spent time with Sarah. This one friend was more than enough for her. She didn't need a lot of friends. She only needed one, who was willing to share with her their happiness and sorrows. When she needed someone to pick her back up, that friend is there with encouragement. And when she's happy, that friend is there to wish you all the best. That's already enough. "Oh, right. Have you seen the news? Something big happened." Then, Sarah mysteriously took out her phone and showed Chloe the front page of the local news. After calmingly glancing at the news, Chloe nodded. "I know about it. Does your husband know that something's going on with you and Justin? Is that why he's retaliating?" Chloe almost spat out a mouthful of miso soup upon hearing Sarah's question. "Since when was something going on between me and Justin? Girl, your storytelling skills are good. You should work as a paparazzi. Being a flight attendant is a waste of your talents. What I mean is, anyone can tell that Justin's into you. Did that piss off your Mr. Dawson?" Chloe nodded quietly. Her husband was indeed pissed off. Or else, with his arrogance, He would never venture into the entertainment industry for no good reason. I think it's because Justin openly asked for a dance with you as his prize for the final round on the Gamble God cruise. He's really got guts. I would lose my cool too if I were your husband. Justin's like that. Most of the time, he's really childish and straightforward, and his emotions are all shown on his face. He's really wild, but I'm used to it. Hey, sounds like you know him pretty well. Let me tell you, you cannot fall for Justin. Although Justin's family is really rich and powerful and Justin's really hot, Mr. Dawson has been head over heels in love with you for a decade, so you can't have a change of heart, Sarah said earnestly. Chloe looked at her and laughed. Don't worry. Even if the mountains crash and the earth cracks, I still won't leave Mr. Dawson. Then I can be at ease, haha. Have you and a certain policeman began dating recently? Chloe glanced at Sarah and asked. No, I swear. It's fine if you don't tell me, but Noah and Mr. Dawson always hang out, and he tells my husband everything. That big-mouthed man. Sarah gritted her teeth. Try to see where things go and don't let anything or anyone screw it up. That's not going to happen. Who else is going to fall for him? He's so sharp-tongued and never gives others an easier time. He always bickers with me when we're together. Upon mentioning Noah, Sarah didn't speak from her heart. Instead, she criticized him. Chloe smiled, but didn't say anything. After dinner, they both drove off into different directions. Chloe thought it was too early to head home, so she drove to GK. GK headquarters. Young madam, Mark obediently greeted Chloe. Is he in there? Yeah, he is. You can go right in. Chloe nodded. Then, she went up to his office and knocked on the door. Come in. Jack's magnetic and sexy voice sounded from inside. As soon as Jack looked up to see Chloe, his expression softened. He got up and walked up to her, taking her hands in his. Why are you here? I thought you have the night shift today, so why aren't you resting up at home? I slept until noon and then had lunch with Sarah, so I'm not sleepy. I don't have work until a little while later, so I wanted to come and see you. Jack pulled Chloe to sit down on the leather couch in his office. Chloe took out the snacks she bought on her way here and placed it on the coffee table. Honey, your afternoon tea? Good girl. Jack caressed her head, his expression filled with uncontrollable happiness. Honey, I want to discuss something with you. Sure. Agree to it first, then I'll tell you. Chloe, are you copying me? Chloe smiled as she looked at how cute Jack was being right now. It was true that Jack learned the technique of act first and report afterward from Chloe, but it really worked. If you don't agree, then I'm not going to tell you. Okay, you don't have to tell me then, Chloe said on purpose. Jack looked like he was wronged. Honey, you're bullying me. It always works on me when you do it. Haha, I'm kidding, just tell me. Chloe laid her head on Jack's leg and lied down on the couch. Once Thomas graduates, I want him to come and help me at GK. Jack caressed Chloe's beautiful hair and said, word for word. So that's what you wanted to talk about. I talked to him about it, but he is scared that you won't agree, so I wanted to discuss it with you first and listen to what you think. It's good that he can help you, and GK is a big company with bright prospects for him. He'll also be able to do something he's good at, but I'm worried. Worried about what? Jack asked when he saw Chloe's hesitation. I'm scared that others will talk and say that he got to where he is through family connections. Rumors like that will not only hurt you, but also him. You don't have to worry about that. Thomas is like my own little brother, and since we're family, who can say no if I want to bring him into the family business? Thomas and I only care about what you think. If you agree, then I'll let him come. If you don't, I promise to not interfere with his future. Let's talk about this later. He's still a long way from graduating. Who knows what will happen in the future? If GK goes bankrupt, you might have to become a kept man. Sounds good. Then I look forward to being a kept man. Jack smiled and lowered his head to lightly kiss the corner of Chloe's lips. He wanted to give all his tenderness to her. After fooling around in the office for a while, Chloe looked at the time and stood up to leave. "Honey, let me drive you." "No, it's okay. I can drive. Go back to work, but take care of yourself and remember to rest, okay?" "Yes, ma'am." Chloe left Jack's office with a smile on her face. She didn't even ask about GK's venture into the entertainment industry. Jack wasn't surprised. First, Chloe wasn't a gossipy person. Second, this was company affairs, and Chloe never got involved with GK's matters. They respected and supported their counterpart's job, but also gave each other enough freedom. That was the highest realm of loving someone. "I love you, but I won't overly interfere with your life." They respected and understood each other. As soon as Chloe arrived at Southside, Director Nina called her into her office. "Chloe, how's the case going?" "I've improved upon the treatment plan. Please take a look." Chloe handed a thick stack of paperwork to her. After reading it for a while, Director Nina nodded her head in satisfaction. "This is good. You are indeed someone I can count on. You're brave and innovative and broke away from traditional treatment models. I look forward to this." "Director, there's a downside to this. It's never been done, so I don't know if he can take it. What if the treatment fails? He'll break down and become even worse." Chloe stopped talking. However, it was obvious as to what she wanted to say. "Don't worry. I've considered the risks. If we don't come up with a reasonable treatment plan, his situation will worsen anyways. It won't make a difference either way. Rather than being scared of consequences, we should tackle the problem itself. I agree with your innovative ideas, so go ahead and implement them. Just like always, I trust you." "Thank you, Director Nina. I will try my best." After leaving her office, Chloe picked up her phone and called Noah. "Is she here?" "Yeah, I called her. She'll be there soon," Noah replied. "Thanks. You really did me a great favor this time." "If you want to thank me, get your filthy rich husband to buy me a luxurious meal," Noah laughed. "Not a problem. We will arrange another day." Chloe smiled as she hung up the phone. She wasn't actually that confident with Cody's treatment plan. After all, depression was a serious disease. If it were cured, then everyone would be happy. However, if it couldn't be cured, then it was a matter of someone's life. "Head nurse, she's here." Just as Chloe was about to head downstairs, a neurology nurse ran up to her. "Okay, I'll be right there." Noah helped her invite a really influential individual, and she secretly wished that this person wouldn't disappoint her. Then, Chloe headed up to a VIP reception room on the top floor. This was Southside's newly built reception room, and it wasn't formally operating yet. Chloe temporarily transformed it into a hypnosis room and hired the most renowned psychiatrist in the city, Dr. Victoria. Apparently, Victoria obtained her PhD overseas, and she opened up her own practice after returning the country. She was the Public Security Bureau's in-house hypnotist for suspects and witnesses. She published a paper a while back and was highly regarded by top experts in the country. She was an amazing individual who was born into a scholar gentry family. Her parents were both university professors, and she showed talent at a young age. Victoria's parents told her to major in finance, so she was incredibly sensitive towards numbers. However, at a crucial point in life, she ignored all objections and abruptly switched her major to psychology. She was indeed one brave soul. Victoria wasn't someone that anyone could hire because she rarely interacted with others. If it weren't for Noah, she wouldn't have come. At 7:30 p.m., Victoria arrived punctually at the hypnosis room on the top floor. Just as Chloe thought, she was a small woman who had delicate features. She had curly long hair, a beaming smile with cute teeth showing, and was wearing a navy blue dress. She looked well-read and elegant. "Hi, Chloe. I'm Victoria," she elegantly introduced herself. "Thank you for coming." Chloe shook her hand. "This is that patient's chart. I hope you can keep it confidential." Chloe handed her Cody's chart. Upon seeing his chart, Victoria's expression remained very calm. "Okay, I can give it a shot. When is he coming?" Victoria asked. As soon as she finished her sentence, the door to the hypnosis room was pushed open, and Cody came in. He came alone, without his manager. "I'm not late, right? Can we start now?" Cody asked, faintly. Victoria nodded at Chloe. Cody sat down on the hypnosis chair, and Chloe adjusted the lights and music in the room. Then, she saw Victoria take out an old pocket watch and drop it in front of Cody. The watch ticked and talked. Cody's expression became lax. "Good, look at it, and listen to its voice." Victoria's voice sounded like a magic charm. "What do you see?" "Flowers, a lot of flowers. Pink flowers." "What kind of flowers are they? Peach or cherry blossoms?" "Cherry blossoms. A lot of cherry blossoms," Cody answered calmly. "There's someone standing at the end all those flowers. Take a look. Who is she?" "I can't tell. Take your time. Walk over slowly. She's standing right there. You'll see her once you walk past all the cherry blossoms. She's—" Just as Cody was about to say who it was, he suddenly became agitated. "Go away. I don't want to ever see you again. Why did you pick him and not me? Why not me?" Then, Cody anxiously covered his head with his hands. He seemed to be emotionally agitated. Chloe became nervous along with him. She slowly walked up and whispered, "Dr. Victoria, what happened?" "We failed. He's hiding a painful past that no one knows about, and it has something to do with the person deep in his memories. I think it happened a long time ago. Things like this don't get better overnight. He should go back and get some rest. Let's try again another time." Then, Victoria stood up, picked up her bag, and left. It was hard to imagine that a sweet and approachable woman like Victoria would be so ruthless at her job. After Victoria left, Cody woke up from his hypnosis. His expression was awful, as if he just had a bad dream. "Did it fail?" Cody asked with a hoarse voice. "It's okay. We can try it again next time. There's no rush." Cody bit down on his lips but didn't say anything. "You've been really stressed out recently, haven't you?" "Yeah. I'm signing with a new company, and there's a lot to do. The contract and clauses are still being negotiated. So many people are jealous of how bright and shiny celebrities seem to be. But the truth is, our lives suck the most. Every day we work like robots and don't get to enjoy the happiness of being human. If you had a chance to do it all over again, would you still pick to go down the same path?" Chloe slowly asked. Surprised, Cody looked up at Chloe's clear eyes. He felt confused and touched at the same time. "I think I would. Sometimes you don't get to choose your future, and God doesn't give you enough mercy to let you pick. Sometimes, aside from working hard, you don't have any other choice in life," Cody said in a melancholic manner. "You don't have to live such an exhausting life. There's a Buddhist scripture that says, 'If your heart is at ease, then lotus flowers will bloom.' If your heart is at ease, then lotus flowers will bloom?" Cody repeated her words. "Yeah, you can mull it over when you have time. Don't overthink things. The more you think about it, the more tired you'll become. I like a life that's simple. If you're sleepy, go to bed. If you're hungry, eat. If you like someone, love. That might make your life easier." Cody was touched upon hearing her words. He batted his long eyelashes. Under the hypnosis light, Chloe saw an incredibly quiet young man. He was young, handsome, and had everything that everyone envied. However, he lived such an unhappy life. She felt heartbroken for him. "You like playing internet games? How did you know?" Cody cautiously looked up at Chloe. "I saw someone mention it on your fan site. Your fans said that you like a game called Land of Idyllic Beauty. This game isn't like any other game where people are constantly killing each other's characters. There's no killing in this game. Everything is peaceful, and people live happy lives. Yeah, these thoughts can only come true in games." Cody smiled bitterly. "Here." Chloe handed him something. She was holding it in her hand, so he couldn't tell what it was. "What is it?" Cody was curious. Chloe slowly opened her palm. It was a white rabbit candy. "Candy?" Cody frowned, not sure what Chloe was getting at. "If you think life is bitter, have a candy. I promise it works." I'm not a kid. Why would you give me candy? Cody looked at Chloe funnily, but didn't take the candy. Who said that candies are only for children? Sometimes grown-ups need it more, because we lead much harder lives. Children don't have any complicated thoughts. Their world is really innocent. You're absolutely right. Cody realized that Chloe's words made a lot of sense. He slowly took the candy from Chloe's palm, peeled it open, and put it in his mouth. Is it still bitter? Chloe asked quietly. Cody shook his head. Go back and have a good night's sleep. Don't think too much. We'll reschedule for next time. Okay. It was already 10 p.m. when she finished with Cody. She had already missed dinner, and when she returned to the ortho department, she noticed that a bunch of documents was still waiting for her to look through. Chloe was a workaholic Virgo. Therefore, she sat down before her desk and began to work. An hour or so passed by without her noticing. Then, her stomach suddenly began to churn in pain. She hadn't eaten in a while, and to stay awake, she drank a lot of coffee on an empty stomach, so she felt her stomach ache. She had been suffering from gastritis since she was a little girl. It wasn't a serious disease, but it was gut-wrenching. When it relapses, she felt like her organs were being shredded apart. Chloe covered her stomach and leaned on her desk. Then, enduring the pain, she reached out into her bag and looked for the medicine she usually carried with her. However, because she recently switched bags, she forgot to bring them. In the end, she decided to force herself up and out so she could get some medicine from the hospital pharmacy. However, she accidentally bumped into Andrew by the door. What's wrong? He didn't tease her and call her little sister like always. Instead, he noticed that Chloe's face was pale and therefore immediately rushed up to her. I'm fine. Chloe coldly rejected his attempt to get near her. You sure don't look okay. Go away. It's none of your business. Chloe tried to push him away. However, Andrew grabbed her wrist and refused to let go. Andrew, let me go. Chloe was furious. I'm not letting you go until you tell me what's wrong with you. She had never seen Andrew so serious. My gastritis relapsed. Seeing Andrew so stubborn, Chloe had no choice but to surrender with her head down. Your gastritis relapsed? Andrew frowned. Before Chloe could respond, he pulled her all the way to the hospital pharmacy. He knew where to go better than she did. Get me some enteric-coated omeprazole magnesium tablets, Andrew said anxiously to the person by the pharmacy window. The nurse, standing post at the pharmacy, had just sneaked a nap, so her movements were slow. She got up in a daze. Hurry up! Andrew increased his volume, scaring the nurse. She didn't dare to ignore Andrew and immediately got the medicine for him. Then, Andrew threw a $100 bill by the counter and pulled Chloe away. On the second-floor waiting area, Andrew poured Chloe a glass of warm water. Eat up. Chloe didn't say anything. She took out 2 capsules and swallowed them. How did you know that I took this medicine? Chloe was curious as to why Andrew knew her so well. They didn't even interact much over the years. Don't dwell on it. How did your gastritis relapse? Andrew asked coldly, unlike his usual teasing self. I was too busy and forgot to have dinner. Too busy? Is everyone else at Southside dead? How are you the only busy one? Where were the others? Andrew was furious. The others all have their own things to do. I feel like I should withdraw my funds from this place and open up a Green Corporation hospital. Or else they're going to keep ordering you around until you suffer from gastric perforation. Andrew shouted. I won't work for you if you open up a hospital anyways. Chloe refuted on purpose. She sounded like a child throwing a tantrum. Andrew was furious, but he smiled when he saw how stubborn Chloe was being. Jack's so rich. Can't you just live off of him? Why are you still working? That doesn't have anything to do with money. I want to be independent. I'm a person, not someone's accessory. You always have your reasons, even if they don't make sense. Why does a woman like you exist? You're so weird it's scary, and you're as stubborn as a cow. Plus, you're super disobedient. After Andrew gave Chloe a talking to, he turned around to leave. Chloe's mouth twitched. Then, she got up as well, and went back to work in her office. 20 minutes later, Andrew opened the door to Chloe's office and placed something on her desk. "Eat this." Chloe glanced at the food. It was vegetable congee and corn patties, all good for the stomach. "Did you poison this?" Chloe thought it was weird that Andrew was being so nice to her. "I poured arsenic in here. Why? Do you have the guts to eat it?" Andrew smiled as he took off the lid of the congee bowl. Then, he pushed it in front of Chloe. "If your stomach isn't good, you need to take care of yourself. How can you forget to eat? Are you an idiot?" "You're the idiot," Chloe refuted. "Yeah, I'm the idiot. Eat up and stop with the nonsense." Then, he grabbed Chloe's documents and placed them aside. He sat across from Chloe and watched as she ate. Chloe took sip after sip under Andrew's gaze. She drank the cognac and ate some corn patties. Her stomach felt much better and warmer, and no longer growled in pain. "Andrew." "What? Why are you being so nice to me?" Chloe asked, word for word. "Do I have to have a reason to be nice?" Andrew laughed as he looked at Chloe. "Of course you do. No one will be nice to another person for no reason. Everything happens for a reason. Or you can say that there's a motive behind every action." "A motive? Haha. Just think of it as my attempt of sucking up to you, so you will help me deal with that old hag. That's why I'm being nice to you." Andrew's smile seemed to have another layer of meanings. Chloe fell silent. After a while, she responded, "I will deal with Timothy on my own. I decided to seek revenge when he shamelessly put my mom's life in jeopardy by trying to demolish our house. I also want to punish that arrogant mistress of his." "That's a good thing. We're finally partners in crime." "I don't want to be your partner. I want to deal with them myself. I have my ways," Chloe said arrogantly. Okay, fine. You're the best." Just then, Andrew got a phone call. He then got up. "I'm going to go now. Take care of yourself. You're not made of metal. If I hear that your gastritis relapse again, I'm going to whip you." Chloe, was he crazy? Did he want to whip her? What kind of logic was that? All in all, Andrew was definitely a big creep. Seductive Fox nightclub. Justin didn't care for the news. He drank and had fun with the rich, second-generation heirs, like he usually did. "What's going on with your company?" Max sat down beside him. "Nothing's going on. I've been provoked, that's all. I heard that GK announced they were going to take your company's place in the industry in a week. Apparently, they're already secretly contacting the celebrities under your label and offering them 3 times the signing fee. People are all snobby. Whoever has money is the big boss, and all love money, so they're all going to betray you. Then let them do so. They're just celebrities, and I'll just create more." Justin smiled as he sipped on his wine. "I can't believe that you still have the heart to smile. Oh my God, you sure have a big heart. What else am I supposed to do? Plus, it's not a big deal. Why are you guys so worried? I've been through thick and thin. So guys, don't overreact, okay?" Fine, we're overreacting. Once Jack pulls your nest apart, don't come crying to your buddies, Max threatened. "Don't worry. As long as you're alive, you won't be able to see my nest being pulled apart." Everyone was aware of Justin's arrogance. "I'm handsome, I'm rich, and I'm omnipotent. I can sire wind and rain. Nothing's impossible as long as I want it." That was Justin's life motto for the past 20 years or so. However, after this, Chloe appeared in his life. Everything changed. Justin liked wearing bright colors, unlike Jack and his love for dark colors. Tonight, he was wearing an orange shirt and a limited edition Cartier bangle. He looked stylish, but still elegant. Gianna, celebrity in Justin's circle, had fun with the others in the private room for a while and sang some karaoke before sitting down beside Justin. Since Zoe disappeared, she was rumored to be Justin's new lover. That was because she was chosen to be the female lead for a bunch of movies, and even got to stand beside Justin at a lot of the new release press conferences. However, she was the only one who knew the truth. She had been with Justin for a while, but he hadn't even touched her, let alone sleeping with her. Women were like that. If she liked a man, she would feel insecure if she didn't sleep with him, or if nothing happened between them. She would feel like she wasn't his. President Cooper, I'd like to make a toast to you. Thank you for taking such great care of me and giving me an opportunity to make something of myself. Gianna poured some red wine and raised her glass at Justin. Justin didn't respond, but instead raised his glass and took a sip. President Cooper, I know that you're just unreactive to GK's provocation on the surface, but you've been secretly cooking something up, right? You're smart, Justin said as he glanced at Gianna. If you need me, tell me. I will do anything, even sacrificing myself, for you and Imperial Star. Gianna wasn't someone who was good with words. She knew her limitations, which was also why Justin decided to help her to fame. She was unlike Chloe, who became arrogant after just a little taste of fame. It's okay, just work as you normally do. If they try to poach you, raise the price. Make them pay you 10 times more than we're paying you. Then what? Gianna asked quietly. Then, sign with them and go work for them. President Cooper, I won't leave Imperial Star, not for all the money in the world. I just want to work for you, Gianna explained anxiously. Calm down. It's just a part of my plan. Don't worry, and just do as I ask. A part of your plan? Gianna kind of understood what he was talking about. Justin smiled, unwilling to reveal any more. As they all left, Gianna was escorted home by bodyguards, while Justin got onto his black Lamborghini. Hey, are you turning into a monk? Gianna's a good girl. Don't you want to sleep with her? Treat it as draining excess energy. You might become impotent if you're celibate for too long. Brenton smiled. Even if I'm celibate for an entire year, I'll still be more of a man than any of you. Don't compare a god like me to normal people like you guys, okay? Then, Justin stepped his gas pedal and drove his Lamborghini off into the night. What the hell? I applaud him for his arrogance. Brenton and Max were rendered speechless by Justin's recent behavior. Was it really that fun to sleep alone in a giant mansion? Recently, Justin had been living a fulfilled life and stopped partying every day from dawn to dusk. After work, he went home on time and occasionally cooked for himself. There were 3 photos on his bedside table, all of the same women. The first one was a candid photo of Chloe wearing black-rimmed glasses. Justin took it back when he was hospitalized. The second one was taken during the charity dinner. Chloe was wearing a ball gown and standing on the stage. The third one was from a couple days ago when she was asleep. He took it after drawing all over her face. It was adorable. Justin felt delirious. But he was still compelled to take a look at these photos every night before bed. He also fantasized that one day, sooner or later, Chloe may sleep on his bed. There was a saying, people had to live with a goal in mind. Yes, Chloe was married. Yes, his actions were morally incorrect. However, he wasn't the third wheel in their relationship. He would only be one if Chloe cheated on Jack with him. If Chloe accepted him and they had a relationship, then he would be the homewrecker who ruined a marriage. But now, Chloe's relationship with Jack was stable, and she kept an extremely safe distance from him. She had hurt his heart so many times, and he felt lonely so many times. Therefore, he was at most a single man who was in love with a woman who didn't love him back. Just then, he received a text message. It was from his assistant, Anne. Sir, 5 of the celebrities under our label are planning to sign with GK. I got it. After replying to Anne's text, Justin smiled and then muttered to himself, Jack, you want to play? Fine then, game on. GK headquarters. Sir, our new company is doing really well. In this short amount of time, 5 top-tier celebrities have already signed agreements of intent with us. Assistant Mark was in a good mood. He placed a cup of coffee on Jack's desk. It's too slow, Jack slowly said. His ultimate goal wasn't 5 celebrities. He wanted the red carpet to be swarming with former Imperial Star celebrities on Initiation Day. In other words, he wanted to poach the pillars of Imperial Star. Sir. Imperial Star was founded many years ago, and it's supported by a huge conglomerate. The Cooper family has a lot of connections, and unlike the smaller companies, Imperial Star won't go down without a tough fight. Please be patient, sir. In Mark's opinion, it was good enough that they were able to poach 5 celebrities in such a short of amount of time. After all, Imperial Star Entertainment was a big company. It would be embarrassing if they failed to even poach one. After all, in just a few days, GK Film and Television would be officially unveiled to the public, and there was going to be a red carpet event. Tell them to hurry up, and agreements of intent are risky. We need to sign actual contracts with them as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Everyone originally thought that Jack's orders were impossible to deliver. Later, however, they soon realized that money could do anything. However, agreements of intent were only a preliminary collaboration agreement and could not be seen as final contracts. Jack was careful and made sure not to gloat prematurely. He knew that Justin wasn't an idiot and wouldn't be defeated so easily. Moreover, after something as big as this happened, not only did Justin not respond to it, he was also chill enough to avoid the media and enjoy breakfast. He knew that Justin had a countermeasure in place, and therefore, he needed to be careful. Lunch at GK's cafeteria. Jack rarely ate at the company cafeteria because he always enjoyed peace. The few times that he ate here was when he toured with clients, so they could get an overall feel for their company. Today, however, Jack came to lunch in the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, the hundreds of employees inside all stood up. President Dawson. They all said in unison, like soldiers in a parade. Overall, employee ethics were pretty high at GK. Yang followed behind Jack, and holy crap did he feel proud because he had never been treated that way. By standing beside President Dawson, Mark rubbed off on some of his boss's halo and felt like even he was shining brighter. Just then, he suddenly thought of the president's wife. She had an incomparable aura, and although she wasn't the most beautiful woman in the world, but when the president looked at her, his expression melted with gentleness. When she was standing beside President Dawson, she must have felt blessed as well. Jack randomly sat down on a seat, and Mark immediately went to get him food. The president was eating at the cafeteria for no apparent reason. The chefs were all extremely shocked and quickly whipped up 2 additional dishes for the president. Jack and Mark sat across from each other, eating in silence. Just then, the sound of high heels approached them. Mark looked up to see Jennifer's delicate face. She was wearing brand-name clothing and emitting a strong aura. As a young woman who drove an expensive car, she was a rare existence in GK. President Dawson, she coquettishly said. What is it? Jack elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth, looked up, and glanced at her face. President Dawson, I wanted to talk to you about our new film and television company. I only talk about work stuff in the conference room. Jack declined indifferently. But it's a personal matter, Jennifer insisted. Personal matter? Jack raised his eyebrows as he looked up at her. Sir, do you want me to give you some privacy? As soon as he heard that Director Jennifer wanted to talk to the president about a personal matter, Mark felt like he was intruding, and therefore he quietly asked Jack. Jack ignored Mark, basically saying that he wasn't allowed to leave. What is it? In the end, Jack gave Jennifer a chance to talk about GK's new company. Elated, Jennifer sat down across from Jack, right next to Mark. President Dawson, although I work in the designs department, I've been closely following the initiation of GK's film and television company. I also know that you've been trying to sign with various celebrities. There's a female celebrity at Imperial Star called Annie. She's the cousin of a close girlfriend of mine. With their relationship, I'm sure that you will be able to persuade her to sign with us. Of course, I would have to utilize my personal connections. You don't have to do that, Director Jennifer, Since you work in the designs department, I suggest that you stick to what you know. Jack's voice was faint, and his intent was obvious. He wasn't at all happy by what Jennifer had just suggested. Jennifer's expression changed upon hearing what Jack said. Sir, I'm just trying to contribute to the company. I've worked at GK for a while and can be considered as a long-time employee. I have a sense of propriety. I'm not here to ask for rewards. I just wanted to declare my allegiance to you. I hope you can give me this opportunity. It's a good thing if you can persuade Annie. We can offer her 3 times more than what Imperial Star pays her. Feel free to negotiate with her. Thank you for your trust, President Dawson. But Jack stopped halfway through his sentence. Jennifer immediately became nervous upon realizing that there was more. If you fail, you cannot interfere with GK's film and television company again. You know that I don't like it when employees act beyond the scope of their authority. You work in the designs department and should put all your effort into designing and creating more pieces for GK. I understand. Jennifer nodded. Yet, she didn't seem to want to leave. She stared at Jack's food that was specially made for him, with puppy dog eyes. That looks delicious. Is that broccoli? Jennifer suddenly pretended to be innocent. She wanted to use her innocence to gain Jack's attention. However, the reality was harsh. Jack only faintly replied, "Then you can have it." Jennifer was just about to exclaim in happiness when she saw Jack stand up elegantly. He then neatened up the wrinkles on his sleeves and left. Mark hadn't finished lunch, but his boss left, so he hurried up to leave as well. Jennifer didn't even get to say, "Thanks, boss." The people around her looked at her with weird expressions on their faces. "What are you all looking at?" "Eat your food," Jennifer said viciously, her expression grim. She always treated those working under her differently from the way she treated Jack. Hats off to her for this. On the other side of town, at Southside Recuperation Center. For once, Chloe left work early. She didn't have work tonight. Happy, she stopped by the supermarket on her way home. "Mr. Dawson, I'm at the supermarket. What do you want for dinner?" Chloe asked sweetly as she answered her phone. "You. Can't we have a normal conversation? Be serious, okay?" Chloe chuckled. "I am serious. I really do want you for dinner." Jack's voice was uniquely mesmerizing. Chloe's face would have turned red if they were face to face. Thank God they were just talking on the phone. "Hey, stop joking around. Tell me, what do you want?" "I rarely get off work so early and want to make you dinner." "Chloe, can we go back to the manor for dinner? I want to see how my dad is doing," Jack asked quietly. He seemed to be carefully asking for Chloe's opinion. He occasionally called home and heard that since the season changed, his father's old disease has relapsed, causing his health to deteriorate. It was true that they didn't treat Chloe well, but after all, they were his parents and Jack had a soft spot for them. When Chloe took a long time to respond, Jack thought that she was angry. "Chloe, are you mad?" he asked carefully. "Nah, I was just trying to remember what brand of tobacco your dad smokes. I remember that the box is blue, but I don't remember the name. Do you? I want to buy him some before we go," Chloe said carelessly. Jack's heart felt warm after hearing what Chloe said. He thought she was mad, but the truth was, she was already picking out cigarettes for his father. How could he not fall in love with a woman like her? Chloe ended up buying a few boxes of Nanjing cigarettes at the supermarket. They cost $580 per box. Apparently, they were Jack's father's favorites. She also bought some fresh fruit and then drove back home. As she was parking her car at Imperial Park, she saw Jack's car coming in. Jack got off his car and put the things she bought onto his Maybach. Chloe changed into a simple pair of jeans, a white tank top, and a black cardigan. She then got onto the passenger seat with her purse in her lap. "Honey, are you hungry?" On their way over, Jack placed his right hand onto Chloe's and gently asked her. "Just a little bit." Chloe rubbed her tummy. The cafeteria food at Southside reached a new low today. The pickled cabbage with pork ribs might have been the most disgusting thing she had ever had. She really wanted to ask the chef what his secret recipe was. How was he capable of making such a gross dish out of such delicious ingredients? But then again, the hundreds of people at Southside all ate the same thing, so she didn't want to seem so picky. In the end, Chloe only had a few bites of lunch. After lunch, she resumed her busy schedule until she left work. She felt hunger creeping up to her as soon as Jack asked, "So, can I give it to you now?" Jack's hand moved away from hers and slid all the way down to her thigh. Chloe then realized that he was talking about another kind of hunger. She immediately slapped Jack's shoulder and scolded him with a smile on her face. "Don't be such a pervert." Jack asked innocently, "Honey, I was only asking if you wanted me to give you some fruit to fill up that tummy of yours. How is that perverted? I think you're thinking too much." "Chloe," Mr. Dawson played her again. Chloe felt the urge to bury herself underground. The two of them chatted and laughed all the way back to the Dawson Manor. After their last conversation, Jack's father had compromised. He rarely went to the company and didn't even ask about billion-dollar investments. He handed all of his authority over to his son. After all, Jack was his only child. Plus, the major shareholders on the board all knew and were confident of Jack's capabilities, so there was no reason for Peter to interfere. Recently, his health had been deteriorating, so he rested at home and occasionally traveled aboard. He lived a decently fulfilling life. Outside the Dawson Manor, Jack's Maybach made a beautiful turn before coming to a stop outside the mansion. Then, the two of them got off the car and carried the stuff they bought inside. "Young master, young madam." The housekeeper was sensible. She immediately went up to greet the young couple. "Where's Dad?" "He's upstairs. I'll go get him." "Okay." Jack only asked for his father and not his mother, because, as attentive to details as he was, he noticed that his mother's car wasn't outside, so he assumed that she was out. Peter's expression didn't change much upon seeing the two of them. He only said, "You're back." Chloe didn't say anything. She quietly placed the fruit off to the side, washed some, placed them on a fruit platter, and carried it over. Jack and his father talked for a while on the couch. Then, the housekeeper said, "Sir, young master, young madam, dinner's ready." "Okay." Jack and his father got up. "Mom's out? Is she not coming home for dinner?" Jack asked. "Yeah, she's been really into card games recently and doesn't come back until late at night," Peter complained. "If it makes her happy, just let her be. As long as she doesn't become addicted to gambling," Jack consoled his father. Peter nodded. The three of them sat around the dining table. Chloe didn't talk much because she didn't know what to say. She knew that this family didn't really welcome her. Therefore, she quietly ate her food. "Does your belly have any news for me?" Peter's voice suddenly broke the silence. Jack and Chloe were surprised to hear his question. Chloe even thought, was he talking to me? "Chloe, my father is asking you a question." Jack smiled as he looked at Chloe. "Ahem, not yet." Chloe lowered her head. She was embarrassed to talk about stuff like this in front of Jack's father. Then, Peter nodded his head and said, "The two of you are old enough. Don't just think about your careers. Hurry up and have a baby soon. My health is deteriorating by the day, and if I don't see a grandchild before I leave this world, I'll regret it forever." "Dad, your body is fine. Don't think like that," Jack consoled. "Yeah, everything will be fine." No matter how estranged Chloe felt towards Jack's parents, at the end of the day, she was still a woman. She felt heartbroken by what Jack's father said. "We're old. This world now belongs to your generation. Although, for me and your mom, Chloe is not the ideal daughter-in-law. Fate is an incredible thing. In this world, not everything will go according to your plans. My health hasn't been so well recently, and I occasionally read and get to think about a lot of things. Since you guys are married, you should treat each other well. Being able to share a life together in this life means that you guys did something right in your last life. Treasure it." "I will, Dad," Jack promised with a nod of his head. Peter then looked at Chloe and said, "No matter what happened, It's all in the past. Since we're family now, I really hope that you two can live happily ever after. I know that it won't help to apologize for that incident since we can't awaken the dead, but I still wanted to apologize. If I get a chance, I would also like to apologize to your mother. Our preposterous actions resulted in your family's tragedy. Tears welled up in Peter's eyes as he said this. The truth was, he didn't know what happened until after the incident. Before that, the driver had only been in contact with Mrs. Dawson. However, when something like that happened, he had to do all he could to protect his wife. That's why he had been feeling guilty all these years. He wasn't the murderer, but he was an accessory to this crime. Chloe was surprised when she heard a man of his age and status suddenly apologize and repent in front of her. She was not at all prepared for this. If Jack hadn't gently touched her arm, she would still be in a daze. My mother has forgiven Jack, but I think she needs some time before she can forgive you guys, Chloe said slowly. We won't ask for her forgiveness. People have to pay for the sins they're committed. I think my deteriorating health is by way of karma. Chloe quietly listened to him. In comparison, Jack's father was much better than his mother. His father was traditional and stern, but at least he was reasonable and could tell right from wrong. Jack's mother, on the other hand, was horrifying. She was such a control freak. Not only did she control her husband's life, she also wanted to control her son's. If things didn't go her way, she would go crazy and throw a fit. After saying all of this, Peter picked up his small wine cup and took a sip of wine. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Dad, don't drink so much. The doctor said it'll affect your brain. Jack was worried. It's okay. If the king of hell wants me to die at midnight, then I won't live to see the next day. We all live the life we're supposed to. It has nothing to do with a small cup of wine. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Finally, Peter looked over at his son and asked, I heard that you're venturing into the film and television sector? I am, Jack nodded. The reason? Peter continued to ask. Jack first turned around to look at Chloe. He seemed to be hesitating as to how he should answer his father's question. I don't like Justin, Jack replied, enunciating each word. Pfft. Chloe almost spat out the soup in her mouth upon hearing his answer. She thought that Jack would say how this industry was lucrative and had bright prospects or something along those lines. To her surprise, however, Mr. Dawson revealed his stubborn side. He doesn't like Justin. Could that constitute as a reason? If Jack's father wasn't in the room, Chloe would have burst into laughter. She wondered how Justin would react if he heard Jack say this. Chloe sucked in her urge to laugh and looked down, pretending to eat. Peter froze for a second before laughing. I'm surprised to see you so stubborn. Your son is an ordinary man who needs to eat and sleep like everyone else. Don't put me on a pedestal, Jack said in all seriousness. You're right. It's good for young people like you to compete. You'll be able to learn from each other along the way. The entertainment industry is lucrative, but aside from that, it's good to give Imperial Star a competitor. We're basically contributing to this industry. After all, if one company monopolizes the entire industry, then actresses and actors will have no choice but to sign with them. You're giving young potential rising stars an opportunity to reach fame. Dad, I think you're overthinking it. Jack never thought of all that when he decided to invest in the film and television industry. Giving young people an opportunity? He wasn't Robin Hood. Why would he help others? He just didn't like Justin. Justin had too much free time on his hands. He was so free that he constantly went to South Side to hit on his wife. Jack couldn't stand it any longer. For Jack, Chloe was his one and only bottom line. Those who dared to touch her had to die. It was as simple as that. Jack's actions were on par with his usual arrogance. After dinner, Jack had some tea with his father in the living room while they talked about the company. Chloe, on the other hand, sat beside them, playing with her phone and messaging Thomas and Sarah. They never saw Mrs. Dawson, not even when they left. Chloe thought that it turned out for the best, since they were always so unhappy when they saw each other anyway. On their way home, Jack held onto Chloe's hand and wouldn't let go. "Why are you holding on to me so tightly? Are you afraid that I'll run away? No matter where you run off to, you'll still be my wife." Jack put her hand on his lips and kissed it. "Thanks for buying my dad those cigarettes. I think he has accepted you. I'm relieved that he apologized for what happened in the past. Actually, if I tell you the truth, you can't get mad, okay?" Chloe smiled. "I won't. Your dad is so much better than your mom." Chloe spoke the truth. Jack immediately burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? You expressed my dad's and my heartfelt thoughts. It's not just you. Everyone who meets them say that my dad is 10 times better than my mom. My dad is an entrepreneur with broad horizons, and my mom is a short-sighted housewife who also happens to be a control freak. How did you think they got together?" "I really don't understand why your dad married your mom. They all say that if your dad marries the wrong person, you'll live your childhood in pain. If you marry the wrong woman, you'll live your adulthood in pain. If your son marries the wrong woman, you'll live your retirement days in pain." Chloe took delight in what she said. Jack smiled. "I'm glad that I only spent my childhood in pain. I'm sure that my adulthood will be as happy as can be. In the future, I'll get our son to marry a woman as good as you. Then, we'll be able to happily live out the rest of our lives. It's better late than never." "Shame on you! Who said that I was going to have a son with you?" Chloe smiled and teased. "I'd be equally happy with a daughter." The duo flirted on their way back. Just as they were about to reach Imperial Park, Jack suddenly asked, "Honey, are you sleepy?" "Nope. Should I take you somewhere cool?" Jack smiled mysteriously. Then, he made a quick U-turn and steered his car towards a different direction. Chloe had a feeling that tonight would be a fun night. She didn't ask Jack where he was taking her, because there was no point. From her past experience, she was almost certain that his answer would be, "Guess." Chloe didn't want to tire out her brain by guessing around. After all, she had been working her ass off at Southside every day and wanted to shut her brain off at home. Therefore, she quietly waited for Mr. Dawson to make the arrangements. She didn't care where she went, as long as she was with Jack. She was down for anything, whether it was having street food, enjoying the night scene by the beach, watching a movie downtown, shopping at a local night market, or even wandering the streets. 20 minutes later, Jack parked his flashy Maybach outside a 7-story building located downtown. Chloe got off the car and looked up. She recognized this place. They were in front of the biggest arcade games center in the city. It was always filled with people, all year round. Apparently, money rolled in like water. This was because nowadays, aside from children, grown-ups were becoming addicted to arcade games as well. This place had a dizzying array of arcade games, from the first floor to the 7th. The owners really did invest a lot in building it. "Shall we go play some arcade games?" Jack turned his head to ask Chloe. "Why not? We're already here. Plus, I'm not sleepy at all." Chloe smiled. Jack held onto her hand as the two of them walked in and took the elevator right up to the 7th floor. There weren't a lot of people on the 7th floor, because the machines were higher end, and the tokens were much more expensive than that on the other floors. Consider it as a VIP floor. In this world, you would be able to receive the best services as long as you were rich. As soon as they walked in, Jack bought $3,000 worth of tokens. Then, he held the little basket of tokens in one hand and Chloe's hand in the other, traveling among the abundant variety of games. The good thing was that not a lot of people knew what Jack looked like, because he hadn't exposed himself much to the public. Or else, everyone would go crazy. Jack and Chloe played on a crane machine for a while. She tried multiple times, but failed to get the toy she wanted, which was a stuffed toy in the shape of a black coal ball. After she caught a couple of stuffed bunnies, she gave up and went up to the Fisherman's Quest machine with Jack. There were only 2 seats on this machine. One of the seats had already been taken by a girl. Behind that girl stood a guy, who appeared to be her boyfriend. Chloe sat down on the machine across from that girl, and Jack sat down beside Chloe and thoughtfully inserted the tokens for her. Then, Chloe proceeded to reach 100% catch rate. she quickly elevated to a high score. Holy F, she's good. That's an expert right there. The young girl sitting across from her had on heavy makeup. She exclaimed admirably as she watched Chloe play. Chloe smiled, but didn't say anything. Honey, that's the jellyfish. Catch it. Jack reached out to grab Chloe's waist, while his other hand pointed at the machine. The jellyfish was the boss you had to catch before the game ended. It always appeared along with a bunch of other fish. It wasn't easy to catch, and it was incredibly difficult to find the right angle. The girl across from her spent a lot of time trying to catch the jellyfish, but failed. When the jellyfish appeared, the player only had 1 minute to catch it. Chloe took her time as she quietly looked at the fish swimming around the jellyfish, looking for the angle she should attack from. Finally, when there were only 10 seconds left to the game, the girl's boyfriend became anxious and kept saying, "Hurry up, there are only 10 seconds left, hurry up. Don't nag me, I'm trying." The girl kept shooting out harpoons, but they all missed. Chloe didn't do anything until the very end. She pressed a button, and the harpoon pierced right through the jellyfish. The machine lit up with a really high score. "Whoa, she caught it, she's so good," the couple across from them kept exclaiming. "Good job, give me a kiss." Jack smiled. Happy, Chloe turned around and pecked the corner of Jack's mouth. Who knew that the two of them, as old as they were, could still find the feeling they felt back in high school? At an arcade game center of all places. Not far from them, a man squinted his eyes and glanced over. "Is that Chloe?" Max was an arcade games enthusiast. Unlike Brenton and Justin, those two would spend most of their time hanging out at nightclubs and private social clubs. Max was the only one who still had the heart of a child and frequented the venue with a few other friends. He never thought that he would see Chloe here, with Jack sitting beside her. Max took out his phone and sneakily recorded a video while standing not far behind the two. Then, he dastardly sent it to Justin. So, as Jack's friend, Noah was quite a troll at times, though it was infrequent. As Justin's friends, Max and Brenton were extremely trolling and would always dig pits for him to fall in. Although it was only Chloe's silhouette in the short clip, Justin recognized her with one glance. At that moment, he was in the executive conference room at Imperial Star's headquarters. After Justin watched the video, he raised his head and looked around. "Are you all clear about your tasks today?" "We are, President Cooper." A dozen executives all nodded. The situation had reached a point where the boss was working overtime instead of sleeping, flirting with girls, or going to a nightclub in the middle of the night. It looked like Justin would occasionally treat something seriously. "You're free to go now." After speaking, Justin rose and left the conference room. Right after he left, he called Max. "Hello? Young Master Cooper? Where did you see her?" Without holding back, Justin went straight to the point. "Tsk, tsk. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night?" "I'll sleep your sister." "Haha, it'd be great if you would sleep with her. She is crazily infatuated with you," Max laughed. "Stop blabbering and answer my question." Justin couldn't wait. "What? If I say a location, are you going to come immediately?" Max laughed and kept on trolling Justin. "You little crap face, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't tell me, I'll put you in Southside Recuperation Center again." Justin started to drop threats. No, young Master Cooper. I'm scared of you. I don't want to stay at Southside ever again. The food is horrible and Chloe is too scary. Max remembered Southside like it was yesterday. He was terrorized by Chloe and didn't sleep or eat well. He couldn't get girls and was always in a horrible mood. All in all, it was a terrible experience. "Stop blabbering, get to the point." Justin was losing his patience. If Max was in front of him, Justin would have busted his head in by now. "I'm on the 7th floor of Arcade City." After speaking, and before Justin could reply, Max continued to say, "However, I don't think you should come. You probably noticed from the video that she came with her husband. You're only hurting yourself if you come." Justin fell silent after hearing that. "Hello? Young Master Cooper, are you still there?" Max questioned. "Turn on your video chat." Justin swiftly hung up after he finished speaking. Then, Max reinitiated a video call. When the two connected, Max purposefully turned the camera away from Chloe. "Do you want to die?" Justin cursed. "I'll let you see her for a bottle of Lafite." Max began negotiating. As a wine enthusiast, Justin had a private wine estate in France and good wine in his cellar. It was said that Justin personally visited his winery annually and selected a batch of good wine for his own keeping. So, those within the circle were extremely honored to be able to drink Justin's wine. "Stop blabbering. I'll give you 10 bottles of red wine later. Let me see her." Justin's temper turned violent. He had no patience. Seeing that he got his way, Max turned the camera with a big douchebag smile on his face. Then, the atmosphere promptly changed. "Where's she?" Justin's face darkened. "Ahem, I swear, she was just playing Fisherman's Quest over there. I'm being honest," Max explained at once. How did he lose her within just a few moments? "You rascal. If you don't find her, I'll come and wreck your cheeks in Arcade City in a bit," Justin threatened. Max laughed until his stomach hurt from seeing Justin go crazy. "Just you wait, Justin. I'll turn this place upside down looking for your sweetheart." As he spoke, Max turned around to look for her. At that moment, an exquisite face appeared in the video camera. "Are you looking for me?" The sudden change left both Max, who was holding the phone, and Justin, who was in the video, dumbfounded. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.